Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 241, 234. Sparring Session. Whoosh. Izuna and Kimimaro teleport on top of the Hokage office. Izuna jumps down and enters the office through the window. Eek. Tsunade is startled to see him jump in front of her. Aura. She clenches her fist to punch him. Wait. Izuna dodges her punch. I have something urgent to report. He dodges another punch from Tsunade. Humph. It better be something urgent. I was taking my beauty nap, and you disrupted it. Sleeping during work. She is slacking as usual. Izuna clears his throat and signals Kimimaro. Swoosh. Kimimaro jumps down and enters the office. Kimimaro, she is the current Hokage of Konoha. Izuna introduces Tsunade. It's nice to meet you, Hokage-sama. Kimimaro respectfully bows in front of Tsunade. He is. Tsunade tilts her head in confusion. He is a war orphan of Kagaya clan, the last survivor of his clan after the massacre. I met him during the Kiri infiltration mission. After that, I just trained him a little. Tsunade nods her head. Tsunade and Shizun curiously inspect Kimimaro. His skin is so pale. He looks a little anemic. Both of them turn towards Izuna and Tsunade glares at him. What? It is true. I trained him in taijutsu and ninjutsu. After which I left him in Ryuchi Cave where he mastered sage mode in 1.5 years. He is the second youngest sage after me. Izuna proudly announces to them. What? Tsunade and Shizun looks at Kimimaro with a dumbfounded expression. As I thought, everyone around this guy is unusual. Tsunade shakes her head and stares out of the window. Her gaze stops at the academy training grounds. Izuna follows her gaze and notices Aayaka sparring against someone. Inside the academy training grounds. Aayaka leads a batch of academy students in the training ground. Today we will learn about the hand-to-hand combat of shinobi. It is a tradition carried out by even the previous Hokage and those before him. They participated in such drills and became stronger through sparring. Yes, Aayaka-sensei. The academy students have stars in their eyes at the mention of the Hokage. I will become a strong kunoichi, just like Tsunade-sama. One of the girls with 2 large orange pigtails clenches her fist and raises them in the air. Who? Aayaka nods his head. So, let's start today's sparring session. The first spar would be between Aayaka Uchiha versus. Yes, sensei. Aayaka walks inside the ring and prepares to face her opponent. A short girl with shoulder-length dark brown hairs and white eyes walks in front of Aayaka. Before you start your spar, both of you make a seal of confrontation to relay your intention to fight. It is a shinobi tradition. Aayaka instructs them. Yes, sensei. Aayaka and the Hyuga girl nods their head and make the seal of confrontation. Ready. Aayaka places his arm between them as he signals the start. Begin. Ha. The Hyuga girl instantly takes a stance and launches a palm attack towards Aayaka. Whoosh. Aayaka easily dodges the palm attack and disappears from the Hyuga girl's vision. Where is she? The Hyuga girl warily searches for Aayaka. Behind you. Aayaka whispers in her ears and swings her hand. Ah. The Hyuga girl turns around but a palm attack greets her. Stop. Aayaka signals them to stop. Whoosh. Ayaka's palm stops in front of Hyuga's face as the Hyuga girl topples on the ground. I lost. The Hyuga girl depressingly drops her head. Here. Aayaka stretches her arm towards the girl. Ha. The Hyuga girl grabs her arm and stands up. It was a good match. Both of you fought well. Aayaka's eyebrows twitches slightly as he speaks these words. Now Aayaka. Hanabi, make the seal of reconciliation to end the spar. Yes, sensei. Both of the girls make the hand seal. You are quite good, Hanabi. Aayaka praises her. If not for my speed, I would have lost the match. I won't give up easily. Next time, I will defeat you for sure. Hanabi resolutely clenches her fists. You are my rival. I won't lose easily. Hanabi has a resolute expression as her fighting spirit soars. Who? Aayaka nods his head. This is the kind of fighting spirit and resolution a shinobi should have to progress further. He turns to Hanabi to console her. Don't worry, Hanabi, I am sure you will get stronger till your next spar. Yes, sensei. Hanabi nods her head, but there is a hint of sadness in her eyes. I have been training with my father since I was 3 years old. How could I lose to her? She turns towards Aayaka and questions her. Aayaka, how long have you been training in taijutsu? Oh. Aayaka turns around and faces her. How long? Aayaka cutely places a finger around her chin as she enters in her thinking pose. I think it has been almost a month since I started my taijutsu training. Yes, it has been a month. Before that, brother only taught me shuriken jutsu and some basic ninjutsu techniques. Ah. Aayaka almost trips on the floor at the mention of basic ninjutsu. This girl can easily use a chunin-level technique without exhausting her chakra reserve, and she thinks it is basic ninjutsu training. Aayaka gets flashbacks of the ninjutsu training where he asked the students to perform any ninjutsu they might have learned from their parents or clan. At that time, Aayaka almost burned down the inner training ground with her massive fireball jutsu. 1 month. Hanabi suffers a huge blow to her confidence as Ayaka's words echoes in her mind. She is so strong after training in taijutsu for only a month. Father lied to me. He told our Hyuga taijutsu techniques are one of the elite techniques of the village. Sniff, sniff. Hanabi's eyes tear up as she suffers a blow to her confidence. Well. Aayaka is caught in a weird situation as he can't find any words to console Hanabi. Sigh. He sighs and takes a deep breath. How should I report this situation to Principal Sama? The Hyuga clan broke their clan custom and allowed the clan heiress to enter the academy to get some experience with the kids of the other clans. But now. Sigh. Even Izuna-san's little sister is a genius like him. Aayaka could only helplessly shake his head as tries to think of a solution for the current problem. That's my girl. Izuna nods his head as he praises Aayaka. Today I will take her to her favorite restaurant in Kirigakure. Tsunade and Shizun silently stare at him. He is spoiling her too much. That's a siscon for you. Izuna notices their expression and immediately shakes his head. No. I am not a siscon. Look how cute Aayaka is. How can I as a big brother not reward her for her efforts? Tsunade and Shizun silently nod their head. Anyway, let's forget about that. Izuna tries to change the subject. He looks around the village and turns to Tsunade. Where are Kakashi and team? I can't see them around. Are they out on a mission or something? Yes. That brat Naruto was pestering me for a C-rank mission as the previous mission to deal with mountain thugs was too easy for him. So, I assigned an escort mission to him in the Land of Waves. Tsunade lazily yawns and stretches her back. It is so calm without that noisy brat. Wait. Land of Waves, escort mission. Izuna's expression changes as the memory of Naruto's first mission enters his mind. Was the person who issued the mission named Tizuna? Tsunade straightens up as she notices the strange expression of Izuna. Yes, why? Is something wrong with him? Fuck. I almost missed it. Izuna curses loudly as he makes a one-hand sign. Whoosh. He disappears from the room as his parting words echo in the Hokage office. I have some urgent work in Land of Waves. I will leave this boy Kimimaro to you. Damn it. Tsunade bangs the table. The table breaks from the force. He is ditching his troubles on me again. Tsunade angrily turns towards Kimimaro. BRR. Kimimaro shivers under Tsunade's angry gaze. Fine. Your name is Kimimaro, right? Yes. Kimimaro weakly nods his head. I will arrange a place for you to stay. Swoosh. Tsunade signals a nearby Umbu to handle Kimimaro's matter. Tsunade-sama. The paperwork. Shizun points towards the papers spread on the floor. There is a layer of ink spilled over them. Damn it. Shizun. Cut it out from his next mission pay. Chapter 242, 235. Monetary problems. In Land of Waves. Near a semi-constructed bridge. Kakashi-sensei, why did you allow that masked ninja to get away with Zabuza? Naruto questions Kakashi. Sigh. Kakashi takes a deep breath as he turns towards the bridge builder Tizuna. Tizuna-san. I am afraid this mission is now an A-rank mission. The involvement of Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist, has complicated a lot of things. Kakashi turns towards Naruto and answers him. As for your question, Naruto, that masked ninja is a part of the Hunter Nin of the Kirigakure. It is a special branch of Umbu of Kiri assigned to capture and deal with the rogue shinobis. Ah, so that's how it is. Naruto nods his head. Kakashi-sensei. How does the Hunter Nin deal with the rogue ninja? Do they decapitate them or just capture them alive? Sasuke questions him. Earlier, although the senbons pierced through the central nerves of Zabuza rendering him dead, I have my suspicion. Kakashi ponders for a while and answers. Usually as soon as the Hunter spots a rogue shinobi, they would immediately take action and decapitate them without giving a chance to retaliate. But in some rare situations, they would restrain the rogue shinobi to interrogate them. However, that doesn't seem to be the case with Zabuza. So, sensei, you mean Zabuza isn't dead yet? Sakura speculates. Most likely. We have to prepare to confront him again. This time though we will get rid of him for sure. Kakashi remarks. He turns towards Tazuna with a scrutinizing gaze. Tazuna-san, you need to give a suitable explanation and compensation for the current rank of the mission. We won't risk our life meaninglessly for such meager compensation. Ah. Tazuna has a grim expression on his face upon hearing Kakashi's words. I must inform them about the situation of the Land of Waves. Maybe out of pity they would agree to complete the mission. Sigh. Tazuna sighs helplessly as he narrates his story with a sad expression. Sniff, sniff. Naruto and Sakura have tears in their eyes as they listen to the sad story of the bridge builder Tazuna. At some distance from the group, on a tree, Izuna rolls his eyes as he listens to the sob story of Tazuna. Regardless of other things, I have to say this old man has a way with words. His talk no jutsu is in no way inferior to Naruto. The situation of Lord of Waves is commonplace in shinobi world. Many powerful people bullies common people in smaller nation and in turn these shinobi serves as dogs for some rich mogul. Izuna turns his attention to Naruto to see his reaction. Sniff, sniff. Naruto has tears in his eyes as snot leaks from his nose. Here. Sakura passes a handkerchief to Naruto to wipe his tears. Brrr. Naruto wipes his tears and snots on the handkerchief. Thank you, Sakura-chan. Naruto passes the handkerchief back to her. Yo. Sakura's brows crease in disgust as she pats away Naruto's hand. You can keep it. She shakes her head and turns towards Sasuke with a hopeful expression. Sasuke completely ignores her and directs his attention to Tazuna. Although the words of this old man are overly exaggerated, still there is some truth to them. But I don't want to needlessly risk my life for nothing. Izuna's teachings come to his mind. In this world, the strong feed on the weak. Such is the rule of this world. However, one must follow their conscience and act accordingly. He turns towards Naruto and waits for his response. Old man. We will help your village deal with this problem. Databio. Naruto pumps his fist. Sigh. Nothing less to expect from this idiot. He is too naive and easy to manipulate. Sasuke shakes his head. Still, I won't allow anybody to take unfair advantage of him. Kakashi silently listens to the story of the Land of Waves. Before arriving here, he has already done some prior research about this place. It has become a habit of his to uncover everything before the start of a mission. A habit instilled in him by his former Umbu team leader Izuna. Sometimes I wonder Izuna-san was overly concerned or a little cynical in his approach. Kakashi murmurs to himself. Oh. So that's what Kakashi thinks of me. Looks like I have to see some of the books from his collection. Izuna glares at Kakashi. Brrrr. Kakashi feels a shiver run down his spine. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi-sensei. The banshee-like screams of Sakura drag him out of his stupor. Ahem. Kakashi clears his throat and turns to his group. So, what's the opinion of you, bunch? If you agree to continue your mission, then we will complete it. But you think it is too much for you, then we will end it here. I will do it, sensei. Naruto pumps his fists in excitement. Kakashi turns to Sasuke and Sakura for their opinion. Since this idiot has already said it, then I won't refuse either. Also, I would like to test my limits with a B rank or A rank mission. Sasuke shakes his head. If Sasuke-kun is doing this mission, then I will also do it. Sakura exclaims with a red face. Kakashi nods his head. Still, since it is registered as a C-rank mission, the compensation would accordingly be of the same rank. There won't be any rise in your pay grade. At the sidelines, Tazuna is relieved to hear this as he takes a deep breath. Finally, my people have some hope. All right. I will lead you all to the village. The bridge is already semi-constructed. You folks have to protect me and the villagers for a couple of days till the completion of the bridge. Tazuna leads them towards the village. Buzz, buzz. Kakashi hears a buzzing noise in his head. This is the secret voice transmission technique of Umbu created by Captain Izuna. Kakashi turns around and inspects his surroundings. He notices a pair of red eyes at a faraway tree. Shum. The surroundings of Kakashi changes as he appears in a vast empty world coated in red and black. Whoosh. Izuna appears in front of him. Captain. Kakashi greets him. What brought you here? I thought you were out on an important mission. He inquires. The mission was a false alarm. As for why I am here to naturally deal with Gato and his goons. You see, this Gato dude has no strong backing from any hidden village or organization, but he still dares to deal in illegal business. Since our organization lacks monetary funds, we will usurp all of his wealth and business. You and the group take care of Gato while I will make arrangements for his business. Yes, Captain. As you wish. Kakashi nods his head. Whoosh. Kakashi is released from the Tsukimi as his consciousness returns to the real world. Also, don't kill Zabuza and his acquaintance. Just incapacitating them is enough. I still have some use for them. Izuna's voice echoes in his ears. Yes. Sensei. Sensei. Naruto's voice falls in Kakashi's ears as he nags him. Why were you staring blankly in the air for a second? He curiously asks Kakashi. Nothing. I was just thinking about the earlier battle. Let's go. He nudges Naruto as the group follows Izuna. Whoosh. Izuna appears at their previous place as he gazes at their faraway back. This Gato guy is an opportunity for me to get rid of my poverty. After investing in the model of chakra cannon, I am out of funds. The gambling in Chunin exam helped a little with the funds, but all of it was consumed within a month. Izuna ponders on his monetary situation. Looks like I will have to finally make a trip to Land of Silence to mine that reserve of pure chakra ore. That will substitute for the need for shinobis continuously pumping their chakra in the cannon to fire it. Also, the charging time would be a lot less with chakra ore acting as a fuel. Izuna nods his head as he ponders over his next course of action. Since the cannon has already started, I should also make suitable preparation accordingly. Also, Izuna activates his Mangekyo Sharingan and peeks inside his body. Various small cracks in his chakra system appear in his vision. Then there is also this issue of me dying prematurely. My body is unable to content with my higher tier of chakra. Even my regeneration can't keep me going. I have to look for a solution to this problem as soon as possible. Sigh. He takes a deep breath and shakes his breath. Taking too much tension is not good for my health. I have to visit May to calm myself. Whoosh. He teleports from his location. Chapter 243, 236. Golden Goose. In a dilapidated hut somewhere near the semi-constructed bridge. Whoosh. A small petite figure agilely carries a large man on his shoulders. He lays the man on the ground and proceeds to remove the senbon stabbed in his neck. Swoosh. Zabuza grabs Haku's hand and stops him. It's all right. I will do it myself. Zabuza removes the senbons from his neck and slowly sits up. You already came back to life. Haku has a surprised expression on his face. Crack, crack. Zabuza cracks his neck and straightens his posture. We have already done this drill countless times. Now I don't feel that much pain. Nevertheless, the feeling of being close to death isn't much pleasing. Zabuza swings his arms around to get back his motor sense. Still. I severely underestimated the copy ninja Kakashi. His combat abilities are far more superior as compared to the one listed in the bingo book. Zabuza has an ugly expression on his face. Looks like we have kicked a hard metal plate this time. Never in my wild dreams, I thought we would face Kakashi as our opponent. Zabuza helplessly shakes his head. The trouble this time is too big for him to handle. Looks like I have to seek Gato for more compensation. Also, it will take me almost a week to recover from injuries sustained in this battle. Zabuza. I will be the shield that will protect you from any harm. If required, I will be the blade that will cull the enemies obstructing your way. I won't ever leave your side. Haku has a resolute expression. Zabuza stares at Haku before closing his eyes as he scoffs inside. For me, you are just a tool, a weapon meant to fulfill my interest. If your edge gets dull, I won't hesitate to get rid of you that very instant. As for trust and familial bonds, those are just the fallacies of a naive and foolish person. To survive in this world, I have slaughtered far too many people than I can keep the count. Old memories of the blood mist as well as the dirty deeds done under the orders of the elder Akifumi surfaces in his mind. Haku slowly nurses Zabuza's wounds as the latter is lost in his thoughts. Ha. Ha. Naruto and Sasuke are currently sparring with each other as Sakura watches them from the sidelines. Sasuke-kun. Naruto-kun. Both of you do your best. Sakura cheers them. Sasuke-kun, beat Naruto up. Shanero. The inner Sakura clenches her fists. Kakashi is lazily resting on a nearby tree with a book in his hand as he glances at the trio. Since Izuna-san has a plan, I won't interfere with that. I will treat this mission as a vacation for myself. Who? Han. A pervy smile appears on Kakashi's face as he is deeply engrossed in the book. No matter how many times I read Aayaka Paradise, I can't get enough of it. Kakashi-sensei. What are you reading? It is not a book meant for kids. Kakashi answers Naruto without raising his head. Naruto shrugs his shoulders and asks. Anyway. Kakashi-sensei. Since you are the copy ninja having copied over 1,000 jutsu, teach me a powerful jutsu. I want to defeat my enemies in a single move. Kakashi closes his book and turns to Naruto. Naruto. Even I am unable to beat my opponents in a single move, much less you will. For now, you should focus on your upcoming Chunin exam. Although you folks are quite strong in ninjutsu and taijutsu, the Chunin exam also tests your patience, endurance, intelligence, and all other factors. Most importantly, you will take part as a team. As such, you should focus on teamwork and coordination. Kakashi reminds them as his gaze lingers on Sakura. Izuna-san has taught almost everything to both Naruto and Sasuke. So, it is futile for me to teach them anything. Sakura is a weak link of the team, I should teach her some jutsus to make her presence more useful during a battle. Kakashi ponders on Sakura's strengths and weaknesses. Her chakra control is quite good, but she doesn't have much talent for ninjutsu. Maybe I should train her in some genjutsu techniques. He turns towards Sakura and beckons her. Sakura. I will teach a genjutsu technique to you. It will help you during the upcoming Chunin exam. Upon hearing these words, a smile blooms on Sakura's face as she happily tiptoes towards Kakashi with an excited expression. Sensei. Please train me in the genjutsu technique. Kakashi nods his head as he instructs her on the hand signs for the genjutsu techniques. At the sidelines, Tazuna stares at the group as he is busy with the construction of the bridge. These ninjas have quite a sturdy body and their endurance is quite good. He turns towards Naruto as a sly smile appears on his face. Out of this bunch, this kid is the easiest to fool. Maybe I can ask him for help. He turns towards Naruto and yells. Oi! Yellow-haired kid. Huh. Naruto turns towards the bridge builder and points a finger towards himself. Yes. You. I am talking to you. Tazuna nods his head. Naruto walks towards him. Earlier I heard you want to train yourself. I can help you with that. Tazuna points towards the heavy logs on the ground. Why don't you help me carry these logs to the end of the bridge? This way you will be able to train your body as well as help with the bridge building. Sasuke raises his head and senses Tazuna's intentions. Although Naruto is a knucklehead, he is not a fool. Sasuke closes his eyes and ignores them as he meditates. Nisan told me that the Sharingan affects the state of mind. Its power stems from intense love and hatred. If hatred consumes one's mind, then they will eventually lose the power of their eyes turning blind. This is Uchiha's curse of hatred. I must control my state of mind to prevent myself from falling prey to the curse of hatred. Shuring. Sasuke's black eyes changes as a 3-tomo Sharingan appears. Izuna Nisan, Shursue Nisan, and Itachi Nisan, all of them possess the next form of Sharingan called Mangekyo Sharingan. I wonder when would I be able to achieve those eyes. Alright old man. I will help you. Naruto nods his head and agrees to help the bridge builder. Izuna Nisan asked me to train my body. Only then would he teach me the cool sage jutsu. Though this old man wants to take advantage of me, his intentions aren't bad. So, I will entertain this old guy. Ha! Naruto picks up a bundle of heavy logs and steadily walks towards the bridge. Ah! The eyes of Tazuna and the rest of the villagers widen in surprise as they gape at Naruto with their mouths wide open. This little boy can carry a weight meant for 10 strong men to lift on his own. How strong? A small boy with black spiky hair and dark-colored eyes stares at Naruto from a corner. The boy wears a green jumpsuit with a yellow shirt and a simple pair of sandals. There is a blue and white striped hat covering a portion of his head. The boy has stars in his eyes as he stares at Naruto. I also want to be as strong as him. So that no one will be able to bully mother and grandfather. The boy resolutely clutches his fists. In a small warehouse at the outskirts of the land of waves near the sea. A short man with shaggy brown hair sporting a pair of small, circular sunglasses swaggers inside the warehouse. His 2 bodyguards follow behind with a fierce expression. Gato-san. It is nice to do business with you. A group of thugs armed with swords, metal pipes, and various other weapons appear in Gato's vision. Gato unnervingly nods his head. I want you bunch to wreak havoc in the village and disrupt the construction of the bridge. After the completion of the mission, I will pay you handsomely. Yes. A smile appears on the faces of goons as they rub their hands together. Oh. An invisible shadow is hovering near the warehouse as it stares at the bunch. Looks like my golden goose is ready to lay eggs. Chapter 244, 237. Battle of the Bridge. A week later. Near the construction site. Hurry up. The bridge is almost complete. Once finished, our village will be free from the clutches of the Gato organization. We will no longer depend on him to sustain ourselves. Tazuna nudges the other workers of the village. Look at that kid. He is younger than you folks by a decade or two. Yet he is so energetic and active. He points towards Naruto, who is carrying 4 giant logs on his shoulders. The group of workers turns towards Naruto, who is running back and forth with the logs. Let's go. We will finish the bridge today. One worker tightly clutches a wooden log and lifts it. Ha! A kid won't outdo me. Another burly man picks up 4 logs like Naruto. The rest of the group stares at him in amazement, but the burly man is having a hard time maintaining his vigor. Damn. This is too heavy. How the hell is that kid carrying such weight? Even the shinobi kids are so strong. The group of workers works diligently till afternoon. Let's take a break. Tazuna halts the construction work. If nothing unusual happens, then this bridge would be completely constructed by evening. Tazuna takes a deep breath as he reminisces about the past. Their land of waves is an isolated island situated quite a distance from the mainland. Being an island village, they have to depend on the mainland to sustain themselves. The only way of trade available to them is through the sea. But 5 years ago, the Gato company emerged out of nowhere and monopolized the sea trade, leaving the village at their mercy. Any voice of discontent was quickly suppressed, and any attempt at revolt was brutally crushed. Tazuna closes his eyes as some memories flood in his mind. At a distance from the bridge. Whoosh. Whoosh. Zabuza and Haku hide in the shadow of a tree as they monitor the bridge building. The bridge is almost finished constructing. We must stop them today at all cost, if not, we can only blow the bridge. Zabuza clutches Kubikirabocho as bloodlust appears in his eyes. Kubikirabocho needs blood to reform its blade. In my last battle with Kakashi Hatake, the blade was chipped off at the corner. Zabuza caresses the blade at the broken end. Haku silently nods his head. As you wish, Zabuza. I will follow your wishes. Haku silently stares at the construction site as Naruto appears in his vision. Unknowingly a brief smile appears on his face as the memory of how Naruto mistook him for a girl while picking herbs for Zabuza surfaces. The boy was so shocked by the revelation that he even asked him to open his pants and confirm it. Haku's face turns red from embracement. But why did he call me a trap? Is it some form of address in Leaf Village? Let's go. Zabuza's hoarse voice falls in his ears. This time I am prepared. I will occupy Kakashi Hatake while you will look for a chance to assassinate the bridge builder. Yes. Zabuza. Haku nods his head. Whoosh. Also, keep an eye for those kids. They are quite powerful for their age. Zabuza warns him before flickering towards the bridge. Whoosh. Haku follows him. Sasuke, who is silently meditating on top of a tree, slowly opens his eyes. Just now someone was monitoring us. It must be those ninjas. I must inform Kakashi-sensei. Whoosh. He jumps from the top of the tree and lands in front of Kakashi, who is silently reading a book while instructing Sakura. Sakura. Your chakra control is quite good, but your perception of elemental chakra isn't good. If you want to cast a powerful genjutsu, then you have to use elemental chakra in conjugation with the Yin release. Yes, yes. Sensei. Sakura nods her head as beads of sweat trickles down her head. Why am I so useless? According to Sensei, I have very good chakra control, even better than Naruto and Sasuke, but my elemental affinity is so poor. I won't be able to use any ninjutsu with such poor elemental affinity. I just want Sasuke-kun. Sasuke-kun to praise me. A blush appears on Sakura's face, but it is quickly overpowered by the harsh exertion of her chakra. Kakashi closes his book and lifts his head as his eyes meet with Sasuke. Is there anything bothering you, Sasuke? Kakashi-sensei. The enemy ninja is on move. Earlier, I sensed a gaze on me while I was meditating. Kakashi nods his head. I am aware of it. I was waiting for you bunch to respond. Looks like only you could sense the enemy attack. Good job. He praises Sasuke and commands the rest of the team. Sakura. Stop your practice for now. The enemy is about to attack us anytime. You will help in the evacuation of the workers and protect Tazuna with Naruto. He then turns towards Sasuke and instructs. Sasuke. Zabuza has an accomplice this time. He is almost the same age as you. You will occupy him while I deal with Zabuza. Yes, sensei. Sasuke nods his head in affirmation. Naruto drops his log and stops in front of Kakashi. But sensei. I want to fight too. I am so bored these few days. Naruto complains. No. Prioritize the safety of the bridge builder. The mission is to protect the bridge builder, not to fight the assailant. Kakashi rebukes him. Yes, sensei. Naruto depressingly drops his head. Whoosh, whoosh. Two shadows appear on one of the pillars of the bridge. Naruto and the team raise their head as their eyes meet. Swish, swish, swish. Zabuza quickly makes some hand signs. Water release, hiding in the mist technique. The air fills with thick mist and engulfs the bridge and the surrounding workers. Ah. What's this? Tazuna and the worker panics at this scene. Please stay calm and follow me. Sakura calms them down and slowly leads them away from the battle. Whoosh. Zabuza reappears behind the bridge builder and swings his massive blade to cleave Tazuna's head. Ninja art, silent assassination. Clang. A kunai blocks the sword, and Kakashi appears in front of Zabuza. Not so fast, Zabuza. Clang. Kakashi parries the attack and faces Zabuza. Swoosh. Zabuza swings his blade and puts it on his shoulder. Kakashi Hatake. Last time I wasn't prepared for you, but this time, I have made all the necessary arrangements. Swish, swish. Zabuza makes some hand signs. Sharingan. Kakashi activates his Sharingan and copies Zabuza's hand signs. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Both of them release their jutsu simultaneously as the jutsu collides with each other and cancels out. A drizzle of water shrouds them as Zabuza smirks. Water release, hiding in the drizzle technique. Whoosh. Zabuza's body vanishes in water vapors as he completely conceals his presence. This technique, don't tell me it is Hozuki clan's signature technique. Kakashi's eyes widen in shock momentarily. I see. He calms down and looks around. This technique was developed by the second Mizukage during the Second Shinobi War to deal with the members of the Uchiha clan. So, the rumors were true, you were indeed a part of the new Mist Swordsman created by the late elder of Kiri. Zabuza ignores Kakashi and silently travels towards the bridge builder to assassinate him. I don't have any confidence to win a fight against the copy ninja Kakashi Hatake. I can only seek this window of opportunity to silently assassinate the target and escape. There is no need to sacrifice my life for this mission. Naruto senses something amiss while protecting the bridge builder. He senses a strong killing intent directed towards the bridge builder. Recently, as his mastery over Ninetales chakra increased, he is faintly able to sense strong emotions around him. Since he is in the vicinity of the bridge builder, he sensed the killing intent. Enemy attack. Naruto warns Sakura and makes some hand signs. Wind release, great wind breakthrough sweep. Boom. He inhales a large amount of air and expels it outwards in a spherical form, blowing everything around him. Whoosh. The jutsu blows away the mist in the surrounding area and reveals the figure of Zabuza to Naruto. You are. Naruto recognizes the person who is in front of him. You were supposed to be dead. How are you still alive? Naruto has a serious expression on his face as he questions Zabuza. Sakura, Kakashi, and Zabuza silently stare at Naruto. Anyway, since you are alive, I won't allow you to harm Tazuna-san. Swish. Naruto pulls a kunai from his holster and takes a stance. Slam. Zabuza slams his giant blade on the ground and confronts Naruto. Kid. If you want to live a little longer and cherish your life, then get out of my way or else. Whoosh. Zabuza disappears from his position and reappears in front of Naruto and swings his executioner's blade. Die. Chapter 245, 238. Battle of the Bridge, Naruto vs Zabuza. Die. Zabuza swings the executioner's blade towards Tazuna in a horizontal sweep. His aim is to slice the bridge builder in half, leaving no chance of recovery. Clang. Naruto blocks the blade with his kunai. Ah. The impact of the strike leaves a tingling sensation in his hands. What? Zabuza has a surprised expression on his face. How? In the previous strike, he used most of the strength of his body to release a devastating blow to slash the target in half. He even used the special blade techniques of Mist Swordsman to deliver the strike. Paired with the executioner's blade, that strike can even cleave through thick earth walls, but this little genin blocked his sure kill move with only a kunai. Zabuza is flabbergasted to see this. Ah. Naruto shakes his hands as his hand feels a little numb. He clutches his kunai and turns to Kakashi, who is watching from afar. Kakashi-sensei. I can fight this guy. Leave him to me. Kakashi nods his head in affirmation. Even he was surprised to see Naruto block that attack. Sensei. Can you see this? Your son is also a genius like you. He is already strong enough to compete with elite jounin. He turns towards the confrontation between Naruto and Zabuza. If Naruto isn't able to hold his own, I will step in and save him. Upon hearing these words from Naruto, Zabuza's expression turns ugly. You underestimate me, kid. A greenhorn like you thinks he can compete with a mist swordsman. Zabuza swings his executioner's blade with a bloodthirsty expression. Kubikirabocho will bathe in your blood, brat. Whoosh. Zabuza disappears from his position and reappears behind Naruto. He swings his blade towards Naruto's neck, aiming to end him in a single slash. Poof. Naruto disappears in a puff of smoke, leaving a kunai behind. A shadow clone. Then where is the real body? Zabuza looks around for the actual Naruto. The kunai flips in the air and turns into Naruto. Ha! Naruto has a kunai in his hand as he aims for Zabuza's head. What? Swish, skid. Zabuza kicks the surface of the water and instantly maintains a distance between them. This kid. He is too cunning. I can't lower my guard. Zabuza has a serious expression on his face. Just now, he barely avoided the sneak attack from the kid. Kid. I must say you have some skills for your age, but it isn't enough to stop me. Stab. Zabuza stabs the blade on the surface of the water and makes some hand signs. Swish. Swish, swish. Water release, water bullet technique. Zabuza manipulates the surrounding water and fires a giant water bullet towards Naruto. Whiz. The bullet closes on Naruto. Kid. Although you have some skills in ninja techniques. In terms of ninjutsu, you still lack experience. Naruto calmly stares at the incoming water bullet and makes some hand signs. Wind release, giant wind bullet jutsu. He takes a deep breath and inhales large amounts of air and fires a giant wind bullet towards the incoming water bullet. Boom. Both the wind and water bullet collide and cancel each other, leaving large amounts of water droplets in the surroundings. You got some moves, kid, but it ends here. Zabuza clutches his blade with one hand and raises another hand over his head as he takes a stance ready to cast his most powerful jutsu. I won't allow it. A pair of hands creep out from under the water and grab Zabuza's legs. What? Zabuza is shocked to see the hands. He lifts his head and stares at the real body of Naruto. Poof. Naruto smirks at him and disappears in a puff of smoke. Another shadow clone. This kid. Just who is he? Ha. The pair of hands tug tightly and attempts to pull Zabuza under the water. Instead of panicking, a smile appears on Zabuza's face. I finally found you, kid. This must be your real body. Swirl. Zabuza's body turns into a puddle of water and engulfs Naruto. Water release, water prison jutsu. Zabuza's water clone turns into a large sphere of water and traps Naruto. Burble, burble. Naruto breathes heavily in the sphere as he attempts to get free from the prison. It's futile, kid. I have spent quite an amount of chakra to form that water prison. Swoosh. Another water clone appears behind Zabuza. The water clone inserts his hand in the water prison to maintain it. Catching. Zabuza draws the executioner's blade and walks towards a terrified Tazuna. Ha. Sakura jumps in front of the bridge builder. I will protect you. She tries to assure Tazuna. But her words do not affect him. This is the end for me. Gato Company is too terrifying. Tazuna closes his eyes in fear. Sakura takes out her kunai and stands in front of Tazuna. Kakashi watches the entire series of events from the sidelines without interfering. Since Naruto asked me to not interfere, then I won't. Still, I am curious to see how we'll get out of this predicament. Of course, I won't allow Zabuza to kill our target of protection. Kakashi turns towards Naruto, who is struggling with the water prison. Water prison is a C-rank jutsu used to restrain one's enemies. But the power of a jutsu depends on the user. In the hands of a ninja like Zabuza, it could be quite challenging to get rid of this technique. Ha! Naruto tightly clutches his hands as large amounts of red chakra surge from his body. Ha! Boom! The surge of chakra destroys the water prison and frees Naruto. Farewell. Bridge builder. Zabuza swings the executioner's blade to claim Tazuna's life. Kenjutsu, secret art, missed execution. Kakashi's expression turns serious as he makes his move. I can't delay any longer. Suddenly. Whoosh, swoosh. A streak of orange light flashes past him. This is. Kakashi's eye widens in surprise as he is able to get a glimpse of the appearance of the streak. Sensei. These words involuntarily escape from his mouth. Whoosh. Naruto appears in front of Zabuza to intercept his attack. Raise-non. Naruto has a dense red raise-non in his hand. Boom. The raise-non explodes on top of the executioner's blade. Crack, crack. Cracks appear on the blade and the blade shatters into pieces. How can this be? Zabuza's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. That was one of the famed swords of the mist. How can it shatter this easily? Ha! Naruto tightly clutches his fist and punches Zabuza. Bang! Zabuza is sent flying by Naruto's attack. Earlier. Inside the village. That takes care of things. Sasuke dusts his hands as two unconscious goons lay in front of him. They were precisely the bodyguards of Gato, Zori and Waraji. Earlier, I suspected Gato would make a move to sabotage Tazuna's family while we are busy dealing with the shinobi. Guess, I was right on cue. He ties both of them with a rope and flickers towards the bridge. I will leave their fate to these villagers. Whoosh. Sasuke arrives beside Kakashi and reports to him. Good work. Kakashi nods his head as both of them turn towards the fight between Naruto and Zabuza. Sasuke notices the red chakra of Naruto and silently murmurs to himself. I never expected this dunce to improve this much. While I have made little progress, he has improved tremendously. Sasuke feels the pressure from Naruto's growth. I don't want this idiot to leave me in the dust. After this mission, I will ask Izuna-Nisan to train me. Sasuke senses a shadow slowly creeping towards Tazuna. It's that Hunter Nin guy. He is aiming to assassinate Tazuna while Naruto is engaged with Zabuza. He thinks he can get past me. Sasuke snorts and immediately flickers towards Tazuna. Whoosh. Clank. Sasuke deflects an ice senbon aimed at Tazuna's neck. Not so fast. TCH. Haku clicks his tongue and appears in front of Sasuke. I have to complete the task Zabuza gave me at all costs. Even if it means killing someone. Haku solemnly stares at Sasuke as the surrounding temperature drops. Brrr. Sakura and Tazuna feel the chill in the atmosphere. Both of them rub their hands to get some warmth. Kakashi's eyes narrow as he watches this phenomenon. Ice style. A Kekkei Genkai user. It's going to be a fight between two Kekkei Genkai. At some distance away. Chomp, chomp. Izuna and Aayaka crunch some popcorns as they watch the fight while floating in the air. Aayaka is sitting on a small rock that is floating beside Izuna. Aayaka. I brought you here to get some experience. But why do I feel like you came here to watch a movie? Izuna helplessly stares at Aayaka, who is cutely munching on popcorns. Nah. Nah. Oni-chan. Don't bother yourself over this small stuff. I am learning a lot from this fight. Aayaka waves her hand and focuses on the battle. Chapter 246, 239. Battle of the Bridge, Sasuke vs. Haku. Sasuke senses the chill in the atmosphere and frowns. An ice-style user. Whoosh. Haku quickly closes the distance between him and Sasuke while making some hand signs. Swish, swish. Water release, secret art, 1,000 stinging needles of death. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Haku creates 1,000 senbons of water from the surroundings and aims them at Tazuna, Sakura, and Sasuke. Swish. He waves his hands and launches the needles at the group from all directions. Crap. I can easily avoid them, but I can't say the same for Sakura and the bridge builder. Although these needles will cause superficial injuries to a ninja, they are quite lethal to a civilian like Tazuna. TCH. Sasuke clicks his tongue and makes some hand signs. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Fire Barrage. Sasuke rapidly spats out a large number of small fireballs around to counteract the water senbons. The small fireball covers a large area and quickly evaporates the water needles. The resulting clash creates a screen of water vapor and mist. Using this opportunity, Sasuke throws multiple shurikens towards Haku. Swish. He draws a pair of metal wires from his holster and controls the movement of the shurikens. Clang, clang. Haku deflects the shurikens with a kunai, but Sasuke controls their trajectory and continues to lock on Haku, making him unable to counterattack. Zabuza, who is locked in a battle with Naruto, momentarily stares at the situation and is shocked to see the battle. That boy, he can fight on even ground with Haku. No, he has forced Haku on defensive. Bang. Using this chance, the clones of Naruto punches Zabuza. Zabuza blocks the attack, but the impact sends him flying. He falls beside Kakashi, who silently walks towards Zabuza. It's enough, Naruto. Kakashi stops Naruto. Swish, swish. He makes some hand signs and taps Zabuza's forehead. Ninja art, chakra suppression seal. Kakashi seals Zabuza's chakra and sits beside him as he watches Sasuke's battle. Earlier, Kakashi received a message from Izuna to not kill Zabuza since he has some use for Zabuza. Kakashi Hatake. Zabuza stops resisting since he realized earlier. These bunches of kids are monsters. Then there is also the copy ninja. He turns towards Kakashi and curiously asks him. What's the deal with these kids? Who are they? Why are they so strong? Oh. Kakashi raises his eyebrow and answers. These kids were personally trained by Izuna Uchiha, the Silent Shinigami. See. Silent Shinigami. Zabuza takes a deep breath as some terrifying memories of the Third Ninja War flashes in his mind. He participated in the Third Great Ninja War as one of the Chunin of Kiri under the orders of the noble faction. During a supply escort mission, he saw an 8-year-old kid with a Konoha headband brutally assassinating the entire escort team. He barely survived the massacre by jumping down a cliff. No wonder these kids are so terrifyingly strong. But still. Zabuza has a pensive gaze on his face as he stares at Haku. Haku has yet to use the power of his cursed bloodline, the power of his Keki ice release. He remarks. That kid might not be Haku's match once Haku gets serious. You think so? Kakashi shrugs his shoulder and remarks. Sasuke is an Uchiha. Unlike me, he possesses a complete pair of fully matured Sharingan. What? Zabuza's eyes widen in shock as he turns towards Sasuke. This boy has awakened his Keki. See for yourself. Kakashi removes the mask from his eye and activates his Sharingan to watch the battle. Though I can't copy ice release, I can still learn more about its weakness and strengths. At the bridge, Haku is caught in a desperate situation as he is unable to retaliate against Sasuke's relentless attacks. He is locked in a defensive stance. Haku riles up his chakra and deflects the shurikens and makes some one-hand signs. Ice release, certain kill ice spears. Swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, multiple ice spears erupt from the ground, impaling everything in its vicinity. Whoosh. Sasuke senses the danger and quickly jumps in the air, twisting his body to avoid the deadly spears. Swish, swish, swish. He makes some hand signs while midair. Fire release, Dragon Flame Jutsu. He spews out a large amount of flames from his mouth. The flames morph into a giant flame dragon and rams through the ice, quickly melting it. Fire release, Fierce Dragon Flame Jutsu. Sasuke makes some more hand signs and the flames congeal at a spot, turning into a large dragon head-shaped fireball. Sasuke directs the fireball towards Haku in an attempt to end the battle. With this, the battle will come to an end. I want to preserve my chakra for sticky situations. Besides, this technique requires a large amount of chakra to perform. Boom. The giant dragon fireball engulfs Haku and explodes on top of him. A deafening explosion rings in the surroundings, evaporating the surrounding water. This jutsu. I never saw him use it. It is at least a B-rank jutsu. Kakashi murmurs to himself while witnessing the sheer destructive force behind the explosion. Looks like this battle is over. He shakes his head. No, wait. As if sensing something, Kakashi turns towards the battle. A giant igloo-like dome appears in his vision. The Hunter-nin boy is encased in the ice while sheltered from the explosion. There are some faint cracks on the ice dome, but it's still intact after sustaining that earlier explosion. Such a strong defense. It is almost on par with Kazekage's sand shield. Kakashi murmurs as he inspects the ice igloo. Humph. Sasuke snorts at the giant igloo. So, this dome can distribute the force of blunt attacks over its entire surface, thus greatly reducing the impact. He quickly figures out the weakness of the jutsu. In that case. Swish, swish, swish. Sasuke quickly makes some hand signs. Lightning release, Chidori. Kai, chirp. Chirping of 1,000 bird rings in the air as Sasuke infuses a large amount of lighting chakra in his hand. Whoosh. He flickers towards the ice dome and attacks it with his Chidori. Stab. Crack, crack. The Chidori penetrates through the thick ice barrier and shatters it into countless ice fragments. Stab, spurt. The momentum of Chidori dies down, but Sasuke still manages to stab through Haku's shoulder. Haku tightly clenches his teeth and grabs Sasuke's left arm with his right hand. Swish, swish, swish. He quickly makes some one-hand signs. One-hand signs. Kakashi raises his eyebrows. This boy has quite the talent for ninjutsu, unlike certain someone. Kakashi directs his gaze towards Sakura. Sakura senses a gaze on her. She looks around, but Kakashi removes his gaze and turns towards the battle. It's getting interesting every moment. I wonder what other surprises this boy holds and how will Sasuke react to them. Ice release, 1,000 stinging needles of death. Haku uses the ice version of his earlier water jutsu and summons 1,000 ice senbons to pierce through Sasuke and turn him into a porcupine. Humph. Not so fast. Kai, chirp. Sasuke infuses some more lighting chakra in his left hand and stabs through Haku's shoulder to free himself. Arg. Haku releases a scream of agony and lets off Sasuke's hand. Swoosh. Sasuke jumps in the air to avoid the ice senbons. Stab, stab. Still, a few ice senbon manages to stab through his left leg. Sasuke feels a numbing sensation in his leg as the senbons freeze his chakra acupoints, thus disabling his left leg for a while. Clang, clang. Sasuke pulls out the senbons from his legs and throws them aside. Ha, ha. Haku is breathing heavily as blood spurts from his shoulder. I can't give up at this point. For the sake of dreams of the person I respect, I will give my all. Whoosh. The surrounding temperature plummets rapidly. Haku freezes the wound on his shoulder and starts to make some quick hand signs. Kakashi observes the change in Haku's resolve and remarks. You have got quite the sophisticated tool, Zabuza. The world is a big place. Kakashi Hatake. You will never understand the pain and loneliness of being rejected and feared by your very own people. Zabuza speaks in a hoarse voice. When I met this boy, he was all alone, without any family, without anybody to look for him. I just offered some sweet words, and he became a tool for me. Kakashi lifts his head and turns towards Naruto. Sakura is tending to his wounds as he grimaces in pain. I might not understand his pain, but someone else might. Swish, 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 swoosh. Haku clasps his hands as he finishes his hand signs. Secret art, ice release, demonic mirroring ice crystals. Shum. Shum. The surrounding water vapors quickly condense in ice mirrors and surround Sasuke. The mirrors fuse to form a giant dome of ice mirrors. Whoosh. Haku enters one of the mirrors as his reflection appears in all other mirrors. Now, it's my turn to attack. Chapter 247, 240. Battle of the Bridge, End. Whoosh. Haku's figure enters the ice mirrors surrounding Sasuke. Shum, shum, shum. Multiple reflections of Haku appear in Sasuke's vision. A cloning jutsu. A frown appears on Sasuke's face. He scrutinizes the mirrors and realizes. No. They are his images formed by the phenomenon of the light trapped in this mirror. The light reflected from his body suffers a total internal reflection and thus multiple reflections of his forms in these ice mirrors. Ha! Sasuke takes a taijutsu stance ready to intercept Haku's move. Swish, swish, swish. Haku and his reflections simultaneously make some hand signs. Ice release, 1,000 stinging needles of death. Multiple ice senbons lock on Sasuke's position. Swoosh. Swoosh. The ice senbon barrage attacks him from all directions. Ha! Facing the incoming barrage of the ice senbons, Sasuke takes a deep breath and calms himself. Sharingan. Shurring. Sasuke's eyes changes and a 3-tomo Sharingan appears in both of his eyes. Clang, clang, clang. Sasuke's body moves at an incredible speed as he smoothly deflects all the incoming attacks. His breathing is normal, and there is no hint of exhaustion or sweat on his body. This is... Zabuza's eyes widen in shock. How is this boy able to keep up with Haku's almost light-speed attacks? He murmurs to himself. Soon, he notices the tomos in Sasuke's eyes and gets his answer. No wonder. Haku never stood a chance. Zabuza sighs and stops resisting. Swoosh. Sasuke deflects the final senbon and turns towards a mirror. It's time to end this useless struggle. Swish, swish, swish. He makes multiple hand signs and takes a deep breath. Fire style, blazing fireball shower. He spits out a volley of fireballs into the air. The fireballs spread out through the ice dome and simultaneously attack all of Haku's images. Boom. Boom. The fireballs explode on top of the ice mirrors. Searing flames rise through the ice dome, raising the surrounding temperature rapidly. Crack, crack. Multiple cracks form on ice dome's surface. Bam. The jutsu shatters into countless ice fragments which instantly melt in vapors because of the flames. A figure falls from the air. Whoosh. Sasuke flickers in front of the figure. Ha. He performs a roundhouse kick and attacks the masked face of the figure. Bang. Haku is sent flying by Sasuke's attack. Bam. He crashes into a nearby wooden pillar and his Hunter-Nin mask shatters. Blood leaks from Haku's mouth. His eyes lifelessly stare at Zabuza. I am sorry, Zabuza. I failed to fulfill the mission you gave me. Haku silently murmurs to himself as a wave of exhaustion washed over him. Ha. He is. Naruto immediately recognizes Haku from the previous day. Hey. He is that pretty boy from the previous day. Naruto immediately rushes towards Haku. Seems like you handled the situation well. Izuna appears beside Kakashi and nods his head. It was not much big of a deal. Naruto and Sasuke did most of the job. Kakashi replies without even turning back. I guess. You taught them well. Izuna remarks with a grin. Not as well as you did. Kakashi retorts. Anyway, I will take things from here on. Izuna turns towards Zabuza with a smile. Gulp. Zabuza gulps his saliva as he recognizes Izuna. The silent Shinigami Izuna Uchiha. He is a death god in human form. Looks like this is the end for me. Izuna walks towards Zabuza and stares at the broken blade in his hand. He picks up the broken blade and draws his finger over the broken edge. I hope Mei won't be angry over this matter. It's still one of the famed blades of 7 swordsmen of the mist. The flow of chakra is not smooth in this blade. Also, this blade has durability issues. Izuna judges the quality of the blade. My blade is much better than this. He turns his attention to Zabuza. As for you. Izuna ponders over Zabuza's fate. Gulp. Zabuza gulps another mouthful of saliva as Izuna's gaze lingers over him. He breaks out in a cold sweat as in his mind an image of a Shinigami wielding a scythe overlap with Izuna. The executioner's blade in Izuna's hand glows with a sharp tint as Izuna subconsciously waves it. I will let Mei decide your fate. Since you are a rogue shinobi of Kiri. Phew. Zabuza heaves a sigh of relief. At least it won't be worse than being handled by this death god. Izuna turns his attention towards Naruto and Haku. Yo. I never expected to meet you so soon. Ugh. Haku slowly lifts his head and notices Naruto. Nah. Naruto. He slowly tries to stand up. Hey. Hey. Take it easy. Naruto stops Haku. I will tend to your wounds. He turns around and notices Izuna. Naruto's eyes lit up, and he waves his hand to Izuna. Nisan. I need your help, Nisan. This troublemaker. Izuna shakes his head and walks towards them. He notices Haku's injuries and turns to Sasuke. You went easy on this boy. It's so unlikely of you, Sasuke. Swoosh. Izuna uses mythical palm technique to heal Haku's injuries. I did for sure. If not, then a certain knucklehead would pester me to no end. Sasuke shakes his head. Hey. I won't. Naruto retorts. Oh. Really? Sasuke smirks. If my facts are correct, then a certain someone exhausted himself while training in the wild and then slept like a log in the wild. If not for me keeping a close eye on you, then a certain someone might have sent you on your one-way trip to. Swish. Sasuke does a cutthroat motion. Gulp. Naruto gulps a mouthful of saliva and retorts. In the end, I am safe. Nothing happened to me. I don't know about his intentions. He might have detected my presence and thus I acted as deterrence for him, or there might be some other reason. Sasuke snorts. Okay. Okay. Calm down, you both. Izuna calms them down. Why don't you ask him yourself? He turns to Haku. I. Haku stammers for a while before he gets hold of his breath. An earnest expression appears on his face as he answers. It's true that when I met Naruto, initially I had the urge to kill him and get rid of Zabuza's burden. But, somehow the way Naruto treated me made me change my mind. He treated me like a friend. Up till now, kids of my age were either afraid of my abilities and adults would try to kill me, once they came to know about them. Only Zabuza was different. Even if he treated me like a tool, he never saw me with scorn like others. So. I was happy to be Zabuza's tool. He was my only family. Sniff, sniff. Haku has tears in his eyes as he recounts his past. Sob. Tears stream down Naruto's eyes as he bowls his eyes out. Sigh. Sasuke shakes his head and pats Naruto's shoulder. Izuna silently stares at the group. Look at this bunch, acting all grown up and childish at the same time. Izuna only felt a slight sympathy for Haku. This is the dark truth of the shinobi world. Konoha had it quite easy compared to other nations, thanks to the effort of a certain Hokage. Still, we had our cancerous tumors in the past. Izuna sighs to himself and addresses the bunch. Enough chit-chat. I have to take him into custody and present him to Kiri for judgment. Despite his past, he still has committed lots of crimes under the orders of Zabuza. Now is the time to account for them. But Nisan. He is. Naruto protests, but Izuna glares at him. Naruto gulps a mouthful of saliva and swallows his words. It's alright, Naruto. I have to account for my sins. If I get an opportunity in the future, then we will meet again. Haku assures Naruto. He turns towards Izuna and nods his head. I am ready. Oh. He is quite cooperative. Maybe his interaction with Naruto changed his mentality. That's the protagonist aura for you. Izuna shakes his head and turns to Kakashi. Kakashi. With this, your mission is complete. The only thing left for you is to deal with Gato and his goons. Izuna turns towards the other end of the bridge, where a bunch of hoodlums are marching towards the group. I will take care of it. Kakashi nods his head. Izuna grabs Zabuza and Haku. See you later, everyone. Aayaka jumps from the top of the tree and lands on Izuna's head. Aayaka. Naruto and Sasuke stare at her in shock. I couldn't sense your presence till now. Sasuke shakes his head. You need more training, Sasuke-Nisan. Aayaka sticks out her tongue and teases them. I think so too. Izuna nods his head. NOOO. Naruto and Sasuke sweat drop and yell in unison. Haku is amused to see them act like this. They are already so strong. What kind of training are they doing? It piques Haku's interest. Chapter 248, 241. Origin of Trouble. In Kirigakure. Inside the Mizukage office. While Mei is scrolling through the paperwork, Elder Genji is summarizing the recent turns of events to her. Mizuki-sama, the next bout of Chunin exam would be held in our Kirigakure. Konoha, in honor of our treaty and good faith, would help conduct the Chunin exam. This is a huge opportunity for Kiri to wash away its past and reforge a new future. Indeed. Mei nods her head. It's all thanks to Izuna. He had helped Kiri a lot. Mei closes her eyes and gazes towards the direction of Konoha. I wish I could retire today as the Mizukage and move to Konoha. She turns towards Elder Genji and interrupts him. Elder Genji, how is Chojuro faring with his training? Elder Genji nods his head. Ayo has been taking care of the kid's training. After his promotion to Chunin, the kid has grown out of his shell. Nevertheless, his personality needs a little extra effort. I am sure with time, he would grow in a fine shinobi. As for the position of Mizukage. Elder Genji pauses for a while. Mizuki-sama. I don't think it would be a wise decision to hand over Kiri to a person with such a weak personality. No. It will be all right. Mei shakes her head. I have a hunch that Chojuro will make a great Mizukage. She shakes her head and indulges in paperwork. On top of Mizuki's office. Whoosh. The flying thunder god seal of Izuna glows brightly, and 3 figures teleport out of nowhere. Mei and Elder Genji raise their head as they sense Izuna's chakra. He is here. Mei has a smile on her face. She immediately jumps out of the window and scales the roof. Yo. Izuna waves his hand and hugs Mei. Did you miss me? He smiles at her. Yes, I did. Mei nods her head. Ahem. Elder Genji coughs slightly. If my memory serves me right, then we met yesterday. He remarks. Is that so? Izuna raises his eyebrow. Why can't I remember anything? Izuna smiles at Elder Genji. Bam. Mei elbows him in the gut. Stop fooling around. Tell me the purpose of your visit. She questions him. Do I need a purpose to visit my wife? Izuna retorts. Fine. Now tell me the reason. Mei sighs helplessly. I can't win against him. He is too shameless. She notices Zabuza and Haku behind him. Mei immediately recognizes Zabuza since she knew about him from her academy days. He is Zabuza Momochi, and this boy is. She turns to Izuna for answers. He is the last known surviving member of the Yuki clan. His name is Haku Yuki. Izuna introduces Haku and ushers him in front of Mei. It is nice to meet you, Mizuki-sama. Haku stammers. He is indeed a member of Yuki clan with that appearance. Mei nods her head. Swoosh. Izuna produces the executioner's blade from his kamui. Kakashi and the kids came across them during their mission. I brought them here to let you decide their fate. Mei's expression turns serious as the demeanor of Mizukage appears to present itself. Zabuza is a rogue ninja of Kiri who deserted the village during the Blood Mist era. As such, he has committed treason against the village and his punishment will be decided accordingly. She turns towards Haku and a gentle expression appears on her face. The Yuki clan suffered great injustice under the hands of the previous noble clans. The Yuki clan was a former ally of my Terumi clan. Still, he will face punishment for impersonating as a hunter nin. Let me handle that. Izuna butts in. I will take care of his punishment. Izuna has a smile on his face as he secretly gestures to Mei. Then I will leave it you. Mei nods her head and continues with her work. Later in the evening. Inside one of Kiri's famous restaurant. Izuna and Mei are seated beside each other. Enjoying their dinner. So, you want to recruit Haku for your team? Mei asks him. Yes. That boy has so much untapped potential. His skills with ninjutsu are top-notch. He can use one-hand seals to cast ninjutsu. I can count the number of people who can perform this feat on my fingers. Also, the ice release is the cherry on the top. I will teach him all of my ice release techniques. Izuna picks a piece of meat with his chopstick and dips it in the sauce. Ah. Mei opens her mouth and bites on it. Thankfully, I am using the transformation jutsu to eat here, or as a Mizukage, I would be too embarrassed to do this in public. Mei's face reddens. What's there to be shy about? Izuna chuckles and takes another bite of meat from Mei's hand. This is quite good. He enjoys the flavor of meat and remarks. Still, I am quite sad that you won't be able to assist us with the upcoming Chunin exams. Mei has an unresigned expression on her face. I finally got a clue of an important mission. I can't miss it at any cost. Izuna sighs in an apologetic tone. Kakashi and the rest should be enough for the task. Mei and Izuna spent the rest of their dinner talking about trivial stuff. Alright. I think that's enough for today. I have other responsibilities too, otherwise, I am afraid I won't leave till next morning. Mei abruptly breaks the conversation. Izuna's expression turns sour. It's just some useless job. Let others take care of it. He snorts. No. That won't do. I can't slack with the work. Mei shakes her head. Izuna blankly stares at her as it reminds him of a certain Hokage always whining for more breaks. In Konoha's Yukini-Kyu. Achoo. Tsunade sneezes violently. She waves an empty cup towards Shizun. Shizun. Do you think I caught a cold from overwork? Heek. Shizun helplessly stares at her. Tsunade-sama. I think that's enough sake for the day. I think it's about time we return. Naruto must have returned from his mission. One more Shizun. One more, it won't do any harm to drink more. Tsunade waves the empty cup in front of Shizun. Sigh. Shizun sighs and refills her cup. Let me pay the bill. Izuna places a stack of Ryo on the table. Both of them walk out of the restaurant and scrutinize the nearby area. Kiri has improved quite a lot in these past 3 years. Both of them notice the hustle-bustle of the surrounding area. It's just the light of Kiri. Blood and all sorts of evil still taint the darkness of Kiri. Unless I uproot the problem from the root, Kiri has to bear the burden of its infamy. Mei sighs. Hey. At least, you are giving your best. Things will work out with time. Izuna assures her. Both of them continue to walk through the streets of Kiri. Soon, they arrive near the residential area of the lower class, the slums of Kiri. There is not much improvement in the status of the lower class. Izuna remarks. My hands are tied in this case. Mei helplessly remarks. The elders of the village don't trust these war prisoners and captives. The least I can do is to hire them for odd jobs and increase the number of missions directed their way. That's fine too. You are their leader, not their nanny. Izuna chuckles. Suddenly, a girl in a tattered pink dress walks towards Izuna. This is for you, mister. She passes a small scroll to Izuna and turns around to leave. Wait. Mei stops the girl while Izuna inspects the scroll. There are no traps or other such seals on this scroll. There is no sign of poison either. It's just a plain scroll. Girl. Who gave it to you? Mei interrogates the girl. It was a masked man with glasses who gave this scroll to me. He told me a man and a woman will shortly pass through this area and told me to give this scroll to the men. In return, he gave me some money. The girl produces some coins from her pocket. There is a hint of worry and fear in her eyes. It's all right. She is as clueless as us. Izuna takes out some Ryo and gives it to girl. Thank you, mister. Izuna waves her off. Now for the message on this scroll. Let me see. He opens the scroll and checks its content. There is only a single line carved on the scroll. Izuna Uchiha. Let's meet near the land of origin of Shinobi World. Chapter 249, 242. A desolate meeting. Land of origin. Mei reads the scroll and tilts her head in confusion. If I remember correctly, then there is northwest such place. Mei tilts her head in confusion. You are right. There is northwest such place. Izuna nods his head. Still, the land of origin of shinobi world. Izuna ponders over the details. Is it some kind of prank? Or is someone messing with you? Mei's expression turns ugly. No. Izuna shakes his head. I think I have a good idea of what it means. Izuna pockets the scroll and turns towards Mei. Looks like that's my cue to leave. We will meet tomorrow. He kisses Mei's lips and teleports away. Humph. He and his secrets. Mei snorts and turns towards the streets. Since I am out on a patrol, might as well inspect the situation of Kiri with my eyes. The current Kiri is hung on a fragile balance. One wrong move can overturn the entire scale. Although I claim to be a fair and just Hokage, still my rule is built on a brutal civil war. So, some people might still have some misgivings. Those lurking in shadows waiting for an opportunity to topple my position could easily manipulate such people. With such thoughts, Mei enters an abandoned alley. She makes a hand signal and 3 umbus appear in front of her. Sigh. Mei takes a deep breath and stares at them. You people don't need to keep following me around. One of the umbu members walks in front of her and bows. Mizuki-sama, it's our duty to protect you. Elder Fuji entrusted your safety in our hands. Sigh. Father is too overprotective of me. Mei shakes her head. Since you are already here, I have a task for you all. Yes, Mizuki-sama. The umbus nods their head. Although one faction of the lower class helped us during the Civil War, the other faction kept a neutral stance. Now, this neutral faction is creating trouble for us. Gather intel about their whereabouts and their next course of action. Mei orders them. Disperse. She waves her hand and disperses them. Akage's job is really tiring. I think I need to learn some tips from Lady Tsunade on my next visit. Whoosh. Mei flickers from her position. Izuna returns to his secret base in Konoha. He takes out a scroll from his pocket. Swish, swoosh. He makes some hand signs and infuses chakra in the scroll. Whoosh. The scroll lit up with a red glow, and 3 apparitions appear on top of it. Leader. The 3 figures instantly greet him. MMM. Izuna nods his head. Let's cut to the chase. I have summoned you here because I am about to enter the home ground of our enemy. I received an invitation for a talk from them. Though I don't know their purpose, we have to still entertain precaution to ensure safety. Izuna shares the content of the scroll with the rest of the members. Stay near the borders of the land of Ancestor. I will send a distress signal if I am caught in enemy schemes. Immediately vacate the area and inform the Hokage and others. If nothing else, then the conversation went smoothly. Do you understand? Yes, leader. The group nods their head. Very well. Then I will be on my way to the land of ancestors. Let's see what does the head of Kara's research and development section wants to talk about. Whoosh. Izuna flickers out of the secret base as he travels towards the land of ancestor. Land of ancestor can be considered as the land of origin of shinobi world. It was at this place where the god tree sprouted. Although I have my doubts about the motives of Amato and it could very well be a trap to lure me in, but I am willing to take the risk. Besides, I have a few countermeasures in place. It's not like I won't be able to escape from their clutches. I already have a pretty high mastery of space-time ninjutsu. I can break through most of the spatial confinement and escape with my life. Izuna weighs the pros and cons of this meeting and shakes his head. This is as far as the memories of my previous life can help me. I died too early without knowing how Konoha dealt with Kara. Maybe Kara is similar to Akatsuki, it is the main antagonist of the Boruto series. Whoosh. He arrives in the land of ancestor. He takes out the summoning scroll from his pocket and makes some hand signs. Flying Thunder God technique, reverse summon. Poof. With a puff of smoke, 3 figures appear in front of Izuna. Take your positions. Izuna instructs them. Yes, leader. The group nods their head. All right, I will head towards the root of the Shinju tree. Whoosh. Izuna flickers towards the location of the previous Shinju tree. A vast desolate desert appears in his vision. There are numerous cracks on the ground and a vast patch of barren land is spread far in the distance. The land has lost all of its vitality. It's not a barren piece of land, it is a dead piece of land. Barren land can be restored but this can't be. Izuna surveys the vast patch of barren land around him. Swoosh. A giant crater, about the size of a hidden village, appears in his vision. There are various cracks and indentions spread throughout the crater. Izuna bends down and scoops up a handful of soil. As expected, no trace of life, not even microscopic. He dusts away the sand from his hands and turns his attention to a small hut in the center of the crater. Is that the meeting place? Sparring. He activates his Mangekyo Sharingan and inspects the surrounding area. There are no Fuinjutsu seals around here, no sign of any sealing formation. He turns his attention towards the hut. There is a single person inside the hut. Izuna's gaze pierces through the hut and lands on the figure. He scrutinizes the figure but is unable to sense the chakra signature of the person. It's similar to Jigen. I can't sense his chakra signature. Looks like these Kara members utilize some sort of secret technique to mask their chakra, such that even Sharingan can't see through their disguise. No, I bet even Byakugan would be useless against this technique. Ishiki is an Otsutsuki clan member with quite a high status. Since Byakugan and Sharingan are derived from their clan, he must have some countermeasures against them. As if sensing Izuna's gaze, the person inside the hut waves his hand. Izuna tenses up and gathers nature energy ready to fight it out. Relax, I am not here to fight. A man in his late 30s walks out of the hut. The man has black hair, black beard, and a well-trimmed mustache. He has green eyes and wears thick glasses with orange lenses. There is an unlit cigarette in his mouth as he walks towards Izuna. Izuna immediately recognizes the latter as Amato, the head of Kara's Research and Development Division. Although not much is known about his combat capabilities, he certainly possesses extraordinary prowess to be able to keep even the like of Jigen on tenterhooks. You must be Amato, the head of Kara's Research and Development Division. Izuna remarks as he awaits Amato's response. Oh! Surprise flashes past Amato's eyes. He couldn't help but nod his head in admiration. As expected of the most renounced shinobi of this era, not only your combat capabilities are noteworthy, but even your intelligence-gathering abilities are top-notch. Tying. Amato takes out a lighter from his pocket and lit up his cigarette. He casually walks in front of Izuna and stands facing against him. Izuna Uchiha. The silent Shinigami of the shinobi world. He peers in Izuna's Mangekyo Sharingan and asks him. What are your thoughts on Kara? Chapter 250, 243. Partnership. What are your thoughts on Kara? Amato's questions resound in Izuna's ears. He calmly stares at Izuna, awaiting his response. Kara is the next Akatsuki. No, it's even a greater threat than Akatsuki. If Akatsuki is an S-rank threat, then Kara can be considered above S-rank threat, a threat to the entire shinobi world. Izuna calmly replies to Amato. Quite an apt response. Amato nods his head. He takes a puff from his cigarette and exhales a ring of smoke. So, what would be your response, Izuna Uchiha, if I give you an opportunity to work with Kara? Amato stares him in the eyes. Izuna's gaze turns chilly as he replies with a heavy tone. Will you believe me if I say I will loop off your head in the very next instant? Swoosh. Izuna swiftly draws his blade as a flash of purple lightning flickers in his surroundings. His surroundings turn dark as the world comes to a standstill. Shum. Amato's eyes flicker slightly for an instant, but he maintains his position. Although the flash in Amato's eyes was brief, Izuna still noticed it with his Mangekyo Sharingan. Whoosh. Izuna's blade stops at a hair's breadth from Amato's neck. The icy blade almost touching Amato's neck, ready to behead him any instant. I see. Izuna withdraws his blade and calmly walks inside the hut. Ha ha ha. Amato chuckles. He adjusts his spectacles and follows Izuna. Inside the hut. Izuna is calmly sitting on a chair opposite Amato. I have no interest in Kara. On the opposite end, I am eager to destroy Kara from its root. I want a peaceful and stable life. Izuna remarks. A peaceful and stable life in this world. Amato chuckles and shakes his head. That's just a pipeline dream. This world is more chaotic than you can imagine. Various forces lurk in this world and Kara is just one of them. Oh. Izuna raises his eyebrow. Then how high will you rank Kara compared to other forces? Izuna calmly asks Amato. Tying. Amato lights up another cigarette. He takes a deep puff of smoke and exhales a ring of smoke. The current Kara is in its infant phase. Still, I will rank it in the top 3 just based on our leader's strength. Amato replies. That's low. Izuna's brows scrunch up as numerous thoughts flash through his mind. Does this mean there are other forces which are on par with Kara? Izuna raises his head and stares at Amato. The intelligence-gathering abilities of Kara can be said to be a notch higher than any other organization. So, his words are most probably true. If so, then I can't delay the formation of my organization. This is such a pressing matter. What did you expect? Amato rubs the cigarette on the table and extinguishes it. No. I expected that much. However, the position of other forces surprised me a little. Though I have a rough idea about their identities. Izuna replies without any emotion. Maybe the other forces have something to do with that, Lord Kishin. I will have to more attention to them too. Izuna makes a mental tone. Enough with the chit-chat. Now tell me the reason you sent a letter to me. Don't tell me it is just to recruit me and Kara. Izuna has a solemn expression as his Sharingan pierces through Amato, trying to peer in his secrets. No. Amato shakes his head. Everything I told you until now was a test. The recruitment to Kara, info on other forces. Truth be told, I never expected you to already know about most of these things. I am a little surprised. Amato adjusts his spectacles as the atmosphere turns tense. To be honest, I have a proposal for you. If you agree, then I will disclose the details, otherwise forget about this conversation. Oh. I am a little interested. But your proposal is something which crosses my moral and bottom lines, then sorry to disappoint you, I am not interested. Izuna's expression turns serious. Morals and bottom lines, huh? Amato stares into Izuna's eyes as his eyes flicker with a faint light for an instant. Very well. But first, let me ensure our conversation is truly private. Amato draws a small bottle from his pocket. There are 2 red and 2 blue round pills in the bottle. He unscrews the bottle and takes a red pill out. Gulp. Amato swallows the pill. Arg. Amato's expression turns grim as a seal appears beneath his eyes. The seal is similar to Roman numeral 8. This seal is out. Amato takes out a blue pill and gulps it down. Whoosh. The seal flickers brightly for an instant before fading away. Sigh. Amato takes a deep breath and turns to Izuna. Let's talk now. Izuna notices the earlier series of events as he stares at Amato for an explanation. Despite his strength, Jigen is a calculative man. He doesn't trust anyone besides himself. This seal can monitor all of my activities and can even share my memories with him if required. However, I have already decoded the sealing formation, and it is quite easy to suppress this seal and fool Jigen's eyes. Amato pockets the bottle. Alright. Let's talk business. Izuna nods his head. Quite straightforward, aren't you? Then let's cut to the chase. I want to get rid of Otsutsuki's for once and all, and for that, I need your help. Amato relays his intentions to Izuna. You want to get rid of Otsutsuki's? Izuna raises his eyebrows and stares into Amato's eyes. Looks like you are either underestimating Otsutsuki's or are overestimating my abilities. I am strong, but only according to shinobi's standards. Otsutsuki's are godlike beings capable of easily destroying worlds. Do you think I can hold my own against them? Izuna scrutinizes Amato. Of course, you can't by yourself. But with my intellect and your strength, there is a slight possibility. The choice is all yours to make. Amato remarks. Izuna ponders for a while as he weighs the pros and cons of such possibility. There is also the possibility of Amato backstabbing me. All of it is a facade, and his real intentions are to get rid of a hindrance from Kara's path. Numerous possibility flashes through his mind. In the end. Alright. I will cooperate with you. But you mustn't hide anything from me. Also, you have to beware of Jigen. Izuna has a serious expression on his face. Naturally. Amato nods his head. Jigen has locked himself in an isolated dimension. The previous fight with you took a toll on his body, and according to my calculations, it will take him at least 5 years to recover. Very well. I agree with our cooperation. Izuna shakes hands with Amato. So, what's the first step in our plan? He asks Amato. The time is not ripe yet. I still need to make a few preparations. For now. Amato takes out a syringe from his pocket. I need some of your blood. Your Uchiha clan is a descendant of Otsutsuki. So, your blood possesses some of their secrets. I need to research it to get some fruitful results. Izuna ponders for a while before he nods his head. Alright. He stretches his arm. Amato takes a sample of Izuna's blood. With his blood as a template, I can lay out most of my plans. Amato nods his head in satisfaction. A healthy partnership is built on equivalent exchange. So, I will share some of my intel with you. Amato takes out a scroll from his pocket and tosses it to Izuna. Here is the information which is currently most relevant to you. I am sure you will make good use of it. Izuna catches the scroll and nods his hand. Amato takes out another scroll from his pocket and makes some hand signs. Slam. He slams his palm on the scroll. Poof. With a poof of white smoke, Amato disappears from his position. Reverse summoning. Izuna senses the changes in surrounding space. These space coordinates, they aren't of the shinobi world. They are coordinates of another small dimension similar to Kamui. No wonder the Sins weren't able to trace the location of Kara's headquarters. It's located in a separate dimension protected by a barrier. That Jigen has been accumulating resources for thousands of years. Kara is on an entirely different level compared to Akatsuki. Izuna nods his head as a smile appears on his face. Still, this intel came right on time. I can finally rest easy. Chapter 251, 244. The Seal of Reincarnation Part 1. Izuna flickers to the borders of the land of Ancestor. He makes a hand sign and releases a signal to summon the rest of the members. The three sins appear beside him. Here. Finally, I have a lead on Five Tails' location. Izuna tosses a scroll towards them. Collect the chakra of the Five Tails and report to me in Konoha. Yes, leader. Whoosh. The group disappears from his vision. Sigh. Izuna takes a deep breath and enters the grimoire space. He appears in front of Minato's and Kushina's soul. Minato-san, Kushina-ne-san. After 11 years of wait, I can finally fulfill my promise to you. Sob, sob. Kushina's eyes turn teary and she hugs Izuna. Thank you, thank you. Izuna-chan. I can't describe my happiness in words. Who? Minato nods his head as a smile appears on his face. Of course. I have to take good care of my little brother. Izuna smiles sheepishly. His 11th birthday is close and I want to make it memorable for him. Yes. Kushina wipes her tears. I can finally hug him in person. All these years, it has been hard for him. In Kurama opens one of its eyes and stares at the group. The old memories of his family wash over him. Humph. He snorts and closes his eyes. Humans and their emotions. Later in Konoha. Inside the Hokage office. Tsunade. I have something very important to tell you. Izuna's expression is serious as he sits opposite Tsunade. Tsunade's expression changes and she waves her hand to dismiss the umbus. What's the matter? It has been a while since I last saw you with such an expression. The last time was during the attack on the village. Is the village going to suffer another calamity? Tsunade slams her palms on the table, anxiety clear on her face. No. Izuna shakes his head. But the situation is in no way inferior to the previous one. Tsunade's expression turns grim. If so, then I have to summon the clan leader and the village council. We can't delay this matter any longer. Tsunade takes out a scroll and brush from her drawer, ready to write a summon letter. Wait. Izuna stops her. The circumstances this time are different, and it isn't wise to inform so many people. After all, I don't want the process to fail. Tsunade places down her brush and asks him. So? What's the situation you are talking about? It's better to see it in person. Besides, others are already present there. Tsunade nods her head. In a secret underground room. We are already here. Now won't you fill me on the details? Tsunade and Izuna walk through a passage as Tsunade asks him. Have some patience. You will understand once we get there. Tsunade observes her surroundings and remarks. Danzo has built quite a fort here. I never knew his root had grown to such an extent. The number of resources required to build this base must be quite high. What do you expect? The third Hokage turned a blind eye to most of Danzo's questionable actions, thus giving him an incentive to be more unbridled. Izuna shakes his head. Well. Tsunade has a conflicted expression on her face. She can't deny Izuna's words since there is some truth to them. But she also can't blame her sensei for Danzo's deeds. This reminds me of the situation with Jiraiya and Orochimaru. One grew in the shadow of sensei, the other in Danzo's. If only. Tsunade shakes her head and discards her thoughts. Soon, both of them arrive in a large hallway. There are a few people already present in the hallway. Tsunade recognizes all of them. Sakuma-san, Mizuki-san, Kakashi, Gai, Itachi, Shursue, you all. Greetings, Hokage-sama. All of them greet her. She turns to Izuna for answers. These are a few of the people I trust the most in the village. Today, I am going to perform a crucial forbidden technique and I need all of you to watch over me. Though the chances of failure are slim, still I can't afford to take any risk. Izuna enters the hall, and the group follows. Whoosh. As soon as the group enters the hall, a dense wave of chakra assaults them. Swoosh. A Fuinjutsu formation lit up and erects a barrier. This is. The eyes of the group turn into slits as a massive Fuinjutsu seal appears in front of them. The seal extends to the other end of the giant hall, spanning a distance of almost 50 meters. Such complex seal. Tsunade takes a deep breath as she stares at the giant seal. Even the barrier formation surrounding Konoha isn't this complex. She remarks. Yes. Although I don't have any detailed knowledge in Fuinjutsu, still I have paid a few visits to the barrier team's headquarters and that seal lacks compared to this seal. No, there is no comparison at all. Sakuma nods his head in agreement. I remembered Izuna made some changes to the barrier formation around the village after the Chunin exam event. But this is on an entirely different scale. Kakashi remarks. Shursue and Itachi silently agree with the fact. Of course. I have exhausted all of my Fuinjutsu knowledge to create this seal. You can say it to be the finest masterpiece. This seal took me 10 years to complete. Izuna remarks with a smug expression. 10 years. The group sucks a breath of cold air as they stare at Izuna with wide eyes. What kind of seal is this? You are a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster and it took you 10 years to complete this seal. Tsunade peers in Izuna's eyes. Kakashi, Itachi, and Shursue activate their Mangekyo Sharingan and inspect the seal. There are 8 different circular nodes on the outer edge of the seals. Various seals which are connected to a giant central node surround the other circular nodes. The central node is a giant Tai Chi symbol. One half of the circle is black separated by a curved line. There are 2 giant white dots in the black half instead of the usual one. Similarly, the other white half has 2 giant black dots instead of one. The seal is absorbing vast amounts of nature energy from the surroundings. Tsunade senses the abnormal flow of nature energy whereas the trio of Kakashi, Itachi, and Shursue can see the flow of nature energy with their Sharingan. What's the purpose of this seal? Tsunade questions him. I am also interested in this seal. Somehow, I can sense an abnormal amount of energy from this seal. Mei remarks. How do I say it? This energy is similar to chakra, but it is also a bit different. Mei shakes her head in confusion. What? Mei can sense nature energy. Izuna raises an eyebrow. When I met her for the first time, I sensed her aptitude for the Sage mode and it was average. She wasn't suited to learn Sage mode. But now, she can sense nature energy without any help. What's going on? Many thoughts flash through Izuna's mind and he is unable to conclude. Is it because she bore my child? No. What am I even thinking of? He furiously shakes his head and discards such thoughts. It's the nature energy. This seal is absorbing large amounts of nature energy to sustain itself. But I am not sure of the details. The group turns to Izuna for answers. Ahem. Izuna clears his throat and enters in his professor mode as he explains. The group rolls their eyes as they stare at Izuna. Still, they attentively listen to Izuna's explanation. The basis of Fuinjutsu is to use your chakra as a medium to create desired effects since your chakra is completely under your control. However, not everyone is proficient enough to draw using chakra. It requires a certain degree of mastery to achieve that feat. Izuna stares at them with a smug, as if implying something. The rest of the group silently nods their head in understanding. Narcissist. This guy is a narcissist. After a short pause, he continues the explanation. Thus, the Fuinjutsu seals are drawn using the ink made from the ingredients grown in the Shikatsu forest. Those ingredients are rich in nature energy and can easily act as a substitute for one's chakra. However, the effect of such seals is not that great, and it limits the potential of the seal. But in this case, I substituted my chakra with the nature energy. The reason being, if I used my chakra to create this seal, the seal will crumble apart once I left this place. It is part of the reason why sealing scrolls are made of the bark of trees grown in Shikatsu forest. That paper has special chakra conductive property and can retain the external chakra for almost a millennium. Izuna finishes his explanation as he ponders to himself. Also, this seal is a test of my Fuinjutsu abilities. I have been stuck at the Grandmaster level of Fuinjutsu for nearly 14 years. Finally, after so much pondering, I saw a new hope to reach the next level. To touch on that level, I have to return to basic. Since Fuinjutsu affects nature and nature energy is derived from nature, then what will happen if I use nature energy infused with my will to draw the seal? Only one way to test it out. Chapter 252, 245. The Seal of Reincarnation Part 2. Whoosh. As Izuna was explaining the intricate details of Fuinjutsu to the group, 3 shadows flicker beside him. Izuna notices them and nods his head. You are here, which means... Leader. That task you gave us is complete. Wrath takes out a giant scroll and passes it to Izuna. Good. Izuna nods his head. You 3 can stay and watch the entire process. The rest of the people also notice the 3 and nods their heads. They are already aware of Izuna's organization, though they do not know about their identity. Izuna turns to Tsunade and the group. Since everything is here, let's start the process. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He takes out 7 giant scrolls from his storage. The scrolls paired with the new scroll have various Fuinjutsu seals on them and are almost the size of a person. Swish, swish, swish. Izuna infuses some of his chakra into the scroll and they float in the air. Whoosh! Izuna waves his hand and the scroll lands on the 8 trigram nodes around the seal. Swish, swish, swish. Izuna makes some hand signs and slams his palm on one of the seals. Whoosh! An enormous amount of chakra flows through the seal and connects with the 8 nodes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The scroll opens up to reveal a kanji 4-1. Similarly, the rest of the scrolls also open up to reveal kanji 4-2, 3, 4-8. Wham! The chakra in the scroll resonates with each other and the kanji letter glows with different chakra colors. Phew! Izuna takes a deep breath. The first step is complete. Next, he infuses some chakra in the sin seal. Swoosh! 2 large coffins appear in front of the group. The rest of the group are flabbergasted to see the coffins. Izuna removes the lids of the coffins and takes out 2 bodies. He places the bodies in 2 different black circles in the white half of the Tai Chi symbol of the central node. They are. The expression of the rest of the group changes as they recognize the 2 bodies. Swoosh! Tsunade instantly flickers in front of Izuna and grabs his collar. Izuna Uchiha. What's the meaning of this? Her expression turns scary as she subconsciously riles up her chakra. At the sidelines, the expression of Sakuma, Kakashi, and Guy also changes. They have a hint of shock on their faces. Only Mei, Shursue, and Itachi are a little calm. Sensei. Kakashi mutters as sorrow, grief, and remorse appear in his eyes. Ha! Izuna takes a deep breath and places his hand on Tsunade's shoulder. Calm down, Tsunade. He releases some of his chakra and suppresses her chakra. Listen to me first. Humph. Tsunade calms down a little and glares at Izuna. Mind explaining why you pilfered the grave of Kushina and Minato? Even if you ignore the fact that Minato was the 4th Hokage, at least you should respect the peace of your teachers. Tsunade's anger flares again. How will you face Naruto in the future? You should never disturb the dead. Swoosh. Izuna riles up his chakra, and instantly an immense pressure bears down on the group. I don't have time for this emotional drama, just inspect Minato and Kushina's body. He nudges Tsunade towards the center of the seal. Humph. Tsunade snorts and approaches the seal. She places her hand on Kushina's body to check her condition. Kushina has grown up under the care of her grandmother and was like a younger sister to her. If not for Izuna's identity, she would have punched out the daylight out of him. Lube. Dub. Lube. Dub. Tsunade feels a very faint heartbeat. What? Her expression turns grim, and she releases a loud cry. She quickly turns towards Minato's body. Lube. Dub. Lube. Dub. Similarly, she could feel a faint heartbeat from Minato's body. The rest of the group is startled to hear Tsunade's cry. Mei quickly approaches her and asks her. Tsunade-san, is something wrong with them? Tsunade takes a deep breath and turns to Izuna. Minato and Kushina are alive. No. They are in a near-death situation. But how could it be? Her gazes penetrate through Izuna trying to seek the truth behind the matter. Very well. Then watch carefully. Izuna makes some hand signs and dispels the illusion. Whoosh. The rest of the group turns towards Minato's and Kushina's bodies and notices various sealing chains erupting out from their body. The chains are holding a mass of ethereal energy together. If not for the chains, that ethereal mass would have escaped already. As the group identifies the ethereal mass, the trio of Kakashi, Shursue, and Itachi is able to see much more. A drop of tear falls from Kakashi's eyes as he mutters. Sensei. You are alive. The trio can see the outline of the ethereal mass. It looks exactly like Minato and Kushina. Izuna points towards the ethereal mass and remarks. These are the souls of Minato-san and Kushina-ne-san. Minato-san used the dead demon-consuming seal to seal the Yin half of Kurama and thus his soul was contracted to Shinigami. As for Kushina-ne-san, if not for my seal, her soul would have already passed away to Pure Land. Numerous emotions fluctuated through the eyes of the group as they stare at the scene. However, all of them are amazed by Izuna's response. So. Can you save them? Sakuma questions him. Yes. Izuna nods his head. If it was a natural death, I would have been helpless to do anything, but since I was present during the time of their death, I was able to save them using a forbidden jutsu of my Mangekyo Sharingan. Izuna mixes the truth with lies. Earlier, he had a conversation with Minato and Kushina and they decided that it would be unsafe to disclose the secret of Grimoire. I see. Tsunade nods her head as she calms down. It took me 10 years to research a method to fuse their soul and body. Izuna walks towards the central Tai Chi seal and infuses a large amount of nature energy as he explains to the group. This revival technique is based on the forbidden technique, Edo Tensei, of the second Hokage. Edo Tensei summons the soul of the dead from the Pure Land. It requires the body of a living human as a sacrifice to host the summoned soul. This body acts as a medium to connect the Pure Land and the living world. However, there are various flaws with Edo Tensei. Firstly, the strength of the soul summoned is nowhere near as powerful as it was during the time of their death. Secondly, the body of the medium turns into ashes and dust, which are inorganic in nature. Izuna allows the group to digest the information. All the preparations are complete. He asks Kushina's and Minato's souls to move inside the white circles present in the black half of the Tai Chi symbol as he continues his explanation. However, I was able to remove these limitations thanks to Orochimaru's research on Edo Tensei. Paired with my research, I came up with this technique. I call it swoosh. Izuna enters Sage mode. A cyan clock of nature energy appears around his body. There is a giant magatama on his front and back. Yin-yang technique, summoning, heavenly pure world reincarnation. Swish, swish, swish. He makes multiple consecutive hand signs and slams his palm on a kanji seal for balance. Whoosh. The entire seal lights up with a cyan glow and the surrounding nature energy pours into the seal. Yin and yang represent the dualism of nature. How the two contrary forces are complementary, interconnected, and interdependent in the natural world. The body of a living being represents yang, while their soul represents yin. Now, I have to search for a balance between yin and yang. Therefore, those white and black nodes which you see in the yang and yin half are the balance nodes. The souls are placed in the white node of the yang half since the soul is seeking a balance with the body. Similarly, the body is placed in the black node of the yin half since the body is seeking a balance with the soul. My body will act as a conduit and will transfer this massive amount of nature energy to their body and soul. So, I have to focus the entirety of my concentration on the process lest it may fail. So, stay on guard everyone. The rest of the group raises their guard to the max and focuses on the process. Swoosh. A similar seal appears around Izuna's navel region and his body floats atop the central node. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The seals with the tailed beast's chakra light up and release large amounts of chakra towards Izuna. Whoosh. Izuna's body absorbs the chakra of the 8-tailed beast and 8 small magatama symbols appear on his chakra cloak beneath the giant magatama. Swoosh, swoosh. Numerous changes occur on Izuna's chakra cloak as more and more seals appear on his body. Swirl. The Sin seal activates and more totems and seals erupt from it. These seals merge with his cloak and stabilize the massive amount of chakra. With the Sin seal as a medium, numerous strings of Izuna's chakra connect with Kushina's and Minato's body. Shum. The Tai Chi symbols rotate slowly and a bright glow appears in its center. The rest of the group closes their eyes because of the blinding light. Whoosh. The process lasts for 5 minutes and the bright glow fades away. Ha, ha. Izuna breathes heavily, and his body falls to the ground. Swoosh. Mei immediately catches and hugs him with a worried expression. Izuna's face is pressed in between 2 large mounds. A smile appears on his face as he weakly raises a thumb. I am fine, just a little exhausted. Just hold me like this for a few minutes and I will recover. Mei nods her head, but soon understands Izuna's intention. A blush appears on her face, but she quickly hides her embarrassment. Is it successful? Tsunade asks in trepidation. Izuna-kun succeeded. A sweet voice falls in their ear as Kushina slowly opens her eyes. Kakashi and Tsunade immediately flicker beside them and help Minato and Kushina. We are all right. Minato nods his head as he sits up. Izuna-kun is successful. Chapter 253, 246. Reunion. Sensei. Kakashi has tears in his eyes as he stares at Minato and Kushina. You have grown well, Kakashi. Kushina ruffles Kakashi's hairs. Youth. This is youth. Tears stream down from Guy's eyes as he clutches his fists. You too, Guy. Minato sweat drops at Guy's antics. Move aside for a while, let me check their body. Tsunade pushes everyone aside and inspects Minato and Kushina. Guy and Kakashi obediently move aside as there is a hint of worry on their face. After inspecting for a while. Tsunade's expression turns grim. The others notice her expression and Minato asks her. Tsunade-san. What's the matter? Is there something wrong with our body? No. Tsunade shakes her head. On the opposite, both of your bodies are brimming with vitality. It's like, both of you have been reborn. Tsunade has a conflicted expression on her face. Wow. Kushina checks her complexion, which is as smooth and healthy as a baby. It looks like I have reverted to my teen years. Kushina happily pinches her skin. Zthi. Mei intensely stares at Kushina's skin as envy appears in her eyes. Oh. Izuna notices the envy in her eyes. He takes out a bottle from his pocket and passes it to her. Ahem. I got this souvenir from my recent journey to Land of Valleys. This is a special lotion filled with vitality. It nourishes skin and helps retain youth. I brought it especially for you. Really? Mei immediately grabs the bottle and a smile blooms on her face. Ha. Izuna heaves a sigh of relief and snuggles into Mei's bosom. Eh. He feels an intense stare on his face. The stare is almost penetrating, as if it wants to burrow holes in his body. Izuna lifts his head and notices Tsunade, who is glaring at him with a murderous gaze. Humph. Tsunade harumphs and cups her hands in front of her chest. Boing. Her massive chest shakes with her momentum. Gulp. Izuna gulps his saliva and takes out another bottle from his pocket. Eto. Tsunade-sensei. This is for you. Humph. Tsunade snorts and grabs the bottle. There is a slight hint of joy in her expression, but she hides it quickly and a stern expression appears on her face. The atmosphere turns awkward and silence descends on the surroundings. It's a good thing that the vitality of that tree has condensed in this liquid. I will gift the remaining liquid to my parents and relatives to slow down their aging. Tsunade is using her transformation jutsu to maintain her appearance. Suddenly, it reminds him of Mito Uzumaki, who maintained a youthful look through her middle age. It was only during her later years that she aged rapidly. Cough, cough. Tsukumo coughs slightly to break the ice. Lord Fourth. We have already heard about Izuna's narration of the event. We would also like to hear your part of the story. Izuna withheld most of the information of the incident. Tsukumo glares at Izuna and turns to Minato. Enough. Tsunade's shout calms everybody down. Escort them to Konoha Hospital. I need to do a thorough checkup. Your questions can wait for a while. Later in the hospital. All the preliminary procedures are complete. Now we have to just wait for the blood sample report. Tsunade heaves a sigh of relief after the checkup. She turns to Minato and Kushina. Let's talk now. All right. Minato nods his head. Wait. Izuna makes some hand signs and creates a barrier around the room. It's to prevent someone from eavesdropping. The things we talk about today can prove detrimental for Konoha's safety if words get out. Then shall I leave? Mei asks him. It's all right. Just stay here. Izuna holds her hand. Okay. Mei nods her head. Kushina notices this, and a mischievous grin appears on her face. Izuna notices the grin and grimaces. Looks like this prankster is up to no good. Aayaka will get along well with Kushina-ne-san. All right. Minato adopts a serious expression and narrates. A few months before the Ninetales attack, Kushina and I sent Izuna-kun on a secret mission to Uzushiobakure to investigate the remains of the Uzumaki clan. However, the investigation took longer than expected and Izuna-kun didn't make it on time, otherwise, I would have entrusted him to protect Kushina. Izuna nods his head. About that mission. Izuna rummages through his storage and takes out a scroll and passes it to Minato. This is the report of that mission. Minato takes the scroll from Izuna. Izuna turns to Kushina and reports. Kushina-ne-san. I found the origin and the heritage of the Uzumaki clan. Ne-san, you should pay a visit to the heritage with Naruto. Really? Kushina curiously asks him. I thought the elders of the clan destroyed the heritage. No. What they destroyed are just the superficial things. The real heritage is hidden deep down in the village. Whoosh. Izuna takes out the Shinigami Oni-eye mask. This mask is the key to the seal. The other mask is in the no-mask hall. Izuna passes the mask to Kushina. I have already checked the Uzumaki secret chamber for dangers. It's safe for Kushina and Naruto. All right. Kushina grabs the mask and keeps it. Meanwhile, Minato briefs the entire incident to the rest of the group. Minato's eyes turn to Izuna. Previously, while being sealed with Kurama for 10 years, both Minato and Kushina have picked a bunch of skills from Kurama. Kurama's years of experience in the shinobi world had led him to develop a plethora of skills. Telepathic communication, long-distance chakra transfer, creating chakra constructs, knowledge of unique fuinjutsus are few among them. When Izuna asked him why he never used these skills, Kurama rolls his eyes and replies. I can easily smash everything with my size and chakra. As for other times, I was suppressed or controlled before I could do anything. Minato establishes a telepathic connection. Izuna-kun. Should I reveal about the other cloaked figure who attacked us that night? Let's put it on hold for now. We will talk about it later. Also, another powerful enemy will visit us soon. We have to prioritize him first. Minato withholds the information about the other cloaked figure. So, that's what happened, the group exclaims. Izuna's account of the incident is similar to yours. Tsunade nods her head. But, do you have a clue about the identity of the perpetrator? The Ninetales was under a Sharingan genjutsu, so it has to be a member of the Uchiha clan or someone who possesses a powerful Sharingan. The group turns to Uchiha clan members and Kakashi. If we exclude the Uchiha clan members and Kakashi, then our only suspect is Danzo and Orochimaru. Tsukumo speculates. Danzo and Orochimaru. Both of them are dead. Shursue remarks. Then who else it can be? Kakashi frowns. Izuna slowly stands up from his bed and walks towards Minato's bed. Minato-san, I think it's about time you reveal the truth to Kakashi. Minato and Kushina's expression turns sour. Kushina bites her lip, and a tear appears in her eyes. Yes. Eventually, Kakashi will learn the truth. Minato sighs and turns to Kakashi. Kakashi. You have grown enough to not be overwhelmed by your emotions and sentiments. Still, you must promise me to not take any reckless action. Kakashi senses a feeling of foreboding. He clutches his fists and nods his head. I am ready, sensei. The person who attacked and killed the wife of the Lord Third, the person who released Ninetale's seal and controlled it to attack the village, the person who attempted to kill Naruto and almost killed us is. Kakashi takes a deep breath and steadies his nerves. Obito. 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 These words resound in Kakashi's ears. His eyes widen to the extreme as he stands rooted on the ground. Oh. Obito. How could this be? It can't be. Obito is dead. Kakashi incoherently murmurs as his body shivers incoherently. Wake up, Kakashi. Izuna pats Kakashi's shoulder. Wake up to reality. Face the truth. Izuna infuses chakra in his voice to disrupt Kakashi's sense of mind. Bam. Kakashi falls on the ground, his body covered in a layer of cold sweat. Sigh. Tsukumo sighs to himself and silently pats Kakashi's head. Once I too was fallen into such a state. This is the life of a shinobi. Blood, hatred, and betrayal plague this land. Son. I won't say much. But keep in mind, your father always has your back. Tsukumo pats Kakashi's back. A few minutes later. Sigh. Kakashi takes a deep breath and calms his nerves. I am sorry, Dad. Sensei. I was overwhelmed by emotions. I am fine now. Good. Tsukumo nods his head. Here. Izuna extends his hand to Kakashi, who grabs it and stands up. This is the reason why I never told you about the killer. If I did, you would recklessly chase after Obito, abandoning everything. I won't stop you now, but I suppose you will be able to figure everything on your own. I will. Kakashi nods his head. Still, how did Obito get this strong? He was an average chunin, but how did he turn into such a powerful shinobi capable of fighting toe-to-toe with Sensei in just under 1.5 years? Kakashi turns to Izuna for answers. Well, about that, why don't we talk later? For now, we have a birthday party to attend. Chapter 254, 247. Birthday Party Part 1. Boring. This training class is so boring. Aayaka is sitting on top of a tree while the rest of the class spars with their respective partners. Why do I have to attend the academy with the rest of the people? She grumbles to herself. Flashback no jutsu. Oni-san. Mom. Dad. Academy is so boring. I don't want to attend anymore. Most of the stuff they teach there, I have already mastered it a long time ago. I want to learn from Oni-san, his training is way better. Aayaka complains. Sigh. Izuna sighs and pats her head. I know. I can teach you way better compared to the academy. Even the kids of the other clans won't learn much from attending the academy. See. Even Oni-san agrees with me. Aayaka puffs her chest. But that's not the key point. If you immerse yourself in training, you will lose the fun of training. Academy is not just a place for learning, it's also a place for making friends and enjoying your childhood. The friends you make during this time will have your back in the future when you form a 3-man squad. So, don't be rude to your classmates. Izuna ruffles her head as Aayaka puffs her cheek. Fine. Today is Naruto Oni-san's birthday. I have to give him a surprise birthday party. But I can't do everything on my own. Let me ask my classmates for help. She jumps from the tree and approaches a group. The chattering of the group falls in her ears. One day, I will surpass my grandpa and become a great Hokage. A kid with short spiky brown hair and blue eyes is holding a shuriken in his hands. You can do it, Kimimaro. Another kid with short brown hair cheers for him. The kid has a drip of snot hanging from his nose as circular glasses frame his dark eyes. Go. Go. Kimimaro. A girl with orange hair tied in two big pigtails cheers for the boy. Aayaka watches them and notices the position of shuriken in Kimimaro's hand. She rolls her eyes and approaches them. He is going to miss the target. Aayaka stands beside the boy and girl and remarks. No way. Kimimaro. The boy and girl yell and turn around to argue. They notice Aayaka and their voice remains stuck in their throat as memories of a past incident flash through their mind. A few days ago. In a playground. Oi. Look at those creepy eyes. She is one of those Hyuga freaks. One of the kid remarks. Oi. Oi. But isn't she from one of the 4 noble families? Humph. What noble families? People from noble families like that are always stuck up. Look at those eyes, they are looking down on us. You want to gang up on me for losing in the spar earlier. So be it, I will fight with you. Hanabi takes a stance. Gulp. One of the kids gulps his saliva. Oi. Tajiro. What are you afraid of? We are 3 and she is 1. We can easily beat her. Why? Yas. Tajiro clutches his fist and runs towards Hanabi. Ha. Hanabi engages in a fight with the 3 of them but soon is forced on the defensive. On a nearby bench. Udon. Should we help her? They are 3 and we are also 3. The orange-haired pigtail girl asks the brown-haired spectacle kid. Moegi. I heard that Kashio's big brother is already a genin. Hanabi is a member of the Hyuga clan, so she would be fine, but, what about us? Won't his big brother beat us up? The brown-haired spectacle kid argues. But. Moegi stutters and stops. Humph. Pathetic. A powerful, sonorous voice drags their attention. Aayaka calmly strides towards the group and stands in front of Hanabi. She ignores the 3 boys and turns to Hanabi. What are you afraid of? You can easily beat these brats up. But. Hanabi murmurs. Hey. Isn't this that Uchiha girl? The class queen. Kashio remarks. Humph. I remember she punched me during the spar and knocked me out. Tajiro complains. Then let's beat her up too. Kashio cracks his fist. Humph. A bunch of weaklings. Aayaka folds her hands in front of her chest and mocks the civilian kids. You. The 3 kids dash towards and surround her. Bam. 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 Bang. She knocks out the kid and walks towards a swing. I don't even know who you are. She remarks to the unconscious kids. Thank you. Hanabi thanks her. MMM. I am your rival, right? Then get stronger, if you don't want to be left behind. Aayaka notices Udon and Moegi, but she ignores them. A while later. Kashio slowly stands up and notices Aayaka on the swing. Damn. This girl. I will ask my Nissan to beat her up. He wakes up his buddies and runs out of the playground. Just you wait. 5 minutes later. A rotund boy with burly arms enters the playground. He has a forehead protector tied around his belly. The 3 civilian kids are following him closely. She is the one. Kashio points towards Aayaka. The rotund boy notices the Uchiha and Hyuga symbols on Ayaka's and Hanabi's clothes. He flinches a little but walks towards them. Ha. Aayaka lifts her head and notices the towering shadow of the big, rotund boy hovering over her. He stops her swing and speaks in a hoarse voice. Apologize to my brother and his friends. Aayaka frowns and stares him in the eyes. And why should I apologize? The big, rotund boy is taken aback by Ayaka's remark. He turns to his brother questioningly. Nissan. Just now she beat us up. He frowns and remarks. I won't allow you to bully my younger brother even if you are from a noble family. Ha. But your brother was the one bullying. I just taught him a lesson. Aayaka turns to Kashio. No. Nissan. She is lying. Look how she beat me up. Kashio points towards his swollen eye. So that's how it is. The genin is convinced by his younger brother's words. Whatever. Aayaka stops arguing. If you want a beating, I will give it to you. 10 seconds later. Bang. The big rotund boy sprawls on the ground with his eyes swollen. If one punch won't work, then I will punch you twice. Moegi and Udon stare at Aayaka with a wide-open mouth. Swoosh. Konohamaru throws the shuriken and misses the target. What? Moegi and Udon stare at Aayaka in astonishment. Can she predict the future? Yes, it has to be. Both of them nods their head. What's this future nonsense? It's just his hand wasn't positioned correctly. Aayaka waves her hand. Anyway, I need your help with something. Oh. I will help too. Konohamaru walks towards them. It's nothing much. I just want to hold a surprise birthday party for Naruto-ni-san. Aayaka nonchalantly waves her hand. Boss Naruto. The eyes of Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon shine brightly. We will help too. All three of them nods their head. I will help with the cake. My family runs a bakery. Moegi waves her hand. Then I will help with the decoration. Udon adjusts his spectacles. All right. It's settled then. Konohamaru, I and Hanabi will invite his friends. Aayaka pulls Hanabi towards her. Okay. Hanabi nods her head. Good. Let's start the preparation. Swoosh. The gang rushes out of the academy. Hey, kids. The academy isn't over yet. Aayaka yells at the departing kids, but they ignore him and dashes out. Sigh. These kids. They are at the top of this batch. Guess, skipping one day won't matter for them. But they shouldn't make it a habit in the future. Aayaka sighs to himself. What am I even thinking as a teacher? But how can I stop that girl? Never mind. Chapter 255, 248. Birthday Party Part 2. In Training Ground 3. Yawn. Naruto slowly opens his sleepy eyes. I fell asleep again while training. He slowly stands up and notices the sun overhead. It's almost time for lunch. I will eat some ramen from Ichiraku. Gulp. Naruto gulps his saliva as small drool leak from his mouth. Whoosh. He flickers to the nearby lake and washes his face. 10 minutes later. I am here. Naruto walks towards the ramen stall. Boss. Give me a bowl of charso ramen. Make it extra large. All right. Aye. Coming right up. Tsuchi nods his head as Ayam walks out of the shop. It's been a while, Naruto, since I last saw you. Oh. I was busy completing some missions. Naruto scratches his head. He looks around the shop as his gaze lingers on the calendar. Ah. Ayam-san. What's the date today? Naruto asks Ayam. Oh. It's October 10th. Ayam answers him as she prepares the flour. October 10th. Which means? Naruto mumbles to himself. Bam. Tsuchi places the bowl in front of him. Your ramen, kid. This one is on the house. It has been a while since you last visited us, and also today is a special day. Tsuchi winks at him. Sob. Naruto's eyes turn teary. Thank you, boss. It's nothing much. Tsuchi shakes his head. Naruto slowly eats his ramen as various thoughts flow through his mind. No one came to wish me a happy birthday. Did they forget about it? No, it can't be. He shakes his head. There must be a surprise party for me. It has to be. I have to check it out. Naruto's mood cheers up and he slowly savors the ramen. Meanwhile, Hanabi and Konohamaru invite all of Naruto's friends. Aayaka returns to her house. Mom. Today is Naruto-Nisan's birthday. I want to give him a surprise party. Oh. Our little Aayaka has grown up. She is even planning a birthday party. Akira chuckles and ruffles her hair. Humph. Aayaka puffs her cheeks and smugly folds her hands in front of her chest. Of course. All right. Your Oni-san already told us about it. Aiko waves her hand. Then help me with the celebration. Let's decorate Tsunade-Nisan's house. Aayaka tugs her sleeves. No. This time the venue is a little different. Aiko shakes her head. Oh. Tell me. Tell me. Aayaka jumps in excitement. Let's wait for your Aunt Mikoto and Fumiko. We will go there together. All right. Aayaka nods her head. In the Konoha hospital. Here. Izuna takes out a set of keys and passes them to Minato. These are. Minato questions him. The keys to your house. After your supposed death, I bought your house with all the money I had saved from my missions. I am quite rich, you know. Haha. You brat. You are bragging in front of me. Remember the days when I lent you the money to buy the material for your Fuinjutsu training? Kushina chuckles. Alright. Let's go. I can't wait to see Naruto. Minato shakes his head. There is still some time before the surprise. Before that, why don't you meet someone else? Izuna walks towards the window. He is already here. Swoosh. Izuna opens the window and a long white-haired man in red Haori jumps inside. Oi Uchiha brat. Why did you call me on such note? Jiraiya's jaw drops midway, and he gasps in astonishment. Minato. Kukuku. Kushina. Hey. Sensei. Minato waves his hand. How are you, Jiraiya-sensei? It's been a while. Kushina also waves her hand. Ha. Jiraiya takes a deep breath and turns to Izuna. Oi brat. Is it one of your weird genjutsu again? If it's not funny. Jiraiya grabs Izuna's collar. Sigh. Izuna sighs and signals to Kushina. Swish. Kushina pinches Jiraiya's ears. Ah. Ah. Jiraiya winces in pain and hurriedly turns to Kushina. See sensei. You feel pain. So, it's as real as it can be. It's not a dream and not a genjutsu. Minato chuckles and walks towards Jiraiya. Also. Minato whispers something in Jiraiya's ear whose expression turns pale. Izuna perks his ears to eavesdrop on their secret. Stop. Stop. You are the real Minato. I believe you. Jiraiya hurriedly stops Minato from speaking further, yet Izuna is able to hear a few words. Tsunade. Panties. Oh. Izuna's mouth opens wide as he stares at Jiraiya. This is a big scoop, definitely a big scoop. He calmly stares at Jiraiya's panicked expression. I will let it slide this time. Somehow, Izuna feels pity for Jiraiya and looks at him with a sympathetic gaze. Oi. Oi. What's with the pitiful gaze of yours? Why do I feel like you are making fun of me? Jiraiya stares at Izuna with hatred. Ahem. I am also here. Kushina clears her throat. Minato sweat drops and retreats. Kushina glares at him and turns to Jiraiya with a smile. Sensei. Looks like I need to have a long chat with Tsunade-san. No. Jiraiya panics as he hastily performs a Dajiza in front of Kushina. Kushina. Why don't you let bygones be bygones? Creak. The door to the room opens up. Huh. What's the matter? What bygones? Tsunade enters the room. Whoosh. Jiraiya hurriedly stands up and clears his throat. Ahem. Nothing. Nothing. I was just reminiscing some memories with my student. Ha. Jiraiya's eyes turn teary as he stares at Kushina and Minato. I would have to live with the fact that my sensei and student departed right in front of me while I was helpless to do anything. Looks like I can finally die in relief. Bam. Tsunade elbows him. What nonsense are you spouting? You old pervert. Don't raise a flag. Izuna shakes his head. All right. Jiraiya takes a deep breath as his expression turns serious. So, will anyone fill me on the details? Half an hour later. So, that's the gist of it. Minato finishes narrating the entire series of events. I see. Jiraiya turns to Izuna and nods his head. Brat. I never knew you were this capable. Izuna rolls his eyes. Don't try to act cool, you pervert. Besides, I am more capable than you think. Izuna retorts. Yeah. Whatever. Jiraiya shrugs his shoulder. Clap. Izuna claps his hands to get their attention. Let's go for Naruto's birthday party celebration. This time Aayaka has planned a surprise birthday party for him. Oh. Aayaka. I can't wait to hug her. Kushina hugs herself with a flushed face. Izuna sweat drops as he remembers the bear hugs Kushina used to give him in his childhood. Aayaka. Your brother is with you. I will pray for you from a distance. In the evening. Sigh. Naruto sighs to himself as he exits the Uchiha compound. No one. There is no one at home. Just now, he paid a visit to Sasuke's house and Uncle Fugaku told him that Sasuke, Itachi, and Shisui left for a clan mission. Even Izuna-Nisan is not at his house and Aayaka is probably at the academy. Sigh. He sighs again and walks towards the Senju compounds. Wait, a sec. Could it be they are preparing a surprise party at home? Naruto cheers up in excitement. Whoosh. He hurriedly dashes through the streets and reaches the Senju compound. I am home. Naruto pushes open the door in excitement. Oh. You are back, Naruto. Wash up and I will prepare dinner. Shizen greets him. It's only you, Shizen Ni-san. Where is Tsunade-ba-san? Naruto asks depressingly as his excitement dies down. Tsunade-san is busy with her Hokage duties. The next Chunin exam is on the horizon and she has to make arrangements for it. Shizen responds to him as she enters the kitchen. I see. Naruto enters the bathroom and washes himself up. Guess, everyone forgot about my birthday. He mumbles to himself while bathing. Naruto Ni-san. Help. Naruto Ni-san. Ayaka's weak voice falls in Naruto's ears. Ha. Naruto immediately stands up from the bath and quickly wears his outfit. He walks towards the gate and notices Aayaka in a battered state with some blood leaking from her mouth. Naruto Ni-san. Aayaka weakly falls to the ground. Whoosh. Naruto flickers towards her and supports her. What's going on? What happened? Who did this to you? His expression turns gloomy and anger rises from the bottom of his heart. Ni-san, it's a Chunin. I beat up his brother, and he called his elder brother for revenge. Aayaka hugs him tightly as tears flow from her eyes. Naruto remembers some previous incidents where Aayaka beats up many bullies including some Chunins. But for a Chunin to beat her like that? How dare he? Naruto's eyes turn red as a wisp of red chakra leaks from his body. The whiskers on his cheeks become more prominent. Aayaka. Just tell me, where is he? Naruto growls in anger. Yes. Follow my directions. Aayaka points out the direction, and Naruto quickly follows the path. Soon, they arrive in front of a two-story house with an orange-tiled roof. He lives there. Aayaka points towards the house. All right. Leave it, your big brother. Whoosh. Naruto flickers in front of the door. Bang. He forcefully kicks the door, breaking it in the process. Come out. How dare you bully my sister? Chapter 256, 249. Birthday Party Part 3. Surprise. Naruto stops in his tracks as these words greet him. Pop. Pop. The lights in the room lit up with a burst of party popper. Happy birthday, Naruto. The group wishes a warm and hearty birthday greeting to Naruto. Ah. Naruto is flabbergasted to see this. He turns to Aayaka. I am sorry, Naruto Ni-san. Aayaka jumps in front of him and wipes the blood stain and undoes her transformation. It's a surprise, after all. Aayaka sticks out her tongue. You guys. Tears burst out from Naruto's eyes as he stares at the group of people. Sob. I thought you all forgot about it. Naruto wipes his tears and turns to the group. Thank you, everyone. If you want to thank someone, then thank Aayaka. Sasuke remarks. Yes, she planned to hold this celebration. We just lent her a hand. Shizen enters the house from the broken door. Aayaka. Thank you so much. Naruto tries to hug Aayaka with tears and snot. Of course, I am your Amato. I have to take care of you. Aayaka smugly folds her hand in front of her chest. Haha. The rest of the group laughs at her antics. Izuna walks in front of Naruto and taps his forehead. Naruto, you remember the promise I made to you, right? You mean? Naruto jumps in excitement as Izuna's promise freshens up in his mind. Soon, Naruto. Soon, you will meet with your parents. He looks around for a while but fails to see anyone else besides the people he already knew. NNN. Ni-san. Whoosh. Suddenly, a pair of hands gently block Naruto's vision. Naruto freaks out and touches the pair of hands. Somehow, he feels a sense of familiarity from these pairs of hands. Numerous emotions surge through his heart as those warm pairs of hands give a familial feeling. Kushina's motherly instinct triggers the moment her hands touch Naruto. Naruto. Mother has missed you for so long. Tears erupt in her eyes as she lovingly gazes at Naruto. You have grown up, Naruto. 11 years have passed since then. I could only watch you grow from a distance, never able to ease your pain, loneliness, and sorrow. But now I won't leave your side. Kushina silently pledges to herself. M.O. Mom. Naruto unconsciously mutters these words as a stream of tears flows from his eyes. He immediately turns around and hugs Kushina. The once familiar body warmth makes his heart flutter. He silently sobs into his mother's embrace. Kushina gently caresses Naruto's head and ruffles his hair. Yes. Naruto. Mama is back. Tears stream down from Kushina's eyes as she tightly embraces Naruto in her bosom. Sob. Naruto continues to shed tears in his mother's embrace. The tears of bitterness, loneliness, sadness slowly flows away. He separates from Kushina and a sweet smile blooms on his face. Welcome home, Mom. Yes, I am back. Kushina wipes her tears and gently smiles at him. And I won't leave your side never ever again. The rest of the members of Konoha 11 silently stare at the reunion of Naruto with his family. I am so happy for you, Naruto-kun. Hinata wipes tears from her eyes. Youth. This is youth. Lee clutches his fists. Only Shikamaru notices Minato, who is silently standing beside Naruto with a warm smile. He is. Shikamaru's eyes widen in shock. He quickly gazes at the Hokage monument from the window to confirm his guess. It can't be. He is. He compares Naruto and Minato's looks. The close resemblance leaves him flabbergasted. I see. Well, whatever. What a drag. Shikamaru shrugs his shoulders. The eyes of Aiko, Fumiko, and Mikoto also widen in surprise. All of them glare at their respective sons for an explanation. Shursue and Itachi tacitly turn to Izuna. Izuna notices their piercing gaze and gulps his saliva. He turns towards Shursue and Itachi for help. Whistle, whistle. Shursue and Itachi whistle and ignore his glare. Izuna signals to them with his eyes. Get ready for double training. We will do triple the amount of training. Just don't drag us into your mess. Shursue and Itachi signals with a smug smile. HNNGH. Izuna grits his teeth but raises his hands in surrender before the power of the Mother Gang. The Mother Gang nod their head and turn to Naruto and Kushina with motherly love in their eyes. What about me? Are you upset with your dad? Minato ruffles Naruto's hairs. Dad. Naruto tightly hugs Minato. I missed you, Dad. Dad missed you too. You have grown well, Naruto. Minato laughs heartily and pats Naruto's head. Happy birthday, Naruto. Thank you, Dad. Naruto flashes a brilliant smile. So, did you like my birthday present? Izuna smiles at the family reunion. Yes, Nisan. It's the best gift ever. Naruto wipes his face as tears and snot leak out, making a mess of his face. Okay. All right. For starters, go and wash yourself. The party hasn't even started yet. Minato pats Naruto's head. Yes, Dad. Naruto nods his head. Come to Mama. Kushina waves her hand. Mama will help you bath. I never got a chance to bathe you. But. I have grown up. Naruto awkwardly rubs his head. It's fine. You are still a kid to me. Kushina forcefully drags Naruto in the bath. Haha. The rest of the group laughs at their antics. That's just like Kushina. She hasn't changed at all. Tsunade remarks. Of course, she is still the red hot-blooded habanero of Konoha. Izuna laughs. All right. Now tell us everything in detail. The Mother Gang turns their gaze to Izuna. Gulp. It's like this. Izuna hurriedly recounts the major details while skipping a few important parts. Humph. Bam, bam. 2 giant lumps rise on Izuna's head. Izuna silently uses the Mystic Palm technique to heal himself as he turns to Tsunade. I can understand why Mother bonked me, but why even you? Ha. That helped me shook off some pent-up frustration. I feel so relaxed now. Tsunade stretches her arms. Izuna swallows his words and walks to the middle of the room. He clears his throat and addresses everyone. The news about Minato and Kushina-san is a very confidential matter. It can disrupt the fragile balance of peace among the 5 shinobi nations. Sunagakure already suffered a crushing defeat under our hands and the entire world is aware of our alliance with Kirigakure. I bet Kumogakure and Iwagakure are already on tenterhooks at the moment. IWA had to bitterly swallow the taste of humiliating defeat during the Third Shinobi War, whereas Kumo has suffered way too many losses under my hand. Now if they come to know about the presence of the previous Hokage, then they might as well as join hands and ally with neighboring small countries to attack us. Izuna pauses as he stares at the expression of all present here. The adults nod their heads in affirmation whereas the kids except for Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Niji are slightly clueless. The revival of Minato is a huge matter. He acts as a major deterrent to the shinobi world with his feats recorded during the Third Shinobi War. Good. I think everyone is aware of the graveness of this matter. With that being said, let's continue the celebration. Later at night. On top of Hokage Monument. Izuna is silently staring at the starry night as the huge moon flickers in the sky. I have 4 years to search for a solution. Although, I have already harnessed the 6 paths chakra. It's not enough to heal the damage in my body. Perhaps I will get my answers from the Otsutsuki Shrine in Land of Demons. But that shrine is so elusive. I haven't been able to track its whereabouts at all. Izuna slightly tilts his head as May appears in his vision. Wow. It's such a wonderful place to look at stars. She remarks. Yes, it is. Izuna hugs her in his embrace. Ahem. So, Izuna, why did you call us here? Kakashi coughs slightly. Izuna lifts his head and remarks. Kakashi, can't you pretend to be air for a bit while? I have been here for the past half hour. Isn't that long enough? Kakashi rolls his eyes and takes out a book from his pocket as he grumbles. Besides him, Guy is climbing back and forth on the backside of the Hokage monument with one hand. As for Yamato, he is standing still like a tree. Whoosh. Whoosh. Several figures gather in front of him. All right. Since everyone is here, let's start the meeting. Chapter 257, 250. Inyo. All right. Since everyone is here, let's start the meeting. Izuna jumps towards the backside of the mountain and the rest of the group follows him. Swish, swish. While in midair, Izuna makes some one-hand signs. Swoosh. A spatial tunnel opens in front of the group. Kakashi, Itachi, Guy, and Tsunade are surprised for a moment as they curiously stare at the tunnel. Come in. Izuna gestures for them to enter. Whoosh. The tunnel closes after everyone enters it. Soon, the group appears in a dark space with a vast stretch of emptiness. Izuna takes a step forward and the place lights up. He walks deeper into space. The rest of the group follows him. This seems to be a small independent dimension. Minato senses the surrounding space and mumbles. Yes, I created this small, independent space. It's only the size of a clan compound. Izuna informs them. That's quite incredible. Minato is amazed by this small dimension. It's all thanks to your guidance, Minato-san. Izuna scratches his head. Anyway, this is going to be the new headquarter of our organization. After some renovation, this place won't be much different from our previous place and it is much more secure compared to the previous one. He nods his head in satisfaction. I can't help but steal the idea from Kara. The other members curiously inspect the space. It's like a pocket in space, Kakashi mumbles to himself. I wonder if I can access Kamui from this dimension. Kakashi activates his Mangekyo Sharingan. Kamui. A small tear opens in space. Kakashi infuses more chakra to expand the tear. Whoosh. Poof. A powerful Fuinjutsu seal surrounds the tear and forcefully closes the tear. I knew it. Kakashi is taken back by the Fuinjutsu seal. A trail of blood leaks from his eyes as he deactivates his Sharingan. Here. Kakashi-senpai. Yamato passes a handkerchief to Kakashi to wipe the blood. I forgot to mention, this place is sealed by space-time Fuinjutsu seal, and the space in this area is locked. Unless you have the key to the seal, you won't be able to influence the space in this dimension. Minato takes out a kunai from his pocket. Swish. He throws the kunai in a random direction and tries to use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Clank. The kunai falls on the ground while Minato is still in his previous position. There is no doubt about it. Abilities like teleportation, blink, and portal formations are restricted here. Minato nods his head. I spent almost a year studying the formation around Ryuchi Cave and Shikatsu Forest. This is the product of my research. Izuna proudly stares at his creation. Looks like I can't fall behind in my training or else Naruto won't even look up to me. Minato chuckles. You will forever be Naruto's hero. The hero who fought against Ninetales and saved the village. Izuna shakes his head. If I am Naruto's idol then you are the person he strives to be like. Then that's more of a reason for me to restart my training. Minato picks up his kunai. Minato-san, I have a few things to discuss with you. Izuna walks deeper into space. Minato, Mei, and Tsunade follow him. Minato-san, you already know the specifics of my organization. MMM. Minato nods his head with a serious expression. Our enemy is way too powerful. We must prepare in advance to deal with them. It's the part of the reason you found Inyo. Inyo is the name of Izuna's organization. It translates to yin and yang, which is synonymous with light and shadow. Tsunade and Mei stare at each other with apparent confusion. Minato. Izuna. Was this a part of your plan? Tsunade asks them out of curiosity. Pretty much. Minato nods his head and reveals the information about the purple-robed guy. Tsunade-san, our enemy is immensely powerful. He possesses godlike powers and we can't even comprehend the limit of his power. Minato takes a deep breath. Not only this, I am afraid there are more powerful beings like him secretly eyeing our world. Minato reveals the secret information he read in the records of Mount Myaboku, Shikatsu Forest, and Ryuchi Cave. What? Tsunade and Mei's expression turns grave. If that's the case, then won't our lives be at the whims of these beings? Not really. Izuna shakes his head. From the information I have gathered, there are two powerful factions. And these factions are at odds against each other. So, we still have around 15 to 20 years to prepare before a full-blown war starts. Izuna recounts the incident of future events from his memories. My presence has drastically changed the shinobi history, but it shouldn't have any major impact on Otsutsuki and other worldly forces, right? Izuna questions himself. When the time comes, Inyo will deal with these otherworldly threats. Currently, it has two branches, the Light and the Shadow branch. The members of the Light branch are the major fighting force of the organization, whereas the members of the Shadow branch are responsible for gathering intelligence, reconnaissance, and assassination. The group nods their head in understanding. The members of the Light branch include Minato-san, Kakashi, Guy, Shisui, and Itachi. Naruto and Sasuke will join once they grow up. As for the members of the Shadow organization, I can't reveal their identity. Izuna shakes his head. I made a promise to hide their identities. Currently, there are only 4 members with codenames Pride, Wrath, and Envy, and Sloth. Members of the Shadow branch will report to me. That makes sense. But there are only 11 people. If you exclude Sasuke and Naruto, then only 9 remain. Would such a number be enough? Tsunade raises a question. It's more than enough. Izuna firmly nods his head. At such a level of fight, numbers won't matter anymore. What matters is the combat prowess of the individual. In his new body, Minato-san is easily as strong as Naruto in his Ninetales chakra mode. Also, he has Sage mode to top it off. Itachi and Shisui will reach Grandpa's level once they awaken their EMS. Guy is also a monster with the perfected version of 8 gates. Kakashi is a genius in the art of combat. He created an A-rank jutsu at the age of 12. Let's not talk about Naruto and Sasuke, both of them have the plot armor of the main character. Mei, Tsunade, and Minato helplessly shake their heads, sensing Izuna's firm gaze. Still, in case of a full-blown war, we definitely need an army to hold the enemy, Minato argues. If that's the case, then we must inform other nations of the impending threat. Tsunade proposes. Yes, I don't think we can overcome our enemies just by ourselves. An alliance is necessary to counter our enemies. What do you think, Izuna? Mizukage. Minato curiously stares at Izuna and Mei for an answer. Kirigakure is already an ally of Konoha. So of course, we will lend a hand. Besides, this matter concerns the future of the shinobi world. Mei agrees immediately. Minato-san's leadership skills are exemplary. From the very start, I plan to make Minato-san the leader of Inyo. There is a ticking time bomb in my body and I have to search for a solution. Izuna places a hand under his chin as he is lost in thinking. As for the matter of the alliance, in the normal course of history, Akatsuki will force other nations to join hands. The name of Madara Uchiha is enough to instill fear in the hearts of every shinobi. Sigh. Although I am stronger than Grandpa in his prime, I lack feats to match my strength. Izuna shakes his head in despondency. I wonder what Akatsuki will do next. Tsunade, Minato, and Mei notice his expression. Is there any problem? Tsunade questions him. No. It's just that. Buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sensation spreads through his head. Whirl. The chakra in his body starts to circulate on its own. I. Izuna clutches his forehead and falls to the ground. Izuna. Mei, Tsunade, and Minato hurriedly support him. Chapter 258, 251. Awakening. Izuna. Mei, Tsunade, and Minato hurriedly support him. Izuna feels a heating sensation in the optic nerves around his eyes. Swoosh. His body furiously absorbs the nature energy of the surroundings. The nature energy fuses with his chakra and forms a wisp of dense cyan chakra. This chakra circulates in his body and moves towards the optic nerves in his eyes. Don't tell me it has finally manifested. Whoosh. Izuna loses consciousness as his skin turns pale. The expression of the rest of the members turns grim. What? What happened to him? Mei grimly asks Tsunade. Tsunade inspects Izuna's body. After a while, she heaves a sigh of relief. It's not anything major. At least for him. She raises her head and notices the worry in others' eyes. He is suffering from acute chakra deficiency. His chakra is drained to the very last wisp. Isn't that harmful? If a person ran out of chakra, then won't his body substitute it by draining his vitality? Kakashi remarks. If it was someone else, then that might be the case. But Izuna is a sage, His body is absorbing the nature energy of the surroundings to replenish his chakra. Tsunade picks up Izuna. Minato. Let's get out of here. He needs an environment with rich nature energy to recover. Tsunade instructs Minato. Alright. Minato makes some hand signs and a spatial tunnel opens in front of them. The group exits the small dimension. Swish, swish. Reverse summoning jutsu. Tsunade makes some hand signs and slams her palm on the ground. Whoosh. She reappears in the Shikatsu forest atop the giant tree. Tsunade-sama. Katsuyu walks out of a nearby cave. She notices Izuna in Tsunade's lap. Katsuyu, quick. Send some of your smaller clones to help Izuna. He is suffering from chakra deficiency. Allow your clones to help gather nature energy for him. Tsunade orders Katsuyu. I am on it. Tsunade-sama. Katsuyu immediately summons her clones. The clones crawl over Izuna's body and absorb nature energy. Their body glows with a cyan hue. Good. Tsunade nods her head and carries Izuna to the treehouse on top of the giant tree. She lays him on the bed and walks out onto the balcony. A stream of fleeting clouds blocks the radiant moonlight as they shine with a silvery hue. The fleeting clouds occasionally cast a shadow over the giant tree. Ha! Tsunade takes a deep breath, a breath full of vitality and vigor. He will be all right. It's not his first time. Tsunade shakes her head as her hairs flutter in the winds. Like the fleeting clouds, she discards her worries. It's pointless to worry too much. I have to return to Konoha. Tsunade leaves with some instructions to Katsuyu. Where am I? Izuna groggily opens his eyes as the familiar white space appears in his vision. My mindscape. Crack, crack. Izuna cracks his neck and slowly stands up. What's going on? Why am I in my mindscape? Soon, Izuna recounts the earlier chakra outburst near his eye nerves. It's about time to awaken my Rinnegan. 13 years. It took me 13 years to awaken my Rinnegan. He slowly stands up and walks towards the center of his mindscape. Various floating orbs with elemental energy appear in his vision. Numerous chakra orbs revolve around a dense purple chakra orb in orbits. This reminds me of the solar system. Izuna closely inspects the floating purple chakra orb. No. To be precise, it is like an atom. Whoosh. Izuna waves his hand and the chakra orbs halt and float towards him. He looks around but fails to notice anything out of ordinary. Let me feel the changes in my body first. Maybe I might get some clue about my current situation. He closes his eyes and inspects his body. His body is absorbing vast amounts of nature energy at an incredible rate. The dense cyan chakra has accumulated around his optic nerves. The consumption of chakra is too much. At this rate, the chakra would be evenly distributed among my eyes and I will awaken a normal Rinnegan in both eyes. Izuna tightly clenches his fists. I won't allow it. I want to awaken a Kekkei Mora, not a Kekkei Genkai. The words of Hagoromo echoes in his mind. Kekkei Mora isn't a power, it is a divine state. A divine state that uses the principles of all creation to command all things in nature. It is a manifestation of natural law and order. To acquire this ability, severe training and refining of chakra are needed or the effect would be too small to make a difference. No matter the suffering that goes against one's steel conviction, one cannot give up. To achieve samsara and destiny's guidance, only those who carry these traits will be given the power to temper the laws of the world, the power to wield concepts. Izuna grits his teeth in pain. The Rinnegan awakened by grandfather and Sasuke is a Kekkei Genkai. Since they don't have any understanding of the law and concepts behind the abilities, they can only awaken a set of predestined abilities. But I am different. I have shed blood and sweat to master these abilities. After coming this far, how can I settle with a normal Kekkei Genkai Rinnegan? I won't give up. Ha! As if feeling Izuna's desperation, the orbs around him tremble violently. Shirring. A giant Rinnegan eye opens in his mindscape. Whoosh, whoosh. Space and time orb flies towards the Rinnegan and merges with it. Shirring. 2 tomos appear in the innermost circle. It's not enough. Ah. Izuna urges the rest of the orbs to fuse with the Rinnegan. Whoosh. The purple orb flies towards the Rinnegan and fuses with it. A 3rd tomo appears in the innermost circle of the Rinnegan. To create a Kekkei Mora, I have to fuse all elements. However, the current me is not capable of such a feat. I have to search for an alternative. Izuna focuses his entire spirit on the Rinnegan as his mindscape trembles violently. Kekkei Shur is a precursor to Kekkei Mora. What if I fuse more Kekkei Shur with the Rinnegan? An incredulous idea pops into his mind. Whatever, if I fail here, the worst case will be my death. Anyway, I am fated to die in 4 more years. Then I might as well take the risk and make a go for it. Clarity returns to his mind as he focuses his entire attention on the various orbs floating around him. I have to choose 4 distinct elements to combine out of the 5 elements. The number of such possible combinations is 5. I have already created the electromagnetic release, which leaves me with 4 possible combinations. Izuna solely concentrates on the floating elemental orbs around him. Merge. He urges the orbs to merge with each other. As if sensing Izuna's intention, the orbs furiously repel each other. Ha! I can't fail after coming this far. Izuna bites his lips and urges the orbs with his entire being. After countless failures, he manages to create 4 more Keki-Aishur orbs. Go. Izuna weakly waves his hand to direct the orbs towards the Rinnegan. Swoosh, swoosh. The orbs merge with his Rinnegan and 4 more Tomo appear in it. There are a total of 7 Tomos. I guess I won't be able to awaken a 9 Tomo Rinne-Sharingan. Sigh. Izuna helplessly shakes his head and sighs to himself as his vision deteriorates. Whoosh. The light and the darkness orb around him tremble and shoot towards the Rinnegan. Wham. The 2 orbs merge with the Rinnegan and 9 Tomos appear on the Rinnegan. Finally, my heart can rest easy. Izuna feels heavy as darkness shrouds him. In the outside world, the nature energy of the entire Shikatsu forest furiously pours into his body. An enormous amount of chakra accumulates around his left eye. Shirring. Izuna's Mangekyo Sharingan awakens on its own. Swirl. The pattern of his Mangekyo changes as the Skara turns purple. 5 concentric rings form on the Skara. Shirring, shirring. The concentric rings are followed by 9 Tomos which arrange themselves in the inner concentric rings. The rings continue to rotate for a while before it eventually calms down. The color of the Rinnegan changes to blue, red, golden, and it finally settles to purple. Bzzz. The awakening of the Rinnegan sends a jolt through Izuna's body. In a faraway dimension. A pale white figure with 4 crooked horns resembling a crown slowly opens his eyes. The heavenly eyes of Samsara have awakened in its truest form. It's the most exalted eyes comparable to pure eyes. Tap, tap. The figure taps his finger on the armrest of his throne as an attendant appears in front of him. Our clan has fought this battle for eons. It's finally time to end it for once and for all. Summon the elders of the clan. The 4-horned figure clenches his fist. Yes, my lord. Whoosh. The attendant disappears from his position. The time has come. The time for the god to awaken. Chapter 259, 252. Keki Mora. Ugh. Izuna slowly opens his eyes as the gentle sunlight of early dawn greets him. He slowly wakes up from the bed and stretches his muscles. My muscles are stiff but my spirit feels so refreshed. Swoosh. A dense wave of nature energy assaults his senses. Huff. He takes a deep breath of fresh air and walks to the balcony. The scenery of lush greenery and dense forest appear in his vision. His vision is sharper than ever as he is even able to see a tiny insect on a blade of grass a mile away. He immediately recognizes this place as the Shikatsu forest. This is Shikatsu forest, which means swirl. Izuna produces a blob of water in his hands. The blob morphs into a mirror. He inspects his left eye and notices the ripple pattern with 9 Tomo. That wasn't a dream. I have finally awakened my Rinnegan. Not only that, it's a Keki Mora Rinne-Sharingan. He waves his hand and dispels the blob of water. It will take me a while to get used to this eye. Camouflage. He mutters and a veil of light covers his left eye. Now I don't even need to make hand signs to cast a jutsu. How convenient. But, it's also boring. Hand signs are the true identity of a shinobi. Izuna inspects his body and notices the small cracks in his chakra system. Rinnegan is a manifestation of chakra. It mostly enhances the spiritual side of the body. Now my body is falling behind. At this rate, my body won't be compatible with chakra and I will explode like a bomb. A shiver runs down Izuna's spine. That wisp of 6 paths chakra which I harvested from the summoning heavenly pure reincarnation is already used up. Now I have to depend on myself to fend off this disease. Which reminds me, how did the sage of 6 path die? His spirit is still alive and kicking in his incorporeal form. Was his body also too weak to host his powerful soul and thus failed him at old age? Izuna ponders over this detail. The members of the Otsutsuki clan have a prolonged lifespan to the point of being immortal. Kaguya has all of her chakra drained and her body was sealed in the moon, yet she can still revive herself. Then there is that Ishiki. His entire body was sliced in half and yet he can still live long enough to possess another body, and even that body is alive for almost 1,000 years. These Otsutsuki sure have the vitality of a cockroach. They're sure all lots of secrets. I can only depend on Amato's research and my discoveries about the Kama. With my new abilities, the research will be smoother. Crack, crack. Izuna cracks his neck and jumps from the top of the tree. I need to stretch my muscles to lessen the stiffness. Bang. He heavily lands on the ground and creates a crater at his landing place. Those wild beasts will be a nice sparring partner to test my new abilities. Whoosh. Izuna flickers towards the territories of the wild beasts. Ha. The main body of Katsuyu crawls out of a cave. The earlier commotion has attracted her attention. Looks like Izuna-kun is awake. I must immediately inform Tsunade-sama. Katsuyu summons one of her small clones and sends it to Konoha. Bam. Bam. Multiple explosions occur in a distance. A large cloud of dust and debris rises in the air. Izuna-kun is at it again. He sure likes to bully others. Katsuyu shakes her head and enters her cave. Konoha. Inside the Hokage office. Chi. A messenger eagle shrieks near the window. Shizun opens the window and receives the letter. She takes out a pill from her pocket and feeds it to the eagle. Chi. The eagle flies towards the nursing pen of Konoha's information department. Tsunade-sama. It's a letter from Kakashi. Shizun presents the letter to Tsunade. Tsunade unfurls the letter and reads its content. Kakashi and the group have arrived at Kiri. The Chunin exam will start in a week. Till that time, the Genins will familiarize themselves with the place and relax a little to ease the stress of the journey. Good. Tsunade nods her head. I will visit Kiri during the final phase of the exam. Tsunade folds the letter and stores it in a drawer. This time most of the young children of the various clans are taking part in the exam. To ensure their safety, I sent Kakashi, Guy, and Itachi. Shursue is busy with his duties as the executive chief of the Konoha's police department. Ha. Tsunade stretches her arms and relaxes on the chair. Creak. The chair weakly moans under her weight. Shizun silently stares at Tsunade. It must be the weight of her breast. She thinks to herself. Shizun. Why do I feel like you thought something rude just now? Eek. Shizun freaks out. NNN. No. Tsunade-sama. It must be your imagination. Shizun wipes a bead of cold sweat from her forehead. Probably. Tsunade nods her head. Oink. Oink. Taunton nods in agreement. Swoosh. Poof. White smoke appears on Tsunade's table and Chibi Katsuyu crawls out from the smoke. Katsuyu. Tsunade perks up and corrects her posture as she picks up the Chibi Katsuyu. Tsunade-sama. Izuna-kun is awake. Tsunade-sama. Chibi Katsuyu reports as Taunton squishes it in her embrace. Oh. That's good news. Tsunade's mood cheers up. She waves her hand and summons the Umbu. Whoosh. A yellow-haired Umbu with a tribal mask appears in front of her. You can remove the mask, Minato. Tsunade orders. You summoned me, Lord Fifth. Tsunade informs Minato about Izuna's awakening. That's a relief. Minato heaves a sigh of relief. He pushed himself to his limits to perform that ritual. I will immediately inform Kushina of this good news. Whoosh. Minato teleports from the office. Let's meet with him. It has been a month since he went into a coma. Tsunade grabs Chibi Katsuyu from Taunton's clutches, who groans in displeasure. Oink. Oink. Swish, swish. Tsunade makes some hand signs and reverse summons to Shikatsu Forest. Whoosh. She appears in Shikatsu Forest alongside Chibi Katsuyu. Tsunade-sama. The main body of Katsuyu walks out of her cave. Where is he? Tsunade asks her. Boom. Another violent explosion rings in the distance. Tsunade's expression turns ugly, and she turns towards the direction of the explosion. Everyone is worried about him and the first things he does after waking up is to create chaos. Whoosh. Tsunade enters Sage mode and dashes in the explosion's direction. Sigh. The main body Katsuyu, and the Chibi Katsuyu sighs. She is acting like an angry housewife again. In the forest. Izuna is floating in front of a giant croc. Yo. Your body looks sturdier than the previous guy. Look at those shiny scales. I am sure you can handle a beating. The giant croc trembles in fear as he stares at Izuna with terror in his eyes. His neighbor, a giant python, is tied around a tree in a bow tie knot. Roar. The croc roars at Izuna and warns him to not approach him. He opens his giant maw as his teeth glisten with sharpness. Mother's birthday will arrive soon. Maybe I can give her a purse made of crocodile leather. Izuna rests his palm against his chin as he scrutinizes the giant croc. Brrr. A shiver runs down the giant croc's spine as it notices Izuna's scrutinizing gaze. Roar. No, skin. The crocodile mumbles some incoherent words. Oh. He has awakened his spiritual intelligence. Katsuyu. Add him to the list. A chibi Katsuyu jumps from Izuna's shoulder and marks the giant croc's body. That makes it 3. Seems like the wild animals of the Shikatsu forest are developing intelligence at a rapid rate. Izuna pats the giant croc's head. Study well or else. Plop. The giant crocodile falls on the ground and loses consciousness. Sigh. What a weak-hearted croc. Whoosh. Izuna. Tsunade is rapidly dashing towards Izuna. Her right hand is balled into a fist and it glows with a light green chakra. Izuna has noticed her a long time ago. No, you don't. Whoosh. Tsunade phases through Izuna's body, who is nonchalantly floating at his place. Bang. Her punch shatters a nearby 2-story rock into pieces. Izuna breaks out in a cold sweat as he stares at the remains of the boulder. Phew. Thankfully, I avoided it. Otherwise, the concussion from a direct hit would have hospitalized me for a day. Yo. What's the big deal? I just woke up, and this is how you greet me. Izuna has a sour face as he complains. Humph. Can't you see how worried we are? It has been a month since you went into a coma and the first thing you do is to squander around. Tsunade roars in anger. A month. Shit. Izuna hurriedly grabs Tsunade's arm despite her resistance. Whoosh. He teleports to Konoha together with Tsunade. Chapter 260, 253. Cookie. In Uchiha compounds. At Izuna's house. Ha. Ha. Aayaka is repeatedly swinging a katana in a forward slash. Akira is observing her from the side. Your posture is still too stiff. There is still a lack of coordination between your blade and body. The blade should act as an extension of your arm. Just incorporate this in your practice. He instructs her. Yes, Dad. Aayaka nods her head as a drop of sweat trickles down from her forehead. Akira stares at her resolute expression and nods his head. Izuna was too much of a genius. I never got a chance to train him seriously. He just comprehended everything at such a rate that it took the joy out of teaching. However, I can keep up with Ayaka's learning pace. All right. That's enough practice for today. Akira stops her. But Dad. I can keep going. Aayaka protests. No means no. Akira flickers behind her and seizes the katana from her hands. You shouldn't exhaust yourself from excessive training. Akira pats her head. Okay. Dad. Aayaka mumbles. Aayaka. Aayaka. A loud voice interrupts them. Oh. It's Aunt Kushina. Aayaka perks up and instantly dashes towards the front yard. Is my cute little sweetie at home? Yes, I am. Aayaka hurriedly dashes towards the door. Here you are. A smile bloom on Kushina's face. Now give me a hug and I will give you good news. Kushina opens her arms wide. Ah. Aayaka hesitates, but Kushina pulls her into her embrace and gives her a bear hug. So, what's the good news? Aayaka stares at Kushina with expectation in her eyes. Take a guess. Kushina raises her hands. Is Oni-san back? Aayaka places a hand under her chin and mimics Izuna's action. How cute. Kushina pats Ayaka's head. Yes, your brother is back from his mission. Kushina nods her head. After consulting with Akira and Aiko, Tsunade fabricated a lie to not break Ayaka's heart. It may cause her past trauma to resurface. Since Tsunade is the Hokage, Aayaka naturally believed the lie. Yay. I want to surprise Nisan. Aayaka raises her fists. Then let's bake some cookies for him, Kushina suggests. Yes, I will bake the best cookies for him. Aayaka hurriedly dashes towards the kitchen. This girl. She is so energetic when it is related to his brother. Aiko shakes her head. She turns to Kushina. About Izuna. Is he all right? Yes. The news came from Tsunade-sama. So, he should be all right. Kushina nods her head. Phew. Aiko heaves a sigh of relief. That boy, he worries me to no end. Whoosh. Izuna and Tsunade appear in the Hokage's office. Oink. Oink. Taunton is startled to see them. Whoosh. Minato appears in the office after sensing the commotion. Mei appears with him. Are you all right? Mei hurriedly dashes towards him and gently touches his face. Of course, what will happen to me? Izuna puffs his chest. Ahem. Tsunade clears her throat and Mei's face turns red in embarrassment. She takes a step back and inspects Izuna. You look a bit different. Mei mumbles. I can't see the changes but I feel like you are somewhat different. She curiously stares at Izuna for answers. It's true. You indeed feel a little different. I failed to notice it in the Shikatsu forest. Tsunade also nods her head. Minato just silently watches them from the side. Of course. I am different. Izuna nods his head. I am even more handsome than before. Izuna proudly puffs his chest. The group rolls their eyes at Izuna's narcissist comment. Nothing has changed at all. This guy is still the same as ever. Tsunade snorts and turns around. I have to hurry and meet Aayaka. She must be worried for me. Izuna prepares to teleport. Don't worry. I took care of it for you. Tsunade grumbles and explains the details. Thank you so much, Tsunade. I will treat you to a premium wine. Izuna grabs Mei and teleports in front of his house. Don't forget your promise. Tsunade's yells fade in distance. Whoosh. Izuna appears in front of his house. He hurriedly dashes towards the door and yells. Mom. Dad. Aayaka. I am back. Don't yell. I am not deaf yet. Aiko furiously walks out of the house. She stops in front of Izuna and twists his ear. You don't know how worried I was for you. Even if you don't care for your well-being, at least care for the well-being of your family. Izuna turns to Mei for help. Mei avoids his gaze. Looks like she is upset too. I can't avoid it, can I? Mom. Where is Aayaka? Is she in the academy? Izuna wisely diverts the topic. Humph. Aiko snorts and lets him off. Come inside first. She beckons him. Okay. Izuna follows her. He can easily sense the location of any person he wants to search in the entire village. But out of respect for his parents' privacy, he chooses not to. Since these are the etiquettes of a ninja. Otherwise, imagine a bunch of Hyugas peeking through the entire village. They will be brandished as a clan of perverts rather than a clan of elites. Sit. Akira sternly stares at Izuna, his expression unreadable. Izuna anxiously sits on his knees as he waits for the harsh lecture about to befall him. Sigh. Looking at Izuna's anxious expression, Akira takes a deep breath and laughs loudly. Ha ha. Ah. Ah. Aiko elbows him to stop his laughter. Do you think it's funny? She glares at him. Yes. I mean, no. But I can't help myself but laugh when I noticed his expression. It has been a while since I last saw him like that. Maybe 12 years or so. Akira strokes his waist. It's true. It has been a while. Time surely flies by. Both of them reminisce the memories. Izuna winks at Mei as he avoids the punishment from his parent. It's ready. Aayaka walks out of the kitchen with a tray in her hands. Her hairs are doused with flour and there are stains of cream and chocolate on her clothes. Aayaka. Izuna cheers upon seeing Aayaka. Oni-chan. Aayaka hurriedly throws away the oven mitts and jumps into his embrace. Ho. She isn't so passionate when she hugs me. Kushina pouts and follows her. I missed you, Oni-chan. Aayaka snuggles in his embrace. Oni-chan. Missed you too. Izuna pats Ayaka's head. Angel. Aayaka is my cute little angel. All of my worries are washed away. Look. Look. Oni-chan. I made some cookies for you. Aayaka beckons to him as she shoves the tray filled with black charcoal and cinders to him. There is a little bit of cream smeared on their top which distinguishes them from the coal used to bake them. You made these cookies. Izuna has an ugly expression in his heart, but an amiable smile appears on his face. Of course. I made them all for you. Aayaka puffs her chest and raises his head. Her respectful eyes wildly screams in Izuna's ears. Praise me. Praise me more. Gulp. Izuna gulps his saliva and stretches his hands to pick up a piece of charcoal, no a piece of cookie. Wait. Aayaka stops him. I will pick one for you. Aayaka stretches her tiny hands and picks up a shuriken-shaped cookie. Try this Oni-chan. Al. All right. Izuna weakly grabs the cookie as Aayaka expectantly stares at him. Crunch. He takes a bite of the cookie, the taste of cinders and ashes greets his palate. Aayaka passionately stares at Izuna with expectation in her eyes. Oni-chan. How is it? Do you like it? Crunch, crunch. Izuna munches on the cookie as if he is enjoying himself. Good. They are very good. No. They are the best cookies I ever ate. Izuna weakly mutters these words. Oh. If so, then I will bake more cookies for you in the future. Upon hearing these words, Izuna's expression turns pale. He perspires profusely. Aayaka notices the sweat on Izuna's forehead. Oni-chan. You must be feeling hot. Let me bring some ice cream for you. Aayaka dashes towards the kitchen. Izuna turns his head and notices the flushed faces of Kushina, Mei, and his parents from holding their laughter. Swish. He waves his hand and casts a silencing seal. Ha ha. Ha ha. Kushina bursts out in laughter, followed by Mei and his parents. That's retribution for you. Mei laughs loudly. Ha ha. Ha ha. Kushina and his parents crack up again. Izuna stares at them with a poker face as an evil smile slowly appears on his face. Oni-chan. I brought this ice cream for you. Oh. Thank you, Aayaka. Izuna grabs a spoon and savors the ice cream. Aayaka, let others taste your cookies too. How can I be the only one to enjoy such good cookies? Remember, you should share good things with your family. Izuna gently smiles at her. Ah. My bad. Aayaka smacks her head. She picks up another cookie and passes it to Kushina, Mei, and her parents. The expression of glee is replaced with horror as the group holds a cookie in their hand. Go on. Have a bite. Izuna gently smiles at them. Izuna's gentle voice sounds like the whisper of a devil to the rest of the group. Gulp. They steal their heart and swallow the cookie in one bite. Let me taste too. Aayaka picks up a cookie and nibbles on it. Eek. I forgot to add sugar. Chapter 261, 254. SSXR card. 20 years in the future. How is the investigation going, Sasuke? Naruto is resting against the Hokage chair as he poses a question to Sasuke. The situation up there is quite chaotic. It has been 10 years since a full-blown between them have started. The Otsutsukis are growing restless day by day. Sasuke sighs and stares out of the window. Ha! The ambition of Otsutsukis are too grand. Thankfully, the other faction is keeping them engaged. But we won't entertain any of them. After all, both factions are just the opposite sides of the same coin. Shikamaru places down a report. Thankfully, we have you and Aayaka to monitor their movements. If not for your intel, our world would have ended up as their nutrition long ago. Naruto leans forward on the table. It is our responsibility. Besides, who else other than me and Aayaka possess the ability to transverse dimensions? Sasuke takes out a scroll from his pocket. Damn. It sucks to be so weak. Shikamaru leans against the wall. We are nothing more than ration and chakra pills in the eyes of these monsters. Shikamaru clicks his tongue. Well yeah. Those two Otsutsuki fellows surely learned their lesson for underestimating our abilities. Naruto recounts the details of their recent battle. Those two fellows are least of our concern. They have little status in their clan. That foul-mouthed guy was a small prince from a branch family. He was too desperate to prove himself, all to preserve his status. The other was just his attendant. Sasuke shakes his head. The most troublesome is the third guy who escaped from our clutches. He is a member of the royal family. I am not sure of his status or rank in the clan, but his abilities are real. Naruto stands from his seat and walks towards a bulletin board. He crisscrosses the picture of Momoshiki and Kinshiki. This third guy Urashiki is dangerous. Naruto returns to his seat and picks up the report presented by Shikamaru. This is. See for yourself. Shikamaru rests on the couch. This lazy guy. Naruto grumbles and reads the scroll. A new Otsutsuki ruin. He raises an eyebrow as his eyes meet with Sasuke. It's just as Nissan predicted. There are 4 Otsutsuki ruins spread throughout the shinobi world. We have already excavated the other 3 ruins, only this last ruin was hidden from our sight. Naruto folds the scroll. Yeah. After the initial ruin exploration, the explorer team found a strange turtle-shaped vase. Since it is a relic of the past, I passed it to the research department to decipher its secrets. After all, it can give us more clues about the Otsutsuki clan. Shikamaru remarks. Leave this matter for later. For now, our key priority should be Urashiki. Naruto, you should remain on your guard. His target is the 9 tails sealed inside you. Sasuke warns him. I will be on guard. Naruto nods his head. I will send someone from Umbu to guard your house. Shikamaru stands up. There is no need for it. Besides, Dad is also there with me. Naruto waves his hand. All right. I still have other matters to attend to. So, I will take my leave. Shikamaru picks up a scroll from the table. He walks out of the Hokage office leaving Sasuke and Naruto alone. Sigh. Sasuke sighs and his expression turns serious. Naruto. I am sure you are already aware of Boruto's condition. Yeah. During the Chunin exam invasion, Momoshiki brandished him with his Kama seal. Naruto touches his forehead in worry. It's not the first time we have been through this. Previously, thanks to Nissan, the situation was resolved. Also, Aayaka is an exception. But Boruto. Words linger in Naruto's word. He takes a deep breath and calms himself. If only Nissan was here. Sasuke mumbles to himself. Inside Yakiniku-Q restaurant. Eat up. All of you eat up. It's my treat today. A 12-year-old boy with spiky blonde hair and blue eyes waves his hand. Then I will eat my fill. A dark-skinned girl with amber eyes and a round physique picks up a piece of meat and stuffs it in her mouth. Damn. You sure are in a bright mood even after failing the Chunin exam. Another boy sitting opposite to him remarks. The boy has spiky black hair tied in a ponytail. He has teal-colored eyes and laziness erupts from his demeanor. Boruto. You have yet to repay me from the last time and you still have enough money to spend on a party. Another girl with onyx eyes and shoulder-length dark hair with a tint of blue at end chimes in. Sarada. You sound like my grandma. Also, Grandpa gave me money to treat you all. Boruto grumbles. Hee hee. It's time for the finale of this party. Boruto takes out a small cardboard box from his pocket. He removes the seal and 3 plastic packets appear in his hand. This is the last packet left in the shop. I was lucky enough to get my hands on it. Hee hee. Humph. What's so exciting about these cards? A packet of potato chips is more useful than this. You can eat them and appease your hunger. The dark-skinned girl grumbles. You won't understand, Chocho. Besides, you only have eyes for food. You won't understand the charm of these extreme shinobi picture scrolls. Boruto peels the plastic wrapper with excitation. Whatever. Potato chips are still the best. Chocho snorts and picks up another piece of meat. So, yummy. Boruto ignores her and slowly opens the first packet. Give me an SSR card. Give me an SSR card. He prays while opening the first pack. 10 cards appear in the pack. Boruto hurriedly scrambles through the pack as the color of his face changes. What a bummer. No SSR card in this pack. He throws the pack aside and focuses his attention on the second pack. Bless me with luck. Just give me a good SSR card. Boruto silently prays in his heart. Zip. He slowly peels the outer layer as his heart races in excitement. Not this one, not this one, not this too. He scrambles through the cards. Finally. It is an SSR card. Boruto jumps in joy. It's Uncle Itachi too. I am so happy. Boruto jumps in excitement. Uncle Itachi. Sarada pushes him away and stares at the card. It's indeed Uncle Itachi. Hey. What was that for? Boruto snatches the card from her hands. Let me take a look at the stats. Card name, Itachi Uchiha, pre-4th Shinobi War. Rarity, SSR. Taijutsu, 7. Ninjutsu, 9. Genjutsu, 10. Kenjutsu, 7. Bukijutsu, 8. Fuinjutsu, 4. Senjutsu, 7. Special ability, Gaze of Abyss, paralyzes the opponent with fear. After playing this card, the opponent's next move will be cancelled. Yay. This is a very powerful card. It's one of my best cards. Boruto ignores the rest of the cards and gently places this card in an album. Now for the last pack. Boruto rubs his hands in excitation. I wonder if this pack will have good cards too. Boruto peels the cover with trembling hands. Not this. Not this. Not this. One by one, he scrambles through 8 cards and his expression turns ugly. None of them are good. His vision finally rests on the 9th card. Damn it. It's Dad again. Why do I keep getting his cards? Boruto complains as he stares at the smiling picture of adult Naruto. He stares at the stats of Naruto. Card name, Naruto Uzumaki, pre-Hokage period. Rarity, SSR. Taijutsu, 8. Ninjutsu, 10. Genjutsu, 4. Kenjutsu, 5. Bukijutsu, 5. Fuinjutsu, 9. Senjutsu, 10+. Special ability, Orb of Destruction, annihilate the entire opponent's deck below S rank rarity. Anyway. I will still keep this card. It will be a waste of an SSR card. He pockets the Naruto card and grumbles. That killed my mood. Even so, at least I got the Uncle Itachi card. Boruto ignores the last card and prepares to throw it away as he glances at the card. What? What the hell? Boruto yells loudly, alarming nearby customers. They turn to Boruto with angry looks. We are sorry. We are sorry. Sarada apologizes to them. My friend has a few loose screws. Don't mind him. She angrily turns to Boruto. What was that? This. Boruto points towards the last card. What is it? Sarada turns to the last card and her mouth opens in an O shape. No way. She hurriedly picks up the card and reads the details. Card name, Izuna Uchiha, 4th Shinobi War. Rarity, SSXR. Taijutsu, 10+. Ninjutsu, 10+. Genjutsu, 10+. Kenjutsu, 10. Bukijutsu, 10. Fuinjutsu, 10+. Senjutsu, 10+. Special ability, full counter, grants immunity to opponent's next 5 attacks after which unleashes an attack with the power of opponent's past 5 moves. Invulnerable to any status effect. Wow. Boruto's and Sarada's mouth forms an ellipse as they read the state of the cards. You guys. A pale-skinned boy with blonde hair snatches the card from them. Let me take a look. Holy shit. His eyes open wide. What's the big deal, Inajin? Shikadai grabs the card. What's the deal with this card? Heh. Isn't it too broken? Chapter 262, 255. Who is the strongest shinobi? Yo Boruto. Everyone. A spectacled boy with dark eyes and black chin-length hair tied in a topknot waves at them. Oh Denki. You came right on time. Boruto grabs Denki's hand and thrusts the card in his hand. Look. Look. Isn't this card too broken? Let me see. Denki takes a peek at the card. SSXR rarity card. No way. Denki gasps in astonishment. Boruto. Do you know how lucky you are? Denki almost yells in Boruto's ears. Eh. Is that so? Boruto and the rest of the group curiously stare at him for answers. Ahem. Let me explain. Denki adjusts his spectacles. I am sure all of you know that my father's Kimimaro company produces these cards. Hoo-hoo. The group nods their head. Since my father's company produces these cards, their rarity and number are also determined by my father. That makes sense. Shikadai nods his head. So, needless to say, the cards with the higher rarity rating are very low in number. Denki continues. Yeah. That's true. I only have 12 SSR rarity cards even after spending all my pocket money for 5 years. Boruto grumbles. What about the money you borrowed from me? Sarada glares at him. Yes. During the production of these cards, we decided on a fixed ratio for the number of cards. For example, almost 90% of cards produced are of N rarity, 7% of the cards are of R rarity, 2% of the cards are of S rarity, 0.995% of the cards are of SR rarity and 0.005% of the cards are of SSR rarity. This ratio will stay fixed no matter how many cards are produced in the future. Denki reveals the production secret to them. No wonder, I can only get 12 SSR cards in 5 years, Boruto complains. No. There is more to it. Shikadai shakes his head. With such a meager number, it would be a miracle if you even managed to get even a single SSR card, much less 12. There is something else in play here. Shikadai speculates. Wow. As expected of Shikadai. Denki nods his head in praise. He looks around and places a hand near his mouth as he whispers to them. This is a secret. So don't tell to anyone or I will get in trouble. Don't worry. You can trust us. Boruto pats Denki's shoulder. Since my father is the owner of the company, he decided to sell a percentage of packs with SSR cards exclusively in Konoha. Also, this SSXR card is very, very rare. It's so rare that only 5 of such cards will be ever made. Denki whispers to them. Whoa. Isn't that a bit unfair? Boruto grumbles. SSSHHH. Denki places a finger on his lips. Do you want other villages to get all your SSR cards? No. Never. Boruto frantically shakes his head. So this is the reason why only 3 packs are allowed per person per day. Shikadai nods his head in understanding. Yeah, kind of. Denki scratches his head. Still, I am so envious. Even I couldn't get that SSXR rarity card. He grumbles. Boruto picks the card and stares at Izuna's picture in sunlight. He looks just like Tatsuya Nisan. Of course, he is. He is Tatsuya Nisan's dad. Sarada rolls her eyes. Boruto's expression turns serious, and he turns to Sarada. Hey, Sarada. You are an Uchiha and lives in the Uchiha compound. Do you know anything about Uncle Izuna? I mean, he is the only person with an SSXR card. Not even Dad and Uncle Sasuke have such a card given how strong they are. Now that I think about it, it makes sense. Let's visit Grandpa Akira and Grandma Aiko. They will tell us more about Uncle Izuna. Sarada suggests. Can I come with you? Chocho hurriedly stuffs the remaining pieces of meat in her mouth. Me too. Me too. The rest of the group also insists. Fine. All of you follow me. Sarada shakes her head. Later in the evening. Bye, everyone. Boruto waves his hand and dashes towards his house. Whoa. I never expected Uncle Izuna to be so incredible. But why does nobody know about him and where he is now? Various questions pop in his head. Even Grandpa Akira didn't mention it when I asked him. Let me ask Mom. She must know something. Boruto hops over to his house. Boruto Oniai-chan. You are back. Himawari waves her hand. Oi brat. You are back. A spectacled woman with crimson eyes and red hair walks out of the house. Oh. Aunt Karen. When did you come? Boruto panics a little. Ha, Boruto. This is how you greet your aunt. Karen grumbles and pulls Boruto's ear. Ah. Ah. That hurts. Boruto rubs his ear. Aunt. Where is Mom? Boruto asks Karen. You looking for me, Boruto? Hinata walks out of the kitchen. Oh. My Boruto-chan is back. Give Grandma a hug. Kushina walks out of the kitchen and bear hugs Boruto. Ah, why do I feel like I live with a bunch of barbarians? He silently mumbles to himself. Era, did you say something? Kushina has a smile on her face as her hair rises in the air. Gulp. No. I didn't say anything. Boruto gulps his saliva. That's good then. Go and wash. Dinner will be ready soon. After half an hour later. Phew. That hit the spot. Boruto relaxes on the couch. You sound like Dad. Himawari giggles. No. I am not an old man. Boruto grumbles. He turns to Hinata and Kushina. Mom. Grandma. Who is the most powerful shinobi to exist ever? Boruto expectantly stares at them for an answer. Ah. Ah. Hinata, Kushina, and Karen's expressions freeze as they hear this question. Boruto. Why the sudden question? Kushina curiously asks him. It's because of this. Boruto takes out Izuna's card from his pocket. Oh. Hinata, Kushina, and Karen reads the details and shake their head. These stats. They are an understatement of his true power. What? Boruto's eyes widen in surprise. Then. That means Uncle Izuna is way more powerful than this. He asks in trepidation. Of course. Kushina nods her head. Don't you agree, Tatsuya-chan? Kushina raises her head and stares at the ceiling. Whoosh. The space in front of them trembles and a person appears in front of them. The newcomer greatly resembles Izuna except for his hairs which are a little bit different. Tatsuya Nisan. Boruto is shocked to see him. Why are you sneaking around here? He asks Tatsuya. Sneaking. Tatsuya rolls his eyes. Bonk. He bonks Boruto's head. You brat. I am doing my duty as an umbu. I am the bodyguard of Hokage and his family. Tatsuya shakes his head. He acts as if Boruto's words hurt him greatly. This boy. Kushina rolls her eyes. Not only his looks, but even his personality is similar to his father. Ahem. Tatsuya clears his throat and remarks. Boruto. If you want to know how powerful my dad is, then let me tell you, he single-handedly ended the Fourth Shinobi War. He has a proud expression on his face as he describes Izuna's feats. It's nothing. Father even stopped the invasion of gods. Boruto turns to Hinata for confirmation. MMM. Hinata nods her head. Whoa. Incredible. Uncle Izuna is really incredible. Tell me. Where he is. I want to train under him. Boruto asks in excitement. He. Tatsuya's expression changes as a tint of sorrow and sadness appears in his eyes. Kushina notices the sorrow in Tatsuya's eyes. Poor child. He is just like Naruto. Naruto spent the first 10 years of his life without his parent. Tatsuya spent the later 10 years of life without Izuna. Boruto. Your uncle Izuna is on an SSS rank mission. A mission only he can do. Since it's a secret, every information related to him is hidden. This is the reason the kids of your generation know little about him. As for us, Izuna Nisan was our idol. He was our hero. Karen has an infatuated expression on her face. Ahem. Kushina clears her throat. It's getting late. Your father and grandfather are already here. She interrupts the conversation. We are back. Minato's and Naruto's voice rings in their ears. Welcome back. Grandpa. Dad. Himawari dashes towards the door. Oh. It's Hima-chan. Minato picks her up and Naruto tickles her face. My Hima-chan is the best. Look how much she loves Dad. Naruto pampers Himawari. Chapter 263, 256. Shinobi Soccer. Present time Konoha. Ha. 2 years have passed since Minato and Kushina-san's revival. Various things have happened during these 2 years. I have completely mastered my Rinne Sharingan. Now, I can use 50% of its power with no side effect on my body. Any more and I am afraid I will overexert myself and my chakra system will blow up like an inflated balloon. Also, Mei's constant hard work for the past 5 years has finally paid off. The village has groomed Chojuro as her successor and next month will be our wedding ceremony. She will officially settle in Konoha and her father will temporarily take over the leadership of the village. As for the situation of the main cast, all the members of the Konoha 11 are Chunnins now. No major incident happened during this time. The village is peaceful as ever. But what's with this current situation? Here I go. Yosha. Tsunade aims towards his head and kicks the soccer ball with her full strength. Izuna Oniai-chan. Watch out. Aayaka warns him from the spectators. Ha. Izuna raises his hand and catches the ball. Ah. He feels a numbing sensation across his wrist. If it was anybody else, they would surely suffer a concussion. Tsunade's strength is skyrocketing day by day. What the F*** is Uzumaki family feeding her? Izuna grimaces in pain. TSK. Tsunade clicks her tongue. I thought I had him this time. Nope. Not a chance. Izuna passes the ball to Sasuke. Go for it. Sasuke ni-chan. Aayaka cheers for Sasuke. You can do it too, Hinata Wani-san. Hanabi cheers for Hinata. Well. As you can see, this is the situation. I am playing a match of shinobi soccer with the gang. Soccer isn't a popular game among shinobis, only the civilian kids are engaged in it. Can't help. Given the abilities of shinobi kids, a normal soccer game won't entertain them much. So, 1.5 years ago, I came up with shinobi soccer. Since then, it has become a popular sport among shinobi kids. It is one of the main events of the Konoha annual sports meet. Izuna turns his attention to the field as he watches the opponent team's effort to tackle Sasuke. Now, for the current match. Well, it started with a small misunderstanding in Hot Spring to this full-blown war. They quickly divided teams into men versus women. The members of the man's team are Minato-san the captain, Guy, Itachi, Shisui, Asuma, Niji, Lee, Kiba, Naruto, Sasuke, and me. The women's side has Kushina-ne-san as the captain, Tsunade, Mei, Shizune, Anko, Izumi, Tenten, Hinata, Ino, Sakura, and Karen. Yup, Karen. I found her during the Chunin exams held in Kirigakure. She participated in Chunin exams from Kirigakure. Initially, Kusa was against Karen's return to Konoha, but it only took some negotiations for me to convince them. Now, she is a part of the Uzumaki household. Kushina-ne-san has a sweet spot for cuteness and Karen quickly filled that spot. It also may be because of her Uzumaki lineage and sad backstory. Now for this current situation, the real culprit. Izuna raises his head and gazes at the spectators. A white-haired pervert is holding a camera and is constantly clicking pictures. Haha. I will add this to my collection. A picture of Tsunade in bloomers. I will treasure it for the rest of my life. Jiraiya has a perverted expression on his face as he constantly clicks more images. Sigh. I will it pass this time. Also, maybe I can. No. No. What am I even thinking? I have to focus on the game. Izuna shakes his head and focuses his attention on the ongoing game. Shinobi soccer is similar to normal soccer in the sense that both sides have 11 players, but there are no extras. I have expanded the playground to almost thrice the size of a normal soccer field to keep up with the speed and stamina. Also, to ensure fairness, ninja abilities aren't allowed during the game. Thus, I created a ceiling tag to restrict the infusion of chakra. So, the players won't be able to use any ninjutsu and genjutsu during the match. However, Sasuke passes the ball to Minato, who dashes towards the goal post of the opposing side. He aims the football towards the post and prepares to kick it. Minato. If you dare to score a goal, then there won't be any dinner for you. Kushina shouts from the opposite corner. What? Minato is stunned for a second. Mei uses this opportunity to snatch the ball and pass it to Anko. Hey. That's unfair, Mom. Naruto grumbles. Everything is fair in love and war, dear. And this here is a war. Anko passes the ball to Kushina, who dashes towards Izuna to score a goal. Is that so? Izuna raises an eyebrow. Then don't mind if I play dirty. Whoosh. Izuna takes out a wine bottle from his storage. Tsunade. If you help me score a goal, then this vintage wine from Land of Noodles is yours. What? Vintage wine? Tsunade's eyes glow. But, that would be. She falters. Seeing her hesitation, Izuna ups the stakes. I will make it too. He takes out another bottle from his storage. These are limited wines. There are only 100 bottles of them. Initially, I was going to use this wine during my wedding, but now you can get a chance to drink it in advance. Izuna shakes the bottle in front of her. Gulp. Tsunade gulps her saliva and drool leaks from her mouth. All right. Just don't forget your promise. She turns to Kushina and dashes towards her. This wine will be mine. Oh no. Tsunade-sama has betrayed us. Shizen anxiously stares at Tsunade. Ha. Tsunade steals the ball from Kushina and dashes towards the goal. Shizen clenches her fists and prepares to block the ball. Ha. Tsunade delivers a roundhouse kick, and the ball is sent spinning towards the right side of the goalpost. I will block it. Shizen dives towards the right to block the ball. Hoo-hoo. You weren't even born, Shizen, when I had mastered the art of kicking. Tsunade smirks as the ball curves and changes its trajectory to left. BRR. A shiver runs down Jiraiya's buttocks. He rubs his butt and murmurs. Why does my butt hurt suddenly? Whistle. Kakashi whistles to announce the end of the match. Team Minato wins the match with a score of 1-0. It's a loss for Team Kushina. Yeah. We won. Naruto cheers happily and jumps around in the ground. Well. That was easy. Izuna brushes his hand and walks towards the rest of the group. Humph. You are sleeping on the couch tonight. Mei snorts and turns away. Well. That was anticlimactic. He turns to Minato. Minato-san, why don't we spend our night at Yakiniku-Q? I will pay for the dinner. Seems like a good idea. Minato nods his head. Then it's decided. It will be a boys' night out tonight. Izuna drags the rest of the group with him. Hey. Don't forget about me. Jiraiya shamelessly joins the fray. It's boys' night out. Not an old man gathering. Izuna bickers with Jiraiya. Humph, who are you calling an old man? My heart is still young. Jiraiya ignores Izuna's gaze. Youth. This is youth. Guy clenches his fists. Later at night. Humph, if these men can celebrate, then so can we. Kushina holds a ladies-only meeting in her house. Aayaka serves them tea. Then let's celebrate ladies' night out. Tsunade sips her tea. Humph. Tsunade-sensei. We lost the match because of you. Kushina complains. Now. Don't sweat the small stuff. Tsunade waves her hand and brushes the topic. Since Yakiniku-Q is reserved by men, why don't we visit Kirigakure's restaurant? Yep. That's a good idea. Swoosh. Mei and Kushina fork out a ceiling tag. Hold us tightly. These flying thunder ceiling tags can only carry 6 people at a time. Swirl. A portal opens outside Konoha and 3 people walk out of it. In the Yakiniku-Q restaurant. Izuna raises his head and gazes in the portal's direction. A temporal shift. Who could it be? Chapter 264, 257. A well-planned story. Swirl. A portal radiated with blue energy opens in mid-air outside Konoha's barrier. Whoosh. 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 3 figure plops out from the portal. Swoosh. One of the tall figures performs a somersault and grabs the smallest figure among them. Whoosh. The 3 figures safely land on the ground. My head is so dizzy. I feel like puking. Boruto clutches his forehead and dashes towards a nearby bush. Blurg. Blurg. He pukes out his breakfast and feels lightheaded. Ah. Ah. My head still hurts. Blurg. He pukes again. Tatsuya also grabs his head as he feels dizzy. Ha. He falls on the ground and takes support against a tree. Adult Sasuke clutches his forehead for a while before he regains a little bit of his composure. I am pretty used to dimensional travels. So, spatial shifts are normal for me. But, this is my first time undergoing a temporal shift, and it's the same feeling when I did my first dimensional shift. Sasuke takes a deep breath to ease his nerves. He turns towards Tatsuya and Boruto with concern. You too. Are you alright? Ha. Ha. I am fine. Just a bit dizzy and nauseous. Tatsuya takes a deep breath to calm his nerves. He tries to assure Sasuke but his pale face says otherwise. I know a little about spatial and temporal laws. Father taught me many spacetime ninjutsus. So, I will be fine after some rest. Tatsuya closes his eyes to relax. Check on Boruto. This is his first time leaping through space and time. His condition is worse than mine. Alright. Whoosh. Sasuke flickers towards Boruto and gently places his hand on Boruto's back. Are you alright, Boruto? Boruto weakly turns to Sasuke. Uncle Sasuke. My head is throbbing with pain, and it seems like my chakra is in disarray. Blurg. Boruto vomits some blood and passes away. Boruto. Sasuke quickly infuses some nature energy into Boruto's body to rejuvenate him. But, despite his efforts, Boruto's condition doesn't change at all. This kid. If I knew such a thing would happen, I would have left him behind. Sigh. Sasuke sighs in remorse. He needs immediate medical attention. Sasuke places Boruto on his shoulders and walks towards Tatsuya. Can you move? I can. Tatsuya nods his head. Crack. He chops a branch from a nearby tree and uses it to support himself. Before we make a move. First, we need to know where and at which time are we. Sasuke grabs hold of Karasuke and questions him. Which time period is this? And where are we? Understood. This is 3 years prior to start of the 4th Shinobi War, and currently, we are in past Konoha. Karasuke answers Sasuke's question. I see. Sasuke nods his head. Swoosh. He stores away Karasuke and walks towards Konoha. Currently, there are only 2 people present in Konoha who can help Boruto in his condition. Sasuke remarks. You mean? Tsunade-san and Dad. Tatsuya speculates. Yes. Their medical skills are ahead of their time. I am sure Boruto will make a full recovery under their care. But first, Konoha's gigantic entrance appears in their vision. We have to enter Konoha to seek them. Both of them continue to walk towards Konoha. We can't enter Konoha in our current appearance. Your Umbu outfit will instantly alarm them. Sasuke warns. I am currently out of chakra. So, I can't use my Rinnegan. It will take another 30 hours for me to recover my chakra, but Boruto can't wait that long. Otherwise, I could easily manipulate the memories of these gatekeepers. I know. Swoosh. Tatsuya immediately changes his appearance to that of a peddler. He tightly wraps some bandages around his right leg and left arm. Ah. Sasuke speechlessly stares at Tatsuya as it suddenly reminds of Izuna. Why does it feel like déjà vu? Izuna-Nisan will use such transformation to infiltrate and somehow they always work. Sasuke-san. Both of us are peddlers from a nearby village. We were on our way to Konoha to sell our goods, but halfway through our journey we were attacked by bandits and all of our goods were stolen by them. We escaped from the fervent pursuit of bandits and came to Konoha to ask for help. Tatsuya fabricates a story. Sasuke and Izuna turn speechless to hear this story. Izuna is hiding his presence using one of his Rinne Sharingan abilities. Kunenoto Kotachi. It's one of his unique Rinnegan abilities derived from the light aspect. With this ability, Izuna can create a thought projection. This thought projection can travel through all sorts of restrictions and barriers without any inhibition. Since this thought projection has no mass and soul, it can't be detected through any sort of means. Perhaps even another Rinnegan won't be able to see it. Though I have yet to testify this claim. Izuna shakes his head and turns to the trio. The moment Izuna sensed the disturbance in temporal and spatial laws, he sent his thought projection to inspect the situation. I can recognize Boruto and Sasuke. But this other guy, he looks similar to me and Mei. Looks like he is our son. A smile bloomed on Izuna's face. I have to make sure the future me is teaching my son well. I will personally test how far my son has progressed. A devilish smile appears on Izuna's face who is sipping some alcohol in yakiniku-kyu. Heek. What's with that stupid smile on your face? Jiraiya interrupts his thoughts. Nothing much. I was just wondering about the pictures you took this morning. Gulp. Jiraiya instantly sobers up. Pictures? What pictures? I don't have such sort of thing. Jiraiya hurriedly denies the claim. Oh. Izuna rolls his eyes. Maybe. I was imagining things. Izuna brushes aside the topic and takes another sip of sake. That must be it. Jiraiya heaves a sigh of relief. Damn. This closet pervert. Jiraiya scoffs internally. Let's get back to the trio situation. For now, I don't have any intention of helping any of them. For starters, I dislike that snotty personality of Boruto. From the manga and anime, Boruto acts like a spoiled brat, totally different from Naruto who just acted mischievously to seek attention. Also, it is kinda fun to watch them. Izuna smiles sheepishly. Back at the Konoha entrance. Halt. Izumo and Kotetsu block Sasuke's and Tatsuya's path. Visitors aren't allowed at this hour. Izumo sternly warns them. The visiting time is between 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. It's already past that time. Kotetsu adds. He notices Tatsuya and Sasuke's dilapidated looks and stays indifferent. Such transformations were common for enemy invaders. They will appear harmless and helpless on the surface but will stab you the instant you lower guard. Izumo and Kotetsu were on high alert. Kotetsu has a flare in his hand. He was ready to release it the moment Tatsuya and Sasuke showed any sign of aggression. Please help us. Konoha shinobis, please help us. Tatsuya weakly staggers towards them. Izumo and Kotetsu draw their kunai, ready to attack him any moment. Bam. Tatsuya stumbles on a rock and faceplants on the dirt near the entrance. This. Izumo and Kotetsu stare at each other. Does he really need help? Both of them silently converses with each other. I will check on him. Meanwhile, you maintain your guard. Any suspicious activity and immediately release the flare. Kotetsu volunteers. All right. Izumo clenches the flare in his left hand with a kunai in his right hand. I will help you. Kotetsu carefully walks towards Tatsuya. He places his left hand on Tatsuya's back and helps him stand. Let me check his chakra network. If he is a civilian, then there will be no reaction if I circulate my chakra through his body. Kotetsu releases his chakra in Tatsuya's body, who seems to be impervious to his intentions. There is no chakra flow in his body, which means he is a civilian. Tatsuya narrates his story to Izumo and Kotetsu. Sigh. Kotetsu sighs slightly and walks towards Sasuke. I am sorry, but we have to check your bodies before we allow you entry into the village. It's the rule of the village. We are fine with it. Sasuke nods his head. Kotetsu completes his inspection and signals to Izumo. Ha. Izumo sighs in relief and gestures for them to enter. Come in. I am sure you people are looking for the hospital. It's that way. He points the general direction of Konoha Hospital. Thank you very much. Sasuke thanks them and enters Konoha. All this time Izuna silently monitors them. The trio reaches an isolated valley. Phew. That was close. Tatsuya removes a seal from his wrist. Sasuke also removes a similar seal from his and Boruto's wrist. Thankfully, we had these chakra suppression seals. These are... Fuck. Wait, a sec. Hold on. Izuna's eyes open wide in astonishment. Don't they look similar to my chakra suppression seal used during the shinobi soccer? Izuna exclaims in surprise. Let's head to Konoha Hospital to treat Boruto. Also, we need a place to settle and access the situation. Sasuke plans. Alright. Tatsuya nods his head. Chapter 265, 258. I learned from the best. That was some nice acting skill out there. Sasuke applauds Tatsuya. Of course, I learned from the best. Tatsuya nods his head. Izuna and Sasuke roll their eyes. Still, I have to say that was an Oscar-winning performance right there. Izuna nods his head in satisfaction. For now, I can only follow them around like this. Once the party is over, I will settle their business. Sasuke takes out Karasuke and questions him. We are already in the past. Where is Urashiki? There are no signs of him present here. Given his power, he should have already turned this place upside down. Sasuke questions the turtle. Master Urashiki fell from the temporal bubble midway, so his destination is a bit altered. According to my calculations, he will arrive a month later. Karasuke replies to them. That's a relief to hear. Sasuke and Tatsuya heave a sigh of relief. If he were to appear now, I am afraid we won't be able to hold against him. If it's a month, then we have enough time to plan a counterattack. Sasuke nods his head. But first. He turns to Tatsuya. I will look for a place to settle. Tatsuya nods his head in understanding. Then, let me take Boruto to the hospital. Both of them decide to split up. If that's the case, then. Swoosh. Another thought projection of Izuna appears beside him. The second projection follows Sasuke. Whoosh. Tatsuya hides his presence using umbu techniques and flickers through the village. Soon, he arrives in front of a large inn and enters a nearby alley. I can't use the money from the future here. It might lead to some severe consequences. I have to think of another way. Creak. Tatsuya enters the inn. Welcome, a female attendant greets him. I will reserve 3 rooms with food and other necessities for a month. Sure. The attendant takes out a calculator from the drawer. That will be 50,000 ryo. The attendant turns to Tatsuya. Please deposit the cash in advance. She has an amiable smile on her face. Sigh. I don't mean to do this. But I have no choice. Shuring. Tatsuya activates his Sharingan. Genjutsu, Sharingan. He casts a Genjutsu on the attendant and all the nearby people. Thanks for your patronage. The attendant smiles at him and passes the keys to him. These are the keys to your room. Thank you. Tatsuya grabs the keys and walks upstairs. On Sasuke's side. Whoosh. Sasuke appears at the entrance of the Konoha hospital. Emergency. It's an emergency. Please help. He hurriedly enters the hospital while carrying Boruto on his shoulder. Let me check. Coincidentally, Sayori enters the room. She is from Chapter 113. Aftermath Part 1. Please. Sasuke gently places Boruto on a nearby bed. Sayori gently grabs Boruto's wrist and checks his pulse. She inspects his eyes and places her hand on his forehead to circulate some chakra. Her expression turns ugly. His condition is quite critical. Shift him to the emergency ward. Sayori immediately orders nearby medic needs. TCH. My medical knowledge isn't enough to treat him. Only Shizun-san or Tsunade-san can treat him. Sayori clicks her tongue. But they aren't present here. She sighs in helplessness. Sayori notices Sasuke's ugly expression and immediately shakes her head. Don't worry, I will immediately send someone to look for Tsunade-sama. Tsunade-sama is the current Hokage, so she won't visit the hospital that often. Usually, such a situation is hard to come by. It may not seem like it, but I am the best medic nin after Tsunade-sama and Shizun-san. She tries to assure Sasuke. I see. Sasuke slightly nods his head. Looks like I can only search for Izuna-ni-san and ask him for help. I have to avoid the present me at all cost. Sasuke walks out of the Konoha hospital. Whoosh. He jumps on top of an electricity pole and turns towards the Uchiha compounds. Whoosh. Sasuke disappears from his place and flickers towards the Uchiha compound. Sasuke-san. How did it go? Tatsuya appears beside him. Sasuke shakes his head. We can only ask Izuna-ni-san for help. He is our only hope. Both of them avoid the members of the Konoha police force patrolling the clan and sneaks into the clan district. Whoosh. They flicker towards Izuna's house. If my memory serves me right, it should be there. Soon, they appear in front of Izuna's house. This is Grandpa's house. Tatsuya curiously stares at the house. Many things happened in the future, and Konoha has to rebuild a few times. As such, the present Konoha is vastly different from the future Konoha. He activates his Mangekyo Sharingan and inspects the house. There is a dense barrier present around the house. Numerous Fuinjutsu seals are carved into the barrier. Sasuke-san. Be careful. There are many Fuinjutsu seals here. Tatsuya warns Sasuke. If that's the case, we can only wait till morning. Sasuke sighs helplessly. Wait. Maybe I can bypass few seals. Dad taught me a lot of things, including Fuinjutsu. Tatsuya chimes in. Then go ahead and give it a try. If it gets dangerous, then retreat. Sasuke gives the green signal. Meanwhile, the real Izuna is staring at them while floating in the air. The party is already over and he came to settle them. Oh. Now I am curious to know how much has he learned. Izuna acts like a doting father who is curious to see his son takes his first step. Swish, swish, swish. Tatsuya makes several hand signs and slams his hand on the invisible barrier. Swoosh. Several seals crawl out of his hand and cover the barrier. After half an hour. Huff. Huff. Tatsuya breathes heavily as he stares at the barrier. This is a sage-level formation. Although I have yet to reach that level, I am not far from it. Still, I have deactivated most of the seals in this area and we can safely enter the barrier. Tatsuya takes a deep breath and turns to Sasuke. Well done. Sasuke nods his head. Not bad. Izuna smiles slightly. But it's not enough. Do you think the barrier which took me over a year to create is a joke? You only disabled the outer layer, the real barrier is still hidden. If Sasuke had his Rinnegan, he might be able to see the hidden danger. Izuna shakes his head in disappointment. Never mind, I will allow you in. I have tested you enough. That's Izuna Nisan's room. Sasuke points towards a room on the first floor. Whoosh. They appear near the window. Shurring. Tatsuya activates his Mangekyo Sharingan and both of them enter the room with their guard up. He is not here. Tatsuya and Sasuke stare at the empty room. Whoosh. They jump out of the room and reappear near the entrance. Oh. What a surprise. Fugaku and Yagami stare at Tatsuya and Sasuke who appeared out of nowhere. You people are. Fugaku has a stern expression on his face. Father. Uncle. Sasuke starts to sweat bullets as he notices Fugaku. Meanwhile, the thought projection of Izuna is cracking up. Now, what will you do, Sasuke? You may be stronger than your dad, but he is still your dad. And Uncle Fugaku particularly has that ever-present frown on his face. It makes his face hard to read. We are working for Izuna-san. We came to deliver some intel. Tatsuya hurriedly handles the situation. Oh. Yagami nods his head. Both of them ignore Sasuke and Tatsuya and enter the house. Tatsuya and Sasuke speechlessly stare at them. Aren't you afraid, we are spies? Tatsuya mumbles to them. Is that so? Fugaku and Yagami turn towards them. Both of them activate their Mangekyo Sharingan and sternly stare at them. Eek. Tatsuya freaks out to see them. He is not afraid of their power, but rather of their identity. Both of them are his grand uncles who took care of him during his childhood. But he is still curious to learn the reason. Haha. Fugaku and Yagami laugh lightly. You got us there. Heek. How can any spy enter this place? Izuna-kun's place is the safest in the entire Konoha. If an enemy can infiltrate this house and by now, he would have leveled Konoha. Yagami lightly pats Tatsuya's shoulder. Heh. Tatsuya and Sasuke speechlessly stare at them. Both of them are drunk. Let's invite Akira for a drink. Since kids out there are enjoying themselves, we old fellows might as well. Heek. Both of them knock at the door and a moment later Akira walks out of the house. Sasuke and Tatsuya hide their presence as they speechlessly stare at the house. That was a close call. Sasuke heaves a sigh of relief. They are as scary as ever. Since there is nothing much we can do here, let's return to the inn and search for him in the morning. Looking for me. Whoosh. Izuna appears beside them. Tatsuya and Sasuke freak out at Izuna's sudden appearance. Chapter 266, 259. Like father like son. Dad. Nisan. They stare at Izuna with varied emotions. Whoa. Let's hold on for now. Izuna immediately stops them. What will people think if I have an 18-year-old son and a 32-year-old younger brother? Izuna rolls his eyes. You three being present here has already messed up the timeline. I see. Tatsuya and Sasuke calm down. They look at their surroundings and turn their attention to Izuna. Phew. That was a close call. Sasuke heaves a sigh of relief. Izuna scrutinizes Tatsuya as the latter anxiously stands at the spot. You took your looks from me, but your hairs are after me. I will give you a score of 10 out of 10 for your handsome looks. As for your earlier performance, 5 points for your courage and 1 point for your foolish execution. Ah. Well. Tatsuya scratches his head in embarrassment. Izuna's expression turns stern, and he harshly rebukes Tatsuya. You fool. Do you think a sage-level Fuinjutsu formation is so easy to solve that any Tom, Dick, and Harry can crack it? Here. Take a look. Izuna waves his hand. Shum. The Fuinjutsu formation around the house appears in front of them. Take a closer look at the Fuinjutsu seals and tell me, do you understand where you made a mistake? If not for me disabling the rest of the formation, I won't be bantering here with you. Gulp. Tatsuya gulps his saliva and inspects the seals. His expression changes from trepidation to fear, then to amazement and wonder, to finally that of relief. This sealing formation is really amazing. I only deciphered the outer layer. Tatsuya lowers his head in shame as he stares at Izuna's toes, his face turns red in embarrassment. Puffed. Ha. Izuna cracks up at his expression and pats his head. I am not angry at you. It's just that I am ashamed of myself. I didn't teach you well. Also, I always wanted to say that catchphrase. Izuna shakes his head. He turns to Sasuke. There must be a valid reason for you three to be here. Swoosh. A portal appears behind the group and sucks them in. Swoosh. The portal opens in the new headquarters of Inyo. Let's talk here. No one will disturb us here. Izuna and Sasuke look around in surprise. Isn't this our headquarters? Tatsuya wonders in surprise. I am also amazed that Nissan created this place this early. Sasuke stares at the small dimension in wonder. In the future, this place has become one of the most important strategic forts of the shinobi world. Although, this place currently looks desolate, in the future, it is gigantic enough to occupy an entire village. It's just empty husk for now. Let's sit and talk business. Swish. Izuna waves his hand and 3 chairs and a table appear in front of them. Now tell me the reason for your arrival in the past. I am sure you already know this, but time travel is for immortals and fools. Izuna places his hand under his chin as his expression turns grave. And I am sure you both aren't immortals, so do the rest of the math yourself. Well. Sasuke and Tatsuya's faces turn red from embarrassment. Izuna-ni-san. It's not what you think it is. There is a very powerful enemy traveling through time to hunt Naruto. Oh, you mean Urashiki Otsutsuki? Yes. Sasuke nods his head. Wait. You already knew about it. Tatsuya and Sasuke stare at him in amazement. Nissan is as amazing as ever. He never fails to surprise us. Sasuke sighs in wonder. Well. To be honest, I am that cool kid who read the story and already knows the spoilers. Izuna curiously stares at them. Though the story has changed a little due to the appearance of new characters. Still, I wonder just how powerful is this version of Urashiki and why my future self didn't interfere. I will hold my curiosity on this one, or I might erase an entire timeline by mistake. Izuna makes a mental note. Alright. Don't reveal anything or the history might change. Izuna prevents them from speaking further. Let's get to the matter at hand. Boruto would be fine. I already informed Tsunade of his condition. She will take care of him. Izuna assures them. Adult Sasuke curiously stares at Izuna. Nissan. Since when did you know of our arrival? Way before you were born. I can't say that, can I? I sensed some disturbance in the temporal and spatial coordinates earlier. So, I hid my presence and arrived near the disturbance. There I saw you 3 hopping out of the temporal field. You 3 must have used some sort of artifact to protect yourself, or else the temporal laws might have already deeged you to dust. Izuna states the facts. Yes, we used an Otsutsuki artifact. Sasuke forks out Karasuki from his storage. Izuna examines the turtle-shaped artifact. Master Izuna. I am Karasuki, a device meant for temporal shifts. Karasuki trembles a little upon noticing Izuna's gaze. Am I seeing things, or is it just a figment of my imagination? Why is this artifact shaking upon noticing me? It's a relic of the past and a prized artifact of Otsutsuki. It might be my imagination. So, you used this artifact to travel through time. It sure requires a lot of chakra. Sasuke nods his head. Nissan. If you noticed us the very instant we arrived here, that means you. Yes. Yes. Don't mind the small stuff. I already knew what I should know. Izuna waves his hand. For now. You both should return to your inn and relax. The temporal shift took a toll on your body. I will settle you tomorrow. And here. Izuna takes out a stack of Ryo and passes it to Tatsuya. That's 300,000 Ryo. It should be enough to last you for a month. If not, you can ask me for more, but in the future, I will cut this from your pocket money. Please don't. Tatsuya pales. Haha. I was joking. Izuna waves his hand. I knew it. Tatsuya has a deadpan expression. Sasuke stares at their antics and rolls his eyes. Like father, like son. Whoosh. Tatsuya and Sasuke flicker towards the inn. Sasuke. Wait. Izuna stops Sasuke. Is something wrong, Nissan? Adult Sasuke turns to Izuna. Yes. Out of the 3 time travelers, you are the sole person whose past self is present here. So, don't interact with your past self, or else it will create a paradox and it might erase one of you from the timeline. You know the rest of the details. Yes. Adult Sasuke solemnly nods his head. Also, I can still see that you haven't completely mastered your Rinnegan yet. Seems like you have been slacking in your training. Come to the training ground for tomorrow at sharp 7 a.m. Understood? Yes. Sasuke straightens his back. Good. Go and have some rest for now. Izuna waves his hand and dismisses him. Whoosh. Sasuke flickers away. I got some clues about the future from their presence here. I can only speculate about it in my mind. Even my thinking of this matter will drastically affect the future. Fuck. Time travel is such a pain in the ass. For now, I want to sleep. I will think about it later. Yawn. Back at the inn. Tatsuya pays the money for a night and returns to his room. He sits on his bed and takes out a picture of Izuna and Mei with a 10-year-old kid in their arms. The kid looks exactly like Izuna's past self. Izuna's features are a bit more prominent. He still has his young appearance, but his body is a little bulky and his muscles are evenly toned. Mei is still tall and slender, but there are some slight changes in her personality which are apparent from her posture. She is gently hugging Tatsuya and there is motherly love in her gaze. Sob. Tatsuya wipes tears from his eyes and pockets the picture. After 10 years, I finally got to meet you. Even if it is your past self. You are still that strict and grumpy father of mine. Though I prefer this past self more. Tatsuya complains a little. He takes out a small diary and writes about his encounter with Izuna. Mother. I will write about all of my adventures with father. When I return you can read them any time you want. After finishing his writing, he stores the diary in his storage scroll as a small heart-shaped box rolls out in front of him. How silly of me. I even forgot to pass Aunt Ayaka's present to Dad. He places the box on the table. I will pass it to him in the morning. Sigh. Sasuke sighs to himself as he witnesses Tatsuya from the opposite room. Nisan. Wherever you are, please return home. Your family is waiting for you at home. Chapter 267, 260. Sunder release. Next day in the morning. In the training ground number 4. Sasuke and Tatsuya have baggy eyes as they silently wait for Izuna. Whoosh. Izuna arrives at the training ground half an hour later than the promised time. You guys are quite early. He observes Tatsuya and Sasuke. Both of them have pale faces and bloodshot eyes. Looks like you didn't sleep well. He chuckles and takes out 2 bento boxes from his storage. I am sure you guys didn't have breakfast yet, so I asked Mom to prepare 2 extra bentos for you. He hands them over to Tatsuya and Sasuke. Let's talk while we eat. I have a couple of questions for you. Tatsuya and Sasuke grab the boxes and gobble down the food. MMM. Izuna nods his head and takes out another bento to eat with them. Okay. My first question is about Urashiki Otsutsuki. How strong he is and what are his abilities? Izuna straightforwardly asks about the enemy's info. Tatsuya and Sasuke stare at him with an odd look and Sasuke question him. Nisan. Aren't you already aware of Urashiki's information? Crunch. Izuna takes a bite of rice balls and answers them. Don't give me that look. It's true I know about Urashiki but I only know about his name and nothing else. His abilities are still unknown to me. You should be aware of the fact that there are 4 Otsutsuki ruins. I have explored 3 of them and they are my source of intel on Otsutsuki. Oh. That makes sense. Tatsuya and Sasuke nod their head. Sasuke takes a deep breath and replies. To be honest, we don't know the full extent of Urashiki's abilities. He is just too slippery and cunning. The other Otsutsuki utilized brute force to capture and destroy us but Urashiki, on the other hand, is quite wary of us. He always looks for an opening and strikes at our weak points. Sasuke has an honest expression on his face. However, he has some weird escape abilities. When he is caught in a pinch, he can transform his body into various red-color chakra or Rizuru and escape. It's similar to substitution jutsu, but he becomes untraceable for the next few seconds and can avoid detection from all sorts of detection. Also, he is an expert puppet master. He wields a special chakra fishing rod that can hook others' chakra and turn it into chakra pills for him to replenish his chakra. Then, most importantly, he possesses a pair of Byakugan and Rinnegan. I am not sure if these abilities are related to his Rinnegan or some Otsutsuki techniques. Sasuke briefs him on Urashiki's known abilities. I see. That helps a lot. Now tell me about your Mangekyo abilities. Those will prove to be useful while developing a strategy. Izuna nods his head. The group finishes their breakfast and Izuna creates a barrier to witness their abilities. First off, you Sasuke. Izuna turns to Sasuke. Sasuke explains his abilities to Izuna. So, most of his abilities are the same as the original. Except for Kagetsuchi, flame control. He can manipulate every kind of fire technique with his right eye, not just the Amaterasu flames. Though I have yet to see his Rinnegan abilities. Izuna curiously turns to Tatsuya. I am really curious about his Mangekyo abilities. Alright then. I will show you the results of my harsh training. Tatsuya eagerly confronts Izuna. He never got a chance to showcase his abilities to his father, but now he got a chance to do so. Although, his father isn't his father yet. Sharing. Tatsuya activates his Mangekyo Sharingan. Be ready, Dad. Attack me with all you got. Tatsuya curls his finger and taunts Izuna. Ho! You are asking for a beating, brat. Izuna has a wide smile on his face. Sasuke walks to a nearby stone and rests on top of it. He takes out a bag of popcorn from his storage and spectates Izuna's and Tatsuya's battle with excitation evident in his eyes. It has been a while since I last saw Nissan in action. Thankfully, I always carry my trusty popcorn snacks with me. Sasuke takes a handful of popcorn and stuffs them in his mouth. These popcorns are quite a lifesaver and had saved me from hunger countless times in other dimensions. I always stock up on them whenever I return to Konoha. Well, that's bullshit. But they still taste quite good. You sure have grown some guts, little guy. Izuna has a smile on his face as he instantly blinks in front of Tatsuya. Leaf Hurricane, Whirlwind. Izuna delivers a series of low and high kicks at an incredulous pace. Bring it on, old man. Tatsuya has a smile on his face. Leaf Coiling, Reverse Whirlwind. Tatsuya delivers a low reverse roundhouse kick to kill Izuna's momentum and counter his move. Bang. Both of their kicks clash with each other. Rumble. Rumble. The ground beneath their feet trembles, and cracks appear on it. Not bad. Let's raise it a notch, shall we? Izuna nods his head and jumps back. Then what about this? Ha! Izuna clenches his fist. 8 inner gates, gate of view, open. Shum. Izuna immediately opens the 6th gate. Due to the immense amount of chakra, he releases a shock wave from his body, which cracks nearby rock and boulders and creates a crater around him. Ha! Sasuke stretches his left arm and creates a barrier around himself to block the shock waves. It's my turn, Dad. Ha! Tatsuya clenches his fists tightly and riles up his chakra. 8 inner gates, gate of view, open. Whoosh. Both of them disappear from their position and clash midair. Bang. 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 Multiple explosions and shock waves release from their battle and spread through the training ground, wrecking it beyond recognition. Izuna takes a peacock stance and rapidly punches the air. Asakujiku, Morning Peacock. His punches create a peacock-like fan of flames in front of him. Now watch me. Tatsuya waves his arm and creates an air blade. He grabs the blade and takes a sword stance. Yokaha, Blade of Dawn. Tatsuya rapidly swings the air blade in front of him. Bang, bang. The air blade creates multiple air pockets with high density in the shape of a blade. These air blades catch fire and travel forward with a sharp aura. Bam. Bam. The fire blades collide with the fan of flames and split it in half. They continue to travel towards Izuna. Not bad at all. You created a unique technique to focus on the sheer firepower of the 6th gate. Asakujiku is a technique meant to be used at close combat, but your Yokaha removes that weakness and turns it not a long-range attack. He dispels the fire blades with a wave of his hand. You have passed my taijutsu test. That new technique was a pleasant surprise for me. Izuna nods his head in satisfaction. Next up is your ninjutsu skills. Feel free to use any technique you like. Let me see your full strength. Izuna nonchalantly stands at his position. Are you sure? Tatsuya asks in trepidation. Yes, I am sure of it. Now stop dilly-dallying and hit me with whatever you got. Izuna curls his fingers and taunts Tatsuya. You asked for it. Tatsuya claps his hand. Crackle, crackle. Purple lightning crackles around his right hand whereas fire engulfs his left hand. Ha! He spews out a blade of wind from his mouth. Crackle, crackle. The fire and lightning combine with the wind blade and transform into a javelin. Tatsuya grabs the javelin and aims it towards Izuna. Sunder release, Valkyrie enactment. Whoosh. The javelin tears through the air, leaving a trail of vacuum behind it. Boom. Boom. It releases deafening supersonic waves as it propels towards Izuna. Izuna gasps in astonishment as he stares at the incoming blade. His first thought being, damn. I have to admit defeat. It's so cool. Why didn't I think of it first? This jutsu. Not only does it have the firepower of fire and lightning release, it also has the kinetic force of the wind release. It has very high penetrative power and can even drill a hole in a sage-level ceiling formation. But that's not all, it will gain momentum the more it travels further and, on the impact, it will transfer all of its kinetic energy to the target in form of a sundering blast which will tear apart through everything. Izuna's expression changes as the jutsu close on him. Damn. I was so focused on its principle. Susanoo, Yada on Kagami. Bam. A colossal dark black shield appears in front of him. Bang. The shield absorbs the entire kinetic force of the javelin, leaving the volatile chakra behind. Boom. The chakra explodes on top of the shield, leaving a trail of destruction lashed with fire and lightning. He blocked it. Tatsuya's expression turns pale. He has used most of his chakra in his last attack. Even if I can't beat you, this jutsu should have left you in a rough state. But looks like I was dreaming. Tatsuya sighs in depression. In the end, I wasn't able to impress father. Chapter 268, 261. You poor soul. That was a pretty good move. I definitely felt that one. Izuna sincerely praises Tatsuya. You have put some effort into your training. I am impressed. Izuna pats Tatsuya's shoulder. He transfers some of his chakra to Tatsuya. Let's keep going. Your taijutsu and ninjutsu skills are excellent, as for genjutsu, let's not talk about that. Now. Fight me like your life depends on it. In a life and death battle, the opponent won't sit idly and watch you complete your jutsu like an idiot. Shum. Izuna has a stern expression. He riles up his chakra. Rumble, rumble. The ground trembles beneath him and web-like cracks appear on it. That's what I was waiting for. Tatsuya takes the initiative and makes the first move. Whoosh. He takes out a kunai and aims it for Izuna's blind spot. Too bad for you, I don't have a blind spot. Izuna turns around and blocks the kunai with one of his own. Swoosh. Izuna performs a roundhouse kick to attack Tatsuya. Whoosh. Tatsuya leaps on top of Izuna's kick and dodges it. He gathers some chakra in his fist and aims a punch at his face. Bam. Izuna blocks Tatsuya's fist with his palm, easily dispelling the chakra. Bzzz. Tatsuya releases some purple lightning to free his hand from Izuna's grip. Ah. Izuna waves his hand to shake the numbing sensation. Whoosh, whoosh. Tatsuya rapidly performs body flicker around Izuna, leaving multiple afterimages around him. Izuna silently stares at multiple afterimages hovering around him. Is that a move from Shirsue's book? Izuna raises an eyebrow. Too bad. It's quite easy to counter if you know the right technique. Izuna slams his palm on the ground. Arctic release, life-reaping spears. Shum. The surrounding temperature drops instantly and ice crystals start to rain. Swish, swish, swish. Numerous ice spears with cold glint erupt from the ground. They pierce through all of Tatsuya's afterimages and shadow clones. Ha! Izuna makes a ram hand sign. Sizzle. The spears turn into blue flames and incinerate the clones and afterimages to dust. Blurg. The real Tatsuya pukes out a mouthful of blood as the flaming blue spear pierces through his gut. As I said, it's too easy to counter. Any wide area jutsu will make a quick work of them. It's only useful against a large number of enemies. Izuna shakes his head. I have avoided your vitals, if I was an enemy, you would be dead by now. Tatsuya has a downcast expression as the flaming spear burns through his body. But I will give a full score for the attempt. Izuna nods slightly. Tatsuya lifts his head and smirks. Got you. Whoosh. Tatsuya's body vanishes into an afterimage. Huh. What? Swoosh. He instantly reappears behind Izuna. Chidori, Raikiri blade. Tatsuya stretches his palm and forms a lightning blade. He aims the blade for Izuna's heart. Swirl. Shurring. Izuna's eye pattern changes and he activates his Mangekyo Sharingan. A Menemenekanushi. Swoosh. Time slows down around Izuna. He turns around and faces Tatsuya, who has an incredulous look on his face. That was a pretty close call. Izuna slightly raises his hand to attack Tatsuya. But before he could attack Tatsuya. Whoosh. Tatsuya disappears from his place and appears at some distance from him. What? Again. Izuna has a slightly confused expression on his face. What was that now? I should have absolute control over space and time in this area, so he shouldn't be able to use any space-time ability, but he still somehow blinked from his position. Izuna waves his hand and dispels the space-time field around him. He slowly walks towards Tatsuya, who is huffing for breath. What was that last move of yours? It felt like a space-time ninjutsu, but there weren't any space fluctuations. That's the Mangekyo ability of my right eye. Tatsuya explains. While using this ability, I can create space remnants of myself in another dimension. These remnants are invisible to the eyes and even Sasuke-san's Rinnegan can't detect them. These space remnants can bypass the restrictions of space locking and can move freely through space. I can also instantly swap positions with them. When I do so, my body will return to its previous state present during the initial use of this technique, though my chakra will be drained in the process. Earlier, in our fight, I intentionally used the body flicker jutsu as a feint to reveal a weakness. You utilized the weakness to attack and subdue me. But that was part of my plan. I had mixed some of my space remnants with the body flicker image and shadow clones. Your jutsu did not affect them and I purposely took the hit to bait you. You fell for the bait, but in the end, your guard was still up. Tatsuya has a wry smile on his face. No. That was a clever move. It's just that your opponent was me. Still, your Mangekyo ability is amazing. Well. There is a drawback to this technique. Swapping position while being critically wounded will destroy the remnant and I can only create 4 remnants for now. I have yet to master this ability. Tatsuya scratches his head in embarrassment. Your ability is a mix of limbo, substitution, and time reversal. Also, what was that at the end? I thought I slowed the surrounding time, yet you were able to react on time. Izuna curiously stares at Tatsuya's Mangekyo. He possesses Chokutomo Sharingan, just like me. That's the ability of my left eye. I don't exactly know how it works, but after activating it I can see a few seconds in the future. It's more like clairvoyance. Also, it makes me immune to time-based abilities to an extent. I have yet to figure out the full extent of its potential. Tatsuya helplessly shakes his head. Izuna rolls his eyes. And here I thought, my Mangekyo abilities were broken. But my son has already surpassed me in this aspect. Izuna scrutinizes Tatsuya. His chakra reserves are normal. He can be compared to an elite Uzumaki member. Also, he doesn't seem to possess the cockroach-like vitality of Hashirama. Looks like my boons didn't pass to my offspring. It's fine. Given his natural talent, he will surpass Grandpa Madara in a year or 2. Izuna nods his head in satisfaction. Earlier, I had some reservations regarding your abilities but now I am fully convinced of them. Izuna dispels the protective barrier set around the training ground. He gazes at the ruins of the training ground. That's quite a mess. Izuna slams his palm on the ground and fixes it with the wood release. Tatsuya, I have training partners for you. They are almost the same age as you. Oh. They are already here. Whoosh, whoosh. Shursue and Itachi arrive at the training ground. Izuna's back is facing them, obscuring Tatsuya from their vision. Swirl. Adult Sasuke hides his presence or lest they might recognize him. Good. You came right on time. Izuna turns around and nods his head. Dad. Won't they suspect my identity? Tatsuya whispers to him. Everything will be all right. They won't believe me even if I tell the truth. Izuna moves aside to reveal Tatsuya. Shursue and Itachi curiously stare at Tatsuya. Nissan, is that a shadow clone in disguise? Shursue inspects Tatsuya who looks exactly like Izuna except for some distinct features. No. He is my son, Tatsuya Uchiha. Izuna reveals the truth. Puffed. Ha. Shursue and Itachi burst out in laughter. Please don't joke around. How can he be your son? He is almost the same age as you. Izuna rolls his eyes and helplessly stares at Tatsuya. See. I told you. Tatsuya and Sasuke are dumbfounded to see this. What? What's going on? Adult Sasuke questions him from the shadows. You don't have to worry about your identity being discovered. I have created an illusion using one of my abilities. Even if they find anything suspicious, they will ignore it as a prank. Izuna shrugs his shoulder. It's not my fault that I used to prank both of them all the time during my childhood. Ah. Those sweet old days. Never mind. Shursue and Itachi shake their head. They can see through every sort of hidden tactics and tricks used by other shinobis, but when it comes to Izuna Nissan of theirs, they are helpless to do anything. He is as mysterious as ever. Shursue and Itachi reach an agreement and turn to Tatsuya. Since he is a clone of Nissan, we will relieve all of our frustration on him. Izuna notices the changes in their facial expression and senses their intention. He silently prays in his heart. Oh, my poor son. Father can only pray for your poor soul as your uncles will bully you. Chapter 269, 262. Preparation for the battle. While Tatsuya is being bullied by Shursue and Itachi, Izuna approaches Sasuke. Let's go and pick Boruto. Tsunade must have fixed him by now. All right. Sasuke covers his face. You don't have to. I have cast an illusion on you to protect your identity. I just want to add another layer of assurance, Sasuke replies. Well, do whatever you see fit. Whoosh. Both of them flickers and arrive at Konoha Hospital. Oh. Izuna-kun. It has been a long time since I last saw you. Sayori greets him. Sayori-san. It surely has been a while. Izuna nods his head. Sayori turns to Sasuke. Oh. You must be the person who left that child yesterday. Sayori recognizes Sasuke's outline. Yes, that's me. Good. Tsunade-san is currently waiting for you in ward number 5, Sayori informs them and returns to her work. Let's go. Izuna and adult Sasuke enter ward 5. Tsunade is using the Mystic Palm technique to heal Boruto. Creak. The door opens up and Sasuke and Izuna enter the room. Tsunade turns around and notices Sasuke and Izuna. Why am I not surprised that this kid was involved with you? Tsunade has a stern expression on her face. Eh. Hee hee. Izuna scratches his head in embarrassment. Do you know this kid could have died if left untreated for another day? Tsunade glares at him. She turns to Sasuke. You are his guardian, right? What kind of guardian are you? You can't even take care of a little brat. This. I am sorry. I will keep it in mind. Sasuke lowers his head. Humph. Tsunade snorts and turns to Izuna. She stretches her palm in front of Izuna. My payment. Heh. Izuna stares at her in confusion. Don't you dare tell me you forgot your promise. Ah. Right. Right. Izuna takes out a wine bottle and passes it to her. Good. Tsunade nods her head in satisfaction. Swoosh. She stores the bottle in her storage bracelet. Izuna's expression turns serious, and he speaks in a solemn tone. Tsunade. I am going to summon Konoha members of Inyo. It's an emergency. A powerful enemy has appeared. What? I will immediately inform them. Tsunade rushes out of the hospital without any delay. Ah. Ah. My head hurts. Boruto slowly opens his eyes. Sasuke and Izuna appear in front of him. How are you feeling? Izuna asks him. I am feeling slightly dizzy and nauseous. It's like I ate too much thunder chili burger and drank a lot of hot habanero shake on top of that. Puffed. Ha ha. Izuna burst out in laughter. That's Naruto's son for you. He is even more of an idiot than I expected. Oi. Who are you calling an idiot? And I am not like my dad, I am much smarter than him. Boruto grumbles. Sigh. I am sorry on behalf of Naruto. Sasuke lowers his head in embarrassment. Haha. That's fine too. Let him meet with a younger version of future pillars of Konoha. He will surely learn a lot and perhaps it might change his view of them. Izuna proposes. Eh? I don't think it's a good idea. Sasuke has a reluctant expression. Just let him be. Izuna waves his hand. Fine. Sasuke relents in. He instructs Boruto with a lot of do's and don'ts. Alright. Alright. I understand. I am eager to try a thunder chili burger of this era. Izuna rolls his eyes. You really think that exists? Heh. It's not around. Boruto anxiously asks him. Where do you think it is? Do you expect a McDonald's or Burger King here? Izuna chuckles. Wow. That sounds like a place I would like to go to. Boruto salivates a little. Alright. I will summon Naruto and send this punk to Ichiraku. Izuna summons a little eagle and sends it to inform Naruto. Both of them drop Boruto at Ichiraku with Naruto and enter the headquarter of Inyo. Why I am stuck with a noisy brat like this? Naruto complains. Shut up. You took the word out of my mouth. Boruto grumbles. Ah. M.O. I can't handle this brat. Naruto grabs Boruto's collar. Huh. You want to duke it out? Boruto grabs Naruto's collar. Go. Go. Naruto, Nissan and onion-haired boy. Aayaka is sitting on a nearby fence as she cheers for them. Huh. Aunt Aayaka. Boruto turns to Aayaka. Humph, who are you calling an aunt? Naruto, Nissan. Beat him up. Aayaka angrily glares at Boruto. At Inyo headquarter. Whoosh, whoosh. Tsunade, Minato, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Itachi, and Shisui arrive at the headquarter. Where is Guy? And why is this pervert here? Izuna raises an eyebrow. Guy is out on a mission with his genin team. As for Jiraiya, he was fooling around near hot springs, so I dragged him along. Tsunade shakes her head. Huh. You have a problem with me, brat. Jiraiya glares at Izuna. No, on the contrary, it's good that you came here. Izuna has a smile on his face. Now, I can dump Boruto on him for babysitting. What? Why do I feel like something is fishy here? Jiraiya has a crooked expression. Anyway, I summoned you here because a powerful enemy is on its way to Konoha. Izuna starts the meeting. He is so powerful that the likes of his power are never seen before. Izuna has a grim expression. Minato senses the meaning behind Izuna's words. Don't tell me, he is one of those otherworldly beings. Yes, he is. Izuna nods his head. Then that's really a worst-case scenario. Minato clenches his fist. Otherworldly being. What's his objective? Kakashi raises a question. It's not what. It's who. Izuna corrects him. Do you mean he is targeting someone? Tsunade chimes in. Yes, this time the target is Naruto. No. To be more accurate, it's Ninetales sealed inside Naruto. What? Someone is targeting me. A projection of Ien Kurama appears in front of the group. Ninetales. The group gasps in astonishment. It's the other half of the Ninetales. Don't worry. He is docile, he won't bite anyone. Izuna calms them down. Oi. Who do you think am I? A dog. Ninetales growls at him. Well. It's scientifically proven that foxes too are a part of the dog family. So, my point stands. Izuna states as a matter of fact. You bastard. Don't test my patience. I am the great Ninetales fox, the Kibisama. Ien Kurama flashes his sharp canines. Alright. Alright. I don't have time to bicker with you. Izuna shrugs him off and turns to the group. He takes out a scroll from his pocket and passes it to the group. This is the intel on the abilities of the enemy. It's not 100% accurate, but this is what we have for now. All of them read the scroll one by one and their expression turns grim. What's the deal with him? He is so insanely powerful. Jiraiya complains. He can easily raise our village to dust. What kind of calamity has befallen on Konoha? Minato rubs his forehead. I am afraid, we are no match for him. Shursue shakes his head. He can learn people's jutsus just by absorbing their chakra. What else he could be, if not a monster? Kakashi agrees with the rest. But we can't hand Naruto just like that. Naruto is a member of our family. Itachi argues. Yeah. You are right. I finally got a second chance to be with my son. I won't give it so easily. Minato has a resolute expression. Izuna and adult Sasuke watch them from the sidelines. So, Izuna-kun. What's the plan? Minato turns to him. The plan is simple. Since we have an advantage of a preemptive strike, we will lure him into a trap and deal with him. Izuna formulates a plan. It's simpler said than done. What kind of trap can hold a monster like him? Jiraiya argues. Actually, I know of such a trap. It's just that it will take lots of time to set it up. Izuna takes out another scroll from his pocket and passes it to Minato. Minato-san. What do you think of this Fuinjutsu seal? Minato opens the scroll and inspects the seal for a while. It's incredible. I have never seen such a powerful seal before. Minato passes the scroll to Izuna and shakes his head. It's just that, it's not feasible with our current means. First, it requires a large amount of chakra. Also, the chakra should be of high quality. Then, there is the issue with the creation of this seal. It will take us a very long time to set it up. Even if we set it up, we should be able to lure him to the trap. Minato shakes his head in dismay. I will take care of the later part. Sasuke walks from the shadows. His face is covered with a cloak. He is. The group turns to Izuna. He is a member. Izuna brushes it aside. As for the first problem, this should be enough. Izuna takes out a scroll from his pocket and slams his palm on the seal. Poof. A large amount of crystal clear chakra ores appears in front of them. Chapter 270, 263. Troublemaker. Chakra ores. The group is surprised to see such a large amount of chakra ores. It's even of a very high quality. Minato remarks on the transparency of the ores. Where did you get such a large amount of supply? Tsunade curiously asks him. Nothing much. I just excavated some chakra mines in the land of silence. Izuna waves his hand in dismissal. Really? The daimyo of the land of silence allowed you? Tsunade raises an eyebrow. Of course. The people of Land of Silence were silent when I took this ore. The group rolls their eyes at his remark. Anyway. Don't mull over the small stuff. I have more than enough chakra ores to power the formation. Our only concern is to finish the seal on time. Izuna shrugs his shoulder. That's reasonable. Minato nods his head. All right. Let's divide the task. Izuna turns to Tsunade and Kakashi. Both of you will evacuate the villagers to a safe shelter. This threat is even bigger than Ninetales' attack, we have to prepare for the worst-case scenario. He turns to the rest. Minato-san. You and Kushina-san will help me with the formation of the seal and later you will maintain the seal. This old pervert will help too. Jiraiya grumbles but nods his head. Guy, Shursue, and Itachi will monitor the perimeter. I don't want a repeat of Ayaka's incident. Izuna has a stern expression on his face. Then who will fight with the enemy? Jiraiya asks him. We both will fight him. Sasuke stands beside Izuna. I can't allow Tatsuya to fight Urashiki directly. The risk of Kama is too high, it's almost untraceable. Both me and Sasuke are safe because of our Rinnegan, but the same can't be said for others. Izuna, that's too risky. We can't allow you to put your life on the line every single time. Tsunade and Minato instantly deny his plan. Then do any of you have the confidence to survive the battle? This. The group falls silent as they have no comeback for Izuna's argument. I understand your sentiments. But it's not sentiments but the strength that will help in battle. Believe it or not, your presence will hold me back in the battle. Izuna harshly rebukes them. TCH. Tsunade clicks her tongue but abstains from commenting. The rest of the members also have indignant expressions on their faces. Good. Then, let's proceed with the first step. Snap. Izuna snaps his finger, and a table appears in front of him. He lays a map of Konoha on the table. Here. Izuna marks a giant red circle on the map. This will be our place of ambush. It covers an area of 25 square kilometer. Izuna draws a sealing formation on top of the area. The seal will consist of one central node and 8 external nodes. He marks the external focal nodes with an alternate white and black mark. These white nodes are the heaven nodes. They would be buried underground with a pile of chakra ores. You can also call them the life gate of the nodes. These nodes will sustain the formation, so they must be hidden from the view. These black nodes are the earth nodes. This would be the place from where Minato-san, Kushina-san, and Jiraiya-san will control the rest of the formation. You can call them the human gate. Minato and Jiraiya study the formation and nod their head in understanding. What about this fourth human gate? Who will sustain it? Jiraiya questions him. Don't worry, I already have someone in my mind, Izuna assures him. He continues to carve the rest of the formation while explaining to the group. Except for Jiraiya, Minato, and the hidden Tatsuya, none of them were able to figure out the principle of the seal. Even Jiraiya's and Minato's understanding was limited. Too bad, only the members of the Uzumaki clan have an affinity for Fuinjutsu. As for others, this is how far their talent can take them. Izuna shakes his head. The discussion lasts for an entire hour. The group devises various plans and strategies and even formulates backup plans in case of an emergency. He takes out the chakra sealing tag from his pocket and passes it to the rest of the group. I have modified these chakra sealing tags. These new chakra tags will prevent the forceful extraction of chakra from your body. This way, that Urashiki won't be able to steal your chakra and techniques. With that being said, let's conclude the meeting for the day. Izuna dismisses the group. One by one all the members of the group leave the small dimension. Tsunade, wait. He stops Tsunade while the rest of the group leaves. Huh. What's the matter? It's nothing severe. Just don't inform Mei about our plan. I don't want her to embroil in this chaos again. Izuna requests her. I see. Is there anything else? Tsunade nods her head. Yes. I have another request for you. Send Sasuke away from the village for the next month. Anywhere is fine, just pair him with another team and send him on a mission away from Konoha. Well. All right. I will take care of it. Anything else? No. That's it for now. Izuna shakes his head. See you, later. Tsunade disappears from the small dimension. Phew. Izuna heaves a sigh of relief. With their help, we have at least 80% chance to win this fight. I will have to do more research for the last 19%. As for 100%, who is so sure of fate? Yes. We can prevent Urashiki from interfering with the past. It will be even better if we can drive him back to the future. Sasuke nods his head. No. This place will be his grave. Izuna shakes his head. He has his reason for this. He wants to extract a small sample of Urashiki's blood and cells to study their physiology. Perhaps it may give him some clue about the working of the Kama seal. Also, I might get a solution for my condition. I only have 1.5 years left. My Rinne Sharingan is too powerful for my body. It has accelerated the rate of deterioration of my chakra system. I wonder if there are other worlds with living creatures other than the shinobi world. Otsuzukis have sucked many worlds dry, but those worlds should have some living beings to maintain the flow of nature energy. Chakra is just a type of energy utilized by Otsutsuki. When Hagoromo and Hamura inherited chakra, Kaguya was infuriated. She even attempted to steal their chakra. I wonder if passing the knowledge of chakra is a taboo in the Otsutsuki clan, or else why was Kaguya so mad about chakra if she has already betrayed her clan? Mysteries. Too many mysteries. Izuna shakes his head. Sasuke, let's go and check our battlefield. The surprise gift for Urashiki shouldn't be lackluster. As for you Tatsuya, why don't you check on Boruto? Whoosh. The three of them warp out of the Inyo dimension. Back at the Ichiraku Ramen. The fight between Naruto and Boruto has turned into a full-blown brawl thanks to Aayaka fanning the flames. Naruto and Boruto's face are swollen with black and blue bruises. Damn it. Ichiraku Ramen is the best. Naruto yells at the top of his lungs. No. Thunder Chili. Burger is the best. Boruto screams his vocal cords out. Aayaka takes out a pair of cotton plugs to block the noise. Both of them have raised quite a stir and gathered a large crowd. Huh. What's going on? Hinata notices Naruto in the middle of the crowd. Naruto-kun. What's the matter? She asks Naruto with a red face. Mom. Boruto's shout drags her attention. Mom. No. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 16 palms. She rapidly slaps Boruto's face and dashes out of the crowd. Boruto's face has swollen beyond recognition. Damn. Mom is scarier in her childhood. Tears flow from Boruto's eyes. PFFTT. Haha. Naruto burst out in laughter. Serves you right for insulting my ramen. He looks exactly like an onion with that swollen face. Aayaka nods her head. She is pleased with her naming sense. On a nearby electric pole, Tatsuya's face twitches as he stares at the sorry state of Boruto. He is a real troublemaker. Brawling with his dad and insulting his mother. Which young girl won't be offended if a kid of her age calls her mother? Tatsuya shakes his head. Whoosh. He appears in front of the crowd. I am sorry, everyone. This kid just got discharged from hospital. He is still recovering from his sequela. He grabs Boruto and disappears. Was that Nissan? His appearance was similar to Nissan. Aayaka places a finger under her chin and clicks her tongue. Chapter 271, 264. Amano Ukihashi. Adults Sasuke and Izuna inspect the formation area. Sometimes Izuna will pause and mark a place. Sasuke, who is curiously following Izuna, raises a question. Nissan. Have you awakened Rinnegan? If you have, then what are its abilities? You will naturally get your answers when the time comes. Also, even if you know about my abilities, it won't benefit our teamwork during the battle since there is none, to begin with. Izuna chuckles and continues to map the area. Why does he even bother to ask when he already knows about them? It's not like my Rinnegan abilities will change much in the future. He maps the area and marks the nodes for the next 2 hours. Next up is a rough outline of the formation. Let me take a look from the skies. Whoosh. Izuna leaps in the sky and flies to an appropriate altitude to get a clear look at the entire area. Whoosh. Sasuke closely follows him behind. Oh. You can fly too. Izuna is surprised to see Sasuke fly. Yes. My visual prowess has returned. I spent quite a lot of chakra during the temporal leap. Your low chakra pool is one of your biggest weaknesses. But this doesn't seem to be the case anymore. Izuna gazes at Sasuke as his eyes turn into Mangekyo Sharingan. Your chakra pool is almost on par with Naruto without the 9 tails. Yes. I mastered the Snake Sage mode and the Snake Sage helped me with my chakra problem. Sasuke nods his head. That old hag helped you. Izuna raises an eyebrow, as he can't believe his ears. That old hag was so wish-washy when I asked her to help me, and now, she is reluctant to help you. What sort of changes could make her do so? Wait. Don't tell me. Izuna shakes his head and returns to the previous matter. Your chakra pool is fine and even your chakra control is fine. This can mean only one thing. Your technique. It's your technique that wastes a lot of chakra. Izuna speculates the reason. Tell me, which technique do you use to travel through dimensions? It's Yamatsu Hirasaka. It's a Rinnegan ability, and even the Otsutsuki's uses this ability to travel through space. Sasuke replies. No wonder. Izuna shakes his head in disgust. Sasuke is surprised to see his expression. But Nisan, that's a Rinnegan ability and is very hard to master. Sigh. Izuna takes a deep breath and turns to Sasuke. Sasuke. It's not that I am undermining this ability. It's just that using this ability wastes a lot of chakra. Even the Otsutsuki you have met so far can't execute this ability properly. Yamatsu Hirasaka is an instantaneous technique, but it sacrifices efficiency at the cost of speed. It might be good during a battle, but it isn't an optimal technique while leaping dimensions. Izuna points out the flaws of the technique. I will teach you a different technique. Although this technique is slow compared to Yamatsu Hirasaka, it's very efficient. It only uses half the amount of chakra used by Yamatsu Hirasaka. Izuna takes out an ancient scroll from his pocket and passes it to Sasuke. Sasuke grabs the scroll and it almost slips from his hand. So heavy. His expression turns serious and slowly opens the scroll. Amano Ukihashi. He reads the name of the technique. Yes, it's an ancient technique which I found among the collection of toads. Go and try to decipher this technique. It will be useful for your future battles. Izuna waves his hand and dismisses him. Whoosh. Sasuke flies away to a remote corner to practice the jutsu mentioned in the scroll. Izuna stares at the scroll in Sasuke's hand and shakes his head. It's another technique of that traveler guy. This technique gave him an edge against his fight with Otsutsuki's. He was traveling alone while a horde of Otsutsuki was chasing after him. Whenever things went downhill for him, he would use this technique and escape to another dimension. Those Otsutsuki's could only use Yamatsu Hirasaka to chase him. In the next dimension, the Otsutsuki's would be weakened because of the lack of chakra. The traveler will use this opportunity to deal with a bunch of them and flee again. In the end, he perished in this world and passed his legacy to toads, snakes, and slugs to look for a successor. Anyway, let me survey the rest of the area. He flies around for a while. Izuna-kun. Izuna-kun. Here. Kushina is waving at him from a distance. Whoosh. He flies towards her and lands on the ground. I heard about the situation from Minato. I won't let any bad guy touch my Naruto. She clenches her fist. I will help with the seal. Here. Izuna passes the sealing scroll to Kushina. Kushina curiously inspects the seal and her mouth opens wide in astonishment. Wow. Amazing. This is a work of art. She honestly praises Izuna. Her skills with the Fuinjutsu have reached another level after inheriting the legacy of the Uzumaki clan. She is not on par with Izuna, but she surely has leaped some distance to close the gap, just a little though. The legacy of Traveler is far better than the Uzumaki legacy. There is no comparison at all. Kushina passes the scroll to Izuna and extends her arms widely. Izuna tilts his head in confusion. Take me to the sky. I also want to fly in the sky. Oh. Izuna infuses some chakra into his palm and pats on Kushina and Minato's back. You can fly now. Oh. Kushina's eyes shine brightly. She instantly leaps in the air and spreads her arms like a swan ready for a flight. Whoosh, whoosh. Kushina whizzes through the air. It's so fun. I never thought flying would be so fun. She turns to Izuna with an envious gaze. I am so jealous of you, Izuna-kun. You can fly whenever you want. Well. Izuna silently scratches his head. I can teach you whenever you want. After your rebirth, your body and constitution have changed a lot. So, it's not impossible to learn dust release. Yahoo. Kushina continues to fly around for a while. Cough, cough. Minato coughs slightly to get her attention. Kushina, let's get back to the work. We are doing it for the sake of Naruto, remember? Whoosh. Kushina immediately appears in front of Minato. Of course. I won't let anyone bully my Naruto. Izuna flickers towards the village to gather material for the seal. Since it is a big project, I will request funds from the village. I don't want to pay the bill from my pocket. Izuna summons a small eagle and writes down the list of material and sends it to Tsunade. Tsunade will look for these materials while I will search for some rare materials. Whoosh. Izuna teleports from his position. He reappears at Mount Mayaboku. Oh. Izuna boy. I have been waiting for you. Fukasaku walks out of his house. Here. He passes a giant scroll to Izuna. This is. Great Toad Sage prophesied your visit. He also told us the reason for your visit. This scroll contains all the rare materials collected by Mount Myaboku over the past 1,000 years. I am sure they will be useful to you. Fukasaku throws a glance at Izuna. Also. You look a little different from before. Of course. I am handsome than ever. Izuna shamelessly brags in front of him. Fukasaku narrows his eyes. No. On a second look, you are the same as ever. He turns around and enters his house. Hey. What's that supposed to mean? Izuna silently stares at the back of Fukasaku. Did this old frog roasted me just now? Never mind. I won't bicker with an old frog. Izuna pockets the scroll. Next destination. Ryuchi Cave. Whoosh. He appears in front of a large cave with many crossroads. Damn. That old hag messed up with my flying thunder, mark. I will imprint a new one. He enters one of the caves. After 15 minutes, Izuna arrives in front of a large cave. There is a majestic temple inside the cave. Hiss. A large blue snake with light green eyes slithers out of the temple. There is a giant scroll in its mouth. It has been a while, Aoda. Izuna greets the snake. I am doing well, Master Izuna. Aoda passes the giant scroll to Izuna. The sage asked me to pass this scroll to you. Oh. This again. He turns towards the temple and yells. How did you know I was coming? I can smell your foul scent from miles. The snake sage responds. Is that so? Are you a snake sage or dog sage? Izuna chuckles. Brat. Get lost from here before I count to 10 or else, I will even snatch that scroll from your hands. The snake sage hisses violently. Fine, old hag. Izuna grumbles and teleports away. Damn. This foul-mouthed brat. The white snake sage bashes the walls of the temple. Chapter 272, 265. 8 Black Yin-Yang Annihilation Seal. Finally, I have gathered all the materials required for the seal. There are 3 giant scrolls in front of Izuna, one from each sage region. After his visit to Ryuchi Cave, Izuna visited Shikatsu Forest and Katsuyu gave this scroll with no hassle. Izuna-kun, Tsunade-sama said to pass this scroll to you. Shizune arrives at the place with Taunton in her arms. Thank you very much. Izuna unfurls the scroll, and a letter falls from it. He picks up the letter. This is a message from Tsunade-sama about the materials. Izuna curls the letter and throws it in the air. The letter blazes in flames and turns to ashes. A wind current blows away the ashes. I am sure Tsunade will readily provide me fund in the future. After all, it is for the greater good of Konoha. Shizune silently stares at him and shakes her head as words are stuck in her throat. But Tsunade-sama said that, this is the first and the last time the village will fund you. Don't expect any funding in the future. Never mind. You won't listen either way. Shizune returns to Konoha. Izuna summons Jiraiya, Minato, Kushina, and Tatsuya. The materials are ready. Let's inscribe the seal. The group nods their head. Each of you pick up an earth node and engrave the seals from that node. Izuna crosses his index and middle finger. Shadow Clone Jutsu. He creates 4 shadow clones. My clones will pick 1 heaven node each. The inscribing of the heaven node is much difficult compared to the earth node since he has to conceal these nodes. Also, these nodes will operate autonomously, so, he has to ensure that there is no error in their inscription. To speed up the process and cut some time, he is using Shadow Clone Jutsu. It's not like I can't create more shadow clones. Carving a seal with nature energy takes a lot of concentration. It will become extremely difficult to sustain the shadow clones while absorbing nature energy and engraving seals. My current limit is 4, any more and I am afraid I will lose concentration and the seal will become unstable. Take Naruto, for example. He could only maintain 2 shadow clones with nature energy. My clones on the other hand are also concentrating on the seal inscription. Izuna-kun. Do you have a name for the sealing formation? Kushina curiously asks him. I haven't thought of a name yet. Why don't you all name it? Izuna proposes. Then, let me think of a name. Kushina ponders for a while, and her eyes lit up. What about the 8 Black Yin-Yang sealing barrier? Kushina suggests a name. Isn't the name a little too simple for such a complex seal? Minato places a hand under his chin and muses. I think 8 Heaven-Earth Seal, Barrier of Absolute Annihilation, is a more fitting name. Minato nods his head in satisfaction. The rest of the group silently stares at Minato. Your naming sense is awful as ever. My name is 100 times better than yours. Kushina argues with Minato. Oh. I have a name too. Jiraiya eagerly chimes in. Since the enemy is an otherworldly being with godlike powers, then why don't we name it as 8-trigram demon suppression seal? That's too bland. Minato and Kushina complain simultaneously. Izuna has an incredulous look as he stares at a bunch of adults fighting over naming his technique. Then let's decide the name by drawing lots. Izuna takes out 3 sticks from his storage scroll and squeezes them in his palm. These sticks are of varying length. The person with the biggest stick will win the lot. He stretches his hands towards the group. Pick your choice. Kushina harumphs and points towards a stick. Jiraiya immediately makes his choice, leaving Minato behind. I don't have any choice, do I? He wryly smiles at them. Izuna twitches slightly at their choice. Damn. I never expect this pervert to win. I can't let him name my technique. Izuna sneakily applies some force and breaks the stick. All right. Go ahead and pull your sticks. The 3 of them instantly grab their pick. This. Jiraiya stares at a toothpick. Isn't it too small? Hooray. I win. Kushina smiles and teases Minato and Jiraiya. I am second. Minato shakes his head. Never mind. I am not interested in such a lousy technique. Jiraiya cleans his teeth with the stick and throws it aside with indifference. All right then. It will be a mix of Kushina and Minato-san's names. I will name it 8 Black Yin-Yang Annihilation Seal. He slightly changes the name. TCH. My original name was much better. Kushina clicks her tongue. Okay. Hurry and finish the task. You all need to complete at least 30 chakra circuits before the dusk. Izuna and his clones scatter throughout the area. Fine. Jiraiya and the rest grumpily return to the work. Izuna focuses on the central node while his clones shift to heaven nodes. He inscribes one seal after another on the ground. A Fuinjutsu seal is similar to an integrated circuit board. You have to create the IC board component by component and weave a complex network of circuits to make it work as intended. Similarly, the Fuinjutsu seal is distributed in many circuits, each with its own components. A set of programs written in a specific language operates the IC board. Fuinjutsu has its language too. It has a vast set of runes composed of kanji, katakana, hiragana, Roman, hieroglyphics, Latin, and many other shapes and symbols. When written in a certain pattern, these symbols invoke the laws of the world to initiate a change. Similar to electricity, chakra, or nature energy is the power source of these seals which triggers these changes. The more chakra circuit a seal has, the major the changes it will invoke in the surroundings. For example, most simple Fuinjutsu seals like exploding tags have 1 or 2 chakra circuits. The storage scrolls, on the other hand, have 10 chakra circuits. The sensing barrier surrounding the village has 360 chakra circuits, while the barrier around my house has 1,200 chakra circuits. The current seal, 8 Black Yin-Yang Annihilation Seal, has around 2,000 chakra circuits. Izuna rapidly carves one circuit after another. We have a month before Yurihiki arrives. At this rate, we have to carve 70 chakra circuits a day to complete it in a month. I will carve 40 chakra circuits a day while the bunch will carve 30 chakra circuits. Carving these seals consumes a lot of chakra and spirituality. We can only work 7 hours a day before exhausting ourselves. Izuna's hand moves rapidly as he carves one rune after another. Each chakra circuit is different. Some are complex while some are easy to inscribe. Soon, the sun sets on the horizon as dusk comes knocking. Back in Konoha. In the Hokage office. Tsunade is sitting on her chair as she listens to Shizen's report. Kakashi is lying on a nearby sofa with a book in his hand. Damn, that is Izuna. Tsunade grits her teeth. She takes a deep breath and stares at Boruto. So, this brat is with that man. Tsunade heard a report from Izumo and Kotetsu. She finds it funny how this bunch could fool those 2 guards. Izuna has already vouched for them, so there is no problem with their background. But, what's with this current situation? Arg. Damn it. You are getting on my nerves. Naruto grabs Boruto's collar. Hee hee. You think I am afraid of you? Boruto brushes his hand away. Sigh. One troublemaker was already enough, now I have to handle 2. Tsunade glares at them. It was not my fault. It was this guy who started it first. Naruto and Boruto point at each other. Crack, crack. Tsunade angrily clutches the corner of the table and tears it apart. I had enough of your nonsense. Tsunade angrily stands from her seat. Bonk. Bonk. She smacks Boruto's and Naruto's heads. Ah. Both of them grab their forehead and whimper in pain. Kakashi. You will be the one to babysit them. Since your leader, Izuna is the one responsible for this trouble. Kakashi closes his book and points towards himself. Me. Yes, you. You are the only person who is currently free at the moment. Monitor these brats and prevent them from creating more troubles. Tsunade has a livid expression as she pushes the responsibility to Kakashi. Kakashi ponders for a while. He takes out a poster from his pocket and turns to Boruto and Naruto. Let's go on an ostrich hunt. Gulp. Naruto gulps his saliva. Don't tell me, it's that ninja ostrich again. Chapter 274, 266. Arrival of Urashiki. A month passes in the blink of an eye. Phew. Izuna takes a deep breath as he stares at the completed seal. It took us a month with 7 hours per day to complete this seal. Yes, if this help can restrict the enemy, then it is worthwhile. Minato nods his head. Ah. I am so beat. Kushina massages her arms. Brat. You better pay me handsomely for this great Jiraiya-sama's service. Jiraiya waves his hand and T-poses. Of course. Izuna takes out an envelope from his pocket and passes it to Jiraiya. Oh. How rare of you. Jiraiya has a smile on his face as he receives the envelope. I have been lacking some funds lately. This came right on time. Jiraiya pockets the envelope. Open it. Izuna instigates him to open the scroll. Oh. You want me to count the money? How great of you. Jiraiya happily opens the envelope. He slightly pulls the contents of the envelope to take a peek. Jiraiya's expression freezes as his hands trembles. Not to your liking. Izuna playfully smirks. Or do you want more? Izuna takes out another envelope from his storage and passes it to him. Ah. Jiraiya grabs the envelope with trembling hands. He slowly opens it with fear in his eyes. Gulp. Jiraiya peeks inside from the corner of his eyes. Oh. What is it, Jiraiya-sensei? Kushina curiously asks him. Oh. It's nothing, nothing at all. Jiraiya hurriedly pockets the scroll. I have some urgent business to take care of, I will see you soon. Whoosh. Jiraiya hurriedly turns around and dashes from the place. Ha ha. Izuna chuckles at Jiraiya's departing back. He is always in a hurry. He shakes his head and turns to Minato. Minato-san. Our hard work has finally paid off. Let's visit hot springs to relax. I was about to invite Jiraiya-san too, but he left in a hurry. Alright. I also want to relive some exhaustion from this hard work. Minato agrees with him. I will come too. Let me invite Mikoto, Tsunade-sama, and others. Kushina hurriedly departs for Konoha. Then, let's get going. Back in Konoha. Ah. Why I have to be dragged in your assignments. Boruto grumpily follows Naruto and the rest of Konoha 11 members. Now. Now. Stop whining. Let's get the job done. Naruto pats his back. I am not whining. But after all that, why it has to be cleaning the hot springs? And I am not even getting paid for this mission. Boruto swings the mop in his hand. I just can't get into this. Kiba has a mop in his hand. Too bad. We don't have much of a choice. It's a direct order from Lady Fifth. Besides, we also get to soak in hot springs after cleaning. Shikamaru shakes his head. Oh. Really? Boruto asks him. Yes. Shikamaru nods his head. Then I will be right back. Boruto dashes out of the bathhouse. This guy, he looks and behaves like Naruto. Shino remarks silently. Outside the bathhouse. Boruto takes out a bottle with the label, Instant Itch Powder, from his pocket. He takes out a towel from one of the cabinets and sprinkles on it. Hee hee. I will get back to you for bullying me. This waterproof itch powder will surely do the trick. He returns to the bathhouse as the group is discussing the recent events. Maybe there is something else going on. I even heard about an emergency drill from clan higher-ups. Niji remarks. Who cares about that? Come on, let's hurry and get this cleaning over with. Okay. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto makes some hand clones and rushes through the hot spring. I won't fall behind. Boruto crosses his fingers and makes shadow clones. Oh. Then, it's on. Come on, Akamaru. Kiba's competitive nature kicks in. Woof, woof. Akamaru jumps on top of his head. Manbeast transformation combo. Two Kiba appear with mops in their hands. Both of them dashes through the bathhouse. You guys are full of energy. Aren't you? Shikamaru lazily brushes the floor. Here I go. Lee grabs two mops while walking upside down. Look, guys. Watch me. Naruto grabs a hose. Water style, water jet jutsu. He waves the pipe around. Be careful with what you are doing. Shino warns them with a feeble voice. The group ignores him like usual and Naruto continues to wave the hose around. Pest. He drenches Boruto in water. My bad. Hee hee. Naruto scratches his head. Oi. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Boruto glares at Naruto. Boruto grabs a shower hose and points it towards Naruto. He turns the hot water tap on. Now watch me. Water style, hot geyser no jutsu. He aims it at Naruto's face. H. Hot. 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 Naruto squeezes the end of the hose and gathers a large amount of water at its end. He points it towards Boruto and releases the pressure. Eat this. Water style, full power water jet. Whoosh. Boruto ducks and avoids the water jet. At men's bathhouse entrance. Izuna, Minato, Kakashi, Shisui, Itachi, and Jiraiya enter the bath. Men. I am so beat. Jiraiya cracks his neck and turns to Izuna. Damn it, brat. You are so mean. You didn't even invite me to hot springs. It's not my fault if you leave in a hurry without even listening. Izuna shrugs his shoulder. Anyway, I am going to enjoy myself. Jiraiya pushes the gate and enters. Whiz. Gurgle, gurgle. A pressured water jet to the face welcomes him. Puffed. Ha ha. Izuna cracks up in laughter. While the faces of the rest of the group turns red from holding their laughter. Jiraiya blocks the water with his hand and angrily turns to the kids. Which of you is causing the trouble? The group turns to Naruto. Naruto is still holding the hose in his hand as few water droplets drip from it. Phew. Shikamaru heaves a sigh of relief as he closes the tap. Oh. Pervy Sage. It's you. Naruto immediately throws away the pipe. Brat. Stop creating trouble. Jiraiya harumphs and walks towards the bath. Hey, Dad. Kakashi-sensei. Izuna-ni-san. Shisui-ni-san and Itachi-ni-san. Naruto waves at them. Boruto also follows him. Alright. Let's enjoy ourselves. Kakashi and the rest jump in the bath. Ah. It feels so good. Kakashi closes his eyes. Naruto and the rest of the group stare at him as Boruto question them. Why does he wear his mask even in the bathhouse? We don't have an answer for that. The group shakes their head. Oh. You want to know the reason? Izuna incredulously stares at the group. Yes, we do. The group nods their head. All right. Listen. I have known Kakashi since I was 4 years old and it has almost 20 years since then. But to this date, I have never seen Kakashi remove his mask. Oh, the group exclaims. Izuna beckons them as he whispers. I think he was born with his mask, or how else can you explain it? Really? The group has a doubtful expression. Oi Izuna. I can hear you. Kakashi glares at him. He turns to the Konoha 12 group. Since you guys want to see my face, I will remove my mask. But it will be the last time I will do so. Kakashi slowly removes his mask with his left hand. Suddenly. Scratch, scratch. Jiraiya scratches his nuts as he feels itchy down there. What's going on? Why I am feeling itch all of a sudden. Plop. He jumps in the water to get rid of the scratch but the itch persists. Damn it. Jiraiya grunts and dives into the water again. He reappears in between the group and Kakashi. The towel around his waist loosens up and slides from his thighs. Ah. I feel relaxed now. Jiraiya sighs in relaxation. My eyes. The members of the Konoha 12 instantly close their eyes but the scene is still burned in their memories. No wonder, Tsunade rejected him. That thing is, too small. Izuna whistles and turns his head away. Ha. Suddenly, Jiraiya feels a gust of cold air between his legs. Oh no. He instantly grabs some foam to hide his prestige. I will be right back. He grabs the towel and dashes out of the bathhouse. Meanwhile, Kakashi wears his mask again. Kakashi-sensei. Can you show us again? We missed it. Naruto complains. No. I told you, I will only show you once. Kakashi turns around and soaks in hot water. Ah. So good. Now do you believe me? Izuna asks the group. We do. All of them nod their head in unison. That was a good bath. I feel so relaxed. Izuna and the rest of the bunch walk out of the hot springs. I didn't enjoy it at all. Jiraiya mumbles. Izuna ignores him. Whoosh. A shadow appears in front of the group. He is here. Chapter 275, 267. Urashiki vs Inyo. He is here. Adult Sasuke appears in front of Izuna. He takes out Karasuki from his storage. Greetings, Master Izuna. A few moments ago, I sensed some disturbance in the temporal field of this timeline. Someone is about to enter this timeline. Karasuki answers them. It must be Urashiki. Izuna turns to Karasuki and asks him. How much time would he take to enter this timeline? According to my calculations, the temporal tunnel will open in the next 3 hours. 3 hours. That's quite low. Izuna clicks his tongue. He turns to the rest of the group. The enemy is here. We have 3 hours to prepare. I see. So, he is already here. Tsunade and Kushina walk out of the woman's bath section. Let's hurry and make preparations. Tsunade immediately flickers towards the Hokage office. She takes out a scroll and infuses some chakra into the scroll. Poof. Tsunade summons a taiko drum with a Mitsudomo design. Bang. 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 Tsunade infuses chakra in her palm and beats the drum. Dum. 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 The sound of the drum reverberates through the village. It's here. Most of the clan leaders and elders walk out of their houses. The emergency drill has started. Everyone please evacuates to shelters. The clan leaders evacuate the members of their clan to the shelter. Let's go. Fugaku orders the members of the Konoha police force to evacuate the civilians. Naruto and the rest of the Konoha 11 curiously converse with each other. What's going on? Naruto raises a question. That's the signal for the emergency evacuation. Looks like something big is happening in the village. Shino answers him. This is an emergency drill. Everyone please evacuate to the underground shelter. I repeat, this isn't. A Chunin announces the news and flickers away. Look like Niji's information was correct. Lee nods his head. An emergency drill at such an hour. Seems like something fishy is going on. Now, I have to walk to the shelter. What a drag. Shikamaru shakes his head. Let's get moving, guys. Naruto and the rest dash towards the shelter while helping civilians on the way. Tsunade monitors the situation from the top of the Hokage office. Looks like the situation is under control for now. Tsunade heaves a sigh of relief. I will leave the rest to you all. She continues to monitor the situation. Whoosh. Izuna and the rest of the group appear on top of Konoha's outer wall. Sasuke holds Karasuki in his hand as they patiently wait for Urashiki's arrival. This Urashiki guy. How will he arrive here? Jiraiya asks him. He will use a space-time ninjutsu to arrive here. I am not sure where he will appear, but we have to lure him into our formation or else he will annihilate Konoha in seconds. Izuna warns them. Also, don't forget to place the chakra suppression seal on your body. I don't want him to steal our powers and use them against us. Izuna reminds them. We know. They apply the chakra suppression seal on their body and hide it under their garments. A few minutes later. Swirl. A portal radiated with blue energy opens in mid-air outside Konoha's barrier. Izuna turns towards the portal as he senses the temporal fluctuations. He is here, everyone. Be on guard. Whoosh. Izuna dashes towards the portal. The rest of the group follows after him. Hey. What's with this dreadful chakra? It's so terrifying. The group senses Urashiki's chakra signature. Their expression turns ugly at the intensity of the chakra. This chakra. It's so. Words remain stuck in Jiraiya's mouth as he is unable to express his dread. Let's go. We have to show him that not anyone can mess with my Naruto. Not while her mom is still alive. Kushina takes the lead. How can I stay behind as a father? Minato also increases his pace. Whoosh. Urashiki walks out of the portal and looks around. Yar. Yar. My plans really went off kilter. Urashiki shakes his head. He turns towards the incoming Izuna and the group. I guess I'll have to hunt down the annoying insects first. Swoosh. Urashiki waves his hand and a flexible fishing rod of dense red chakra appears in his arm. There he is. The group notices him floating in the air. Urashiki recognizes Sasuke and Tatsuya among the group. I knew it, you got here before me. He ignores Izuna and the rest of the Konoha members and focuses his attention on Tatsuya and Sasuke. You gave me quite the trouble in our last encounter. But since Kyuubi, future Naruto, isn't here to help you, things will be a lot easier now. Swoosh. Izuna disappears from his place and reappears in front of Urashiki. Bang. He punches the latter in the gut. Blurg. Urashiki coughs up a mouthful of blood. You talk too much. Izuna remarks and prepares to kick him away. Amazing. Sasuke is amazed to see Izuna get the upper hand in their first confrontation. Nissan is amazing as ever. He is easily the strongest ninja of all eras. Sparring. Urashiki's eyes change into blue, Tomo-less Rinnegan. They glow with a blue hue. Origami replacement technique. His body turns into 10 glowing red Orizuru and disappears. Shum. The red Orizurus shine brightly. Oh no. Sasuke's expression turns grim. Boom. The Orizurus explodes violently, sending a shock wave through the air. A cloud of dust and smoke rises near Izuna's position. Rumble. Rumble. Ripples appear on the barrier around Konoha. Tsunade notices the explosion and worry appears on her face. Now that takes care of one. Swoosh. Urashiki appears behind Jiraiya. Stab. He impales Jiraiya with his fishing rod hook. Poof. Jiraiya disappears in a puff of smoke. Ha. Clone technique of Kyuubi. You really have no regard for us, huh? The smoke and dust clear out to reveal Izuna. There is a purple barrier around him, protecting him from the explosion. Electromagnetic release, flux barrier. Swoosh. Izuna waves his hand to dispel the barrier. He floats in the air and confronts Urashiki. Oh. The insect has grown wings. Urashiki points his fishing rod towards Izuna and swings it at him with full force. Swish. Swish, swish. He launches a barrage of chakra hooks at the group. Amino Subaraboshin no Mikoto. Whoosh, whoosh. The group swiftly dodges his attack. Bang. 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 The chakra hooks slam in the ground and create giant craters. Swish, swish, swish. Minato launches a barrage of his signature kunais at Urashiki. Clang, clang, clang. Urashiki waves his fishing rod to repel the kunais. Rasen Flash Super Circle Dance Howl Stage 4. Bang. 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 Minato teleports from his position with multiple shadow clones and bombards Urashiki with a multitude of Rasengan. A flash of golden lightning flickers with each of Minato's strikes. Boom. Minato detonates a big Rasengan on Urashiki's body and sends him flying. Boom. Urashiki slams into a small hill and raises a cloud of dust. Did we get him? Jiraiya has a doubtful expression on his face. Swish. Kushina Nissan. Be careful. Izuna warns Kushina, but it's too late. A fishing rod hook impales Kushina's body. Oh. A spacetime technique user. How interesting. Sizzle. Sizzle. Urashiki walks out of the debris. White smoke rises from his wounds as they heal rapidly. Such regeneration. There is not even a scratch. Jiraiya clicks his tongue. Kushina. Minato teleports near Kushina to free her. Swish. Urashiki waves his fishing rod and pulls it out. He inspects the end of the fishing hook. I can't extract her chakra. Urashiki is surprised to see this. Whoosh. Dynamic entry. Guy aims a kick at Urashiki's face. TCH. Another insect. Urashiki clicks his tongue and blocks the attack with his fishing rod. Gate of limit, open. Leaf Great Flash. Guy directly opens the fifth gate and releases a powerful lateral kick at Urashiki's head. What? Bang. Urashiki is sent flying by the kick and slams into a nearby boulder. Don't worry. Konoha's mighty beast of prey is here. Guy takes a taijutsu stance. Good. You are finally here, Guy. Izuna nods his head. Arg. You insects are testing my patience. Urashiki growls in anger. His eyes change to pupilless purple Rinnegan. Those eyes. The expression of the group changes as Urashiki points his hand towards the group. Shinra Tensei. Shum. With his body as an epicenter, Urashiki releases a powerful, repulsive force towards the group. Rumble. Rumble. The ground trembles with the repulsive force as layers by layers of rocks get chipped away. Oh no. It's this technique. Whoosh. Sasuke jumps in front of the group. Swirl. Sparring. His left eye changes to a 6-tomo Rinnegan. Sasuke stretches his right arm and uses the same technique. Shinra Tensei. Rumble. Rumble. The repulsive force of his technique clashes with the repulsive force of Urashiki's technique. What? Another Rinnegan. Jiraiya is flabbergasted to see another Rinnegan appear in front of him. Crackle, crackle. Sparks appear between the two repulsive fields, as both of them are at a stalemate. Huh. I never expected to see you recover your strength after I stole so much of your chakra. Chapter 276, 268. Urashiki vs. Inyo Part 2. Rumble. Rumble. Both of Urashiki's and Sasuke's technique cancels each other. Whoosh, whoosh. Itachi and Shisui activate their Susanoo and appear on Urashiki's each side. Yasaka Magatama. Both of them create a large chakra Magatama in their hand. They aim it towards Urashiki and throw it with full force. Boom. Boom. The Magatamas explode on top of Urashiki, followed by a burst of lightning and fire. Buzz. Lightning flickers on one half of Urashiki's body while the other half is scorched black from the attack. Swirl. Urashiki absorbs their jutsu with his Rinnegan, and his body recovers rapidly. Tool creation technique. Multitudes of dense red chakra weapons appear behind Urashiki. Shum. The red chakra weapons shoot at incredible speed and pins down Itachi and Shisui's Susanoo. Boom, boom. The chakra weapons continue to bombard their Susanoo and annihilate them, leaving a tattered Shisui and Itachi. Urashiki extends his arm outward. He condenses a large purple ball of energy into his palm and aims it towards the group. Whoosh. Minato tosses a kunai in the air and teleports from his position. There is a giant Raiznon infused with nature energy in his right hand. I have been waiting for you. Urashiki smirks and turns around. His Rinnegan turned blue. Ameno Saberi Boshinomi Koto, Ryugu. Boom. Urashiki's purple orb of energy collides with Minato's giant Raiznon. Boom. An immense demonic purple serpent appears around the purple orb, with the purple orb acting as its eye. Roar. The purple orb devours Minato's Raiznon and continues to target him. Whoosh. Minato teleports and reappears near his kunai. Blurg. He coughs out a mouthful of blood and tightly clutches his right arm. There are some burn marks on his right hand and the outer skin is peeled away. Let me heal you. Kushina uses the Mystic Palm technique to heal Minato's arm. Heh. I never expected these insects can resist to this degree. It's time to end this. Urashiki extends his left palm outward and forms a swirl of explosive purple energy in his palm. He aims it towards the still recuperating Minato, Kushina, Sasuke, Shisui, and Itachi. Jiraiya's expression turns ugly as he stares at the violent swirl of purple energy. He gathers chakra in his palm and creates a gigantic Raiznon. Ha! Jiraiya opens his mouth and spews out flames on the Raiznon, turning it into a gigantic ball of flames. Kudama Flaming Raiznon. Whoosh! Jiraiya launches the giant flaming Raiznon towards Urashiki. I haven't forgotten about you, pest. A gourd materializes around Urashiki's waist. He inserts his right hand in the gourd and withdraws a green sphere of chakra. Swoosh! He throws the green chakra sphere towards the incoming Raiznon. The green chakra rapidly expands and forms a gigantic tornado. Boom! The tornado collides with the Raiznon, dispelling it. Oi, brat! How long will it take to charge your jutsu? I have already created an opening for you. Jiraiya has an anxious expression on his face. I have been waiting for this moment. Whoosh! Izuna appears behind Urashiki with a purple orb of his own. Electromagnet release, Flux Raiznon. Boom! Izuna's Raiznon collides with Urashiki's technique and creates a violent vortex of energy. The vortex expands instantaneously and engulfs Izuna and Urashiki. Poof! Izuna disappears in a puff of smoke as the vortex consumes Urashiki. Urashiki's Rinnegan turns red before he gets consumed by the vortex. Crackle, crackle. The vortex creates a gigantic crater almost the size of Konoha. Purple lightning flickers through the crater as bursts of EMPs radiate from the crater. Swirl. A pitch-black portal appears behind Minato and Ten Orizuru leaps out of the portal. Urashiki leaps out of the portal. The corrosive power of electromagnetic release scorches almost half of his body as purple lightning continues to flicker through his body. Even with his restorative powers, he is recovering at a slow rate. Stab. Urashiki impales Minato with his fishing rod and tries to steal his chakra. I can't steal your chakra. He notices the sealing tag near Minato's navel area. Strip. Urashiki removes the sealing tag and inspects the seal. I see. So, it's this sealing technique that is protecting you. SRRR. He burns the sealing tag to ashes and extracts Minato's chakra. A flaming red ball of chakra appears at the end of the fishing hook. Urashiki grabs the chakra and turns it into a chakra pill. Gulp. Urashiki swallows the chakra pill and his body recovers rapidly. I can sense Kyuubi's chakra mixed within this pill. Urashiki greedily stares at Minato. Whoosh. Izuna teleports near Minato and supports him. He transfers some of his chakras to Minato to help him recover. I still need Minato-san's help with the ceiling formation. Izuna completes the chakra transfer and focuses his attention on Urashiki. His escape technique is too damn annoying. I can't track his whereabouts even with my Rinnegan. Haha. Haha. Urashiki recovers from all of his wounds. Now have a taste of your own medicine. Swoosh. Urashiki stretches his arm as red dense chakra gathers in his palm. The chakra swirls continuously and forms a giant Raisnon. BZZT. Urashiki combines the Raisnon with his technique. A small purple orb appears in the center of the Raisnon. Dark crimson spiral. Urashiki throws the giant spiraling mass of chakra towards the group. Shum. A dense black shield of dark chakra materializes in front of the group. Yada no Kagami. Boom. The spiraling mass of chakra slams into the shield. Crack, crack. Dust and debris rise in the air as ground cracks beneath their feet. Izuna is pushed away by the force of the spiral. Ha! He redirects the technique towards the sky. Boom. The spiraling mass explodes in the air, releasing a dazzling display of light. Intense lights erupt from the explosion and it dispels away the darkness of the night. The technique shatters the cloud, exposing the blood-red moon. This is... Tsunade's eyes widen in shock as she could feel the sheer amount of chakra involved in that previous technique. I am afraid if this technique explodes on top of Konoha then not even a rubble will be left behind. The jutsu extinguishes in a star-shaped remnant, and the light slowly fades away. Rumble. Rumble. The aftermath of jutsu releases a powerful shock wave which levels the nearby flora and fauna, turning it into a rocky wasteland. BZZT. The barrier around Konoha flickers violently, and some cracks appear on its surface. TCH. Tsunade clicks her tongue in dismay. If another technique of such a scale explodes, I am afraid the barrier will crumble and it will expose Konoha to the shock waves of the battle. She instantly summons the Umbu team. You lot go and help the barrier team to reinforce the barrier. We have to maintain this barrier at all cost. Inside the underground shelter. Tremble, tremble. The shock waves of the battle travel through the ground, leaving an earthquake in its wake. What's going on? Why there is an earthquake all of a sudden? Naruto complains. This earthquake might be the reason for the emergency drill. Lee speculates. No. This earthquake is different. Shino takes out a tiny insect from his pocket. Usually, my insects will warn me whenever an earthquake occurs. But this time, they didn't. He releases his insects on the ground. After a while, the insect flies back to him. As I suspected, there are traces of chakra in this earthquake. His insect trembles in fear. And this chakra is very dangerous. Shino's glasses shine with a glint. Gulp. You are creeping me out. Naruto gulps his saliva. He turns to Niji and nudges him. Hey, Niji. Why don't you check out what's going on outside? Alright. Byakugan. Niji activates his Byakugan and gazes outside the shelter. After a while, he shakes his head. I can't see anything past this shelter. I assume there is some sort of barrier blocking my senses. Niji deactivates his Byakugan. You guys. Why don't you take it easy like Shikamaru? Choji is munching some potato chips as he points towards Shikamaru, who is lazily resting on the ground. Shikamaru opens one of his eyes and remarks. It's not like you guys can interfere with whatever is going outside. He closes his eyes and yawns. I am so sleepy. Huff, huff. Izuna breathes heavily as the explosion destroyed a major portion of his shield. Minato and the group heave a sigh of relief. The previous explosion could have easily killed them if they confronted it head-on. Thankfully, Izuna-kun, you blocked the attack, or else I was about to teleport from here. Minato has a grim expression on his face. Previously, he didn't agree with Izuna's decision to confront the enemy alone. After his rebirth, Minato had the confidence to fight against most of the enemies, but now after taking a glance at the scale of the battle, he could only shake his head in dismay. It seems like we are holding Izuna back. He is protecting us while keeping the enemy at bay. Let's follow our original plan. The rest of the group nods their head. Then I will serve as the distraction. Let's go. Jiraiya, Minato, and Kushina flicker towards the ceiling formation. Guy dashes towards Urashiki with 7 gates open. Chapter 277, 269. Spear of Penance. Then I will serve as the distraction. Guy dashes towards Urashiki and activates the 8 gates. 7th Gate of Wonder, open. Blue sweat covers Guy's body and his body emits a blue-greenish aura. Guy rapidly dashes towards Urashiki to gather momentum. He stretches his right palm forward and taps it with his left hand to form a double clutch fist. Ha! Blazing Hirudora. Guy punches his fist towards Urashiki and makes a tiger seal. Roar. The powerful pressure from the fist compresses the air into a giant white tiger almost the size of a full-body Susanoo. Roar. The tiger roars and dashes towards Urashiki. Crackle, crackle. Raging fire envelopes the giant tiger as the sheer force of friction sets it ablaze. Roar. The tiger opens its mouth and leaps at Urashiki. Shurring. Urashiki's Rinnegan turns red, and he stretches his arm in front of his face. Tsurugari. A giant red flaming crane of volatile chakra erupts from the ground. Urashiki directs it to confront Hirudora. Scree. The flaming crane slams into Hirudora and grapples its head with its claws. Roar. The blazing tiger opens its giant mouth and bites on the flaming crane's neck. Scree. The flaming crane releases a shrill cry, and its body bloats out. Boom. The crane detonates violently, scorching the nearby ground and turning the land into a pool of molten lava. The blazing Hirudora condenses into a single point and explodes along with the crane. Rumble. Rumble. A giant column of fire rises in the air, supercharging the surrounding ions. The pillar of flames is followed by a dome of flames that expands rapidly and engulfs Urashiki. Swish. Urashiki waves his hand and creates a cyan barrier to protect himself from the assault of the shock waves. Huff. Huff. Guy breathes heavily and thumbs up towards Izuna and the rest. Whoosh. Kakashi supports him. Kakashi. Guy is surprised to see Kakashi. Guy. You did well. Leave the rest to them. He passes a chakra pill to Guy and carries him on his back. Recover your chakra for now. The fight isn't over yet. Guy nods his head. After the explosion settles, dark clouds looms over the entire area. Crackle, crackle. Purple lightning flickers through the clouds, releasing deafening explosions. Whoosh. Adult Sasuke jumps in front of Urashiki and raises his right hand. Chirp, Kai. Purple lightning flickers in his palm. BZZT. He shoots a bolt of lightning towards the clouds. Rumble. Rumble. The clouds shake vigorously and large amounts of lightning gather at a point ready for discharge. Kirin. Sasuke brings down his hand and directs the lightning towards Urashiki. Roar. The lightning shapes into a lightning dragon with thick eyelashes, an upward flowing mane, and a long pair of slim beards. The dragon has a pair of red eyes and there are numerous scales on its body. Roar. The dragon releases a high-pitched cry and dives towards Urashiki. Sasuke uses his Rinnegan to control the flow of chakra through the lightning. This guy. He is too strong. Jiraiya turns towards Sasuke and remarks. I don't think I am a match for him, Rinnegan or not. He helplessly remarks. Minato and Kushina nod their head. Looks like Izuna-kun has found quite a helper. Kushina remarks. Seems like it is a right choice to leave the battle to Izuna and this man. Minato sighs helplessly. Urashiki's expression turns ugly as he confronts the dragon. You underestimate me. He inserts his right hand in his gourd and takes out a glowing cyan chakra orb. Ameno Boshino Mikoto, Kemenutaheim. The glowing cyan orb morphs into a gigantic turtle composed of wind chakra. The turtle encases Urashiki in its shell and blocks the charging dragon. BZZT. Lightning flickers around the thick chakra shell of the turtle as the outer scales of the shell slowly chip away. Whoosh. Izuna appears behind Urashiki. Large amounts of fire, lightning, wind, and water chakra gather in his hand. Oblivion release, Spear of Penance. Izuna clutches his right hand and condenses the entire chakra in a dark crimson spear. Bam. The spear easily penetrates through Urashiki's barrier and shatters it like a thin sheet of glass. Boom. Urashiki is flung across a large distance. He crashes through multiple hills, destroying them in the process. Bang. Urashiki crashes in a mountain, leaving a deep gorge behind. Boom. The spear detonates on top of Urashiki. A mushroom cloud of dust and debris rises in the air. The impact rends the ground apart, and the mountain is blown to smithereens, creating a bottomless trench in its wake. Rumble. Rumble. The mushroom cloud dissipates to reveal a dumbbell-shaped explosion of 3 kilometers height. Crack, crack. Web-like cracks spread through the ground and reach all the way to Konoha. Rumble. Rumble. The land around Konoha trembles and caves in, leaving Konoha on a small plateau. Crumble, crumble. The barrier around Konoha crumbles from the shock wave and shatters into countless pieces. The entire Konoha tremble from the shock waves as many houses in the outer area collapse. This is bad. Tsunade clicks her tongue. She strikes the taiko drum again. Mechanical 8 trigrams formation. Various earth walls rise from the ground and form a wall around Konoha. She warily turns towards the battlefield. As their teammate, big sister, and mentor, I can't allow them to risk their lives. But my duties as a Hokage forced me to watch them battle from sidelines. Tsunade clicks her tongue in dismay. Inside the Barrier Corp headquarter. Blood leaks from the ears and nose of the Barrier team members. Quick, medical team. The nearby Umbu members act immediately. Rumble. Rumble. Dark red clouds loom over the sky. The red clouds flicker with violet-purple lightning. A gigantic raging fire tornado spins fiercely at the point of impact. Drizzle. Drizzle. The clouds start to rain incessantly and lightning crackles through the cloud. Crackle, crackle. Bolts of lightning continues to strike the area. This is. Izuna and the rest of the group stare at this scene with wide eyes. Gulp. Jiraiya gulps a mouthful of saliva, unable to express the current situation in words. Wah, what's this technique, Izuna? Minato stutters, as he barely squeezes out these words. Izuna silently floats in the air with no movement. He has a shocked expression on his face as he stares at his right hand. This is the power of a hydrogen bomb. The power of a nuke. Iwagakure. Inside the Tsuchikage office. Rumble. Rumble. The table shakes slightly, spilling the tea on Inoki's clothes. TCH. What's going on? Why there is an earthquake all of a sudden? Inoki wipes his clothes in dismay. He turns towards his granddaughter who is gaping out of the window. Young people these days, they wantonly waste their time while lost in their dreams. Oh. Old man. LL. Look. Kuratsuchi points outside with trembling hands. What's there outside to look? Nothing but a bunch of useless fools. Wasting all of Iwa's resources. Otherwise, how could we lose to Konoha time and time again? Inoki grumbles. You stubborn old man. Come and take a look. Kuratsuchi drags him along. Ow. My back. My back. Inoki grimaces in pain. Young people these days, they have no regard for their elders, Inoki grumbles and follows her. He looks out of the window and is dumbfounded at the scene. A gigantic dumbbell-shaped pillar of light appears in his vision. What's going on? He instantly flies out of the wind. Hey, old man. Bring me along, too. Kuratsuchi complains. Inoki ignores her and continues to gain altitude to get a clear look at the scene. A gigantic fire tornado appears in his vision. What's going on? That's the land of fire. Inoki has a grim expression on his face. What are those leaf fledglings up to? He squints his eyes to take a clear look. This seems to be some kind of jutsu. Inoki's expression turns ugly. From the looks of it, it seems to be a forbidden jutsu. If Konoha used such a jutsu against IWA, then I am afraid there will be no traces of IWA left behind. Inoki continues to monitor the situation as he ponders. Currently, Konoha has become the undisputable #1 hidden village. It houses various powerful ninjas of the old and new generations. We don't even have any intel on Konoha since all of our spies have been weeded out. Things can't continue like this, looks like I have to hasten our plan. Inoki clenches his fists. Chapter 270. The real battle. In Kirigakure. Inside the Terumi clan compounds. Humph. I am mad. Aayaka angrily stomps on the ground. Now. Ayaka-chan, don't be angry. Mei tries to calm her down. How can I calm down? He just left me here yesterday and didn't even bother to bring me back. Aayaka sulks in a corner. He must have a reason to leave you behind. Mei shakes her head. Come on, now. Let's bake some cookies. I will teach you a new recipe. It's a special recipe from my mother. Really? Aayaka curiously turns to her. Of course. Today I will teach you the basic recipe. I will teach the rest after I return to Konoha. Mei pats her head. Mei-ne-san, you are so nice, unlike my mean brother. I can't wait for your wedding next week. Then Aayaka will spend all her time with you. Aayaka nods her head. Okay, let's go. Mei shakes her head and walks inside the house. Rumble, rumble. Tremors run across the ground as an earthquake hits the village. Ah. Aayaka drops on her hand and knees and sticks to the ground. Mei dashes out of the house and heaves a sigh of relief to see Aayaka on the ground. What are you doing, Aayaka? She curiously asks her. I am exercising the safety measures during an earthquake. Oh. Who taught you these? Oni-chan taught me. Aayaka continues to hold her head while kneeling on the ground. Rumble. The tremors slowly fade away, and Aayaka slowly raises her head. It's over. She heaves a sigh of relief and stands up. Huh. What's that? Aayaka points towards a giant red tornado churning in the skies. That direction. Isn't the village in that direction? Mei notices the giant cloud and her expression turns ugly. Ayo. Hurry and come here. Mei grabs Aayaka and jumps on top of the mansion to get a clear look. This is. Her eyes widen in shock. That's Konoha. She hurriedly takes out a sealing tag from her pocket and infuses chakra in it. The seal glows, but there is no response. Why is there no response all of a sudden? Mei bites her lips. Whoosh. Ayo arrives behind her and bows. You summoned me, Mizuki-sama. Mei points towards the giant red tornado. Byakugan. Ayo activates his Byakugan and inspects the tornado. Gulp. He gulps his saliva and reports. Mizuki-sama. That's Izuna-san's chakra. That tornado has Izuna-san's chakra mixed in it. He reports with a trembling voice. Izuna-san's chakra is so dense and unique, I can recognize it from miles away. I knew it. Mei angrily grits her teeth. He must have left Aayaka here for this reason too. Mei figures out the gist of the situation. It must be one of those otherworldly threats Izuna was talking with his group. I can't blame him. He did it for our safety. But still. She helplessly shakes her head. She gently caresses her stomach. There is no point in worrying, let's return. I believe in Izuna's decision. A similar situation occurs in Kirigakure and Sunagakure. Up has a telescope in his hands as he gazes at the churning red tornado. Damn, Konoha. What kind of forbidden jutsu is this? He grits his teeth. Bam. He slams his arm on the grill and shatters it. Fool. You fool. That explosion is so cool. B has a telescope in his hand as he draws something in a small diary. Bam. A smack his head. Stop fooling around and get back to the Genbo Island. A has a grim expression on his face. Looks like I have to speed up the pace of Project Chakra Cannon. Konoha's strength is growing incessantly. In a secret underground headquarter. Obito narrows his eyes as he stares at the giant fire tornado. This must be the work of silent Shinigami. I doubt anyone else besides him possesses such power. He takes out a glowing glass orb from his pocket. The Akatsuki had been laid back for too many years, it's time to make an appearance. Back at Konoha. Swoosh. The giant fire tornado disperses. The entire mountain has been blown to smithereens, leaving a bottomless trench behind. Such power. Minato turns towards Izuna. Izuna, I never expected you to create another forbidden jutsu. From the likes of it, this jutsu seems to be more potent for large-scale destruction. Incredible. So, this is the first time Nissan used this jutsu. But its power doesn't lack compared to the other times. Adult Sasuke stares at Izuna in amazement. Izuna shakes his head. Even I didn't expect the jutsu to create such an effect. This is my first time using it at full power. Back then, during his Rinnegan awakening, he created 4 new Kekki to awaken a Kekki Mora. Oblivion Release was one of them. Seems like every Kekki has unique power, but the price to use them is also quite high. I won't be able to use this jutsu again for a while. Shuring. One of the tomos in his Rinnegan vanishes, leaving 8 tomos. Did we get him? Jiraiya warily stares at the pit. Swirl. 10 red Orizuru appears in front of the group. Huff. Huff. Urashiki is breathing heavily as blood leaks from his blue Rinnegan. Shum. The Rinnegan fades away to reveal his Byakugan. You are still alive. Jiraiya couldn't help but question him. Not bad. Not bad. I never expected you insects to possess such powers. Urashiki huffs for breath as he praises the group. Oh. Still putting airs. You have paid quite the price to escape from my technique. Izuna mocks Urashiki. I wonder how many times can you rewind your time and return to your former state, Izuna smirks. Previously, during their battle, Izuna has instructed Tatsuya to monitor Urashiki's every movement and report to him through telepathy. Tatsuya has been studying Urashiki's techniques during the battle. Only he can track Urashiki's movement during his escape technique thanks to his Mangekyo ability of clairvoyance. When Izuna's jutsu hit him earlier, Urashiki used the ability of his blue Rinnegan to reverse the surrounding time. He was able to escape from the explosion, but the shock waves still got him. Even Rinnegan has limitations. Izuna shakes his head. Blurg. Urashiki pukes out another mouthful of blood as he vengefully stares at the group. I'll need to regroup and reformulate my strategy. Swirl. He opens a Yamatsu Hirasaka to escape from them. Do it. Izuna signals the group. Swish, swish. Minato, Jiraiya, Kushina, and Tatsuya make some hand signs and slam their hand on the ground. Virum. The ceiling formation lights up with chakra, and a gigantic barrier surrounds the place. Bang. Urashiki's Yamatsu Hirasaka shatters and the surrounding space closes, leaving no path for escape. Rumble. A blue barrier encloses the entire group, isolating the spacetime of the area. Swish, swish. Izuna makes some one-hand signs and slams his palm on the ground. Swoosh. He erects another green barrier and conceals the rest of the group from Urashiki. Whoosh. Sasuke appears beside Izuna and removes his cloak. Shirring. His left eye changes to reveal a 6-tomo Rinnegan. Now I can fight without the fear of exposing my identity. Izuna also dispels his illusion to reveal his 8-tomo Rinne-Sharingan. Yeah. I have been holding myself back for a while. Fortunately, this Urashiki will allow me to go all out and vent my frustration. I have finally found a worthy sandbag. Unlike Ishiki, this guy's brain is in his knees. Izuna cracks his neck and turns to Urashiki. Let's dance. Rinne-Sharingan. Urashiki's expression turns ugly as he notices Izuna's Rinne-Sharingan. Even Sasuke is surprised to see this. Urashiki attempts to open another portal, but it shatters before it could form. A spacetime isolation barrier. He waves his fishing rod to shatter the barrier. BZZT. Red lightning flickers around the barrier and deflects his fishing rod. Since you have come this far, why bothering leaving now? We Uchiha clan members will show our hospitality to the members of the Otsutsuki clan. Izuna and Sasuke walk towards him. Ha ha. Ahaha. Urashiki clutches his forehead and laughs maniacally. You vermin are nothing more than fodder in our eyes. How dare you compare yourself to the likes of the Otsutsuki clan? Shum. He infuses some chakra into his palm and inserts it into his guard. Swish, swish, swish. Urashiki pulls out 10 orbs from his gourd and throws them towards the Uchiha duo. Poof. Poof. The orbs morph into puppets with Otsutsuki symbols. I hate to use my skills against the likes of insects, but you have truly infuriated me this time. Urashiki waves his hand and shoots 10 chakra beams at the puppet. Snap, snap. The puppets assemble themselves and come to life. Beware, Nisan. These puppets are quite tricky to handle and their weapons can even pierce through Susanoo. Sasuke warns him. Izuna pulls out a glowing cyan blade from his storage. When it comes to fighting a group of enemies, I am the best. Chapter 279, 271. Final Form. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Izuna creates 10 shadow clones to fight against Urashiki's puppet. You underestimate me. Even Kyuubi with his 100 clones was no match for my puppets. Urashiki mocks Izuna. No. It's not the quantity that matters, but the quality. Since it is going to be my first all-out battle with my Rinnegan, I won't hold back. Izuna grabs the blade in his mouth and makes some hand signs. Power release, Azura's cloak. Swoosh. A dark red cloak appears around his body. Purple lightning flickers through his eyes as he wields his blade. Sasuke. A ninja is all about speed. Show me how much progress have you made in that regard. Ha, you took the words out of my mouth, Nisan. I was waiting for this moment for so long. Sasuke takes a sword stance. Amaterasu. He coats his blade with black flames and purple lightning flickers through his body. Urashiki takes out some pills from his gourd and consumes them. His complexion changed slightly and a giant horn grows in the center of his forehead. Whoosh. Izuna and Sasuke disappear from their position, turning into a bolt of red and purple lightning. Ha. Urashiki activates his Tomoless purple Rinnegan. He extends his arms and aims them towards the duo. Swish, swish, swish. Urashiki rapidly fires a barrage of black chakra receivers from his arms. Clang, clang. Izuna and Sasuke deflect the attack and close the distance. I am not done yet. Tool creation technique. Urashiki claps his hand and creates a multitude of tools like axes, blades, hammers, chains, shields, and scythes. Ha. He wields his fishing rod and the rest of the weapons floats behind him in a chakram formation. Amenosuberry Boshino Mikoto. He swings the fishing rod to launch a barrage of fishing hooks. Ha. Izuna intercepts the barrage with an attack of his own. He swings the cyan blade and launches a barrage of cyan vacuum blades. Bang, bang. The cyan vacuum blades slash through the fishing hooks and land on Urashiki. Urashiki summons a giant red shield to block the attack. Amato Jikara. Sasuke uses the ability of his left eye to switch positions with one of Urashiki's blades. Sparring. Urashiki's eyes turn blue. He wields a chain with his left hand and wraps it around Sasuke, tightly locking him in his grasp. Now I got you. Friend of Kyubi. Heh. Sasuke smirks at him. Shum. He disappears from his place and appears in front of Urashiki as Izuna replaces him with Onjutsu. Amato Jikara. Izuna copies Sasuke's Rinnegan ability. He slashes his blade towards Urashiki, shattering the chain and the shield in the process. Bang. Urashiki slams in the ground, creating a giant crater. Ugh. He pukes out a mouthful of blood. Arg. Damn you insects. How dare you lay your filthy hands on me? He controls the gravitational field and lifts a giant piece of land. Ha. He hurls it towards the Uchiha duo. Susanoo. Sasuke summons his Susanoo and swings the blade to slice through the boulder. Boom. His blade cleaves the boulder in half and lands on Urashiki. Crack, crack. Cracks appear on the blade as it shatters and disperses. Urashiki has a glowing white blade in his hand which he drew from one of his puppets. Whoosh. Izuna appears behind Urashiki and performs a lateral kick. Swoosh. Urashiki ducks down and dodges the kick. Izuna smirks and mutters. Frog kata. Boom. Urashiki is sent flying by the invisible blow of the nature energy. Bang. Urashiki slams into the barrier. Red lightning flickers through his body as he slides down. The horn in the middle of his forehead cracks and separates from his body. Since you don't want me to lay hands on you, then would leg work? Izuna unites with Sasuke. Ahaha. Haha. Mohaha. Large amounts of chakra surges in Urashiki's body. I will kill you. I will exterminate you insects. Urashiki's hysterical cries echoes in their ears. He stands upright and clasps his hands together. Shum. Fwoosh. Fwoosh. The Otsutsuki puppets stop momentarily and the Otsutsuki symbol on their forehead glows brightly. Bang. 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 The puppets fly towards each other and fuse together to form a gigantic humanoid construct. Ha. Urashiki stretches his arms and a giant opening appears in the center of the puppet. Whoosh. He encases his body within his puppet. Shum. The puppets charge a dense purple chakra beam and aim it at Izuna and Sasuke. Nisan, beware. This attack can penetrate through all sorts of defense and even nullify regeneration. Susanoo. Izuna creates a full-body Susanoo. The Susanoo spreads its arm and a gigantic black shield appears in its left hand. Let's see which is more powerful, my shield or your spear. Swoosh. He infuses his Susanoo with nature energy and adds another layer of protection. Shum. Shum. Cyan scales form on the Susanoo and a green vertical eye opens in the center of the black shield. Flame motifs surround the eye, making it more imposing. Bam. Izuna slams the gigantic shield on the ground and places it in front of the chakra beam. Fwoosh. The chakra beam slams into the shield. The eye in the center of the shield glows brightly and disperses the energy of the attack. The right hand of the Susanoo wields a katana and slashes it towards the gigantic puppet. Clank. The puppet draws its white blade and blocks his attack. Crack, crack. Izuna's katana shatters into fragments and disperses. TCH. Izuna clicks his tongue. These Otsutsuki energy weapons are a problem. The Susanoo's shield continues to degrade under the energy beam. I have to do something. Izuna stretches his arm and 5 malleable purple orbs with dense chakra appear in his palm. Shinra Bansho. He shapes the orb into a giant purple katana and swings it around. Clang, clang. The purple katana deflects the puppet's weapons without any scratch. Even with my chakra reserves, I have used up a lot of chakra in this battle. This is my first time in a while to be so low on chakra. The Susanoo dashes towards the giant puppet and bashes its chest with its shield. Crack, crack. The chakra cannon on its chest shatters. Sasuke, how long will it take for you to find it? Izuna asks Sasuke. Just a little more. Sasuke is dodging the relentless attacks of the puppet as he scales its surface. Ha. Izuna grabs the puppet and tries to lift it up in an attempt to throw it. Swoosh. Swoosh. A pair of additional arms appear from the mechanism of the puppet. Izuna dispels his shield and locks arm with the puppet. Both sides are in a stalemate as they continue to push each other. Amaterasu, flame wrapping fire. Izuna wraps his Susanoo with black fire to gain an advantage. Kacha. The puppet opens its giant mouth and sucks the surrounding fire. What? It can even absorb a jutsu. Kacha. Kacha. 2 additional pairs of arms sprout from the puppet's chest. The arms wield white energy blades. Swoosh. It swings the blade in an attempt to slice through Izuna Susanoo. Ha! Izuna Susanoo kicks the legs of the puppet and jumps back. Shum. The eyes of the puppet glow brightly, and it charges another powerful blast. Izuna summons his shield to block the attack. Found it. Sasuke covers his Kusanagi blade with Amaterasu. Stab. Blaze release, Hanoikazuchi. He impales the weak point of the puppet with his blade. SRRR. The Amaterasu shapes into numerous spikes and pierces through the joints of the puppet. Shum. The puppet glows brightly as Sasuke destroys its energy core. Whoosh. Sasuke jumps back and lands beside Izuna. Boom. The giant puppet explodes into pieces, leaving shards of dismantled small puppets. Swoosh. A shadow flickers out of the remains of the puppet. I have been waiting for you to show up. Whoosh. Izuna appears behind the figure. Stab. He impales Urashiki's heart. Blurg. Urashiki pukes out a mouthful of blood as he stares at Izuna with shock. Swish. Izuna draws his blade and stabs him again. These Otsutsuki have cockroach-like survivability. I want to ensure he dies for real. Fwoosh. Shum. Enormous amounts of chakra surges through Urashiki's body as he releases a powerful shockwave, pushing Izuna behind. Crack. Crack. Cracks appear on the barrier isolating the group. Nisan, beware. He is going to undergo his final transformation. Sasuke warns Izuna as he raises his guard. What? Is he a relative of a certain white space lizard? Izuna warily stares at Urashiki. Ahaha. Haha. Now you monkeys have gone and done it. I have to say you monkeys possess some level of skill for this desolate dimension. No wonder Momoshiki and Kinshiki lost to you. However, I am different. Urashiki's body turns upright as dark clouds loom over the place. He plucks out his eyes and swallows them. Ahaha, haha. Shum. Shum. He releases a powerful gust of chakra. Crack, crack. The isolation barrier cracks from the powerful shock waves as Urashiki undergoes his transformation. Meanwhile, Izuna is closely studying his body. He is releasing such powerful chakra without destroying his body. Also, I can feel that his Rinnegan has evolved. It's almost as powerful as my Rinne Sharingan. How is he doing it? If I can figure it out, I might be able to solve the issue with my body. Chapter 280, 272. Desperate struggle. You monkeys. You will pay for it with your death. Crunch, crunch. Urashiki slowly rips apart his eyes and consumes them. Ah. He consumes all of his stored chakra and his eyes to undergo his final transformation. Ha. Urashiki screams in agony as his chakra rises exponentially. Shum. Shum. His body releases a powerful pulse of chakra. The chakra pulse exerts a powerful pressure and raises a storm. The isolation barrier cracks from the pressure, exposing the rest of the group. Even Izuna and Sasuke are pushed away by the powerful chakra. Back in the shelter. Shiver. A chill runs down the spines of the Konoha shinobis. Even the non-sensor ninjas can sense Urashiki's terrifying chakra. Wah, what kind of chakra is this? Sakura is scared by the terrifying chakra signature. Gulp. Choji gulps his saliva and pockets his potato chips. I have lost my appetite. What kind of monster has appeared here? I can't even sleep peacefully. Shikamaru opens his eyes groggily. He has a grim expression on his face. I have never sensed a chakra like this before. Shino picks up one of his bugs on his finger. Even my bugs are scared. Naruto anxiously stares at the roof. Dad and Mom are outside. I hope they are safe. I don't want them to leave me again. Oi brat. The young Kurama beckons Naruto. Swoosh. Naruto enters his mindscape. What's the matter, Kurama? Brat. Stay away from this matter if you want to live. I have never sensed such malice and killing intent from anyone before. This chakra is so sinister that I can even sense the souls of countless living beings screaming in pain. Kurama warns Naruto. But Mom and Dad. They are outside. Naruto clenches his fist. Brat. Your mom and dad are safe. With that Uchiha brat around, nothing will happen to them. You should worry for yourself instead. If you go out now, you will only cause them trouble. Kurama warns him. All right. Naruto nods his head. Humph. Idiot brat. Kurama snorts and closes his eyes. Meanwhile, on top of the Hokage office, Tsunade senses Urashiki's sinister chakra and a grim expression appears on her face. The situation seems to have taken a turn for worse. I have to help them. Tsukumo. Whoosh. Tsukumo appears beside her. You summoned me, Lady Fifth. Tsukumo, guard the formation and help the Umbu members to maintain order. I am about to head to battle. Whoosh. Tsunade jumps down and flickers towards the battle. The group has an ugly expression on their face as they stare at Urashiki's transformation. Black asymmetrical totems appear on Urashiki's body. The totems spread through his face, legs, and arms. His hairs turn long and his feet and hands turn into claws. The broken horns on his head transform into flared wings. Shum. A vertical tomo-less golden Rinnegan opens on his forehead. Urasaki opens his eyes to reveal his golden Byakugan. I am going to beat you all to death. He has a savage look on his face. Gulp. Jiraiya gulps his saliva. So, this is his real form. He looks more like a demon than a god. Get ready. He is about to attack. Izuna draws his blade and holds it in front of him. Ha ha ha. Urasaki laughs manically. He turns towards the now exposed group and dives towards them. I will take care of the weakling first. Whoosh. He crashes on top of Jiraiya. Bang. A crater forms on the ground as Jiraiya jumps in the air and avoids his attack. Shurring. Urashiki's golden Byakugan flashes and he reappears beside Jiraiya. Stab. He stabs his fishing rod through Jiraiya's chest and rips apart the seal on his body. Swoosh. He steals Jiraiya's chakra with his fishing rod. Gulp. Urasaki gulps the chakra and more lines appear on his chest and back. After I am done with you all, I will take my time savoring Kyuubi's chakra. Cough, cough. Jiraiya coughs a mouthful of blood. Whoosh. Tsunade appears besides Jiraiya. She uses the Mystic Palm technique to heal his wounds. Looks like I made it on time. She raises her head and notices Urasaki. So that's the otherworldly being. He looks like a crane. No matter how many of you monkeys arrive, it won't change a thing. Whoosh. He dives towards Tsunade. Whoosh. Sasuke appears in front of Urasaki and blocks his talon with his sword. Ha. Urasaki savagely swipes his claws at Sasuke in an attempt to tear him apart. Clang, clang. Sasuke blocks his attack but is pushed back by Urashiki's momentum. After using this form, he has turned into a brute. His physical parameters have exceeded greatly. Even my Sharingan can barely keep up with his movements. Izuna seeks an opening to attack Urasaki. Swoosh. Sasuke infuses a kunai with lightning and throws it towards Urasaki. Fwoosh. Urasaki tilts his head and dodges the kunai. Spurt. Blood spurts from Urashiki's face as the invisible lightning blade pierces his skin. Damn you. Urasaki grabs Sasuke's blade in anger and kicks him. Sasuke crosses his arms to block the kick. Bang. He is sent flying by the kick and slams into the ground, forming a web of cracks. Blurg. Sasuke pukes out a mouthful of blood and there is a gash on his left arm. Whoosh. Using this opportunity, Izuna teleports behind Urasaki. Swish. He swings his blade in an attempt to cleave Urasaki in half. I haven't forgotten about you. Urasaki turns around. Clank. He blocks the attack with his claw. Swoosh. Urasaki performs a roundhouse kick and kicks Izuna. Izuna blocks the attack with his arm. Bang. Crack. Izuna is sent flying in the air as the bones in his arm crack. His attacks are heavy. I can't engage him in a direct confrontation. Sizzle, sizzle. Smoke rises from Izuna's arm as it heals rapidly. You persistent monkey. I will kill you first. Urasaki reappears on top of Izuna and swipes his claws incessantly in a frenzy. His transformation has affected his mental state. He has let go of any strategy or tactics and is solely reliant on brute force. He is easily irritable now. Also, he has completely given on defense at this point and has gone on total offense. It seems more like a last-ditch effort. Maybe there are some limitations to this transformation. Izuna constantly blocks Urashiki's frenzied attack. Ha. Ameno Sabariboshi no Mikoto, Gyako. Urasaki conjures a dense purple orb in his palm and aims it at Izuna. I can't hold back any longer or else I might suffer some serious injuries. Fwoosh. A cyan cloak appears around Izuna as he enters his Sage mode. He overlaps his Sage mode with his Azura cloak. Swoosh. Izuna summons one of his Shinra Bansho orbs in his palm. He infuses it with nature energy and throws it towards Urasaki to counter his attack. Boom. Both jutsu collides with each other. Shum. A deafening silence enshrouds them as the jutsu clashes with each other. The collision of jutsu creates a void in space as it sucks everything inside it, not even sound is able to escape from it. Dark purple and black lightning flicker around the void as the space turns unstable. Pop. The void collapses on itself and vanishes in a display of bright colors. Bang. Bang. Both Izuna and Urashiki are sent flying by the resultant explosion. Izuna slams through multiple mountains, blowing them in the process. Dust and debris rise as the hill collapses on him. Bang. Urashiki slams into the ground, creating a giant crater. Izuna. Tsunade anxiously stares at the faraway hill. Ha. Urashiki smirks as his body fades into nothingness. Ha. Tsunade has a bad premonition as her senses warn her of danger. She clutches her fist tightly. Bang. Tsunade punches the ground and lifts a giant piece of earth. Whoosh. Urashiki appears beside her and attacks her with his fishing rod. Oria. She throws the giant piece of earth towards him. Slash. Urashiki swings his fishing rod and shatters the piece of earth. Boom. Boom. Tsunade throws multiple smoke bombs around Urashiki and flickers towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya. Are you alright? I am alright. This is nothing but a flesh wound. Good. Keep him busy while I treat the rest. She flickers towards Sasuke. Jiraiya jumps up. He wipes the blood from his chest into his eyes and claps his hand. All these years, you aren't the only ones who have improved. I have some tricks in my hands too. A large amount of nature energy gathers around Jiraiya as his features turn frog-like. He makes some hand sign and slams his palm on the ground. Summoning jutsu. Poof. A giant crimson toad appears in a puff of white smoke. Bunta. Just buy me some time. Jiraiya hurriedly relays his order. All right. Seeing the severity of the situation, Gamabunta agrees without any hassle. Jiraiya jumps on top of Gamabunta with his hand clasped. Gamabunta opens his mouth. Toad oil bullet. He fires a giant barrage of sticky oil at Urashiki. Fire release, toad oil flame bullet. Jiraiya fires a giant fireball to ignite the oil. Sizzle, sizzle. A flaming ring surrounds Urashiki, restricting his movements. Swirl. Urashiki opens his mouth and sucks the flames, extinguishing them. What? Gamabunta's eyes widen in surprise. Ninjutsu won't work against him, Jiraiya warns him. Swish. Gamabunta draws his katana and attacks Urashiki. Chapter 281, 273. Battle of the Toad Sage. Huff. Huff. Gamabunta is breathing heavily as Urashiki easily parries his attack. A low-life creature dare lay its hands on me. Urashiki extends his arm towards Gamabunta. Shinra Tensei. Swoosh. He releases a strong directional repulsive gravitational force. Bang. Gamabunta stabs his blade in the ground to resist the push. Humph. Urashiki snorts and throws a black receiver rod at Gamabunta. Swish. The rod turns into a two-pronged fork and pins down Gamabunta. Ha. Jiraiya jumps down and slams his palm on the ground. Poof. White smoke surrounds him, and he enters the Sage mode. Fukasaku and Shima are sitting atop his shoulders as Jiraiya enters the Sage mode. Looks like Izuna-boy failed to handle the enemy. Shum. Urashiki's powerful chakra assaults them and their eyes turn into slits as they notice his appearance. Such sinister chakra. Shima stares at him in trepidation. It's not Izuna-boy's fault. This enemy is too strong for him to handle alone. Bah. Pa. Now isn't the time for chatter. Let's focus on him first. Ninjutsu and taijutsu won't work against his Rinnegan. He can steal our chakra, so beware of his tricks. Jiraiya warns them. Jiraiya boy. Buy some time for us as we accumulate enough chakra. Alright. Jiraiya claps his hands together and summons a pair of stone swords. The blades of the swords are slate gray. The swords have circular, hollow pommels with long grips. A long chain connects both of the swords at their hilts. Jiraiya wields the swords in his hands and dashes towards Urashiki. Sage art, toad sword beheading. The blades glow with a bluish hue as Jiraiya infuses his chakra into them. Jiraiya uses his toad-like physique to leap at Urashiki. He instantly covers the distance between them. Swish. He horizontally slashes with his blades while spinning in the air. Clang. Urashiki blocks the attack with his fishing rod. Swoosh. The second blade spins from behind and attacks Urashiki's blind spot. Clang. A dense red chakra kusari appears behind Urashiki and blocks the second attack. Urashiki clenches his fists and punches through the stone sword, shattering it. He swings the Kusari chain and wraps it around Jiraiya's leg. Swoosh. Bang. Jiraiya got hurled into the ground. Arg. Jiraiya groans in pain as his muscles rupture. He ignores the bleeding and claps his hands. Ha. Needle Jizo. Jiraiya hardens his hair and shoots them towards Urashiki. Swoosh, swoosh. Urashiki dodges the hair needles and extends his arms. Fwoosh. He gathers a dense orb of energy in his hand. Ba. Pa. Do it. Jiraiya yells in urgency. Demonic illusion, Toad confrontation chant. Fukasaku and Shima release sheets of musical notes. The musical notes enter Urashiki's ears and disrupt his chakra. Puff. The energy ball in his hand dispels and Urashiki enters in a trance. Jiraiya boy. Hurry up. We can't maintain this for long. Shima urges him. Yes. Jiraiya summons another pair of stone swords and slashes them towards Urashiki. Toad 3 slashes. He coats his blades with chakra and releases 3 crescent slashes aimed at Urashiki's neck. This is the end, Urashiki. Hee hee. Urashiki smirks as his Byakugan flickers slightly. Blurg. A phantom appears behind Jiraiya. Its claw pierces through Jiraiya's gut. Jiraiya pukes out a mouthful of blood and falls to the ground. Jiraiya boy. Fukasaku and Shima throw a smoke bomb and grab Jiraiya. I am fine. Jiraiya breathes heavily. He missed my vitals thanks to my toad transformation. Phew. Fukasaku and Shima heave a sigh of relief. Swoosh. Urashiki appears in front of them. He raises his palm and releases a volley of energy attacks. Swish. Izuna appears in front of the toads. He swings his blade and releases a barrage of vacuum blades to counter them. Whoosh. A phantom of Urashiki appears behind Izuna. Bang. The phantom kicks Izuna and sends him flying. He slams into the ground and forms a crater. Blurg. Izuna pukes out another mouthful of blood. Izuna has a haggard look as he slowly gets up from the crater. Is that a clone technique? No, it's a limbo. Izuna activates his Rinnegan, but there is no trace of anything. I am almost out of chakra. If things go on like this, I will have to borrow chakra from the Nine Tails. He helplessly shakes his head. He is too strong. More powerful than what I expected. This is the true power of a pure breed Otsutsuki. Swoosh. Urashiki's Byakugan flashes and another phantom appears behind Izuna. Bang. The phantom kicks him from behind, sending him flying. Ha. Izuna riles up his remaining chakra and regains balance in midair. What kind of ability is this? He summons a phantom out of nowhere. It doesn't seem to be a clone technique, nor can I sense any space-time fluctuations. A Menemenekanushi. Izuna activates his left eye ability and slows the flow of time around him. He constantly shifts his gaze from one place to another, looking out for Urashiki's sneak attack. Whoosh. A phantom appears behind Izuna. The phantom has a fishing rod in his hand as it swings the rod at Izuna. Ha. Izuna spins in midair and dodges the attack. He performs a roundhouse kick to attack the phantom. Swoosh. His kick phases through the phantom and the phantom disperses. What? I can't hit him. Izuna is dumbfounded. It looks like a limbo and has the abilities of one, but I can't land a hit on it. Whoosh. The phantom reappears behind a now recovered Sasuke and kicks him. Bang. Sasuke is sent flying through the air. Swoosh. Izuna flickers behind Sasuke and catches him. Are you all right? I am fine. Sasuke steadies his breath. Dad. That phantom seems similar to my space remnant. I don't quite understand its powers, but the principle must be the same. Tatsuya informs Izuna. Izuna and Sasuke engage in another round of close combat with Urashiki while looking out for his phantom. Ha ha ha. Ah ha ha. Die. Die. Die, you monkeys. Urashiki is frantically attacking them. What's with him? Even I have run low on chakra, but this guy is still rampaging. Shum. The phantom reappears behind Izuna and attacks him. Swoosh. Izuna barely dodges its attack. Ha. Izuna notices some changes in Urashiki's golden Byakugan and Rinnegan. To confirm his speculation, he continues to engage in Urashiki's attacks while monitoring his movements. Fwoosh. Urashiki infuses some chakra in his Byakugan and Rinnegan. Swoosh. A phantom appears behind Sasuke and kicks him away. Swirl. Sasuke coats himself with his Susanoo to protect himself. Sasuke. Buy me some time. I think I found a clue on how his technique works. Izuna sends a mental message to Sasuke. I will try. Sasuke nods his head. Izuna continues to study Urashiki's technique while Sasuke keeps Urashiki distracted. Sasuke draws his blade and infuses some chakra in it. He takes out a kunai and throws it towards Urashiki. Swish. Urashiki tilts his head and avoids the kunai. Ameno Tajikura, instant. Whoosh. Sasuke disappears from his place as he slashes towards Urashiki at an insane speed. Clang. Urashiki's Rinnegan flickers slightly as he grabs Sasuke's blade with his bare hands. Bzzzt. Sasuke infuses purple lightning chakra in his left hand. Chidori sharp spear. He aims it towards Urashiki's head. Bzzzt. Urashiki's Rinnegan flickers slightly, and his shadow appears behind Sasuke. Swoosh. Sasuke turns around and blocks the attack of the shadow with his blade. Bang. Urashiki kicks Sasuke from back and sends him flying. I figured it out. Whoosh. Izuna flickers beside Sasuke and supports him. Sasuke, that phantom of his is the ability of his golden Rinnegan. He uses his Byakugan to lock on a specific chakra signature. Then he uses his Rinnegan to travel to the future for a few seconds. His future version appears as a phantom and attacks us. That time remnant represents every potential outcome where he fails to land a hit on us. But since the phantom is able to hit us, it ceases to exist after every successful hit. Izuna explains the principle behind Urashiki's attack. Subarashii. Urashiki exclaims. An insignificant being like you possess some level of intelligence to be able to see through my most powerful technique. How praiseworthy. But it's futile, you will still die in the end. Ameno Sabari Boshinomi Koto, Tamada Beiko. Ha. Urashiki clasps his hand. Swoosh. Another phantom appears behind Izuna and Sasuke. The phantom has a glowing purple orb in its hand as it attacks Izuna. Ameno Sabari Boshinomi Koto, Ryugu. A gigantic demonic white snake appears behind the purple orb and attacks Izuna. Ha. Izuna makes one-hand signs and opens his mouth. Sage Art, White Rage Technique. He expels a giant crimson dragon from his mouth. The gigantic serpent has a purple orb in its hand. Boom. Both orbs collide with each other as the crimson dragon swipes its claws at the giant snake. The giant snake bites on the crimson dragon's neck. Boom. Both of the techniques cancel each other out. Huff. Huff. Izuna breathes heavily as his cyan chakra cloak disperses. I have used up all of my nature energy reserves with that last attack. Looks like I have no choice but to borrow some chakra. I am on it. Kurama clasps his hand and gathers his chakra to pass on to Izuna. Minato and Kushina sense Izuna's intention since they have formed a connection with the Nine Tails. Kushina. I have recovered enough. Let's buy some time for Izuna to recover his chakra. All right. Kushina nods her head. She turns to Urashiki and yells. Do you think I will let you harm my Naruto? In your dreams. Kushina clenches her fists. Ha. A large amount of yellow chakra emanates from her body in form of flickering flames. The chakra coats her body with a yellow cloak as Kushina enters the Ninetales chakra mode. Both Minato and Kushina have fed on Ninetales chakra for 11 whole years. The Ninetales chakra has merged with their chakra system and has granted them access to the first form of Kurama chakra mode. Even Kurama was amused to see this as he recalls a similar incident. 60 years ago, the infamous Gold and Silver brothers of Kirigakure challenged him. In a fit of anger, Kurama swallowed them. The brothers fed on his chakra for 2 weeks and gained access to the version 2 of Six Tails. However, there are some limitations. The user has to slowly accumulate chakra to enter this form. Once used, they won't be able to utilize it again unless enough chakra is amassed. Kushina claps her hands. Adamantine Sealing Chains. Chapter 282, 274. Urashiki's Demise. Adamantine Sealing Chains. Dark yellow adamantine chains seep out from Kushina's torso. Ha! She aims them towards Urashiki and attacks him. The chains coil around Urashiki and attempts to drag him down. Clang. Urashiki swipes his claws and deflects them. Clang, clang. Kushina incessantly aims the chains at Urashiki, who deflects them with his claws. Crackle, crackle. Yellow lightning crackles around the chains. Bzzzt. The surge of lighting paralyzes Urashiki for a moment. I will help you. Shum. Using this opportunity, Minato also enters the Ninetales chakra mode. He claps his hand together and enters Sage mode to further enhance his abilities. Minato extends his hand and produces a bright orange Raisnon. He infuses the nature energy in the Raiznon to make it more effective. Swoosh. Minato throws a kunai towards Urashiki. Clang. Urashiki frees himself from the bindings. He deflects the kunai with his claws and grabs Kushina's chains and yanks them. Snap. Snap. The chains break apart and Kushina is sent flying by the attack. Whoosh. Izuna teleports behind her and stops her momentum by shielding her with his body. Swoosh. Minato teleports on top of Urashiki and slams his Raiznon on Urashiki's head. Crack. A crack appears on Urashiki's flared horn. Snap. The horn snaps in half and blood trickle from Urashiki's head. Arg. Urashiki screams in pain as the blood dyes his claws red. I will kill you. He quickly turns around and grabs Minato before he could teleport. Stab. He stabs a chakra receiver through Minato's arm, disabling him from infusing his chakra. Whoosh. Minato's chakra cloak disperses as Urashiki grabs him by the neck. I shall grant you death for ruining the crown of a noble Otsutsuki. Urashiki stretches his other hand and coats his talons with chakra. Stab. He impales Minato through the chest. Whoosh. Ameno to Jikara. Izuna replaces the position with Minato. Blurg. He pukes out a mouthful of blood as Urashiki's claw pierces through his chest. Urashiki notices Izuna replace his position with Minato. This is the reason you are so weak. You protect these weaklings despite your power. Urashiki mocks Izuna. Haha. Izuna smiles at him and grabs his arm. No. It's the opposite. I have my strength only because of them. Each of them contributed to my strength. They took care of me when I was young, mentored me when I was clueless. They aren't some weaklings, they are my family. Do it. Whoosh. A cloaked figure silently appears beside Urashiki. Tatsuya uses his Mangekyo ability to sneak behind Urashiki. Stab. Tatsuya stabs a kunai in Urashiki's golden Rinnegan. Arg. Urashiki slams Izuna on the ground and clutches his forehead. Blood leaks from his forehead as Urashiki screams in agony. This is my chance. Izuna locks on Urashiki's chakra. He infuses the entire borrowed chakra in his left eye. Shurring. Izuna's Rinnegan turns blue. It releases a pulse of blue energy. The blue energy pulse travels outward in a circular ring manner. Swish, swish. Everything in his surroundings freezes as the time comes to a standstill. Izuna draws the cyan blade and steadily walks towards Urashiki while his Rinnegan is glowing with blue energy. Urashiki. With your Rinnegan gone, you won't be able to resist my ability. You aren't the only one with time manipulation abilities. This time I will annihilate you for sure. Arg. Urashiki opens his golden eyes as he gazes at Izuna. Haha. Ahaha. My fate might be to die by your hands, but your fate. It will be far worse than just simple death. You will suffer in agony as you watch your loved ones die right in front of your eyes. Urashiki laughs maniacally as his golden Byakugan flickers with green light. Stab. Izuna stabs Urashiki's golden Byakugan with kunais. I won't be a part of your bullshit. My fate is in my hands. While death is the end for most people, it was the start of my journey. I will defy my fate and forge my destiny. After all, I aim to live a life with no regret. Even if I die a heroic death or a dog's death, as long as there is a smile on my dying face, I will die content. Swish. He slits Urashiki's neck. I don't know what weird ability his Rinnegan possesses and I don't want to give him an opportunity to leave his kama. Swish. The glow in Izuna's Rinnegan dims down, and another tomo disappears from his eye. Ha. I won't be able to use this ability for some time. My current body is still too weak. Izuna weakly falls to the ground as the wound on his chest heals slowly. These Otsutsuki weapons can negate my regeneration factor. I guess it's another long trip to the hospital. Bang. Urashiki's dead body slowly falls to the ground. Whoosh. Time returns to its normal flow. Ha. Sasuke notices Urashiki's body coldly lying on the ground. He is dead. I killed him with my Rinnegan ability. Izuna informs him as he rests on the ground. Damn. What a pain. He is just one of many Otsutsukis. We don't know how many more are out there. Izuna complains. I see. Sasuke sits beside him. I don't want any spoilers from you, since it might ruin the future you return to. But there will be some inevitable changes in the future. This is just the beginning and more enemies might appear in the future. You lot have to ensure that such a thing won't happen again. Or who knows if more of these Otsutsukis might slip into the past and murder our entire clan before we were even born. I will keep that in mind. Sasuke nods his head. My wedding will be delayed again. Izuna has an indignant expression. Last time, it was because of Ishiki, and now Yurihiki. Damn. Next time, if I meet any Otsutsuki, I will beat them to death. Izuna stares at the giant hole in his chest. Izuna. Izuna-kun. Izuna-san. The Konoha party rushes towards him and surrounds him. All of you move aside and let me take a look. Tsunade pushes them aside and inspects the injury on his chest. A frown appears on her face as she notices the big gaping hole. Tsunade uses preliminary treatment to seal his wound. He is alright. This guy is born with cockroach genes. He won't die this easily. She remarks. Hey. That kind of hurt my feelings. Izuna sighs pitifully. Help me. I am dying. Jiraiya groans in pain. Let me see. Tsunade quickly flickers towards Jiraiya. Izuna slowly sits up as Itachi and Shisui support him. He looks at the haggard and battered condition of the rest of the members and an ugly expression appears on his face. Just one member of Otsutsuki clan has pushed the elites of this world to such a condition. What would happen if an entire army appears in front of us? He complains. The rest of the members have an indignant expression on their face. Sigh. Izuna sighs and shakes his head. This is a wake-up call for us. The conflicts of the shinobi are like scuffles of children in their eyes. They possess the power to reshape worlds. We are just insignificant insects in their eyes, we are their food. He resolutely clutches his fists. But this doesn't mean we will give up. This setback will only strengthen our resolve to grow powerful and fight back. Yes. Izuna-kun is right. We mustn't grow complacent from this victory but treat this a lesson to understand the scale of their power. Minato nods his head in agreement. All right. That's enough. Tsunade drags Jiraiya over. Most of you have serious injuries from the battle. All of you need immediate medical attention. We can talk the rest later. Tsunade urges them. All right. Izuna helplessly shakes his head. He turns to the group as he activates his Mangekyo Sharingan. I am afraid, today's incident might have a serious impact on the timeline. I will have to manipulate your memories to prevent any paradox. Shuring. Izuna casts a powerful genjutsu to manipulate their memories and remove some crucial details like his and Sasuke's Rinnegan and Urashiki's name and his Rinnegan. The world only has one Rinnegan, which is in the possession of Akatsuki leader. It should stay the same until Sasuke awakens his own in this timeline. Izuna turns to Tatsuya and Sasuke. Help me carry them to the hospital. Ah. Suddenly, his vision turns blurry. Ah. Not again. He complains as his body falls to the ground. Dad. Nisan. Sasuke and Tatsuya hurriedly support him. Chapter 283, 275. A smile worth fighting for. A week later. Ah. Ah. Aayaka is angrily hitting Izuna's chest with her small hands. Oni-chan, you baka. Baka. Ah. Ah. It hurts Aayaka-chan. Ni-chan hasn't recovered yet. Izuna helplessly raises his hand. Humph. Why did you leave me there? Aayaka angrily turns her head away and pouts. Well. How about it this, I will make it to you some other time. Izuna helplessly shakes his head. Yeah. Promise. Aayaka happily turns over. Promise. Izuna nods his head. Nah. Nah. Oni-chan. I have a gift for you. Eh. Really? Izuna looks at her with anticipation. Aayaka pulls out a heart-shaped box from a bag and presents it to Izuna. Gulp. Izuna gulps his saliva as his expression turns bitter. Hee hee. There was no need for you to go to such lengths. Oni-chan would have recovered on his own. He grabs the box with shaking hands. Fufu. Fufu. On the nearby bed. Shisui and Itachi are snickering as they look at Izuna's miserable condition. There is anticipation in their eyes as they wait for Izuna to eat the cookies. Heh. Laughing at my misery. How could I allow you two to get away scot-free? He turns to Aayaka and pats her head. Oni-chan is happy to receive this gift from you. But I think you should share it with Shisui and Itachi too. Look at the anticipation in their eyes. They can't wait to eat your cookies. Izuna points towards Shisui and Itachi. Really? Aayaka turns towards the duo and notices the look of anticipation. Yes, Oni-chan, you are right. Of course. How can I eat these cookies before them? I have made plenty of cookies. She walks towards them with her bag. Shisui's and Itachi's expression turns ugly as they notice Aayaka walking towards them. Gulp. Both of them gulp their saliva and groan in pain. See. They can't hold their excitement. Izuna adds the fuel to the fire. Aayaka passes 2 boxes of chocolate to them and smiles. Recover soon. Shursue Nisan and Itachi Nisan. Both of them could only smile helplessly, looking at the innocent smile on Ayaka's gaze. Nisan is a devil. He is using such a pure angel to punish us. Crunch, crunch. Both of them take a bite of the piece of charcoal and smile blissfully at Aayaka. How is it Shursue and Itachi Nisan? I have put lots of effort into them. Aayaka looks at them with anticipation. It's very good. I love it. Shursue praises her as he savors the chocolate. Fufu. Izuna snickers at their misery. Oni-chan. Eat yours too. I especially made it for you to recover soon. I don't want you to miss your wedding next week. Aayaka smiles at him. I will eat it. Izuna's expression turns pale but takes a bite nonetheless to appease Aayaka. How can I not eat this after seeing that smile? All right. Then I will be off. I have to make lots of preparations for the wedding. I want to plan the decoration of your wedding. Aayaka hops out of the hospital. Growl. Izuna, Shursue, and Itachi clutch their stomach as it grumbles loudly. Whoosh. All 3 of them appear in front of a bucket. Izuna grabs the bucket to puke. Shursue and Itachi also contest with him. There is only 1 bucket and we are 3. So, let me go first since I am the eldest. Izuna pulls it towards him. If that's the case, then Nisan, you should care for your younger brothers. I am the youngest among us 3. So, I should get the chance first. Itachi pulls it towards him. You 2 can decide your turn. Let me puke first. Shursue pulls the bucket towards him. Damn it. Let me go first. I am your elder brother. Hey. It doesn't apply here. Shursue, Itachi. I will take a bullet for you both. This cookie is a small thing. So, you 2 should also sacrifice some things. Bang. The door is flung open as 3 figures enter the room. Mei, Yugao, and Izumi enter the room. Mei. Help me. Izuna's face has turned bluish-green from holding himself. Yugao. Shursue also stretches his hand for help. Izumi. Help me. Itachi turns towards Izumi. Puffed. The girls burst out in laughter, looking at the hilarious expression of the trio. Look at the miserable expression of the 3 strongest ninjas of the village. Izumi chuckles. They can't even handle one of Ayaka's sweets. Yugao holds her hand in front of her face. This means Aayaka is the strongest ninja of the village. Mei bursts into laughter as she helps Izuna. Blurg. The 3 of them relieve themselves and turn to the ladies. You won't understand the pain of being a big brother. All right. We got it. The ladies burst out in laughter again. Izuna stares at the smiles of the group and the corner of his lips curves in a smile. He was worried about Shursue's love life since the latter never had any interest in any girls. He has Mei to take care of him. Itachi had Izumi as his die-hard fan since childhood. Even Kakashi had a girl waiting for him. As for Guy, he is just Guy. So, let's not talk about him. But there is more to Shursue than meets the eye. This fucker has been silently dating Yugao for the past 8 years. From the day he joined the Umbu to this very date. Izuna silently curses at Shursue for hiding this for such a long time. Initially, Yugao had a crush on him, but he never paid any heed to it. Since he was busy training. Later, Yugao realized it was just pure admiration, not love. Later, she met with Shursue who just joined the Umbu. Slowly as both of them went through countless life and death situations together, love bloomed between them. Both of them secretly dated each other for 8 years until Izuna caught them red-handed one day. I never expected Shursue to be such a dark horse of love. Izuna chuckles and shakes his head. He turns towards Mei and opens his arm in anticipation. Slap. Mei tightly slaps his face. You idiot. You should have at least informed me before you underwent such a huge battle. What if something happened to you? How could I and our child live without you? Our child. Izuna turns towards Mei's womb with anticipation. He activates his Sharingan to inspect the baby. Humph. Mei blocks his eyes with her hands. It was supposed to be a surprise for our wedding, but you made me ruin it. Now don't ruin it further. I want to experience the bliss and anticipation of a mother. Mei chides him. All right. I won't. He helplessly raises his hand. It's already ruined for me. Damn. Is this price I have to pay for knowing too much? He complains to himself, but there is a stupid smile on his face. I am finally a father. He wraps his hand around Mei and silently listens to the faint heartbeat of the baby. Have you thought of a name for the baby? Yes. I do. Mei nods her head. If it's a boy, I will name him Tatsuya. If it's a girl, I will name her Kanna. Mei proudly raises her head. Then I am anticipating a pair of twins. Izuna smiles sheepishly. No. You. Mei pinches his ears. Ha. She smiles at him and nods her head. Me too. Izuna soundly lies down in her lap and turns to Shursue, who is being scolded by Yugao. Hey, Shursue. Yugao. When are you guys planning to marry? It has been 8 years already. Will you still keep us hanging? Nisan. Shursue stutters in embarrassment. The bride is ready. But this idiot told me he won't marry unless Izuna Nisan is married. Yugao shakes her head. Ha. Then why don't we double the celebration by holding your marriage together with ours? Izuna proposes. Yes. That's a good idea. Yugao nods her head and elbows Shursue. Yes. That's a very good idea. Shursue also nods his head. Nisan. Make it triple. If not, this Brokan Itachi won't even look at me. Izumi complains. It's not like this. Itachi complains. Ha. The rest of the group burst out in laughter. It's decided then. The Uchiha clan will hold a triple marriage ceremony. Akira, Yagami, Fugaku, Aiko, Fumiko, and Mikoto barges into the room as they had playful smiles on their faces. You were listening. Shursue questions in embarrassment. Fufu, of course. Fumiko chuckles at him. Era. I never expected my Itachi to already bring a bride. Mikoto teases him. MOM. Itachi turns his head away in embarrassment. Since your childhood, I have already considered Izumi as my daughter. This marriage is just a formality. Mikoto chuckles and holds Izumi's hands. Right. Izumi-chan. Yes. Izumi meekly nods her head. See. Mikoto nods her head in satisfaction. Yay. There will be 3 marriages which will triple the fun. Aayaka jumps in excitement. Now I get to plan all of their marriages. Akira, Yagami, and Fugaku smile at their sons as they reminisce about the moments of their marriages. Ah. It's good to be young. They sigh silently. Izuna silently gazes at the smiles of his family members. Now this is a smile worth fighting for. Chapter 284, 276. Farewell Part 1. Another week passes by. Ha. Izuna stretches his arm and walks out of the hospital. I have recovered from my injuries. Time to head out. Whoosh. He flickers out of the hospital. I should check on Sasuke, Tatsuya, and Boruto. They have yet to leave for their timeline. Shum. He opens a portal to the secret headquarter and enters it. Izuna enters the small space and notices the Konoha group studying the remains of the Otsutsuki puppets. Any progress? Izuna asks them. Yes, we have found some clue regarding the power source of these puppets. Adult Sasuke nods his head and produces a small piece of stone to Izuna. This is the shattered core of the Otsutsuki puppets. Izuna grabs the core and flips it in his hand. There is some strange chakra flowing through this rock. Back then, during the fight, I failed to notice it because of the heat of the battle. But now you mention it. Swoosh. Izuna forks out a similar smaller rock from his storage. This is the remains of the meteorite which crashed in Land of Bears 200 years ago. They created the hidden village of Hoshigakure around this rock. Izuna passes the rock to Sasuke. Oh. I remember that mission. The shinobis in that village used a peculiar chakra to perform their unique ninjutsu. They would release purple chakra from their body and manifest it in the form of a feather-shaped array behind them. It would drastically improve their capabilities, but the cost was too steep to use. I remembered Naruto shattered this rock to prevent the Hoshigakure ninja from misusing it. Sasuke picks the rock and compares it to the core of the puppet. Indeed. Naruto shattered the meteor. But since this meteorite had such marvelous effects on the abilities of a ninja, I picked up the remains of the meteorite to study them. Even the R&D department of Konoha is studying this meteorite. In the end, they concluded that this rock doesn't belong to this world. Looks like they were right. It's related to Otsutsuki. Izuna briefs him on the origin of the rock. I see. Maybe I will look into their study after I return. Sasuke makes a mental note. Still, the energy in this rock isn't beneficial for human use. It will slowly corrode the chakra system, physical body, and the will of the user and eventually make them a puppet of the rock. Maybe it's the part of the reason Otsutsuki uses this rock as the power source for their puppets. Those puppets were autonomous and rarely required any instructions. Tatsuya points out. Yes, that makes sense. Anyway, studying these puppets will explain a lot about the technological advancement of the Otsutsuki clan. Also, the energy weaponry of these puppets is quite powerful, to be able to easily pierce through a Susanoo. Izuna picks up a dull blade with many fuinjutsu arrays and symbols on it. Just leave a single puppet behind and take the rest to the future. Izuna picks up a puppet and stores the rest in a scroll and passes it to Sasuke. Also, you should watch out for the Otsutsuki clan members. I am sure they won't remain underlying after this defeat. This is a major blow to their clan. They lost 3 of their main family members in this small world. The situation will turn more chaotic in the future. Izuna steps out of the small dimension as Sasuke and Tatsuya follow him. Also, Izuna raises his head and stares at the moon. You should visit your distant cousin on the moon. I am sure he would be in a pinch and require saving. Adult Sasuke and Tatsuya's eyes widen in surprise. You knew about him? Sasuke asks him in shock. Of course. Who do you think am I? A shinobi must keep his friends close, and enemies closer. Izuna smiles at them. I think it's about time for you folks to return to your time. Prolonging your stay here would only have negative consequences. Whoosh. The 3 of them flickers towards the village. Pick Boruto up and meet me on top of the Hokage monument. Izuna teleports away. Inside the Yakiniku-Q. Damn. I am still having goosebumps from that day. Naruto picks up a piece of meat as he slowly chews it. Well, it is the matter of the grown-ups. I am sure they must have sorted it out. Shikamaru picks up a piece of meat and dips it in the sauce. Yes, I agree with him. It's not our place to worry. Niji nods his head. We should instead focus on our training. He continues. Training. What a pain. Shikamaru eats his piece of meat. Haha. That's so like Shikamaru. The rest of the group burst out in laughter. Sigh. Boruto sighs as he stares at this group. Come on. What's up with this sullen face? Naruto nudges him. It's not like that. It's just I will return to my village. Boruto sighs helplessly. Heh. You are leaving already. Naruto has a sad expression. I guess. I can't stay here forever. Boruto sighs in melancholy. We will miss you. Choji offers a packet of potato chips. This is for you. You won't find it anywhere. Thank you. Boruto picks up the packet. Before you leave, come with me to my house. I want to give you something. Naruto drags Boruto out of the restaurant. Hey, Naruto. At least pay your share of the bill. Kiba yells at him. Here. Sasuke places a stack of Ryo and dashes after Naruto. Damn it. This Naruto and Sasuke. They always ignore me. Kiba grinds his teeth. It's okay, Kiba. You can always compete for the 3rd spot. Shino gently pats his back. Back at Naruto's house. Boruto silently stares at the house and remarks. It's totally different from my memory. Looks like they rebuild it. As much as I would like to meet Grandpa and Grandma, it's a bad idea to meet with them. Also, Grandma would. Boruto strokes his head. I don't want to be the target of her anger again. I guess I will pass on the idea. Here. Naruto dashes out of the house with a bag. It's my gift for you. He flashes a smile. Thank you. Boruto thanks him. Boruto. It's about time we leave. Adult Sasuke flickers beside Boruto. Then see you later. Naruto waves his hand. The next time you see me I will be the Hokage, Databio. Naruto thumbs up at Boruto. I guess you will really be a Hokage the next time we meet. Boruto nods his head with a smile. Whoosh. Adult Sasuke grabs Boruto and flickers away. Whoosh. Young Sasuke flickers towards Naruto and asks him. Who was that man? Oh. He was Boruto's guardian. Why do I feel like I know him? Sasuke stares in the direction of Boruto's departure. Forget that. Let's prepare for Nisan's wedding. It will be a big occasion tomorrow. Naruto drags him away. On top of the Hokage monument. Whoosh. Izuna appears in front of Boruto, Sasuke, and Tatsuya. Ha. As much as I would like you guys to stay for my wedding, I don't think it is a good idea. There will lots of people tomorrow and it might affect some events if any of them notice you. He turns towards Tatsuya and passes a scroll to him. This is a gift for your mother. I am sure she would like it. He passes another few scrolls to him. This is for Aayaka. Mom. Dad. Shursue. Itachi. Tatsuya is buried under the scrolls. Hee. Sasuke and Tatsuya smiles warily. Let's place everything in a single storage. Izuna turns towards Sasuke and Boruto. Here. He gives a scroll to Sasuke. This is for my niece, Sarada. Nisan, you. Sasuke's eyes widen in surprise. Sho. I told you earlier. I know far more things than you expect. He passes a few more gifts to Sasuke. I think that covers everyone. Next. Izuna turns towards Boruto and taps his forehead. You remind of the current Naruto. Really? Boruto is excited to hear this. But in a bad way. These words pour a bucket of cold water on him. Your potential to grow is far greater than Naruto and you have a very powerful hidden power lying dormant in you. Izuna points towards his right eye. You know about it. Sasuke, Tatsuya, and Boruto ask in unison. Of course. Izuna rolls his eyes. Jogen is a double-edged sword. It will prove to be a powerful tool against your battle with the Otsutsuki clan. Its potential is on par with Rain Sharingan or maybe even higher. Both Sasuke and I had to work quite hard to awaken our Rinnegan, and yet you are born with such power from birth. Honestly. I am speechless. Izuna shakes his head. That's the protagonist for you. Anyway. What I mean to say is, Jogen is a power that is strongly inherited from the Otsutsuki clan. This power will try to tempt and erode your mentality as you use it. It requires a strong will to wield this power and resist the temptation and not lose yourself to this power. I believe you can do it. Izuna pats Boruto's head. As for the troublesome stuff. Chapter 285, 277. Farewell Part 2. As for the troublesome stuff. Izuna grabs Boruto's right hand. There is a diamond-shaped comma mark on Boruto's hand. Izuna activates his Rinne Sharingan. Shum. He appears in a mental plane. A pale figure with pale blue hair tied in a long ponytail appears in front of him. His hairs are parted in a zigzag pattern and his head is adorned with a pair of flat, curved horns. Gokugenyu. I never expected a lowlife like you to intrude in this place. You do possess a certain level of ability to fight on the equal front with us, noble Otsutsukis. Momoshiki activates his Byakugan as he gazes at Izuna. Izuna raises his head and stares him in the eyes. TSK. You sure talk a lot for a dead man. Izuna smiles at him. Humph, you lowlife were lucky to be able to kill me. Momoshiki harumphs at him. Lowlife. If I am a lowlife, then what are you? A parasite. Feeding on others to sustain your existence. Shut up. You lowly being. How dare you insult a noble Otsutsuki? Momoshiki activates his Rinnegan, ready to attack Izuna at any moment. Oh. Looks like I hit the sore spot. Izuna slowly walks in front of Momoshiki and confronts him. Both of their eyes meet each other as Momoshiki peeks through Izuna, trying to figure out his secrets. Momoshiki. You are trying to ride the coattails of this child of destiny to preserve yourself in the upcoming chaos. Do you think you have what it takes to survive in this turmoil? Ha ha. Ahaha. Momoshiki laughs hysterically and remarks. An insect like you think he knows the big picture of the world. You aren't even worthy of being a pawn in this game. Ha ha. Izuna burst out in laughter as he activates his Rinne Sharingan. No. Shum. The surroundings change as a large torii gate falls from the sky and pins Momoshiki down. The torii gate suppresses Momoshiki as the latter is unable to even resist slightly. I am not a pawn. I am a beater. Shuring. Izuna reveals his Rinne Sharingan to Momoshiki. It can't be. Momoshiki is horrified to see Izuna's Rinne Sharingan. That pattern. How could it be? Cold sweat runs down Momoshiki's spine as he notices Izuna's Rinne Sharingan. Do you still think I don't possess the abilities? Izuna calmly stares at Momoshiki. Humph. So what? Even with your eyes you read nothing more than an ant. Fodder for the truly powerful beings. Momoshiki scoffs at him as his nerves calms down after the initial outburst. It's indeed true that the current me is too weak to wield this power. But in this mental space where I am not restricted by the limitation of my body, you are nothing more than a worm in my eyes. Izuna swings his arm as the torii gate presses on Momoshiki, pinning him to the ground. I can easily squash you if I want. But I will give you an opportunity. Izuna slowly walks in front of Momoshiki. Humph, do you honestly think I will agree to you? Momoshiki scoffs at Izuna. No. I don't believe you will agree, I am sure you will agree. Izuna has a smile on his face. As far as I can see, you lot are nothing but disposable pawns. But I can see the will to survive burning brightly in your eyes. This is part of the reason you cling to Boruto's fate. Also, you don't hold any considerable power among Otsuzukis, or else they would surely have taken measures to save you. What does this mean? Either you fulfilled your job or you have lost your usefulness. Izuna smirks at him as he stretches his arms. Don't tell me you are also a disposable pawn. You. Momoshiki's face turns ugly as a figure with crown-shaped horns flashes in his mind. TCH. Fine, I will agree with you. But don't think a measly human like you can control the likes of me. Momoshiki clicks his tongue. Of course. I am proposing a partnership beneficial for both of us. Help this boy with his growth and in return, I will help you with your ambition. Izuna walks near Momoshiki and whispers something in his ear. What? Momoshiki's eyes widen in shock. Fine. I get it. He nods his head. Haha. I was right. You will agree with me. Death sure has toned down your aggressive character. He pats Momoshiki's back. I won't ask you to utter any Otsutsuki secret since you won't be able to reveal anything either way. Izuna walks towards a white gate that appears in the mental space. But I am sure, you will be of great help in other matters. Izuna steps through the gate and disappears. Damn. This human thinks he can manipulate me. Momoshiki grinds his teeth. Just you wait. Swoosh. Izuna opens his eyes and smiles at Boruto. There is a circular seal around the comma. You don't have to worry about this comma seal for a while. Phew. Sasuke heaves a sigh in relief. One of his purpose besides dealing with Urashiki was to seek Izuna's help with Boruto's karma seal. This seal is like a ticking time bomb and it was partially their fault for dragging Boruto through that incident. Now then. It's time to return. Sasuke pulls out Karasuke from his storage. Sasuke-sama. Karasuke at your service. The turtle briefly opens its mouth. Here. Izuna feeds some of his chakra to Karasuke, as Karasuke greedily sucks it all. Destination confirmed. Initiating temporal shift in. Hold on. Izuna pulls out a scroll from his pocket and passes it to Tatsuya. Tatsuya tilts his head in confusion. This scroll is the amalgamation of all my ninjutsu, genjutsu, kenjutsu, senjutsu, fuinjutsu, and taijutsu technique. This is the path I walked on. I hope for you to learn from my mistakes and take a path of your own. I hope one day, you will surpass me in the future. Izuna smiles at his son. Of course. Tatsuya dashes towards him and hugs him. Dad. I will keep my promise. Now. Now. Don't make me tear up even before you are born. Izuna chuckles and pats his head. 3. 2. 1. Izuna steps behind as a temporal bubble forms around Sasuke and the group. He activates his Rinnegan to spectate the process. This temporal shift involves time laws. If I can figure out even a fragment, my time-related abilities will improve vastly. Izuna records the entire process with his Rinnegan. I will study it during my free time. Shum. Blue energy flickers out from the bubble and it vanishes with a flash. So, these are so-called temporal tunnels. Izuna notices a portal irradiated with blue energy. The portal is slowly closing as the energy supporting it dissipates. Guess, I will return to the clan. Back in the future. Swoosh. Another portal opens on top of the Hokage office. They are back already. Minato, Naruto, Mei, Tsunade, Kakashi, Shisui, Itachi, and Shikamaru warily stare at the portal. Whoosh. 3-figure jumps out of the portal and lands on the roof. Oni-chan. A tall slender figure with fair skin jumps in Tatsuya's embrace. The figure has black eyes and ankle-length, auburn hairs with a tint of blue at the end. 2 short bangs are framing the sides of her face, covering her eyes slightly. She wears a long-sleeved black dress that falls just below her knees. The Uchiha symbol is imprinted on the back of her dress. Yes, I am back, Kanna. Tatsuya ruffles her hair. Nah. Oni-chan. Tell me more about father. How much different was he in his youth? Kanna curiously asks him. All right. I will tell you everything. But before that. Tatsuya takes out a scroll from his pocket and walks towards Mei. Mom. It's a souvenir from Dad. He especially asked you to open it as soon as possible or it will be spoiled. Oh. Mei curiously takes the scroll from his hand and opens it. Poof. With a puff of smoke, a bento packed in a blue cloth appears in front of them. A mouth-watering fragrance wafts in the air. This fragrance. Mei hurriedly unpacks the bento as the layers of well-cooked steak appear in front of her. It surely is. Tears rolls from her eyes as she gently picks up a piece of steak and nibbles on it. This taste. I have been yearning for years, it is still the same taste. Mei wipes her tears and savors the steak. Kanna and Tatsuya are surprised to see their mother like this. It has been almost 10 years since their father left them, but until now they never saw tears in their mother's eyes. Tatsuya, Kanna. These steaks are the reason I fell in love with your father. Mei closes her eyes as she reminisces about the moments when she first met with Izuna and later how the latter would cook these steaks in wild. On the side, Sasuke explains the turn of incidents to the group. As expected of Izuna. He is always so mysterious. Minato shakes his head. Swoosh. Suddenly, the surroundings turn dark as a gigantic portal opens in the sky. The expression of the group turns ugly as they stare at the portal. Chapter 286, 278. A drink with the dad. Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa Ba-san. Izuna greets an old lady as he strolls through the Uchiha clan compound. Ha. He takes a deep breath and stares at the hustle and bustle of the clan. It sure is peaceful after that huge battle. Currently, he is on a stroll because the ladies have occupied the house. Aayaka and other female members of the family are busy decorating the house and thus have kicked him out of the house. Oni-chan. I will prepare a surprise for you. Ayaka's cute face appears in his mind. How can I say no to such a cute angel? His inner Siscon wakes up from the slumber. Ahem. It's a surprise from Aayaka. How can I ruin it? He continues to stroll through the Uchiha clan and arrives near the entrance of the clan. After my marriage, I can't continue to stay in the same house as my parents. I will have to move to a new house. The old house will be cramped with the 5 of us. Also, it's not like I will move out of the village. My new house is very close to theirs. Yo. Izuna. Kakashi raises his hand and greets him. Oh. Kakashi, Guy, Yamato, you guys. Izuna is surprised to see the trio at the entrance of the Uchiha clan. What are you guys doing here? He curiously asks them. Oh, Izuna. What great timing. Now we don't have to go through the trouble of searching the entire clan district for you. Hurry up and come with us. Guy drags him along. What's going on? Is there some urgent matter? Izuna turns towards Kakashi and Yamato for answers. You will know once you get there. Both of them refuse to speak further. Well, if you say so. Izuna helplessly follows them. 5 minutes later. In front of the yakiniku queue. Is this your urgent matter? Izuna stares at the trio. Now. Now. Don't be a spoilsport. Just come in. Ignore the small stuff and just come in. Kakashi and Guy push him in. Fine. Izuna follows them along. In a corner of the restaurant. Congratulations. Kakashi, Guy, Yamato, Asuma, Kurenai, Shizune, and Anko congratulate him as they sit around a giant table. Even Shisui and Itachi are present there. You guys. Izuna smiles at them as a warm feeling runs through his heart. This looks like a reunion of old college friends after years of graduation. Thank you, everyone. Now. Now. Let's enjoy ourselves. Kurenai urges them to sit. Who would have expected that out of all of us, Izuna would be the first one to get settled? Asuma laughs and picks up a piece of meat. Oh, really? Izuna dips a piece of meat into sauce and places it in his mouth. Then why do I see a certain couple trying to hide their affair for such a long time? It has been around 6 years, I presume. Izuna smiles at Asuma and Kurenai. Don't pretend like you don't know. He turns towards the rest of the group. Whistle, whistle. The rest of the people whistle and turn away. Is it that obvious? Asuma gulps his saliva and asks him. Of course. Izuna rolls his eyes. I spotted you at Yamanaka flower shop plenty of times. Don't tell me you were buying a bouquet of red roses for the aunt next door. He chuckles. Kurenai's face turns red from embarrassment. Ahem. Shizune clears her throat. Don't tease them like that. We should be the one teasing you, not the other way around. She shakes her head. Oh. Do you think you can tease me that easily, Shizune? Izuna smiles smugly. You think you are an expert when it comes to love affairs? Kakashi rolls his eyes. He adopts a scholarly pose and remarks. Love is like a spring breeze. You can't see it, but you can feel it. Romance is the glamour which turns the dust of everyday life into a golden haze. Clap, clap. Whoa. Amazing. I never expected Kakashi-senpai to be so knowledgeable about love. His knowledge of love is so profound. Yamato praises Kakashi. Oh. Really? Izuna scoffs at Kakashi. To me, it sounds like the rambling of a certain single middle-aged pervert. You can't even impress an old grandma, much less a beautiful kunoichi with such words. Izuna-kun is right. This seems to be a one-dimensional textbook definition of love. Shizun nods her head. Ah. An invisible arrow pierced through Kakashi's heart. I would rather date a guy who will buy me unlimited dango. Enko drools at the thought. Ha ha. The rest of the group bursts out in laughter. Those sure are some simple conditions. Hey. Nothing is better than dango. Enko grumbles. You are quite brutal, senpai. It was supposed to be our chance to tease you, but you turned the tables. Yamato sighs helplessly. Ha ha. Now. Don't mind the small stuff. Just enjoy yourself. Izuna savors the delicious piece of grilled meat. Later in the evening. The Uchiha trio returns to the clan district. Time sure flies by. It was like yesterday when we first awakened our chakra. Izuna remarks as he walks alongside Shisui and Itachi. It sure is. Shisui closes his eyes. Oh. Izuna, Shisui, and Itachi. The group runs in Akira, Yagami, and Fugaku, who walks out of the house. Dad. Uncle Yagami. Uncle Fugaku. You all. We got kicked out of the house. The ladies have their plans. Akira shakes his head. You too? Yeah. The trio nods their head. Yagami. Fugaku. Let's go to our usual drinking spot. Akira beckons them. Why don't you join us? He nudges the trio. Well. Isn't it? Izuna scratches his head. What are you so shy about? Soon, you are going to be a part of the husband gang too. You should get used to it. The father group pulls them along. The trio helplessly shakes their head and follows them. Soon, they arrive in front of a traditional izakaya bar. Inside the bar. Okiyakusama, the bar attendant, greets them. Serve the usual. Yagami slams his hand on the counter. The group walks towards a corner and sits on the tatami mats with low tables in front of them. The server brings a wet towel to wipe their hands. The trio of middle-aged carefully wipe their hand with the towel. The younger trio also follow them as they curiously stare at their surroundings. This is my first time visiting a traditional Japanese bar. Izuna inspects his surroundings. Although I have visited plenty of bars with Tsunade, all of them were high-end bars, unlike this traditional bar. The waiter serves them an otoshi and tsukidashi as the appetizer. Next up, he brings a bottle of traditional sake and serves it to them. Ah. It's so soothing. Yagami takes a sip from the sake cup and nods his head. Such a fine wine. Izuna takes a look at the sake. The cup is filled with a clear liquid. He slowly picks up the cup and smells it. A slightly fruity and nutty aroma greets his nose. He takes a slight sip of the sake. It's good. He nods his head. An astringent feeling runs down his taste buds as the slightly sweet flavor soothes his palate. No wonder Tsunade is so addicted to sake. He slowly savors the wine as the waiter serves the dishes. Gulp, gulp. Fugaku chugs down his cup as the eternal frown on his face loosens a little. He turns towards the trio and nods his head. You lot sure have grown up. Akira and Yagami nod their head. I think it's about time for us to retire and pass our responsibilities to you lot. Yagami nods his head. Huh. The trio places down their cup and turns towards the elders. What do you mean, Fugaku-san? Izuna curiously asks him. Heek. What I meant is. It's about time to pick a new clan head. I have served as the clan head for 20 years. It's time to choose a new successor. Fugaku places down his cup. I see. Izuna nods his head and continues to sip his sake. Izuna Uchiha. Why don't you become the next head of the Uchiha clan? I know it's a big responsibility, but with time you will. Fugaku slams his hand on the table in his drunken stupor. I decline. Izuna calmly places the cup on the table. Ha. You decline. Fugaku, Yagami, and Akira are surprised to hear this. Why? Any particular reason? Akira questions him. Not really. It's just that stuff like leading a clan is not my cup of tea. I am not suitable for the task. Izuna shakes his head. But, you are the strongest member of our clan. Fugaku argues. No. I am not interested. Besides, those group of old bones don't like me for my brass attitude. They want to control me for their ambition. Izuna shakes his head in denial. Sigh. Fugaku sighs helplessly. I am also not interested. Shisui also raises his hands in denial. I am content with leading the Uchiha police department. I am not interested in the troublesome matters of the clan. Shisui shakes his head. I I see. The group turns to Itachi for his opinion. Itachi calmly places his cup on the table and remarks. A clan is built on the foundation of trust. Too bad. In the incident 10 years ago, I have already lost the trust of the higher-ups of the clan by acting as a double agent. I don't think they will trust a traitor. Itachi shakes his head. I think it's better to raise Sasuke as the next clan head. Most of his friends are soon to be future heads of their respective clans. Take Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clan, for example. Then there is Uzumaki, Inuzuka, and the Aburame clan. Itachi states a few names. Now that you mention it. Fugaku falls in deep thought. Chapter 287, 279. Set in motion. In a hidden dimension. A bald monk with a long mohawk is pinned against a giant tree. There are various vines attached to his body, as his body glows with a green hue. Shum. Jigen slowly opens his eyes as a glint flicker through them. His right eye changes into a Dharma wheel. Whoosh. The scene of Izuna beheading Urashiki appears in his vision. Looks like Urashiki has fallen to this lowly human. He notices the Rinna Sharingan of Izuna as he ends Urashiki's life. He awakened the Rinna Sharingan. Surprise appears in Jigen's eyes as he focuses his attention on Izuna. Swirl. The wheel in Jigen's eyes rotates rapidly as tries to peer through Izuna's destiny. Arg. Jigen's expression turns ugly. A trail of blood leaks from his eye as he hurriedly closes it. I can't see his fate anymore. Looks like the strength of his dojutsu is far superior to mine. A grim expression appears on his face as he recalls the pattern of Izuna's Rinna Sharingan. That pattern. He attempts to recall any information pertaining to Izuna's eyes. I can't seem to recall any information in the clan about the spiral pattern of his Rinna Sharingan. It must be a mutation of some sort, otherwise, how could a bastard descendant of that Kagaya awaken those eyes? Resentment appears in Jigen's eyes as he recalls the betrayal of Kagaya. Ha ha. Ha ha. A series of laughter ring through his forehead as the consciousness of the real Jigen appears in his mind. Karma bides its time, and it's your time for payback. Jigen scoffs and uses his dojutsu to suppress that consciousness. You are nothing more than a pathetic remnant soul lingering in this body. I would have destroyed your soul long ago if it's not for my unwillingness to stay in this body. Jigen continues to recover using the chakra of the chakra tree as he ponders over his next course of action. During the previous battle, the unexpected attack from that Izuna Uchiha caused far more damage than I expected. This body is already at its limit. If I try to push it any further, I am afraid it will perish. Jigen stares at the failing organs in his body. I have sustained this body for thousands of years thanks to the chakra I secretly stole from the chakra tree. He stares at the small chakra tree behind him. This chakra tree results from the chakra I stole during the sealing of the 10 tails. I groomed it into a new chakra tree. Once it turns into 10 tails, I will feed this failing body and accomplish my mission. Luckily, I managed to leave a comma mark on that girl. He closes his eyes and slowly merges with the tree. In a giant palace on the moon. Looks like an Otsutsuki member from the main family has perished on the earth. A teen with pale skin and shaggy white hair turns in the direction of the earth. 6 magatamas are tattooed around his collarbone to resemble a necklace. I wonder who could it be? His eyelids are shut close as he continues to gaze in the earth's direction. Rustle, rustle. A wooden puppet walks towards him and bows. There is a plate of food in the puppet's hand. The teenage kid turns towards the puppet and dismisses it. I am not in a mood to eat anything. You can leave now. He waves his hand and continues to gaze at the earth. Since his childhood, after his ceremonial sacrifice to Tenseigan, he has been locked up in this place. It has been 10 years since father and mother left this world. I have always been myself. 10 years ago, the centuries-long war of the Otsutsuki clan of Moon ended with the victory of the branch family. The main family was annihilated by the branch family using the power of the Tenseigan energy vessel. Tonari recounts his memories as the dying words of his father rings in his mind. Tonari. After my death, you will be the sole survivor of the Otsutsuki clan of the Moon. Our clan has lived on the moon for centuries, as we protected the vessel of the 10 tails. However, over time, the sinister chakra of the 10 tails altered our personality and made us fight among ourselves. Now, with the release of the vessel of 10 tails and the downfall of our clan, you, as the sole survivor of the clan, should return to Earth and start a new life. You don't have to shoulder the burden of your ancestors. No, I don't want to. Tears run down Tonari's cheeks as he slowly wipes them. I have always been all alone by myself, locked in this palace. I lived in perpetual fear of assassination by the members of the main family. Now, when everything is gone and I am the sole survivor of the clan, what is the purpose of my existence? The culture of the earth differs from that of our moon. How can you expect me to mingle with such people? Sniff. He wipes his tears and turns towards the palace. When I was a child, you took my light and sacrificed it to sustain the energy vessel of the ancestor. You did this for the greater good of the earth, to prevent the suffering of countless people on earth, to protect them from the terror of the Ten Tails. And now look at them, they weaponize chakra and wages wars against each other. Sniff. A resolute expression appears on Tonori's face as he walks deeper into the palace. Since I have sacrificed my entire life for humanity, then I shall become the judge who will deliver the punishment to these sinners. Tonori arrives in a giant underground room with a gigantic spherical energy vessel in the middle of the room. He stops and gazes at the energy vessel for a while before walking towards the shelves arranged around the energy vessel. Somewhere in the land of swamp. In an underground laboratory. Swish, swish. A fair-skinned man with long black hair and 10 eyes is operating on a person. His hands move skillfully as he operates. It's done. Swish. He flicks the scalpel and stores it in the interior pocket of his trench pocket. Arg. Wah. The person on the operating table screams in pain as dark purple chakra rises from his body. Fwoosh. Fwoosh. The features of the person change rapidly as his body expands in size. Multiple totem marks appear on his body. Saliva drools from his mouth as his teeth turn into large canines. His finger and toenails expand and morph into razor-sharp claws. Fwoosh. Fwoosh. A pair of flesh wings erupts from his back and the spine of the person extends and morphs into a long tail. Grr. The test subject growls in fury. His eyes turn red as he riles up a massive amount of dark purple chakra. Growl. He roars with bloodthirst and lunges at the fair man. Another failure. Swish. The man swiftly waves his scalpel. Slash. The head of the giant rolls down as the scalpel shines with a dark purple chakra. It's hard to find pure-blooded descendants of my Akuma clan. Only an Akuma clan member with a bloodline purity of 50% or higher can undergo the process of demonification and retain his sanity. Crackle, crackle. Dark purple flames crackle through his palm as he throws them at the dead body. The flames engulf the body and disintegrate it completely. Fwoosh. The flames morph into a demonic purple snake and enter his body. Let me pick up another batch of candidates. He walks towards a wall and pulls a lever. Swoosh. 4 containers filled with a transparent amniotic fluid pops out of the wall. A fresh batch. The fair-skinned man nods his head. Chapter 288, 280. Unexpected guests. Yawn. Kakashi yawns as Guy drags him out of his house. Kakashi. Let's buy a wedding gift for Izuna. Guy is fired up. Guy, it's 5 in the morning. I don't think there will be any gift shop open at this hour. Yawn. Kakashi rubs his sleepy eyes. Kakashi. Guy grabs Kakashi's shoulders. What should I gift him? I want to show my hot-blooded passion to Izuna when I present my gift to him. What will be a youthful gift? He shakes Kakashi's shoulders. So, you haven't decided on your gift yet? Kakashi stares at Guy with deadpan eyes. No. I haven't been able to find a gift filled with youthful energy. Guy shakes his head. Kakashi. Do you know of such a gift? Well. I don't have any clue about such a gift, but you should also consider the bride while presenting the gift. It should be a gift useful to the couple. Kakashi suggests to him. A gift useful to both Izuna and Mizukage. Izuna is a very powerful shinobi and Mizukage is also one of the Kage. Guy ponders for a while. Thank you, my friend, Kakashi. I think I have got a direction for my gift. Guy nods his head and dashes away. Phew. He left. I am so sleepy, I want to get some sleep. I haven't slept last night due to the patrol duty. Kakashi heaves a sigh of relief and turns around to leave. Whoosh. Guy suddenly appears in front of him. Oh, by the way, Kakashi. Wah, aha. Guy's sudden appearance scares Kakashi. That scared the shit out of me. He glares at Guy. What is it now? Kakashi. What are you going to gift the newlywed couple? Guy curiously stares at Kakashi, waiting for his response. Me. I am going to gift them tickets for a honeymoon trip in a resort in Land of Noodles. Kakashi fishes out a voucher from his pocket. Oh. Guy nods his head. Your gift is quite good, but my gift will arouse the burning passion of youth in their heart. Haha. Guy gives a thumb up and leaves. Well. Good luck with your gift. Kakashi smiles warily and waves at him. He raises his head and notices the sun rising on the horizon. I guess it's too late to go back to sleep. I should probably grab some breakfast and get ready for the ceremony. Whoosh. Kakashi flickers towards the market. In the Uchiha clan compound. Yokoso, Fugaku, Akira, and Yagami are dressed in a black kimono with the Uchiha crest on it. The three of them welcomes guests with a warm smile. Congratulations. Hayashi and Hisashi Hyuga approaches them with some Hyuga elders. Hayashi presents a bouquet to Fugaku, who politely accepts it and passes it to another Uchiha standing beside them. This is a joyous occasion for the Uchiha clan, and we Hyuga are delighted to be a part of it. Hayashi exchanges pleasantries with Fugaku. Both sides have a warm smile on their face as they greet each other. Hyuga clan has become an ally of the Uchiha clan after the Hyuga incident 10 years ago. They even lent a helping hand to the Uchiha clan during the attack on the Uchihas. Hanabi is holding hands with Hinata as she curiously looks around. Here. Aayaka waves her hand towards Hanabi. I am coming. Hanabi dashes towards Aayaka with a smile. Haha, the kids of our clan sure get along well. Hayashi smiles joyously and enters the venue. Hinata. Here. Naruto waves his hand at Hinata. Nah. Naruto-kun. Hinata's face turns red from embarrassment. Go on. Her mother nudges her with a smile. Yes, Mom. Hinata walks towards Naruto. Oh. Hana. Hanako. You are here. Mikoto waves her hand at Hinata and Niji's mother. Mikoto, Aiko, and Fumiko are dressed in a tomsori, which is a formal, black kimono embroidered with colorful designs. The ladies gather and chatter with each other. Fugaku and the rest continue to greet the guests from the other clans. Soon. Minato and Kushina arrive with Karen in tow. Lord Fourth. Fugaku greets Minato with a smile. Congratulations. Minato nods with a smile. Kushina looks around and notices the ladies' group. Mikoto. You look so pretty in this dress. She hurriedly joins the group. Karen joins with the rest of the younger Konoha group. One by one all the guests gather as the environment becomes harmonious. Soon. An entourage of Kiri shinobis arrives at the entrance of the venue. Lord Fuji. Fugaku, Akira, and Yagami respectfully nod their head in greeting. Haha, there is no need to be so formal with me. We are one big family now. Fuji laughs heartily. Akira personally leads the group and caters to their needs. Soon. Another entourage of shinobis arrives at the Uchiha clan. Suna shinobis. Fugaku and Yagami frown as they stare at the group. Did we invite them? Fugaku doubtfully stares at the group. It's Izuna. He is the one who invited them. Tsunade enters the venue with Shizun. Lord Fifth. Fugaku and Yagami respectfully greet her with a bow. But isn't it a bit of a stretch to invite them after what happened 4 years ago? Fugaku has a grim expression on her face. I had similar thoughts, but Izuna intended to invite this bunch. So, I could only agree with his demand. Tsunade shakes her head. Let's see how things play out. With the last incident, I am sure Suna will be more docile than usual. She places a hand under her chin and stares at the group of the Suna shinobis. Yokoso. Fugaku and Yagami politely greet the group. Congratulations. Raza passes a large bouquet of orchids to Fugaku. He notices the slight frown on the faces of the group and replies politely. We are here on this occasion to congratulate the Uchiha clan and also sign an alliance and a new peace treaty with Konoha. Raza relays his intentions. This is just a small token of our gratitude. Raza waves his hand and a group of Suna shinobis bring out some packed boxes. This. There is really no need for this. The Konoha group is surprised by this extravagance. No. No. Please accept it. It's nothing in front of our sincerity. Raza tries to appease them. In the end, the Uchiha group could only accept the gifts, seeing the sincerity in Raza's eyes. Please. This way. Yagami personally leads the Suna group. Ha. Fugaku takes a deep breath. This is turning more on the political side than just a peaceful wedding. He sighs helplessly. What else do you expect? The reputation of Izuna, Shursue, and Itachi is widespread. You should have expected such a situation from the start. Tsunade shakes her head. I guess the Uchiha clan has restored its lost dignity. Fugaku has a smile on his face as a burden lifts from his heart. Previously, because of my incompetency, the clan suffered a major blow and was almost on the verge of extinction. That was a huge blow to the pride and dignity of the clan. But thankfully, due to Izuna, Shursue, and Itachi's efforts, the fame of the clan has reached new heights. Fugaku turns around to leave and host the ceremony. Tap, tap. Sounds of multiple footsteps fall in his ears. Who is it this time? Fugaku helplessly turns around. An entourage of the Kirigakure appears in his vision. Kirigakure. He questioningly turns to Tsunade. Did Izuna invite Kirigakure too? He did send an invitation to all the other hidden villages, but even I didn't expect this guy to appear here. Tsunade nods her head. Out of the 5 hidden villages, we expected the arrival of Sunagakure and Kirigakure, but the appearance of Kimo is out of our expectation. Given the headstrong personality of the Raikage and Tsuchikage, we expected them to outright reject the invitation. But I never expected him to appear here. Tsunade has visible confusion on her face. Tap, tap. Sounds of footsteps of another large group fall in their ears. Don't tell me it's IWA this time. Fugaku's expression turns ugly. This is no longer a wedding ceremony. It has turned into a huge international political affair. A raises his head and notices the tiny Inoki slowly walking towards the venue. Ha! Looks like the spine of IWA is broken just like its Kage. A ridicule the IWA group. The expression of IWA shinobis turns ugly as they glare at Kimo shinobis with hostile gazes. Fire is blazing in their eyes as they are ready to pounce on the Kimo group. Cough, cough. Inoki coughs slightly and waves his hand. We are in Konoha to attend a wedding ceremony. This is not a war. Yes, Tsuchikage-sama. The IWA shinobis lower their guard, but the hostility is still apparent in their eyes. IWA still holds its dignity, unlike a certain someone who lowered his head and begged pathetically to others to rescue their men. Inoki mocks a Tsuchikage. You are asking for it. A riles up his chakra and presses his feet on the ground, cracking it in the process. Bring it on. I am not afraid of you and your pathetic village. Inoki lifts his finger as he slowly floats into the air. Enough. Chapter 289, 281. The wedding ceremony. Enough. Tsunade furiously walks towards them. Inoki and a stop in their tracks. They snort at each other and greet Tsunade. Princess Tsunade. Iwagakure is here to extend its regards. Inoki waves his hand and the shinobi beside him carries boxes of gifts towards Fugaku. Yokoso. Fugaku greets them and signals his men to carry the gifts. Kuma won't also fall behind. A also signals his men to pass the gifts. This is a small gift from the Kirigakure to show our regards. Fugaku receives the gift with an awkward expression, but he maintains his calm demeanor. He leads the group of IWA and Kumo inside the venue. Inoki and A turns towards each other with a frown. The wedding ceremony is just an excuse. Their real aim is to test the waters. With their spies weeded out of the Konoha, they have no intel on the current strength of Konoha. Back in the venue. Kakashi is in a black kimono as he stands with Guy, Asuma, Yamato, Kurenai, Shizune, and Anko. Kakashi. What are you going to jiff the couple? Asuma and Kurenai walk towards him. Asuma just arrived with the Sarutobi clan. With the death of Hiruzen, the responsibilities of the clan have fallen on his shoulders. His elder brother would help him with the clan matters from time to time. I am going to gift them honeymoon tickets to Land of Noodles. Kakashi takes out an envelope from his pocket. That's so like you, Kakashi. Kurenai and the rest of the group chuckle. Then what about you, Asuna? What is your gift? You are representing your clan, so your gift will represent the prestige of your clan. Kakashi shakes his head as he is slightly displeased with the bothersome clan matters. My gift is the monkey fruit wine from Mount Wagwa. This wine is specially brewed by the monkey sage and I got some courtesy of Monkey King Enma. Asuma fishes out a transparent gourd with a crystal clear wine. That sure is an extravagant gift. Kakashi nods his head. What about you, Guy? Thought of any gift? Kakashi and the rest of the group curiously stare at Guy. Of course. It took me a while to think of a gift that will symbolize the fiery passion of youth. Here it is. Guy points towards a large gift box. Oh. The rest of the group notices the giant box. What's inside of the box? What's your gift, Guy? Shizune asks him. Hee. First, I thought of gifting a pair of dumbbells and weights to Izuna. But given his fitness, I thought it wasn't enough since he must train quite hard to maintain his prowess. So, I bought the entire training set for him. It cost me a hefty sum of money. Guy tearfully takes out a wallet from his pocket. The expression of the group turns strange as they stare at Guy. Looks like I have to hunt some wild animals for the rest of the month. Guy bites his lips. The rest of the group sweat drops at Guy's antics. Well. We can't expect more from this guy. They shake their head and turn to Shizune. What's your gift, Shizune? Kurenai curiously asks her. This. Shizune takes out a small bottle from her bag. And this is? This is a special lotion from the land of medicine. I spent quite a lot of time there with Lady Tsunade learning medicine. It is a special paste made of various rare herbs from the gardens of Land of the Medicine. It will help one maintain a youthful appearance and nourish the skin. Shizun hesitates for a while as she pockets the bottle. This is the only bottle I got from there. I could not think of a better gift, but still. She bites her lips in frustration. Anko. What's your gift? Asuma turns towards Anko. Let me guess, it's a box of dango. Kurenai makes a guess. H. How? How do you know? Am I that easy to read? Anko has a shocked expression. Is there anything else besides dango that comes to your mind? Kurenai shakes her head. But dango is the best. Anko argues. She has a box wrapped in gift packing in her hand. These are the Kamo Mitarashi Cheo dango from the Land of Honey. I especially ordered them to be delivered here. Gulp. Anko gulps her saliva as drool leaks from her mouth. I want a bite. Just one. This foodie. The group shakes their head and turns to Kurenai. Kurenai. What's your gift? Shizun curiously asks her. Up till now, most of the gifts reflect the personality of the person gifting them. So, she is curious to see Kurenai's gift. My gift. It's nothing fancy. It's a matching pair of kimonos for the couples that I commissioned in Land of Bear. Oh. That came as a surprise. But it matches with your personality. Shizun smiles and teases her. Oh. Looks like you folks came prepared. Kushina walks towards the group. Kushina-sensei. The group straightens up. Haha. There is no need to be formal with me. She chuckles. Izuna is the youngest among your generation, but he is the first one to get settled. What about you lot? You guys have any plan for marriage? Kushina teases the group. The faces of the group turn red from embarrassment. Asuma, Kurenai. How long are you guys going to be secretive about your relationship? Just marry already. Kushina turns towards Kurenai. Kushina-sensei. It's not like this. We just. Kurenai is flustered to hear Kushina. Haha. Alright. Alright. I got it. Kushina then turns to Kakashi. All of you have hidden your relationship pretty well. But not as well as Kakashi. Kushina chuckles. Kakashi. The rest of the group turns to Kakashi. Me. Kakashi points towards himself. Who else? Kushina rolls her eyes. She takes out a picture and passes it to the rest of the group. Look. This is the dream girl of Kakashi. The secret lover affair of Kakashi. That picture. Kakashi is shocked to see the picture. He hurriedly inspects his pockets and storage. It's not there. He sighs helplessly. Izuna-kun is the one who gave this picture to me and talked about Kakashi's secret love story. Kushina flashes the picture of a girl. She is Hanari from the Land of Keys. Such long-distance love. Kushina shakes her head. If not a certain someone afraid of political incidents, this girl would be present here attending this marriage ceremony with us. It's not like that, Kushina-ni-san. Let me explain. Kakashi tries to sort the situation. Let it be. Kushina waves her hand. I don't want to hear any of your excuses. Broom-haired Nisan is a bad guy. He breaks the heart of a poor girl. Aayaka tiptoes to them. Yes, my Aayaka-chan is right. Kushina pulls Aayaka into her embrace and bear hugs her. Kushina-san. Hana walks over with Hanabi in tow. Oh, Hana-san. Let's talk about Naruto and Hinata. She pulls Hana and walks towards another corner. Humph. Broom-hair Nisan, you batty. Aayaka snorts and dashes away. Sigh. Kakashi has a bitter expression on his face as he stares at the back of Aayaka, unable to express his emotions. Puffed. The rest of the group burst out in laughter. You deserved it for what you did, Kakashi. Guy pats his shoulder. Ha. How can I explain to this bunch? Anything I would say will be useless. Kakashi shakes his head in melancholy. Inside the dressing room. It's about time. Aiko enters the room and signals to Izuna and Mei. Mei is dressed in a white yucca cake with a blue floral pattern. There is a white headdress on her head. She is holding a small folding fan with the Terumi clan symbol imprinted on it. Izuna is dressed in a black kimono with the white Uchiha symbol embroidered on it. He is staring out of the window at the vast patch of sky. This is the happiest moment of my 2 short lives. Let's go. Mei clasps his hand. Everyone is waiting for us. She has a brilliant smile on her face. Yes, let's take our first step towards a new future. Chapter 282. The Wedding Ceremony Part 2. Both Mei and Izuna walk out of the dressing room while holding hands. Their wedding will be held in a Shinto ceremony fashion, according to the Uchiha tradition. Mei desired to hold the wedding in a Christian fashion, so they opted for 2 wedding ceremonies. They will hold the Shinto wedding ceremony in the Uchiha clan and the Christian wedding in the Kirigakure. Both of them reach the venue for the wedding. They walk towards the wedding altar present in the center of the venue. The pair of Itachi, Izumi, and Shisui, Yugao are already waiting there. Looks like we are the last one to arrive. Izuna smiles as both of them stand beside the other couples. An elderly Uchiha man in priest garbs is standing to the right of the altar. Suddenly, Izuna senses an unfamiliar gaze on him. The gaze feels like someone is trying to peer through his secrets. He turns around and notices a woman with long brown hair and light-colored eyes walks. The woman has pale skin and is dressed in a shrine maiden outfit. The woman has the appearance and bearing of a standard Miko. But what's peculiar is her eyes. She has violet, ornate pupils which are glowing with a purplish hue. Izuna secretly activates his Sharingan and inspects her eyes. These are. His eyes widen in surprise as he notices various strange runes in her eyes. I have never seen these runes before. The woman's gaze lingers on him before she turns her head away. Her eyes return to normal. Is there any problem, Miroku? Kushina asks her. No. Everything is fine. Miroku shakes her head as she throws a last glance at Izuna. Kushina carefully leads the shrine maiden towards the wedding altar. The Miko stands on the left side of the wedding altar. She is. Izuna questioningly turns to Kushina. Oh. I almost forgot to introduce her. Kushina shakes her head. She is Miroku, a high priestess from the land of demons. Kushina introduces her to Izuna. The Uzumaki clan has friendly relations with the land of demons. A few centuries ago, the founder of our Uzumaki clan, Kenshiro-sama, lent a helping hand to the land of demons to seal a very powerful demon. She walks towards Izuna and murmurs. During my childhood, Miroku once visited our Uzumaki clan with her guardian. However, shortly after I moved to Konoha and Uzushiogakure was destroyed. I never got an opportunity to meet her again. Kushina sighs in melancholy. Fortunately, this wedding ceremony provided me an excuse to unite with her and invite her as a Miko for the wedding. Kushina turns towards Miroku. It's nice to meet you, Miroku-san. Izuna politely greets her. It's nice to meet you, too. Miroku slightly nods her head. After the introductions, Kushina returns to her place as the ceremony starts. The ceremony starts with the rite of purification. The elderly Uchiha priest offers prayer and calls the attention of the benevolent spirits. Next, the Miko prays to Kami to offer good luck, happiness, and protection to the couples. The couples are standing in the center of the venue, right in front of the wedding altar. The rest of the family members are standing right behind them as they offer their prayers to God for couples' happiness. Next, the elderly priest announces the start of the Sansankudo ceremony, or the 3 nin times. It reflects the 3 oaths taken 3 times. In this ceremony where the bride and the groom share 3 nuptial cups of sake. The sake is poured in 3 cups of increasing sizes. The elderly priest pours the sake into the smallest cup and offers it to Izuna. Izuna takes a sip from the cup and passes it to Mei, who takes a sip of the remaining sake. Next, the priest pours the sake into the slightly bigger cup and offers it to Mei first. Mei takes a sip of the sake and passes the rest to Izuna. Izuna down the remaining sake in 1 sip. The priest pours the last cup of sake and offers it to Izuna, who empties half of it in 1 sip and offers the rest to Mei. This ritual symbolizes sharing joys and sorrows as a married couple. Next up, the couple walks in front of the altar and faces each other as they vow to each other. Izuna stares into Mei's deep green eyes as various emotions erupt in his heart as he slowly parts his lips. Mei Terumi, the woman I love. I am about to marry. No matter what your health situation is. No matter the circumstances. I will forever love you. Respect you. Console you. Look after you. Protect you. Until death do us part. This, I swear to you. With Kami as my witness. Mei's eyes turn watery as she quickly wipes them. Mother. I will finally marry the person I love. Next up, Mei turns towards Izuna as she stares into his deep black eyes. Her lips slowly parts as he vows. Izuna Uchiha, the man I love. The man I am about to marry. Be it in the peaceful times. Or during sickness. I will forever love you. Respect you. Comfort you. Look after you. I will forever stand by your side. Until death do us apart. This, I swear to you. With Kami as my witness. Mei closes her eyes as various memories of her time spent with Izuna flash through her mind. She lovingly gazes at Izuna, who returns her gaze with a charming smile. Sniff, sniff. Can you see this, Miko? Our Mei has finally found her soulmate. Fuji wipes his tears as he dotingly stares at Mei. Akira and Aiko have smiles on their faces as they witness Izuna and Mei holding hands. This idiot son of mine has finally fulfilled his promise. Aiko tears up. Here, Mom. Aayaka passes a handkerchief to her. Aiko wipes her tears and turns to Aayaka. Someday, I will have to see you marry off someone else, she sighs to herself. No. I won't leave Oniai-chan's side. He is the only person I love. Aayaka tightly clenches her fists. Silly girl. Aiko shakes her head. For this wedding, Minato acted as the best man for Izuna, while Kushina acted as the bridesmaid for Mei. Izuna holds Mei's hand as they walk towards their family members to receive their blessings. Both of them leave shortly, to get changed for the celebratory meal. Cheers. Various clan leaders offer their congratulations to Fugaku, Akira, and Yagami for the occasion. They have a cup of sake in their hand as they occasionally burst into laughter. The environment is full of happiness, colorfulness, and festivity. A group of umbus dressed as performers walk to the front of people. Each of them holds a violin in their hand as they play a melodious tune. Wonderful. The clan leaders and even Inoki and A are surprised to hear the harmonious tone as it perfectly fits the cheerful environment. Izuna and Mei have changed into a more casual attire as they return. Congratulations, brat. Tsunade walks towards him with a cup of sake in her hand. Thank you, Tsunade. Izuna scratches in slight embarrassment. Look at you acting all shy. Tsunade rolls her eyes. Tying. The notes of music flow in their air and pull the attention of Mei and Tsunade. La 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 la. You call out to me from somewhere within my fragile soul. Your voice like fantasy, telling me to keep on dreaming. I can't stop these tears from flowing or the ache inside my heart. But on the other side of sadness, I know I'll find you waiting there. La 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 la. Mei and Tsunade hum to the tune as Tsunade feels nostalgic. What's this song? Mei turns to Izuna in excitement. Last time, he proposed to her with a similar song and now again during their wedding. It's Itsumo Nando Demo, Always With Me. It's a love song. I wrote it especially for this occasion. Izuna shamelessly takes the credit. I won't get sued in this word for taking the song. A/N please don't sue me. La 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 la. Mei and Tsunade hum the song as Kushina also joins them. What a pleasant song. Izuna, are you the one who wrote this? She asks him. Yes. Izuna nods his thick face. All right. More and more ladies join them, even Yugao, and Izumi also join the group. Feeling slightly awkward, Izuna slightly leaves the group. He grabs a cup of sake and walks to a corner and silently stares at the sky. A pair of white dove takes flight in the sky. What a lovely pair of doves. They symbolize peace, love, femininity, hope, and... A feminine voice falls in Izuna's ears. Death. Chapter 291, 283. Raigen, Soul Eyes. Izuna turns around. Lady Miroku. He is surprised to see the shrine maiden following him. Can I help you with anything? He politely asks her since she holds quite a high status as the great priestess of the land of demons. No. Miroku shakes her head. Shum. Her eyes change into a violet, ornate pupil. The pupil has a kaleidoscopic geometric pattern, and it emits a holy and sacred power. You are going to die within a year. Miroku gazes into Izuna's eyes as she remarks such cold words. Izuna frowns, and his expression turns cold. Lady Miroku. It's our honor to have you here in our Uchiha clan. You are a distinguished guest of the village, but please don't speak such inappropriate remarks. No. My eyes, they are never wrong. I have seen the death of countless people with these very eyes. This cursed power of mine allows me to peer in destiny and gaze at the fate of a person, the matter of life and death. Miroku shakes her head. Izuna has a livid expression as he glares at her. He activates his Rinnegan, ready to manipulate her memories. I can't allow her to reveal this news to Mei or my family. I don't want to worry them needlessly. I still have a way out. Izuna remembers the chakra fruits he plucked previously. Shuring. He infuses some chakra in his left eye to invade Miroku's mindscape. Shum. The kaleidoscopic pattern in Miroku's eyes rotates and violet glows surround her. The runes in her eyes flicker brightly, and a seal appears on her forehead. Fwish. Izuna's memory manipulation jutsu cancels midways. What? Izuna is dumbfounded to see the abilities of his Rinnegan fail. I failed. He stares at her with trepidation. Is her dojutsu this powerful? Able to counter Rinne Sharingan's abilities? Miroku turns to Izuna and shakes her head. You don't have to be so wary against me. I won't reveal this news to any of your close family members and friends. She assures Izuna. Really? Izuna has a skeptical expression as he stares into her deep violet eyes. I assure you with my position as Miko. Miroku nods her head. All right. I believe in you. But why would you seek and even blackmail me? Izuna glares at her. Sigh. Miroku heaves a sigh of relief. She regains her composure and her dojutsu deactivates on its own. Before I start, I would explain the history of Land of Demons to give you an idea of my request. I am listening. Izuna nods his head. Miroku starts her tale. A few centuries ago, a very powerful otherworldly demon invaded the shinobi world. Its goal was to conquer the entire world and establish a 1,000-year kingdom. The demon led a very powerful ghost army and corrupted the minds of various clans of the Land of Demons to do his bidding. Many forces rose in resistance but were ruthlessly crushed by the army of the demon. Miroku pauses and stares at Izuna. That demon must be Morio. As far as I know, the demon sealed beneath the Land of Demons is Morio. Izuna nods his head as Miroku continues. Back then, the youngest son of the Senju clan leader, Kenshiro Senju ventured through the world to seek a purpose for his life. On his journey, he came across the princess of the Land of Demons who was desperately escaping from the chase of the demons. He rescued her in that desperate situation. The princess informed him of the grim situation of Land of Demons and sought his help. Kenshiro Senju and the princess gathered a group of fallen clans to resist the invasion, but they were too powerless to keep the demons at bay. In the end, the princess used a forbidden artifact from the era before the Rikudo Sennin and summoned a Shinigami from the other world. Miroku takes out an old parchment from her pocket and passes it to Izuna. Izuna glances at her and grabs the parchment. He curiously inspects the parchment. This is. A cloaked figure is sketched on the parchment. The figure has a scythe in its left hand and a book in its right. A book. Izuna's mind jolts at the image of the figure. Could this be? A certain purple-cloaked figure appears in his memory. Izuna intently inspects the drawing and notices a seal on the figure's right hand. No way. It can't be. His face turns pale. This parchment records the incident of the battle between Kenshiro-sama, the princess, and the demon. Miroku is focused on her explanation and fails to notice Izuna's pallid expression. To combat against the demon, the Shinigami enhanced the physical abilities of Kenshiro-sama. He granted him a powerful vitality and a large chakra reserve. The Shinigami also taught him the art of the Fuinjutsu. I see. Izuna nods his head as countless thoughts run across his mind. The princess wasn't suited for a direct battle, so the Shinigami enhanced the spiritual aspect of her body. With those powers, the princess manifested the Raigen, or the soul eyes. Miroku points towards her eyes. That's the name of my dojutsu. These eyes allow my soul to return to the past when I die. I will resurrect in my past body with the memories of future events. This allows me to alter my fate to some extent and avoid perilous circumstances. I can also foresee the death of someone, and my eyes nullify all sorts of spiritual attacks. Miroku reveals her dojutsu prowess to Izuna. Izuna folds the parchment and turns to her. Why would you reveal such secrets to me? Izuna curiously stares at her. Because your fate is intertwined with mine. If you die, then I will die too. Miroku calmly states the reason. Lady Miroku. Your words are quite misleading. Someone might think you are hitting on me. Izuna chuckles. Ah. Miroku immediately recognizes the fault in her words. No. I didn't mean it like that. She has a flustered expression. On our first encounter, my dojutsu activated subconsciously and I saw you perish at the hands of the demon. Miroku tries to sort out the misunderstanding. It's all right. Izuna shakes his head as a calm expression appears on his face. I won't die and neither will you. He assures her. But. Izuna. Here. Mei waves her hand. Coming. Izuna gulps down the remaining wine and walks towards the rest of the group. Miroku stares at the departing back of Izuna with a conflicted gaze. Isn't he afraid of death? Miroku. So, you are here. I have been looking for you. Kushina grabs her hand. I will introduce you to my family. In the corner of the venue. Anoki is silently scrutinizing the various clan heads and powerful shinobis of Konoha. While other villages degraded from the Third Shinobi War, Konoha has prospered even further. He tightly clenches his fists. Not only that. Anoki turns his gaze to Minato and Kushina. Even the yellow flash Minato Namikaze and the Uzumaki princess are still alive. Anoki has several questions in his mind, but there is no one to answer them. Is this a ploy of Konoha? With such strength and manpower, they can easily annex the rest of the hidden villages. Also, that jutsu 2 weeks ago. He has a grim expression on his face as he weighs the ups and downs of war. With this marriage, Konoha and Kiri have formed a permanent alliance. Then there is Sunagakure, who won't even dare to lift a finger in presence of the silent Shinigami. It will most likely adopt a neutral stance, just like the Third Shinobi War. That leaves Iwa and Kumo. If we join hands and attack Konoha, then Kiri will flank Kumo from sides and the formation will fall apart. Anoki clicks his tongue and gazes at Izuna. This brat has become the pillar of Konoha. With him around, it's impossible to win against Konoha. Sigh. Anoki rubs his forehead in frustration. Similar thoughts run through the members of Kirigakure as they brainstorm to seek a solution and save themselves from the impending disaster of Konoha. Izuna senses 2 penetrating gazes focused on his back. He turns around and notices Anoki and A sitting in corners. I almost forgot about them. He nudges Mei and Tsunade and points towards the Iwa and Kimo group. Meanwhile, Izuna walks towards Raza, who is happily chatting with Tsukumo. Lord Kazekage. Izuna addresses him. Raza turns around and notices Izuna. Cold sweat runs down his spine as he remembers the incident 4 years ago. Congratulations. Izuna Uchiha. Raza straightens his back and regains the bearing of a Kage, but his voice falters. I have good news for you. Izuna directly jumps to the business. He waves his hand towards a corner. Naruto and Sasuke walk towards him with Gaara in tow. You can take your son back to Sunagakure. I won't forgive you for your crimes, but I won't separate a child from his family. Gaara walks in front of Raza and bows his head. It has been a while, father. What? Raza is flabbergasted to see Gaara's tame behavior. Is he really Gaara, my son? When did he turn so docile? Izuna senses Raza's confusion and answers. The seal devised by Usuna shinobis is so primitive that even a kid can inscribe it. I have tweaked the seals and removed their flaws. He turns to Gaara and waves his hand. You are ready to meet your family. Gaara turns to Izuna. Tears flow from his eyes as he slowly opens his mouth. Thank you, sensei. Chapter 292, 284. Failed Kage Summit. In a private room beside the Hokage office. Bam. A slams his palm on the table and destroys a large chunk of it. What's the meaning of this, Hokage? Mind your words, Rakage. Izuna glares at A with cold eyes. Izuna. It's a meeting between Kages. I would rather have you not interfere in this matter. Tsunade has a stern expression. All right. Izuna nods his head and returns to his seat. He throws a glance at A. Gulp. A gulp his saliva and tones down. Princess Tsunade. I would like to know the stance of Konoha about the peace. Anoki calmly stares at Tsunade, steering her away from the tension. Tsunade contemplates for a while and answers. Konoha wants to maintain a peaceful relationship with the other villages. We have no intention of starting a war and annex the land of the other nations. She meaningfully stares at Anoki. Anoki snorts and retorts. If it was not for the threat of other nations, Iwa would have never made a move. Now, the current demands me to make a move to preserve Iwa. Anoki folds his arms and stares into Tsunade's eyes. Konoha, as it is right now, is way too powerful. Far too powerful compared to the rest of the villages. The number of Kage-class shinobis in your ranks is in double digits. He takes out a scroll from his pocket and lays it on the table. Tsukumo Hatake, Izuna Uchiha, Shisue Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha, Kakashi Hatake, Jiraiya of the Sannin are a few names among them. Then there is you, the current Hokage, and then Minato Namikaze. He turns to Minato, who is calmly sitting beside Izuna. Also, the current Mizukage will become a permanent member of Konoha. These are but a few numbers, who knows I hid what other powerful shinobis within your ranks. Anoki has a serious expression. I hate to say it, but I agree with the Tsuchikage. The current Konoha is too powerful to be not wary of. With such strength, it can easily monopolize all the resources. A clench his fist. Tsunade glances at Anoki and A and shakes her head. Konoha has its handful with various other threats which threaten the safety of the world in its entirety. As such, we would like to extend an alliance with all other hidden villages in hope of coping with this looming threat together. Tsunade extends an alliance pact towards the rest of the villages. She turns to the Kages of the other villages for an answer. Kirigakure will firmly stand with Konoha no matter the circumstances. Mei nods her head. Raza ponders for a while as the events of the incident 3 years ago freshen in his mind. I witnessed the overwhelming power of Izuna Uchiha with my own eyes. I suspect only the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha could compare to him in their prime. But that cloaked figure not only overpowered him but also beat him to a near-death state. The figure of Jigen with a horn appears in his mind. Looks like Konoha has found some clues about that man and thus is seeking an alliance with other villages despite its current strength. Raza ponders for a while before he makes a decision. Sunagakure will also join the alliance of Konoha and Kiri and won't fall back in any circumstance. Raza also agrees with the alliance. Tsunade nods her head and turns to Inoki and A with a hopeful expression. I can't reveal too much information to them since this old fox and that shrewd A might back out from the alliance. Inoki wraps his fingers on the table and remarks. Kiri is tied with Konoha in a marriage alliance, so it is needless to say they are on the same boat as Konoha. As for Sunagakure, the entire world is aware of the crushing defeat it suffered under Konoha's hand. He turns to Raza with a mocking smile. Raza snorts but does not comment. So, I can't help but wonder that Konoha has an ulterior motive behind this alliance. He replies to her with a calm tone. If you are honest with the alliance, then why don't you reveal the information pertaining to the secrets of the recent events? He turns to Tsunade for answers. The recent event involves a very powerful faction who has its eyes on the entire shinobi world. As for the rest of the information, I will only relay after you join the alliance. Also, Konoha has no intention of initiating a fourth shinobi war. Tsunade clears her stance. What tomfoolery. Even a 5-year child won't believe such a nonsensical story. A snort at Tsunade. Princess Tsunade. Your foolish ideology reminds me of your grandfather during the first Kage summit. Back then, he single-handedly subdued 8 out of 9 tailed beasts. The other villagers grew wary of it and decided to hold a Kage summit to discuss the fate of the shinobi world. So, to maintain the scale of power balance, the first Hokage distributed the 7-tailed beasts to other villagers for a price. Inoki calmly stares into Tsunade's eyes. Now, tell me, Princess Tsunade. How would you retain the balance of power since the current situation is similar to the past? Will you also? Inoki ceases his remark but his intention clear. Bang. Tsunade slams her fist on the table and shatters it into dust. You old geezer. Do you think Konoha is afraid of IWA and Kumo's war alliance? We never started a war, but we were always the ones to end it. It was the greed of all other villages which led to the previous great shinobi wars. But Konoha was always magnanimous enough to spare you some dignity. Back then, if not for Grandpa's magnanimity and desire for peace, he would have single-handedly united the entire world under Konoha's banner. So, don't you dare spout such foul words and tarnish the name of my grandfather in your illusory veil of cowardliness. Anger blazes in Tsunade's eyes as he glares at Inoki and A. Good job, Tsunade. Izuna secretly gives a thumbs up to Tsunade. It doesn't really matter if they join the alliance or not. After all, the only help they can provide is resources and monetary funds. Izuna nods to himself. Sigh. Minato shakes his head. Their interest aligns with their village's welfare, they are unable to see the big picture. Also, revealing too much will only further complicate the situation. No village would like to act as cannon fodder for the other villages. He silently turns towards the meeting. Hokage. If that's your stance, then Kirigakure will reject the alliance. A firmly clenches his fist. IWA too won't be a part of the alliance. Inoki harumphs. Then I will see you out. Tsunade coldly remarks. She turns to Shizun. Shizun. Lead the guests out of the village before my patience turns into fury and erupts again. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Shizun nods her head. She quickly leads the IWA and Kumo group out of the meeting room. Sigh. Tsunade takes a deep breath as her livid expression calms down. Is it all right for the situation to turn like this? I just wanted to handle everything peacefully, but I couldn't help myself when that fence-sitter brought grandfather in the situation. It's all right. Don't worry too much about it. Izuna pats her back. They will soon learn their lesson and beg Konoha to ally. Izuna consoles her. Also, get ready. We will head to Kiri for the second part of my wedding. Raza silently stares at their interactions and wonders. I am not supposed to be here, right? The group ignores his presence and continues talking among themselves. Sigh. Raza sighs silently and closes his eyes. I am heir. I am heir. He chants these magical words in his mind. A few hours later in Kirigakure. Dong, dong, dong. The bell in the church rings as Izuna takes out a wedding ring from his pocket. I, Izuna Uchiha, take you, Mai Terumi, to be my wife, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death do us part, according to God's holy vow, and this is my solemn vow. He holds Mei's hand and slides the ring in her ring finger. Fuji also takes out a ring from his pocket and passes it to Mei. I, Mei Terumi, take you, Izuna Uchiha, to be my husband. Mei also vows to Izuna. Both of them kiss each other. Yosha. Izuna picks her up in his arm and walks out of the church. Outside the church, Kakashi, who is in a tuxedo, walks towards them. This is for you guys. I already gave Shisui and Itachi theirs. You are the only one left. He passes an envelope to them. Oh. Izuna accepts the gift with a smile and opens it. Enjoy your honeymoon. Kakashi remarks and goofily walks away in distance. Izuna stares at his lonely back and remarks. What an actor. He will get his turn soon. Chapter 293, 285. Responsibility. A month passes in the blink of an eye. Izuna returns to Konoha with Mei. It's going to be a new start for us. He smiles at Mei and holds her hand as they enter the Uchiha clan. Mei has a slight baby bump as Izuna stares at it with affection. I can't wait to hold our kids in my arm. Me too. Mei smiles at him. Ah. Mei rubs her belly. The baby just kicked now. He is too eager to come out. Izuna chuckles and both of them walk in front of their house. We are home. Welcome back. Aayaka dashes out of the house and hugs Izuna and Mei. How are you, Aayaka? Izuna ruffles her hair. Did you miss me? He smiles at her. I missed you a lot. Aayaka nods her head. Izuna and Mei enter the house. Welcome back. Aiko walks out of the kitchen. So, how was your honeymoon? She teases them. I enjoyed it a lot. Izuna nods his head. Mei's face turns red from embarrassment. Looks like I will be a grandmother soon. Aiko chuckles as she notices the baby bump. Ahem. Where is Dad? Izuna changes the topic. Your dad is out on a mission. He won't be back until next week. I see. Nah. Oni-chan. Did you bring me some souvenirs? Aayaka tugs on his sleeves. Of course. Izuna takes out a few gift boxes from a scroll. This is for you. He passes a large box to Aayaka. Oh. What's this? Aayaka hurriedly grabs the box and rapidly dismantles the gift wrapping. But I spent so much time wrapping it. Izuna has a heartache. Foo-foo. Mei holds her laughter as she stares at Izuna's expression. Aayaka hurriedly opens the box to reveal a large plushie of a bear. Wow. It's soft. Aayaka hugs the giant teddy bear. Thank you, Oni-chan. You are the best. Of course. I am the best. Izuna puffs his chest. Mother. This is for you. He passes another gift to his mother. There was no need for it. Aiko accepts the gift with a smile. Aayaka grabs the giant teddy bear and rolls it on the floor. While playing with her bear, she turns to Izuna. Oni-chan. I will graduate from the academy tomorrow. You have to come with me since Dad isn't here. She informs him. It's that time of the year already. Izuna is surprised to hear this. All right. I will visit the academy. Izuna pats her head and turns to his mother. Mother. I will be moving out to my new house. Aiko nods her head. I will help you with the packing. No. There is no need. It's already over. Izuna chuckles and points towards the stairs. Rumble. Rumble. 5 of Izuna's shadow clones descend with boxes in their hand. So convenient. Mei is surprised to see them. Poof, poof, poof. The clones place the boxes on the floor and dispel themselves. Swoosh. Izuna takes out a storage scroll from his pocket and stores the boxes in it. Both he and Mei walk out of the house. I will help too. Aayaka follows them. Come back for the dinner. Aiko shouts from the kitchen. Okay. Later next morning. I have some minor affairs to handle in Kiri. I will be back in the evening. Mei informs him. All right. Izuna nods his head and passes a gift box to her. Give it to Dad. Mei grabs the box and inserts some chakra in her wedding ring. In the past month, Izuna has inscribed a few Fuinjutsu seals on the ring. Hiraishin is one of them. Now, she could teleport to any of Izuna's marking just by selecting the coordinates and infusing her chakra. See you later, honey. Mei kisses Izuna and teleports away. It's about time for the ceremony. Izuna walks towards his old house and picks up Aayaka. Aayaka, you will be a full-fledged shinobi now. He pats her head. Aayaka nods her head. I am also curious to know about my teammates and sensei. Then, let's keep going. 5 minutes later. Izuna and Aayaka reach the entrance of the academy. Izuna. It has been a month since I last met you. Hayashi Hyuga approaches him with Hanabi in tow. Hayashi-san. It sure has been a while. You are also here for the ceremony. Hayashi nods his head. If we were to follow our clan customs, then Hanabi should be training with the elders of the clan. But that incident 10 years ago has opened our eyes. The Hyuga clan has changed drastically in these years. So, I will let my daughter experience the life of the academy to make more friends and socialize with other young shinobis. He dotingly pats Hanabi's head. It's all thanks to your help. That was nothing. I just helped a little. Izuna modestly shakes his head. Come. Hanabi. Let's attend the graduation ceremony. Aayaka pulls her away. Meanwhile, Izuna and Hayashi stand with the rest of the parents. Izuna notices a tall man with brown eyes, olive skin, short spiky hair, and a beard. He instantly recognizes the latter as the brother of Asuma Sarutobi since both of them are a spitting image of each other. Ajuka-san. You are here for Kimimaro. Izuna greets him. Izuna. Ajuka nods his head. Kimimaro is about to graduate today. As a father, I have to spare some time for him and fulfill my responsibility. Ajuka stares at the student. Izuna has known him since his days in Umbu since Ajuka was one of the few Umbus who taught him during his training in Umbu. As such, he has a good relationship with the latter. Ahem. Tsunade walks towards the stage. She climbs up the stage and stares at the batch of fresh students. Most of the new students are around 10 to 11 years old. Only the group of Aayaka, Hanabi, and Kanoamaru's gang is the sole exception. She shakes her head and addresses them. Later in the Hokage office. Izuna is sitting on the sofa as he stares at Tsunade, who is diligently scrolling through the papers. What? She asks him in annoyance. Well. I should be the one asking that. Why would you summon me? He stretches his arm and lies down on the sofa. I am quite a busy man, you know. Humph. Busy my ass. I am the one who is busy here. She snorts and points towards the large heap of paperwork. Is this some kind of memory loss disease? I already told you about the broken shadow clone jutsu. Why won't you use it? He curiously asks her. Puffed. Shizen bursts out in laughter. Shizen. Tsunade glares at her. Eek. Shizen freaks out and holds her laughter. Ho. Is there some story behind it? Izuna perks his ears and turns to Shizen. There is. Shizen nods her head and whispers to Izuna. Initially, your plan of using the shadow clones worked. Tsunade-sama would leave all of her paperwork to her clones and relax in hot springs. But after a while, the work starts to pile up. Even with the shadow clone, no work was done. So Tsunade-sama created another clone to assist her first clone. But even 2 clones weren't enough to finish the work. So, one day Tsunade-sama thought of spying on her clones. She made 2 shadow clones and slipped out of the office. She hid near the academy to monitor the clones and guess what? Shizen. Tsunade yells at Shizen. She found both of her shadow clones soundly sleeping on the sofa and the chair. Ha ha. Ha ha. Shizen and Izuna burst out in laughter. Izuna wipes a tear from the corner of his eyes. As expected of Tsunade. Even her clones are as lazy as her. Shizen. Today, you won't return home until this pile of paper is stamped. Bam. Tsunade slams a gigantic pile of paperwork in front of Shizen. She turns to Izuna, who is still laughing while clutching his stomach. As for you, Izuna. It's about time you fulfill your responsibility as a jounin. I won't accept no for an answer. Tsunade's tone turns harsh as she glares at Izuna. What? Izuna's expression turns ugly. But Tsunade, I don't want to babysit genins. I am not suitable for such kind of task. You know me already. So, why would you do such a thing? He blankly stares at Tsunade. You can't shirk your responsibilities forever. She returns to her position as the demeanor of Hokage erupts from her, blinding Izuna and Shizen. Izuna. You are an idol of countless shinobis of the village. So, it's right for you to set an example by training genins. But. Tsunade. What about my organization? Izuna tries to argue with her. You don't have to worry about that. Minato will take care of everything. She ignores Izuna's pleading gaze and focuses her attention on the paperwork. Chapter 294, 286. Genin Squad. But Tsunade. Izuna tries to argue, but Tsunade ignores him. Huh. Izuna raises his head and stares at the ceiling. Whoosh. He flickers towards the window and jumps out of it. On the top of the Hokage office. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, black clouds loom in the sky. Crackle, crackle. Lightning flickers through the cloud as a bolt of lightning shoots towards the Hokage office. Whoosh. Izuna raises his hand and creates a giant barrier. Boom. The lightning slams into the barrier and disperses. Swoosh. The clouds disperse and clarity returns to the surroundings. Izuna raises his head and turns towards a nearby small hill. Ho. He smiles at the figure on the hill. Ah. A small figure on the hill gasps in shock as she stares at Izuna. How did it fail? She hurriedly picks up her supplies and dashes away from the place. Whoosh. Izuna returns to the office and curiously stares at Tsunade. Tsunade. From your expression, I can see you are already aware of the culprit. He rests against the sofa and stares at her. An attempt on Hokage's life in broad daylight. Are you going to forgive the culprit just like that? The situation is a little complex. Tsunade shakes her head. This is also the reason I summoned you here. Oh. Go on. I am all ears. The girl just now is the new prodigy of the Kurama clan. She is a blessing as well as a curse to the Kurama clan. Tsunade picks up an academy profile and passes it to Izuna. Izuna grabs the paper and reads it. Yakumo Kurama. Age, 9 years. Academy registration number, 012957. Bio, a member of the Kurama clan. She possesses the extremely rare Kekkei Genkai of the clan. Her skills with the genjutsu are peerless as a result, her abilities with ninjutsu and taijutsu are quite poor. She is able to enter the academy solely on her genjutsu abilities. Izuna folds the paper and throws it to Tsunade as she explains. This girl's talent in genjutsu is so powerful that her clan has to put a seal on her abilities to avoid her from harming the other members of the clan. Despite all these efforts, she still ended up killing her parents. Afraid of her abilities, the Kurama clan secluded her and cast her away out of the village. I asked Kurenai to take care of the girl, but these past 2 years Kurenai is busy with her genin team. This led to the current situation. This is her second attempt on my life. She has a grudge against Konoha for isolating her. Tsunade sighs helplessly and turns to Izuna. I want you to take care of this girl and mentor her as a jounin instructor. Well, ain't you asking too much from me? My Uchiha clan isn't in a friendly relationship with the Kurama clan. Izuna shakes his head. What if I told you the Kurama clans had requested the Hokage office to dispose of her by killing her? What? Izuna raises an eyebrow. Yes, after Yakumo killed her parents, her uncle Unkai Kurama inherited the position of the clan head. It was he who isolated her and later made an attempt on her life. Previously, I made a promise to Yakumo's father to protect her, so I assigned an Umbu team to protect her. She mistook it as the village's attempt to isolate her from her family. Tsunade smiles wryly. So you want me to mentor her to control her powers? Pretty much. In the entire village, I can't think of anyone else who is as skilled as you in genjutsu. I see. Izuna places a hand under his chin and ponders over the matter. Should I mentor a genin team? Well, I want to experience the life of a shinobi. So, I think I should give it a try. But there is that ticking thread of death. He ponders for a while before eventually reaching a decision. Fine. I will mentor a genin team. Good. Tsunade has a smile on her face. She relaxes against her chair. Now since the matter is settled, where is my souvenir? Tsunade stares at him with expectation. Here. Izuna takes out a wine bottle from his storage. This is your souvenir. Tsunade jumps in excitement and grabs the bottle. Shizen. We will party tonight. Ahem. Tsunade-sama. The jounins are waiting for your instructions. Shizen clears her throat. Ah yes. I have to assign genin teams to them. She hurriedly stores the wine and turns to Izuna. Let's go. I will also assign a team to you. The three of them walk out of the Hokage office. Lady Fifth. They bump into Hayashi, who is on his way to Hokage office. Hayashi. How can I help you? Tsunade curiously asks him. Lady Fifth. I have a request to make. Hayashi stares at her with expectations. All right. If your request is reasonable enough, then I am all ears. Hayashi nods his head and continues. Lady Fifth. I would like to know who will be the jounin instructor of Hanabi. She is the future head of the Hyuga clan. As such, I am quite worried about her growth. Tsunade frowns at Hayashi's request. The academy pairs genins based on their academy performance to ensure fairness and balance. Hayashi's request to interfere in the process could be considered rude. But Hyuga clan has contributed a lot during the previous wars. As such, I can't overlook the matter. Well. Tsunade opens her mouth to speak. Why don't I mentor her too? Izuna turns to Tsunade. Since I will lead a 3-man squad and one of them is already decided, then what about Hanabi as the second person? Well, that. Tsunade ponders for a while. That would be great. Hayashi nods his head. If it's Izuna, then I can rest assured. His taijutsu skills are unparalleled in the village. Hanabi will learn a lot under his tutelage. Fine. I will make the arrangements. Tsunade nods her head. Ha. Hayashi heaves a sigh of relief. Thank you, Lady Fifth. Let's go. Izuna, Tsunade, and Shizun walk towards the academy. Since 2 members of my squad are already decided. Then why don't I pick Aayaka as the 3rd member? Hee, this way I will get to spend more time with my Aayaka-chan. Izuna has a silly smile on her face. Tsunade and Shizun notice his smile and roll their eyes. This guy is up to no good. Ahem. Izuna clears his throat and turns to Tsunade. Tsunade. I have a request to make. No. Your request is denied. Tsunade decisively rejects him. Hey. Let me speak first. How can you reject me without even listening to me? He complains. Knowing you, it must be another unreasonable request. Tsunade shakes her head. At least hear me out. Izuna takes out another wine bottle from his storage. I was planning on drinking it with you. But looks like, sigh. He stores the bottle in his storage. Shizun silently stares at the duo. This is the first time I have seen someone bribing a Kage with a bottle of wine. What? Another bottle. You hid it from me. Excitement appears in her eyes. Deal. Tsunade nods her head. And she fell for it. Shizun is speechless at the scene unfolding in front of her eyes. Maybe it is because it is Izuna that Tsunade-sama accepts his request. Shizun reminisces about the past spent with Tsunade. It has been 15 years since both of us joined Tsunade-sama's tutelage. During this time, we formed an inexplicable bond with each other. All right. Tsunade pockets the bottle. I will hear you out. I don't have too much of an outrageous request. I just want Aayaka to be the 3rd member of my 3-man squad. Tsunade frowns upon this request. Won't it disrupt the balance with 3 prodigies in a single squad? No. No. Of course not. Izuna frantically nods his head as he explains. Tsunade. That Kurama clan girl is proficient in genjutsu while being weak in taijutsu and ninjutsu. Hanabi Hyuga is proficient in taijutsu but weak in ninjutsu and genjutsu. Aayaka can fill the gap since she is proficient in ninjutsu. Look how all 3 of them complement each other. Now that you mention it. It makes sense, but why do I feel like I am overlooking something? Tsunade suspiciously stares at Izuna. No. No. It's perfectly fine. Izuna assures her. Shizun rolls her eyes. Tsunade-sama. Isn't it obvious? This Siscon just wants to spend more time with Aayaka to pamper her. Also, this squad is full of problem children. We are here. She clears her throat and grabs their attention. Tsunade straightens her posture and enters the room. A group of jounins is patiently waiting for her. Lady Fifth. All of them bow before her. Tsunade nods her head. Now, I will assign a genin squad to you all. Chapter 295, 287. Prank gone too far. Inside the academy classroom. Talk. Aayaka is walking back and forth with impatience. It's already an hour. How long do we have to wait? She has a livid expression on her face. All other genins already left with their jounin instructor. She folds her hands around her chest. Now. Aayaka. Don't be so impatient. I am sure the jounin must be held back by something. Also. Hanabi stares at the vacant spot beside her. Since we will form a 3-man squad, we have yet to see our 3rd member. Click. The door is creaked open as 2 figures walk in. Oh. Ayaka's ears perk up as she curiously stares at the newcomer. But soon her expression turns to dismay. A 9-year-old girl with long brown hair and light brown eyes enters the room. Her hairs are braided on one side and left straight on the other. The girl is escorted by a masked umbu. Stay here and behave. Don't create any ruckus. The umbu warns her before he departs away. Oh. So, you are going to our third member. Aayaka curiously inspects the girl. She notices her pale color and flabby skin. Looks like this girl doesn't exercise often. What's your name? My name is Aayaka Uchiha, and she is Hanabi Hyuga. Aayaka introduces herself. She tries to initiate a conversation with the newcomer. The girls snort and walk to a corner of the room. Aayaka frowns at the attitude of the girl and her expression turns unfriendly. Whatever. She continues to stroll back and forth in the room. Oh. Izuna is monitoring the girls using the crystal ball in the Hokage office. So, that's the Kurama clan girl, Yakumo Kurama. Tsunade nods her head. She has got quite the attitude. Izuna stares at Yakumo. Izuna walks towards the nearby sofa and lies down on it. Shizun and Tsunade silently stare at him. Aren't you going to introduce yourself to them? Yawn. They can wait for another half an hour. I will take a quick nap. Izuna closes his eyes. Well, whatever. Tsunade and Shizun return to their work. In the academy classroom. Aayaka puffs her cheeks in anger. When will the sensei arrive? I am tired of waiting for him. Aayaka, maybe you should relax and sit down. Sensei will come eventually. Hanabi tries to console her. No, I am impatient because Oniai-chan is waiting for me. I have to tell him about my new sensei. Aayaka shakes her head. She rummages through her storage and takes out a black ball. Since he likes to come late, then he shouldn't mind if I prank him a little. Aayaka has an evil smile on her face. But what if sensei got angry? Hanabi asks in trepidation. Daijubu. I will take full responsibility. She tosses the black ball in her hand and walks towards the door. This is a new Fuinjutsu tool made by Kushin Ane-san. She places the ball against the door. Swoosh. The black ball sticks to the door and releases a sealing formula. Whoosh. The sealing formation crawls over the entire door and disappears. Yakumo, who is sitting in a corner, raises her head. She curiously stares at the sealing formation. What if I tamper with this door? I can get rid of this nuisance once for all. She takes out a painting scroll from her bag. Fwoosh, fwoosh. Yakumo quickly makes a few strokes of the brush and draws the door. Fwoosh. She makes a few more strokes and the door slightly changes. A guillotine appears at the upper hinge of the door. Aayaka frowns as she stares at the door. Just now, I sensed a strange chakra in this door. She curiously inspects the door for changes but didn't notice anything out of ordinary. Must be a figment of my imagination. She shakes her head and returns to her seat. Aayaka lazily rests against the desk. Eto. Aayaka. What did you do to the door? What was that black ball? Hanabi curiously asks her. Oh, that. It's nothing major. It's a small ninja tool which upon contact with a person will trigger the seal and douse the victim in black ink. This is a special ink which will cause slight burns in the eye and the victim will turn blind for a couple of days. Oh. Hanabi opens her mouth in an ellipse. But Aayaka-chan. That's too evil. She shakes her head. What's so evil about it? It's a small trick from a genin. If a jounin can't even sense such a small trick, then I might not as well allow him to teach us. Also, that's what he gets for being so late. Aayaka snorts. That makes sense. But somehow there is something wrong with your statement. Hanabi shakes her head. Half an hour later. Yawn. Izuna slowly opens his eyes. That was a good sleep. I must get going now. He cracks his neck and walks out of the room. This is Hokage office. Not a public restroom. Tsunade groans in anger. Izuna ignores her and walks towards the academy. He approaches the classroom. He senses something odd about the door. Interesting. Izuna activates his Sharingan and investigates the door. A sealing formation and a genjutsu. This sealing formation must be from Aayaka and genjutsu from that Kurama clan girl. Also, this genjutsu gives off murderous vibes. Looks like this girl wants to murder her sensei. Izuna has an incredulous expression on his face. Does this brat really think she can kill a jounin with such a lousy trap? Well, I will entertain them. Yo. He steps inside the door and waves his hand. Swish. Fwish. Aayaka makes a hand seal and Yakumo makes a stroke of the brush. Release. Clang. Swoosh. A metallic guillotine with a sharp blade falls on Izuna's head and a dark blob of ink is hurled towards his eyes. Clang. Puff. Izuna raises his arm and grabs the blade with his bare hand. Crack, crack. The blade shatters in countless ink particles and disperses. A windshield appears in front of his face and blocks the ink blob. Nice attempt. I have to give you that. I will give you a score of 6 out of 10 for an attempt to blind and kill your sensei. Izuna flashes a smile at the trio. Gulp. Aayaka gulps her saliva. Ni-san. What are you doing here? She asks in confusion. What am I doing here? Of course, I am here as your jounin instructor. Izuna has a devilish smile as he stares at Aayaka. Also, address me as sensei when we are on a mission. Oh. Okay. Aayaka nods her head as she clutches her head. What should I do? Oni-chan is my new sensei, and I tried to prank him. She turns to Izuna, who has a silly smile on his face. I guess he deserved it for being so late. She consoles herself. I will talk to you later for using the ink of the poisonous phantom squid. He turns towards Yakumo. As for you, I will give you a score of 4 out of 10 for your genjutsu. Although your genjutsu was powerful, it was in plain sight and thus easy to notice. I will show you what a real genjutsu is. Shuring. Izuna casts a powerful genjutsu on Yakumo. Sweat starts to trickle from her forehead as she tightly clenches her fists. Her expression turns pallid as horror appears in her eyes. Tick. Izuna snaps his finger and dispels the genjutsu. This is what you call a genjutsu. What you are using is quite crude. You waste lots of your chakra and thus it is easy to spot the abnormality. Izuna lectures her. If you want to learn, then come to the roof for the introduction. He turns to Aayaka and Hanabi. As for you two, follow me to the roof. Whoosh. He flickers out of the room. Sigh. Aayaka heaves a sigh of relief. Let's go. Both Aayaka and Hanabi follow him. Yakumo has a conflicted expression on her face. Just now, she was trapped in a powerful genjutsu. These 3 seconds felt like 3 days to her. She was helpless to do anything while caught in the genjutsu. What should I do? She helplessly stares at the roof. The other members of the clan call me a monster and imprisoned me in that mansion. These people of Konoha acts as the gatekeeper to that prison. They won't allow me to move out of that mansion. What should I do? Will he really teach me? Various questions flash through her mind as the scene of that dark red sky with a black moon flashes through her mind. Yes. I will learn it. I have to learn it. I want to be a ninja and achieve my freedom. She relaxes her fists and steps out of her room. Chapter 296, 288. Team 3. Whoosh. Izuna, Aayaka, and Hanabi flicker on top of the roof of the academy. Swoosh. Yakumo joins them shortly. So, you decided to join us? Izuna curiously asks her. Yes, I don't want to be left behind. Not anymore. Yakumo resolutely nods her head. All right. All of you take a seat. The 3 girls sit on a bench on the roof. Let's start with introductions. He turns to the girls. Introduce ourselves. What are we supposed to say? Yakumo asks him. Why don't we start with your name? Things you like, things you hate, dreams for the future, hobbies, and things like that. He points towards Hanabi. Why don't we start with you? All right. Hanabi nods her head with confidence. My name is Hanabi Hyuga. I am a member of the Hyuga clan. Things I like. Hanabi ponders for a while. I love my Oni-chan, Hinata. She is the best. Hanabi nods her head. As for the things I dislike, I don't like very spicy food. For my dreams, I will be the future leader of my Hyuga clan. As for my hobbies, I like to train a lot, especially with my Oni-chan. Hanabi nods her head in satisfaction. All right. Now, it's your turn. He points towards Aayaka. I am Aayaka Uchiha, a member of the Uchiha clan and sister of Silent Shinigami. She turns to Izuna and smirks. Izuna rolls her eyes as Aayaka continues. For my likes, I love my Oni-chan. He is my idol, and he is the best. Aayaka has a smile on her face as she speaks these words. Now even I am embarrassed by myself. Izuna scratches his head. I dislike bitter things and rude people. As for my dream. Aayaka places a hand under her chin and ponders for a while. I got it. She smacks her tiny fist on her palm. I will become the second strongest shinobi of the world. She nods her head in satisfaction. Oh. Why not first? Izuna curiously asks her. Because that spot is reserved for my Oni-chan. Aayaka nods as a matter of fact. My cute angel Aayaka. Tears streams through Izuna's eyes. He quickly hides them under a layer of illusion. As for my hobby, I like to cook for my Oni-chan. Aayaka nods her head in satisfaction. Ah. Izuna's expression freezes as his face turns pale. Aayaka. What you call hobby is simply torture for others. He speaks these words in his mind. Good. That's quite the dream you have there. You have to work quite hard to achieve it. Izuna weakly nods his head. Of course. I will never shy from hard work. Aayaka pumps her tiny fists. Now. On to you. He turns towards the last member of his squad. I am Yakumo Kurama from the Kurama clan. I don't like anything in particular as for my dislikes. She turns to Aayaka and Hanabi. I dislike overconfident people who lack the ability to back their confidence. My dream is to become the greatest genjutsu user of the shinobi world. As for my hobby, I like painting. It eases my worries and soothes my heart. Yakumo finishes her introduction. She is quite a handful. Looks like I will have to slowly discipline her. Izuna nods his head. What about you? We also want to know about you. Yakumo stares at him. I am Izuna Uchiha. Things I like and things I hate. I don't feel like telling you. As for my dreams, it's to play beach volley with anime girls. Ha. The three girls tilt their heads in confusion. What's that supposed to mean? Hanabi turns to Aayaka. I don't know. Aayaka shakes her head. As for my hobbies, I have lots of hobbies. Izuna finishes his introduction. But you never really told us anything about yourself other than your name. Yakumo complains. Is that so? I thought I told you plenty. Izuna shakes his head. All right. Since our introductions are over, we will have our first mission tomorrow. Izuna stares at the trio of girls. Should I pull a Kakashi on them? I mean, it has become a Konoha tradition at this point. He stares at the cute face of Aayaka. Nah. I will skip the breakfast part. I don't want to see my cute angel collapse from hunger. Sensei. Hanabi raises her hand. Yes, Hanabi. Any questions? Sensei. What kind of mission will we do tomorrow? It will be a task which the four of us will do together. It will be a survival exercise. Survival exercise. But we already did it in the academy. That's how we reached here. Doubts appear in Hanabi's mind. Haha. Izuna chuckles as he stares at the group. It won't be your run-of-the-mill survival exercise under a safe environment. It will be a life and death exercise with your life on the line. For other tests, if a genin fails the exercise, he will return to the academy. But for my test, if you fail it, you will move on to the afterlife. Izuna has a scary expression on his face. Gulp. The girls gulp their saliva as they stare at Izuna. All right. Then we will meet tomorrow. Whoosh. Izuna's figure disappears into countless fragments of light. Wow. So cool. Hanabi has stars in her eyes. Nissan is such a show-off. Aayaka snorts. Gulp. Hanabi gulps her saliva. Still, I am scared of his parting message. She turns to Aayaka. Aayaka. Do you know anything about it? Yakumo perks up her ears as she eavesdrops on the duo. I think it's the bell test. I saw Naruto and Sasuke Nissan's bell test with my own eyes. But I am skeptical of Oni-chan. He always likes to mess around, so I don't think he will follow the usual test. There must be something more to his test. Aayaka speculates. Let's forget about that. Why don't we go and celebrate in Yakiniku-kyu? We should invite Kimimaro and his team too. Aayaka suggests. But Hanabi inserts her hands in her pocket. I don't have money to pay for the food. Daijubu. I have enough money to pay for everyone. Aayaka takes out a stack of cash. I receive pocket money from lots of places. She extends her pinky fingers and counts. Izuna Oni-chan gives me pocket money. Shursue Nissan too. Itachi Nissan. Dad. Uncle Yagami. Uncle Fugaku. Kushina Nissan. Tsunade Nissan. She curls up another of her finger. I receive quite a lot of money. Hanabi silently stares at her. Why do I suddenly feel like my family doesn't love me? Doubts appear in Hanabi's mind. Will you join us? Aayaka turns to Yakumo. No. I have to decline. Yakumo shakes her head and slowly walks away. Well, later. She turns to Hanabi and pulls her hand. Let's go. Back at the Hokage office. Ha. Izuna returns and lies down on the couch. Tsunade glares at him, but he ignores it. Izuna. What's your plan for their survival test? It's an academy tradition of Konoha to test their newly graduated student through combat in survival training. Shizune curiously asks him. Well, it will be too much for those little girls to fight against me. I want to train them as a shinobi, I don't want to hurt their confidence. Izuna shakes his head. It will be quite difficult for me to hold back. At this point, even jounin battles look like kids playing house to me. He sighs in melancholy. Suffering from success. Tsunade and Shizune roll their eyes. It makes sense. So, do you have any other plans? Tsunade curiously asks him. Of course. It will still be a survival test. Just the venue and the examiner will be different. Izuna chuckles and doesn't reveal anything else. You and your cheap ideas. Tsunade snorts and makes a shadow clone to help with the paperwork. I want to finish work as soon as possible. I want to enjoy that wine. She engrosses in the paperwork. Later in the evening. Swoosh. Mei teleports inside the house. Good work out there. Izuna walks out of the kitchen in an apron. Foo-foo. Foo-foo. Mei chuckles at Izuna's outfit. Why does it feel like I am the husband and you are the wife? Our roles are reversed. What can I say? My wife is an office worker and slave driver. Izuna sighs helplessly. Really? You want to sleep on the couch? Mei snorts at him. No, please. I don't. Izuna frantically shakes his head. Ha ha. Mei bursts out in laughter as Izuna's expression turns ugly. Ho. You sure like to press my buttons, but this time you pressed the wrong button. He picks her up and walks towards the bathroom. You must be exhausted from the work. Let's take a bath together to relive your exhaustion. Wait. Izuna. Mei protests. Not this time. Chapter 297, 289. Prison break. Inside the Konoha Strict Correctional Facility. In a prison cell. A man with green eyes and shoulder-length hair with a tint of blue at the end is scribbling on the wall. He is dressed in prison attire comprising a gray tunic and matching pants. Scratch, scratch. He continues to scribble lines on the walls with a rock. 3 years. It has been 3 whole years since I am locked up here. Damn you, Konoha. You ruined my life. He mutters to himself. Bang. He angrily crushes the rock into powder. I need power. I need more power to escape from this place and exact my vengeance. He has a frantic expression on his face. Hiss. A white snake silently slithers through the prison walls. Whoosh. The snake jumps in the air and coils around his neck. Ah. The man panics as the snake entangles around his neck. He grabs the snake's tail to free himself. Hiss. The snake hisses at him as a whisper falls in his ear. Do you want power? What? He stares at the snake in confusion. Do you want the power to exact vengeance? This. He stares at the snake in trepidation. Can you give me power? Hiss. The snake hisses wildly and slithers towards his hand. Fwish. He bites on his hand. Arg. The man clutches his hand in pain as the poison spreads through his arm. The poison condenses into a dark black skull mark. Arg. He winces in pain and passes out. After an hour. Huff. Huff. He breathes heavily and lays down on the ground as the pain subsides down. The white-haired man slowly stands up and looks at his body. I feel so light. Strength is coursing through my body. He turns towards the prison bars and grabs them. Clank. He bends the cold steel bars with his bare hands. This strength. He quickly turns towards the white snake. Hiss. The snake flickers out its tongue and spews out a scroll. Come to this place, if you want to change your fate and exact your revenge. The man tightly clutches his fists. Ha ha. With this power, I will exact my revenge. Just you wait, Konoha. Ha ha. Hysteric laughter echoes through the prison cell. Later in the evening. Boom. Boom. Multiple explosions ring through the prison as the inmates fervently attack the prison guards. Quick, lower the bridge. One of the chunin urgently asks his partner to lower the bridge. Crank, crank. The chunin pulls the lever to raise the bridge. Bang. A fist slams into his body and sends him flying. The chunin crashes into a wall and loses consciousness. What's the hurry? The party hasn't even started yet. The white-haired man walks out of the dark corner. Crack, crack. He cracks his neck and stares at the prison inmates. Reijin, Fujin. Release our other friends from their cells, will you? He turns towards two figures with gigantic bodies who are following after him. Anything for you, Aniki. The two figures walk towards the nearby cells. Clank. They grab the bars and pull them apart with their bare hands. Clank, clank, clank. Both figures continue to release more and more prison inmates. The loud noise alerts the prison securities as a bunch of chunnins and jounins rush out. What's going on? The prison guards notice the criminals escaping from their cells. It's the stupid brothers. They are jailbreaking other prisoners. A chunnin informs him of the situation. What? The eyes of the jounins widen in surprise. These two were docile as long as you don't disturb their food. What happened today? One of the older jounin stares at the Reijin and Fujin brothers. Food. We will get more food if we follow Aniki. The stupid brothers continue to free other prisoners. Stop them. We can't allow these criminals to escape. The jounins take out their kunais and engage with the escaping prisoners. Meanwhile, the older jounin engages with the stupid brothers. Reijin, Fujin. Return to your cell and I will give you an extra serving of food. It's a promise. Bang. Reijin clenches his giant fists and slams them into the jounin. Aniki already gave us good food. Poof. The jounin disappears into a puff of smoke leaving behind a log. Substitution jutsu. Phew. The jounin reappears at some distance and heaves a sigh of relief. That was a close call. Ah. Reijin stares at the wood log. He dodged it. He angrily turns to jounin and charges towards him. Body bash. Reijin drags his enormous body, aiming to smash the jounin into a meat pie. This is bad. The jounin makes some quick hand signs. Fire style, flame shot jutsu. He expels a long ball of fire. Bang. The flame shot slams into Reijin, turning his clothes into ashes. Reijin ignores the fire and bashes into the jounin. The jounin crosses his arms as Reijin slams into him. Bang. The jounin is sent flying from the impact. He slams into the prison wall. His body slides down the wall and loses consciousness. We should lock him up. Fujin grabs the bars and twists them to lock the jounin. Boom. Boom. One after another, jutsu flies through the prison as the guards engage with the prisoners. The commotion grabs the attention of the warden in a nearby tower. His expression turns ugly as he notices the riot in the prison. At this rate, these prisoners will flee and create havoc in nearby villages. He takes out a scroll from his pocket and scribbles on it. Whistle. The prison warden whistles and summons an eagle. He ties the ladder to the eagle's leg and releases it towards Konoha. I hope it makes it on time. He dashes towards the prisoners with a kunai in his arms. Quick. Destroy the bridge. Don't allow these criminals to escape from this place. The prison warden instructs the chunnins near the bridge. Yes. Warden-sama. The chunnins make some hand signs and spew out a multitude of jutsu to destroy the bridge. Back in Konoha. Ha. Tsunade heaves a sigh of relief. Finally, the paperwork is over. I can take a breather now. Shizun massages her shoulders. Shizun. Let's go out for a drink. I have yet to taste the new wine Izuna brought for me. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Shizun nods her head. Talk, talk, talk. An eagle pecks its beak on the window. This is an emergency messenger eagle. Shizun hurriedly opens the window. She picks up the scroll and passes it to Tsunade. Tsunade unfurls the scroll and reads its content. Emergency. It's an emergency, Hokage-sama. The prisoners are breaking from the Konoha Strict Correctional Facility. We need urgent help to calm the situation. What? Tsunade folds the scroll as her expression turns ugly. Konoha Strict Correctional Facility is the top security prison of Konoha where the most wanted criminals are kept in detainment. How can there be a breach in security? She hurriedly summons the Umbu members. Quick. One of you, summon the nearby jounins while the rest of you depart for the prison. No prisoner shall escape from the prison. Tsunade sternly warns them. Whoosh, whoosh. The Umbu flickers away in a hurry. Damn. I didn't even get to drink my wine. Tsunade bites her lower lip in anger. 15 minutes later. Whoosh, whoosh. Asuma and Kurenai appear in the Hokage office. You summoned us, Hokage-sama. Both of them bow in front of Tsunade. Oh. It's you too. She turns towards the Umbu member and questions him. Where are Guy and Kakashi? Hokage-sama, Team Kakashi is on a mission in the land of snow whereas Team Guy has yet to return from their escort mission to Sunagakure. The Umbu reports to her. Damn. The situation is quite urgent. Tsunade turns to Shizun. Shizun. Join Asuma and Kurenai and fill them on the details. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Shizun nods her head. She turns towards Asuma and Kurenai. Alright. Asuma and Kurenai follow her. TCH. There are many wanted criminals and war prisoners locked in the Konoha Strict Correctional Facility. I am afraid these three won't be able to hold against so many prisoners. Tsunade clicks her tongue as she ponders over the situation. Should I send Izuna to help them? If it's him, he can single-handedly resolve the situation. Minato and Kushina are out on another mission and Sakuma is holding the fort at borders. She ponders for a while. Wait, a sec. There are still Shisui and Itachi. They can take care of the situation. She turns towards the Umbu and orders him. Hurry and inform the Vice Chief Executive of the Konoha Police Force about the current situation. Also, inform Team Ro to act quickly. Yes, Tsunade-sama. The Umbu flickers away. Phew. Tsunade heaves a sigh of relief. I still can't believe there can be a security breach in that prison. It's second most guarded prison after the Hozuki Castle. In the Uchiha clan. That was a busy day. Shisui massages his shoulders as he walks alongside Itachi. Sitting at the same place for 8 hours has stiffened my muscles. He complains. Can't help it. With the reduced crime rate, the Konoha police force has nothing else to do. He shakes his head. He turns to Itachi and asks him. What about you, Itachi? I am sure you have quite a busy life leading the Umbu team. Sigh. Not really. Itachi shakes his head in dismissal. Team Ro is one of the elite team of Konoha. So, it's only deployed during emergencies. Most of the time, its members are paired with other teams to aid them in missions. Well, it looks like both of us have quite some free time. Whoosh. A masked Umbu member arrives in front of them. It's an emergency. Hokage-sama has summoned you both. An emergency summon. Shisui and Itachi's expression turns serious. Whoosh. They immediately flicker towards the Hokage office. Chapter 298, 290. Prison Break Part 2. Whoosh. Shisui and Itachi arrive at the prison facility. They notice an unconscious Chunin lying at the entrance of the watch house. Wake him up. Itachi orders one of his Umbu team members. The Umbu member summons a ball of water and wakes up the unconscious Chunin. The prisoners are escaping. I have to raise the bridge. The Chunin anxiously stares at the prison castle. Slap. The Umbu slaps him to break him from his stupor. Report the situation. Itachi calmly asks him. The Chunin quickly summarizes the series of events. Most of the criminals escaped from the prison. Shisui turns to Itachi. We can still catch them if we hurry. I will send a messenger eagle to summon more guards and surround the perimeter. In the meantime, let's recapture those criminals. They haven't gone far yet, we can still catch up. Shisui activates his Sharingan and scans the nearby area. I can't spot anyone hiding nearby. Let's move out. Alright. Itachi nods his head. He turns towards one of the members of his Umbu team. Atsu. You are the only medic nin on the team. Treat the injured personals of the prison. Yes, Captain. Atsu nods his head. Whoosh. The group flickers away. 15 minutes later. Arg. Aniki, I can't hold any longer. The two legendary stupid brothers are hanging down at the end of the broken bridge. Hot lava is churning below their feet as bubbles of hot gas and lava splashes everywhere. Let's get going. The white-haired man scales the broken bridge like a ladder. Those other prisoners will serve as a distraction for the Umbus and the police force while we make our escape. Swoosh. He launches a kunai tied to a rope towards the nearby cliff and uses it as an anchor to scale the lava pool beneath him. The stupid brothers follow him. Yawn. I am so sleepy. Izuna and Mei walk out of their parents' house. One thing led to another. In the end, we could only eat dinner at Dad's house. Izuna shakes his head. And whose fault was that? Mei rolls her eyes. No harm is done. I got to eat my mom's cooking. Izuna waves his hands. Whoosh, whoosh. Multiple members of the Konoha police force dashes out in hurry. They have anxious expressions on their face as they rush out of the compound. What's going on? They seem to be in a hurry. Izuna curiously stares at their back. He recognizes a person in the group. Isao. Izuna yells his name and stops him. Izuna. Isao turns around and notices Izuna. What's the matter? Why the sudden rush? Izuna-san, there is a security breach in the Konoha Strict Correctional Facility. Multiple prisoners have fled from the prison and the situation is quite chaotic there with multiple casualties. Isao informs him. I see. Izuna nods in understanding. Then, I will be on my way. Isao turns around and flickers away. Breach in Konoha Strict Correctional Facility. Mei turns to Izuna. Isn't that the most secure prison after Hozuki Castle? Yes. Izuna nods as he explains. The Hozuki Castle is located on a cliff surrounded by multiple whirlpools and there are multiple death traps around the castle. The isolated island acts as another natural barrier for the prison. Besides this, it also has a formidable warden keeping a watch on the criminals. Similar to the Hozuki Castle, the Konoha prison is situated at the helm of an active volcano. During the reign of the first Hokage, Lord Hashirama used a powerful earth jutsu to raise a chunk of earth from the volcano to create an island surrounded by lava. He then used his wood style to construct a shiro on the triangular island. This prison held multiple vicious criminals of the warring era. With the passage of time and the reduced crime rate, the castle was renamed, and it now houses shinobis who have committed treason or other serious offenses. There is a long bascule bridge that connects the nearby watch house to the prison castle. The criminals mine sulfur and various other ores under the strict management of the guards. Izuna summarizes the details of the prison to Mei. It's almost impossible to escape from this prison unless someone has outside or inside help. Izuna shakes his head. Let's return home for now. He walks towards his house. Aren't you going to help? Mei asks him. There are multiple other shinobis in the village beside me. They can handle the situation. I won't but in unless Tsunade asks me. That makes sense. Mei follows him. Kai. As if right on cue, a messenger eagle hovers in the air. Kai. It releases a shrill cry and lands on Izuna's shoulder. I jinxed it. Izuna helplessly shakes his head. He grabs the scroll from the eagle's leg and reads its content. It has been almost 3 hours since Shizune, Asuma, and Kurenai left for the prison. I haven't received any report from them. Shursue, Itachi, and Team Ro are chasing after the criminals who have fled the prison. I would like you to take a look at the situation. Izuna folds the scroll and pockets it. Looks like I have to make a move. Shizune, Asuma, and Kurenai are in danger. He sighs helplessly. It's fine. You are going to sleep on the couch either way. Mei chuckles. Whoosh. Izuna reappears inside the prison facility. He teleports to his mark on Shizune's storage bracelet. This is. A frown appears on his face as he notices multiple injured guards lying around in the castle. Multiple Umbu medic-neens are treating their injuries. The Umbus are surprised to see his sudden arrival but calms down after confirming his identity. What's going on? Izuna questions a nearby medic-neen. He recognizes the latter as a member of the Team Ro. Captain Izuna. Chief Shursue and Captain Itachi left with the other members of Team Ro to subdue the criminals who escaped from the prison. Later, the reinforcement arrived and now we are treating the injured personals. Izuna nods and turns towards a camp. He enters the camp and notices Asuma, Kurenai, and Shizune's unconscious bodies. These three are the most severely injured out of all other jounins. I provided preliminary treatment to them so their external injuries are fine but they need immediate medical attention. Atsu reports their condition to him. It's fine, now. Izuna walks towards the trio. Mystic Palm Technique. He infuses some nature energy together with healing chakra to rapidly heal their injuries. 10 seconds later. Arg. Shizune and the rest wake up while clutching their forehead. Amazing. Captain Izuna is still amazing as ever. Atsu nods his head in praise. Multiple A-rank criminals surrounded and ambushed us at the entrance of the castle. They were waiting for us. Asuma has a wry smile. It's all right. Shursue and Itachi are already on their trail. Izuna waves his hand. For now, let's focus on the injured personals. I am on it. Shizune nods her head and helps the rest of the medic-neens. Izuna stares at the prison walls and ponders. I still refuse to believe anyone among these criminals can escape from the prison. I will look around. He walks deeper inside the prison while inspecting every nook and cranny with his Sharingan. 5 minutes later. Oh. Interesting. Inside one of the prison cells, he notices large amounts of dry blood and snakeskin. He wipes the dry blood with his finger. There are multiple drugs in this blood and it looks like as if someone forcefully injected nature energy into an individual. He picks up the snakeskin and inspects it. This chakra signature. A frown appears on his face. Damn. That old hag Snake Sage. He curses silently. I have to pay a visit to her after this fiasco. But at least I know about the culprit. Izuna returns to the stationed medical shinobis as he helps with the treatment. An hour later. Whoosh, whoosh. Shursue, Itachi, and multiple members of the Umbu and Konoha police force return with prisoners in tow. Make a tally of the prisoners and report to me. Shursue instructs Isao and walks towards Izuna. How's the situation? Izuna asks him. We captured most of them and killed the rest of them. I see. Izuna nods his head. Chief. There are 3 people still missing from the prison. The head count doesn't match. The police officer reports to him. The legendary Stupid Brothers and former academy instructor Mizuki are still on loose. What? The legendary Stupid Brothers. They escaped. The expression of one of the prison guards' Jounin turns ugly. Round up the remaining people and throw the corpses of the dead in the lava. Izuna orders them. Also, if any of these criminals don't behave, then just send them for a swim in lava. Izuna has a stern expression. Gulp. The prisoners gulp their saliva and voluntarily return to their cells. As for the situation of Mizuki and the legendary Stupid Brothers, leave it to Team 3. Whoosh. Izuna teleports away from the prison. Yawn. I am so sleepy. Chapter 299, 291. The manhunt begins. Next day in the morning. In Training Ground 3. Talk. 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 Aayaka is walking back and forth with a frown on her face. He is late again. She has a livid expression on her face. I think Sensei is busy with some urgent matter. Hanabi tries to calm her down. No, you don't know him. He must have overslept like usual. Aayaka shakes her head. Yakumo is silently sitting on a log as she draws a painting of the nearby scenery with her brush. Wow. That's amazing. Aayaka curiously stares at the painting. Your drawing skills are amazing, Yakumo-chan. She praises Yakumo. Yakumo snorts and focuses her attention on the painting. Don't hold me back later during our mission. Swoosh. Izuna teleports behind the group and waves his hand. Yo. I was a little busy with work. So, it took me some time. Aayaka walks towards him with a smile. It's fine as long as you are here. Whoosh. Bang. She elbows him in the gut as Izuna clutches his stomach in pain. What was that for? He complains. It's another of your cheap clone, I knew it. She snorts and rests against the log. Clone Izuna has a helpless expression as he stares at Aayaka. It was thanks to my resilience, I didn't dispel, but what's with her? How can she always figure out the real me among my clones? It has always been like this since she was an infant. Clone Izuna has a helpless expression. Whenever any of my clones held her in arms, she will throw a tantrum and won't stop crying. She would only cheer up when the real me picks her up. Also, why I always subconsciously lower my guard around Aayaka. I don't know why, but I can easily recognize the real Aayaka among a bunch of hanges. Aayaka. How did you always recognize me? Intuition. Aayaka smugly pats her chest. Well. That doesn't answer my question. Izuna scratches his head. At the sidelines. Yakumo stares at their interaction as various doubts erupt in her mind. Is he really the strongest shinobi of the village? She doubtfully stares at Izuna. I thought he will have a cold and aloof personality with an air of superiority. But why is the real him completely different from my expectations? The previous image of Izuna crumbles in her heart as she spends more time with him. Ahem. He clears his throat and answers. Yes, this is a clone of mine. The real body is in the Hokage office picking your first mission. Meanwhile, in Uchiha compounds. Yawn. Izuna groggily opens his eyes. He quickly washes his face. Here is your breakfast. Mei passes his breakfast to him. Thank you for the food. Izuna quickly munches his breakfast. You are already late for your meeting with your squad. I sent a clone to fill in. But knowing Aayaka, she will probably find out. So, I have to hurry. He quickly swallows the remaining food. Back in the training ground. Whoosh. The real Izuna appears in the training ground. Poof. He dispels his clone as a conflicted expression appears on her face. He turns to Aayaka, but she ignores him. Ahem. He clears his throat and walks in front of the group. All right. Your first mission as a squad will start now. This mission will decide your fate, so, give it your all. Izuna has a serious expression on his face. He takes out a portrait from his pocket. This is Mizuki, a former Chunin instructor of the academy, now a criminal on run. He was a friend of your Aayaka-sensei and a former classmate of mine. Izuna briefs them on Mizuki's information. His eyes scan the group as he continues. This mission is a manhunt mission and your aim is to capture this man. Izuna hands over the portrait to Aayaka. Gulp. Hanabi gulps her saliva. But sensei, he is a chunin and we are genins who just graduated from the academy. How could we fight against him? You don't have to worry about that. Aayaka is already on his trail, you guys have to just assist him. Izuna waves his hand. I see. Hanabi nods her head. Also, an important note, you have to capture him before midnight or else you will fail my test and return to the academy. Alright. You guys are dismissed. Whoosh. Izuna disappears into countless light particles. He hides on a nearby tree and spectates the group. Ah. Hanabi blankly stares at the empty space. Sensei left without even giving us a lead. No. We already have a lead. Aayaka turns over the portrait. There is a map on the reverse side of the portrait with a cross mark. I presume this is the last known location of our target. Let's go there and search for the trails. Aayaka rolls the portrait and dashes towards the marked position. Hanabi quickly follows her. Izuna stares at Yakumo who is slowly chasing after them. This girl has a weak body. Her fitness is only as good as a civilian kid. Whoosh. He follows the group to monitor them. These girls are in no sense weaker than Naruto and Sasuke when they had their first bell test. Also, all of them can contribute to the team if only they cooperate. Whoosh. Aayaka and Hanabi follow the mark on the map and arrive in front of a small cottage on the outskirt of the village. This is the place marked on the map. Aayaka puts down the map. Someone lives this far from the village. Hanabi exclaims in surprise. Knock. Knock. She knocks on the door. Is anyone home? Both of them wait for someone to respond. 5 minutes later. Why is not anyone responding? Aayaka has a frown on her face. Perhaps the owner isn't at home. Hanabi speculates. Can be. But this is the place marked on the map, so I suspect the culprit must be hiding here. She turns to Hanabi and asks her. Can you check the situation inside the house? I am on it. Hanabi makes a hand seal and activates her Byakugan. She peeks inside the house to search for the target. A frown appears on her face and she deactivates her Byakugan. The target isn't here. But there is someone passed out on the floor. She reports. Quick. Let's ask that person. Bang. Aayaka clenches her fists and punches the wooden door. Whoosh. Both of them flickers inside the house and spot an unconscious woman on the floor. Aayaka inspects her body. She has passed out from concussion. Someone must have knocked pretty hard on her head. Let's wake her up. Aayaka conjures a ball of water. Keep your guard up, she might be an enemy. She warns Hanabi. Hanabi takes a taijutsu stance. Aayaka douses the woman with water and wakes her up. Arg. The woman clenches her head as she slowly wakes up. Me. Mizuki. She weakly opens her mouth. The woman slowly opens her eyes and notices Aayaka and Hanabi. You two are. She stares at the duo. We are on a manhunt mission and are looking for Mizuki. Aayaka takes out Mizuki's poster. Mizuki. Click. The woman bites her lower lip as she replies. I am Tsubaki, Mizuki's fiancé. I sheltered him over for the night, and he left in the morning before knocking me out. He has changed too much, he isn't the kind Mizuki I used to know. I see. Aayaka nods her head. Then we will be on our way, he shouldn't have gone too far. Aayaka and Hanabi walk out of the house. Huff. Huff. Yakumo breathes heavily as she catches up to them. Aayaka and Hanabi ignore her as Aayaka turns to Hanabi. Hanabi search for target's trails. Alright. Hanabi activates her Byakugan and searches around. A minute later. Found it. She points in a direction. Let's go. Both of them flicker away. Wait up. Yakumo yells at them but both girls ignore her. You too. Yakumo grits her teeth in anger. She rests against the tree to take a breather. On a nearby tree. Izuna stares at the trio as he remarks. Their teamwork is already in shambles. Yakumo has her bias against Konoha shinobis, whereas Aayaka has her pride. As for Hanabi, she has become a follower of Aayaka. Izuna shakes his head. Despite their capabilities, they won't reach their full potential. Also. He stares at the departing back of Aayaka and Hanabi. Now I understand why they don't pair Uchiha and Hyuga in a team. Geez. These girls are on dev mode with those overpowered eyes. He turns to an angry Yakumo who is fuming with rage. As for this girl, she needs to look at the world with a different viewpoint to get out of her cage. She is in no way inferior to current Aayaka, no, she is even superior in some aspects. But she has placed various mental barriers around herself which are limiting her potential. Huff. Huff. Yakumo slowly stands up and jogs toward Aayaka and Hanabi. Looks like some interesting days are coming ahead. For now, this team is pure chaos and I enjoy a bit of chaos. Izuna stretches his arm and follows the girls. Chapter 292. Battle with the Stupid Brothers. Whoosh, whoosh. Aayaka and Hanabi flicker through the forest at the outskirts of Konoha as they follow the trails left behind by Mizuki. Since Mizuki was in a hurry to escape, he didn't have enough time to erase his trail. Aayaka. Is it alright to leave her behind? Hanabi stares at Ayaka's back. Humph. It's fine. We don't even need her. Won't we hold her back if she teams with us? Aayaka snorts and continues to move forward. Ah. Hanabi stares at Ayaka's back for a while. Ayaka's words make sense. We approached her nicely, but she rejected our goodwill. Hanabi comes to understanding and follows Aayaka. Whoosh. Both of them continue to flicker through the forest and soon arrive in an area full of bamboo trees. Clang, clang. They hear multiple clashes through the forest. Looks like we are already there. Aayaka and Hanabi slow down and monitor their surroundings. Swoosh. A shadow looms over both of them as the sound of something wheezing through the air enters their ear. They raise their head and notices a giant boulder quickly approaching them. Whoosh. Aayaka and Hanabi jump back in the air and evade the boulder. Bang. The boulder crashes into the ground and raises a cloud of dust and debris. Aayaka takes out a kunai from her pocket and raises her guard. Byakugan. Hanabi activates her Byakugan to search for the source of the attack. Hey, Fujin. Aniki asked us to stall the enemies and buy him some time. Are these little girl enemies? Two giant hulking figure walks out of the forest. Look at the headband on their forehead. Aniki told us that anyone with that headband is our enemy. Fujin points towards Aayaka and Hanabi. The dust settles down to reveal the giant boulder. Such a giant boulder. Ayaka's eyes widen in surprise. Her expression turns serious as she confronts the legendary Stupid Brothers. Their physical strength must be terrifying if they can lift something so heavy. Aayaka analyzes the situation. Hanabi. These two must be the accomplice of the target. They both seem to be physical-type combatants, so be careful with them in close combat. Aayaka warns her. Alright. Hanabi focuses on the stupid duo and scans their tenketsu points to search for a weakness. Little girls. We won't allow you to chase after Aniki. If they captured Aniki, then we won't get our food. Reijin menacingly stares at the girls. Ha. He presses his left leg on the ground. Rumble. The ground crumbles under the pressure of his feet. Bang. Reijin shots himself towards Aayaka. Shoulder charge. This is bad. Swish, swish. Aayaka quickly makes some hand signs. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. She spews out a giant ball of fire towards the charging Reijin. Bang. The fireball slams into Reijin and engulfs his upper body in flames. Reijin ignores the fireball and continues his charge as the fire incinerates his upper garments. Does he not feel any pain? Aayaka wryly stares at the charging mass of flames. Swish, swish. She quickly makes more hand signs and slams her palm on the ground. Earth style, swamp of the underworld. Aayaka changes the ground in front of her into a mud pool. Reijin blindly charges through the swamp, but the sticky mud kills his momentum. He comes to a standstill as the sticky mud ensnares him in a place. Aayaka infuses more chakra into her jutsu as Reijin slowly sinks into the ground. He wildly flails his arms to free himself, but his struggle pulls him deeper. Phew. Aayaka heaves a sigh of relief. That was a close call. On the other side. Hanabi takes a taijutsu stance as she confronts Fujin. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Ha. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. She uses the secret gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan to seal Fujin's tenketsu points. Huff. Huff. Hanabi breathes heavily as she stares at Fujin. Ha ha, ha ha. Stop it. It tickles. Stop. Fujin giggles as Hanabi hits his tenketsu points. She finishes the rotation of her gentle fist. What was that for? Fujin scratches his head. Growl. His stomach growls as he relieves some pressure. Pust. Fujin farts loudly, and his lips widen in a smile. That helped me with the digestion of breakfast. Now, I am hungry for lunch. He pats his stomach like a gong. Ah. Hanabi silently stares at her hands. I am sure I finished the rotation of Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. But why is he still standing as if nothing happened? Doubts appear in her mind as she stares at a smiling Fujin. Did I do something wrong? Up in the air. Izuna notices Hanabi's dilemma and shakes his head. Gentle Fist causes severe internal damage to the victim by inflicting damage on their chakra pathway system through injecting your chakra in target's body. However, if the chakra of your opponent is stronger than yours or their chakra is malleable, then they can easily ignore the damage caused by Gentle Fist, thus rendering it completely ineffective. He turns towards the legendary Stupid Brothers. These Stupid Brothers have a mutated physique which passively absorbs chakra to strengthen their body. As such, they have zero to no knowledge of ninjutsu, but they can overcome this weakness solely on their physique. Izuna deactivates his Sharingan as he completes the inspection of the legendary Stupid Brothers. I intended to seek for a solution to my problem by examining the body of these brothers, but it seems like we are built different. He sighs helplessly. Still, the raw strength of these brothers is comparable to Tsunade's. But that's it. They don't have enough brain juices to properly utilize that brute force. Nonetheless, they will prove to be quite a challenge for the girls since these brothers can tank hits quite easily. Also, Hanabi's Gentle Fist is perfectly countered by their physique. Huff. Huff. Hanabi breathes heavily as she wryly stares at Fujin. Raijin. Fujin turns towards Raijin, who is slowly being pulled into the ground. Aw. His pupils turn white. Nerves pop on his forehead. Fujin. Fujin's pupils also turn white, with nerves popping on his forehead. He slowly lifts his hand in front of his chest. A bluish and reddish aura surrounds the brothers as they rile up their chakra. This is bad. Ayaka's expression turns ugly. Hanabi. Quick, get away from them. Ah. Bang. Both brothers slam their fists on the ground. Rumble. Rumble. The ground trembles as a huge cloud of dust and debris rises in the air. Crack, crack. Ground cracks beneath them and the nearby tree uproots one by one. Whoosh. Aayaka quickly jumps in the air and avoids the attack, but Hanabi is a step too late. Whoosh. She is sent flying towards a rock with a sharp edge. Hanabi. Shurring. Aayaka activates her Sharingan and quickly makes some hand signs while in midair. Shadow Clone Jutsu. She makes a shadow clone. The shadow clone uses her body as a platform and launches itself towards Hanabi. Bang. It slams into Hanabi and alters her trajectory. Poof. The clone hits the sharp rock and dispels, whereas Hanabi slams into a nearby tree and falls down. Bam. Aayaka also slams into a tree and falls down. Cough, cough. She coughs a little bit of blood as the shock waves of the previous attack rattle her internal organs. Swoosh. The dust and debris settle down to reveal a giant bowl-shaped crater. The idiot brothers are menacingly standing in the middle of the crater as they glare at the girls. Food. We need more food. They charge towards the girls. The ground cracks from their stomps. Genjutsu, Sharingan. 3 tomos revolve in her eyes as Aayaka casts a genjutsu on the brothers. The Stupid Brothers halt in their track. Their eyes turn completely white and they are stuck in a stupor. Huff. Huff. Aayaka breathes heavily and deactivates her Sharingan. I have used quite a lot of chakra with that last genjutsu. My chakra control is still very terrible. She slowly stands up and walks towards Hanabi. 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 Are you alright, Hanabi? She vigorously shakes Hanabi. Arg. Hanabi clutches her head and slowly opens her eyes. My head hurts. Earlier, I passed out from concussion. Here. Take this. Aayaka takes out a chakra pill from her storage and passes it to Hanabi. Both of them swallow the pill and slowly recover their chakra and heal themselves. If only I had all of my ninja equipment and scrolls. Aayaka complains in her mind. On the previous day, Izuna has confiscated all of her seals, tools, and scroll given to her by Kushina and Izuna. You shouldn't overly depend on these tools. They are not a part of your personal strength. I will take them away for tomorrow's test. That was his explanation. Humph. That cheapskate brother of mine. She grumbles in her mind. In the midair. Izuna has a pained expression as he stares at Ayaka's condition. I am sorry, Aayaka. Bear with it. I don't want my love and care to turn into your weakness. This is a cruel world where only strength matters. So, your Oniai-chan has to be harsh on you. He tightly clutches his fists and grits his teeth as he holds himself back. He turns towards the Stupid Brothers. You two like to be punching bags, right? I will get back to you later. Chapter 301, 293. Team 3 vs Mizuki Part 1. Grr. Fujin and Reijin growl fiercely as they resist the genjutsu. Ah. Their bodies quiver slightly and they slowly regain their motor control. What? How could it be? Ayaka's eyes widen in horror. How can they break free from my genjutsu? It was one of my most powerful genjutsu which directly affects the brain. She anxiously stares at the stupid brothers. Do they not have a brain? She asks herself. Ha. Fujin breaks free from the genjutsu. He furiously takes a step forward. Squish. Fujin feels a soft feeling under his feet. Ha. He stares at his feet and notices a pair of giant rice balls squashed under his feet. Our lunch. He yells furiously in anger. Fujin's expression turns dark, and he releases an intense red aura from his body. Nanny. Reijin breaks free from his stupor and notices the squashed rice balls. My food. Veins pop out on his forehead and his muscles bulge out as he tightly clutches his fists. You will pay for squashing our food. Raijin releases an intense blue aura from his body as he riles up his chakra. I am pissed. I will smash you to a pulp. Both brothers angrily charge towards Aayaka. Ayaka's expression turns grave. She slowly stands up and activates her Sharingan. Hanabi. I will stall them for a while. You should escape in the meantime. We will reunite later and plan a new strategy. Aayaka turns to Hanabi. But Aayaka. They are too powerful. Hanabi protests. Hurry and leave. I still have some tricks up my sleeves. Aayaka makes some hand signs. Chirp, Kai. Lightning flickers through her left hand as she gathers a large amount of lightning chakra in her palm. Chidori, Raikiri lightning blade. Aayaka dashes towards the stupid brothers. Kono. Reijin waves his fist to smash Aayaka into pulp. Whoosh. Aayaka tilts her head and dodges his punch. She aims the lightning blade for his neck. Ha. Reijin crosses his arms to block her attack. Stab. Kai. Aayaka slashes the lightning blade at his arms. Slash. Blood leaks from his arms as Chidori pierces the outer layer of his skin. Reijin. Fujin glares at Aayaka. He lifts his wide arms to smash her head. I won't be able to dodge it. Aayaka bites her lips as she continues her attack on Reijin. Bam. Fujin punches Aayaka, but an invisible wall blocks his attack. Ah. Aayaka blinks in confusion as she notices Fujin is held by something in midair. Humph, in the end, you still need my help. Yakumo slowly walks out of the forest. She has a painting in her hand. Swish. She swipes the brush and a bolt of lightning falls from the sky. Buzz. The lightning hits Fujin and knocks him away. Yakumo has a smug expression on her face, but her flushed face with beads of sweat rolling down her forehead gives her away. Whoosh. Aayaka dissipates her Chidori and performs a somersault to maintain her distance. Damn you. Fujin angrily stands up from the ground. His hairs are charred a little and smoke rises from his body. Nisan. Reijin clenches his fists as his arms bulge with chakra. His wounds heal rapidly. Both brothers lose their last shred of sanity and charge at the trio in a berserk state. Huff. Huff. Yakumo breathes heavily. She turns to Aayaka and asks her. Where is our target? She looks around in Mizuki's search. He isn't here. He went in that direction. Aayaka points deeper in the bamboo forest. We were on the cusp of catching up when these two meat monsters attacked us. They are blocking our only way to target. Aayaka replies to her. I see. Yakumo nods her head. It's evening already. We can't delay any further or else the enemy will get away and we will fail our mission. Yakumo grits her teeth. She turns to Aayaka and Hanabi. I will hold these guys back. You two move forward and catch up to the culprit. Are you sure? Aayaka raises an eyebrow. Yes, I am. My body is too weak to catch up with your pace. I will trap these fools in my genjutsu and buy time for you. She squeezes these words out of her clenched teeth. All right. Then good luck. Aayaka nods her head. Both Aayaka and Hanabi pick up their pace and dash out of the bamboo forest. In midair. So, these stubborn girls are willing to compromise if the situation demands it. He stares at Yakumo in amusement. Yakumo lifts her brush and leaves another stroke of her brush on the paper. She draws a pit of fire on the painting. A similar fire pit appears on the ground and surrounds the stupid brothers. Izuna stares at the process with interest as he tries to comprehend the principle behind her Kekkei Genkai. This is not a simple genjutsu which only utilizes in release. Instead, This Kekkei Genkai utilizes yin-yang release. It affects the mental realm in such a way that the genjutsu manifests in the physical realm. Only through the use of yin-yang release can one create form out of nothing. But Izuna scans Yakumo's body. There is no fluctuation of chakra in her body, but there is a strange chakra manifested in her brain. It seems like this yin-yang release has something to do with that strange chakra. Unfortunately, I can't replicate it. Otherwise, it would be a very nice jutsu in my arsenal. He helplessly shakes his head. For now, I will study her jutsu and decipher it completely. There is something strange with her chakra. He diverts his attention to Aayaka and Hanabi, who are sprinting through the bamboo forest. In the bamboo forest. Sniff. Ayaka's nose twitches slightly. She stares in a distance. I can smell the fresh scent of blood. There must have been a battle here recently. She hastens her pace, with Hanabi closely following her behind. The duo arrives at the end of the forest. They notice a trail of blood leading out of the forest. Hanabi notices a small rug of cloth wedged at the end of a sharp bamboo shoot. This cloth. She presents it to Aayaka. This seems to be a piece of Chunin flak jacket. I have seen Nissan's flak jacket countless times and I am sure of it. She grabs the rug and follows the trail. This should be a piece of Aayaka-sensei's clothing. The other person is a prisoner, so he must be in prison clothes, not in a Chunin outfit. She speculates. Whoosh. They pursue the trail. A giant cavern appears in front of them. There is a giant pool of blood in front of the cavern. We have to hurry up. Aayaka-sensei seems to be in danger. Hanabi and Aayaka dashes towards the cavern. They reach the entrance of the cavern and notice a badly wounded Aayaka resting against a rock. Cough, cough. He coughs out some blood. There is a small hole near his chest. A giant Fuma shuriken is wedged in his back and there are multiple scars across his legs and arms. Aayaka-sensei. Aayaka and Hanabi quickly dash towards him to support him. Ah. Aayaka weakly opens his eyes. He notices Aayaka and Hanabi rushing towards him. You two stop. He weakly signals them to stop. There is a powerful criminal inside this lair. You two quickly run from here and inform the Konoha Jounins. He waves his hand to send them away. But sensei, we are here to help you. Aayaka and Hanabi walk towards him. Clang. Hanabi slowly pulls out the Fuma shuriken without affecting his blood flow. Aayaka takes out a medicinal paste from her storage and applies it to his wounds. She forks out a pill and passes it to Aayaka. Sensei. This pill will help you recover slightly. Gulp. Aayaka gulps down the pill. His condition improves slightly. You two. Quick, get out of here. The enemy inside is out of your league. He warns them. But sensei. Aayaka and Hanabi try to explain, but Aayaka insists on leaving. Ha ha. A peal of maniac laughter rings in their ears as a white-haired man walks out of the cavern. No one will leave anywhere. The man has a beaker in his hand. There is a crimson-red solution inside the solution. He slowly swaggers out of the cavern and stands in front of the group. He waves the beaker with the solution in front of Aayaka. Isn't it beautiful, Aayaka? This thing. He waves the beaker in front of Aayaka. It contains power. A power far beyond your reach. Now I will attain that power. He brings the beaker near his mouth. Gulp. Gulp. Mizuki chugs down the liquid in a single sip. Clang. Mizuki clutches his throat as his body twitches wildly. The beaker falls on the ground and shatters into countless glass fragments. Ah. Arg. Large amounts of chakra surge around his body. Various black marks appear on his body as they frantically absorb nature energy from surroundings. A vortex of nature energy forms above Mizuki's head as the nature energy is forcefully pumped in his body. In a far corner on the other end of the forest. Oh. It's more effective than I thought. A cloaked figure adjusts its spectacles as Mizuki's reflection appears in them. Check out my Patter 0N and read some advanced chapters. www.patrayon.com/forgottenlife. Chapter 302, 294. Team 3 vs Mizuki Part 2. Arg. Multiple tiger-like black stripes appear on Mizuki's body. The stripes cover his face, arms, legs, and back. His muscles bulge rapidly, and a feral look appears on his face. Large amounts of chakra rile up in his body and his eyes turn into slits with a yellow pupil. Ah. The veins in his body pop rapidly and his muscles reform one after another. He turns into a giant muscle-bound behemoth with large bulging arms. Wah, what's happening to him? Hanabi gulps her saliva. Aayaka activates her Sharingan and inspects his chakra system. An enormous amount of unknown chakra is being forcefully injected into his body. This unknown chakra is the cause of his transformation. She answers in trepidation. You two run as quickly as possible. I will buy some time for you. Aayaka grabs the giant Fuma shuriken and stands in front of the Aayaka and Hanabi, blocking them from Mizuki's vision. What will you say now, Aayaka? Ahaha. Mizuki laughs maniacally as he glares at Aayaka. Mizuki. This power is not your own. This power isn't a result of your hard work and training. Aayaka tries to forge some sense in Mizuki. Haha. Aayaka, you are jealous of my power. Aren't you? No, Mizuki. It's not like that. Aayaka tries to buy some time for girls to escape, but the girls don't budge from their position. Enough chit-chat. Now I will have you a taste of my power. Whoosh. Mizuki disappears from his position. Fast. He is so fast. Aayaka's eyes widen in surprise. He looks around to search for Mizuki's trail. Swoosh. Mizuki reappears in front of Aayaka. Were you looking at? I am right here. Mizuki clenches his fist and smashes them towards Aayaka's chest. Not good. Aayaka crosses his arms to block the attack. Bang. Mizuki hammers his fists into Aayaka and sends him flying. Crack, crack. The bones in Aayaka's arms fracture from the heavy blow. Aayaka grimaces in pain as he crashes into a tree. Aayaka-sensei. Aayaka and Hanabi wryly stare at Mizuki. Mizuki turns his attention to them and scoffs. So, Konoha still underestimates my abilities. They sent a pair of fragile little girls to deal with me. Crack, crack. He clenches his fists and flickers towards Aayaka with extreme speed. TCH. Aayaka clicks her tongue. I can see his movements with my Sharingan, but my body isn't fast enough to react to his speed. Swoosh. Mizuki reappears on top of Aayaka. He hammers his fist towards her head. I will crush you to paste. He maniacally stares at Aayaka. Whoosh. Aayaka bends her body horizontally and avoids the strike at the last moment. Bang. Mizuki smashes his fist in the ground. His punch creates a small crater on the ground. He turns around and glares at Aayaka. Those eyes. Anger appears in his eyes as he notices Ayaka's Sharingan. They remind me of an individual who took all the spotlight from me. He turns around and dashes towards Aayaka. This time I will smash you to a pulp. Mizuki aims his fists towards Ayaka's head. Whoosh. Hanabi jumps in front of Aayaka. Gentle fist 8 trigrams, palm rotation. Hanabi emits chakra from her tenketsu points. She spins rapidly and creates a protective shield of chakra. Bam. Mizuki slams his fist in the barrier. Bang. The chakra barrier repels his attack with counterforce. Mizuki loses his balance from the aftershock. His arms tumble backward as the attack throws him off balance. His upper body bends unnaturally backward from the reactive force. Aayaka now. Hanabi ends her rotation. I am on it. Whoosh. Chirp, Kai. Aayaka holds Chidori in her left hand. She quickly dashes towards Mizuki and jumps out of the barrier as soon as Hanabi ends her rotation. Raikiri, lightning blade. Stab. She stabs the lightning blade in Mizuki's guts. Blurg. Mizuki pukes out a mouthful of blood. Swish. There is a fist-size hole in Mizuki's stomach. Damn you. Mizuki regains his balance. He attempts to hit Ayaka's head. Swoosh. Aayaka jumps backward and pulls out her blood-soaked hand. Mizuki's guts spill out from the hole. Arg. He screams in agony and falls to the ground. We did it. Ayala stares at her blood-soaked hand. Mizuki. Tsubaki flickers out of the forest as she notices the last moment of Aayaka piercing Chidori through Mizuki's gut. Whoosh. She flickers towards Mizuki and supports him in his arms. Mizuki. Why? Tears fall from her eyes as she hugs Mizuki in the last breathing moment. You. Mizuki stares at her. None of you tried to understand me. Not even you, Tsubaki. I attained this power to show my worth to the world, but in the end. Aayaka lies against the tree as he stares at Mizuki's dying moments with a conflicted gaze. Mizuki. You were my friend, but when did you fall to the dark side? As your friend, I was unable to notice it. Up in the midair. Izuna calmly stares at the situation. You got what you deserve. Besides, this polite and kind-hearted personality of his is a facade. I will let you die with some of your dignity preserved. In the far corner of the forest. TCH. The cloaked figure clicks his tongue. In the end, it's still a failure. Well, I already got the data. Swish. He makes a hand seal. Time for me to head out. Arg. Ah. Ha. Mizuki's body rises in the air. His body absorbs a large amount of nature energy and his injuries recover rapidly. The skull mark seal on his hand glows and spreads across his body. Yellow fur appears on his body and the strike marks become more prominent. Mizuki's upper body turns into that of a tiger. Ah. His nails turn into razor-sharp claws. His chest muscles bulge rapidly. Roar. He releases a feral roar and turns towards the group. I will tear you apart. Bang. He smashes his arm in Tsubaki and sends her flying. Izuna senses the fluctuations in the chakra. He turns towards the far end of the forest and notices the cloaked figure making some hand signs. No, you don't. Shuring. Izuna's eyes change into Mangekyo Sharingan. A Menemenekanushi. He casts his space-time ability to lock the cloaked figure on his spot. Heh. The cloaked figure smirks and takes out a sealing talisman from his pocket. BZZT. The sealing talisman burns into flames and the space-time restriction around him shatters. Whoosh. He teleports out of the forest. TCH. Izuna clicks his tongue in dismay. You won't escape for long. I have left my mark on you. I will return to you later, before that. Izuna turns towards Mizuki, who is rampaging around. Haha, unlike you all, I am not bound by puny things like morals and righteousness. I am destined to grow stronger as I give up on such things. Haha. He turns towards Aayaka and the group. But before that, I will tear you apart. This will serve as a warning towards Konoha. Gulp. Aayaka gulps her saliva. Fear appears in her eyes, but she tightly clenches her tiny fists with resolve. Whoosh. Mizuki disappears from his position. He is faster than before. I won't be able to react this time. Aayaka has a grim expression on her face. Shuring. Mizuki draws his claws and swings them at Aayaka. Whoosh. Aayaka grabs Aayaka and Hanabi. Substitution jutsu. A log appears in his position as Mizuki tears it apart. He leaves behind a large trail of claw marks on the nearby ground and rocks. Huff. Huff. Aayaka appears behind a tree with Aayaka and Hanabi in tow. He breathes heavily as his early injuries flares up. Sensei. Hanabi bites her lips. Aayaka. Oh, Aayaka. I almost forgot about you. Mizuki slowly walks around as he tries to locate them. Found you. He notices the trail of blood on the ground. Whoosh. Mizuki flickers towards the tree and clenches his fist. Looks like I won't be able to save you again. Aayaka sighs helplessly. Aayaka and Hanabi stand in front of Aayaka to shield him. Sensei. We won't go down without a fight. Aayaka calculates the trajectory of Mizuki's punch and aims her kunai in that direction. At least I will be able to injure him a little. Bang. Mizuki punches towards Ayaka's head. Aayaka crosses her arm in front of her head to brace for the impact. A few seconds later. Ha. She slowly opens her eyes as the expected impact never came. In front of her, Izuna is holding Mizuki's gigantic fist with his right hand. He turns towards Aayaka and Hanabi. Well, in the end, I had to step in. Crack. He twists Mizuki's arm and sends him flying with a shake of his hand. Arg. Mizuki tightly clenches his right hand, which is bent at an unnatural angle. Crack. He twists his hand and returns it to normal. It's you. He gnashes his teeth and turns towards Izuna. You are the one who stole all the limelight from me. If not for you, then I won't be in the situation I am in now. You ruined my life. I despise you from the bottom of my heart. Mizuki accuses Izuna as fury blazes in his eyes. Looks like you are still delusional as ever. You murdered your teammate who suffered from a minor injury during a mission. Then you tried to justify the act by labeling it as merely eliminating a potential hindrance to the success of the mission. Your fallacy and pitiful pride blinded your vision, and you were unable to see the right from wrong. You got what you deserved. Izuna calmly stares at Mizuki. No. It's your damn fault for making me suffer to this extent. Mizuki extends his claws and leaps at Izuna with a fierce expression. Support me on Patter 0N and read some advanced chapters. www.patreon.com/forgottenlife. Chapter 303, 295. A difficult demand. Die. Die. Mizuki wildly waves his claws at Izuna. Izuna nimbly dodges all of his claw attacks. So, you are still persistent in your blind faith. Clang. Izuna grabs Mizuki's claws with his bare hands. Crunch. He squeezes them with his hand and grinds them into dust. Arg. Mizuki clutches his hand in pain. Blood leaks from his fingers. Your actions are no longer redeemable. Bang. He elbows Mizuki in his gut. Boom. Mizuki is sent flying by the attack. He crashes through multiple trees and slams into a boulder. Fwish. Mizuki loses consciousness from the concussion. White smoke rises from his body as the effects of the potion wear off. The after effects of the potion kick in and his cells start to degrade rapidly. Mizuki shrivels up in a frail and decrepit old man, his skin turns dark brown and wrinkles appear all over his body. The current Mizuki looks like an emaciated old man. Mizuki. Tsubaki dashes by his side. Tears erupt from her eyes as she stares at the frail body of Mizuki. It's my fault. I shouldn't have let you commit any crime. If only. Sob, sob. Izuna slowly walks by his side. Mystic Palm Technique. He uses the Mystic Palm Technique to stabilize Mizuki's condition. I have stabilized the deterioration of his body, but the harm has been done. That potion has destroyed his chakra pathway system. He is a cripple now and thus cannot wield chakra. Take him to Konoha Hospital. He can recover to his former self after the treatment. But he will spend the rest of his life as an ordinary man. Izuna walks away from the couple. He stands in front of Aayaka and stares at his badly wounded body. You know it wasn't your responsibility to face him on your own. Izuna uses the Mystic Palm Technique to heal Aayaka's wounds as he chides him. Aayaka. As an academy instructor, you should be aware of your weaknesses. Don't take such reckless actions next time. Sigh. Izuna shakes his head. Yes, I will keep that in mind. But I just can't let my only childhood friend to fall in darkness. Aayaka weakly shakes his head. Numerous thoughts pop in Izuna's mind as he stares at the indignant expression of Aayaka. It's true that weakness disgusts me. But it's my own weakness that disgusts me. This world is full of powerful people and weak people alike. Powerful people play an important role to decide the fate of the world, but even weak people have their duties to fulfill. All right. He turns his attention towards Aayaka and Hanabi. As for you two. Aniki. Aniki. A hoarse voice falls in their ear as two gigantic figures rush towards them. A sickly girl is following them with a pale face. I am sorry. I wasn't able to hold them for too long. Yakumo apologizes to Aayaka and Hanabi. The stupid brothers notice Aayaka and Hanabi. You two beat up Aniki. Now we will beat you up. Fujin and Reijin charge towards them. Good. I was about to look for you. But you delivered yourself right in front of me. Izuna clenches his fist. A green and red aura surrounds his body as ground cracks beneath him. Whoosh. Crack. He disappears from his place. The ground crumbles in his wake. Bang. Izuna punches Fujin straight into the chest. Blurg. Fujin pukes out a mouthful of saliva, followed by blood. Shum. He is sent flying through the forest. Multiple trees uproot on impact as a large cloud of dust and debris rises in the air. Boom. He slams into a small hill and the entire hill collapses on his body. There is a large fist-shaped dent on Fujin's chest. B. Big brother. Reijin trembles in fear as his legs shake wildly. Izuna turns towards him. A putrid smell spreads in the surrounding. Raijin shits in his pants and forms a pool of piss near his legs. Izuna's expression turns ugly at this. You. Hanabi and Aayaka clench their nose in disgust. You think I will spare you if you pee your pants? Izuna turns to Hanabi. Hanabi. Watch carefully. He takes a taijutsu stance. This is gentle fist. Hanabi's eyes widen in surprise as she recognizes the stance. Ha. 80 God's vacuum fist. Izuna thrusts his fist forward. He releases a gigantic fist made of chakra. The chakra fist travels towards Reijin at an insane speed. Boom. It slams into his body and sends him flying. A massive crater forms at his position as Reijin flies through the forest. He slams into another hill beside his brother and passes out. The hill collapses on top of him. Hanabi's eyes widen in surprise. Star appears in them as she stares at Izuna in admiration. Sensei. What technique was that? I thought it was gentle fist from the stance, but it's a completely different technique. She curiously asks him. It's called 80 God's vacuum fist. For now, you can say it is a precursor of your gentle fist. Do you want to learn it? Izuna asks her. Yes, sensei. Hanabi nods her head in excitement. Then learn it well. Izuna takes out a scroll from his pocket and passes it to her. This is a secret technique of mine. You can't teach it to anybody else. He sternly warns her. Hanabi nods her head. Eto. Sensei. Can I teach it to my Nei-san? Hanabi asks him in trepidation. You can teach it to Hinata. But don't teach it to anybody else or I will take it back. Thank you, sensei. Hanabi jumps in excitement. At the sidelines, Yakumo has a shocked expression on her face as she stares at Izuna in amazement. Sensei is very powerful. Ahem. Izuna clears his throat. At the beginning of the test, I told you that if I take action during your test, then all of you will be disqualified. The expression of Aayaka, Hanabi, and Yakumo turns ugly. But, we. Izuna sternly gazes at them. Hanabi and Aayaka tear up at this. That was a lie. Izuna chuckles. What I was looking for wasn't a spectacular performance, instead I was looking for teamwork. Ah. They blankly stare at him. He turns towards Aayaka and Hanabi. During the early phase of the mission, you abandoned your teammate behind and continued the mission. This might follow the ninja code, but it doesn't follow the moral code. In the ninja world, those who break the rules are scum. But those who abandon their friends are far worse than scum. Izuna stares at the trio as they lower their head in embarrassment. Although your start was rough, but you redeemed yourself with your cooperation against the stupid brothers. Cooperation is the basis of teamwork. I am sure you folks will form a fine team in the future. Izuna smiles at them. Does this mean, we? Yakumo slightly parts her lips as she asks him. Yes, you three passed my test. Yeah. Hanabi and Aayaka jump in excitement. All right. You are dismissed for now. Come meet me at Hokage office tomorrow morning to pick your first mission. Izuna waves his hand. Aayaka grabs Hanabi's hand as she mutters to herself. Nisan bullied me. I will complain to Nei-san. Ah. Izuna, who is preparing to teleport away, falters in his footstep. Was it a mistake to pick her in my team? He questions himself. For now, I should focus on the real culprit. You won't escape from for long. Shuring. Izuna's left eye changes into Rinne Sharingan. He senses the spatial mark placed on the cloaked figure. Found him. Swirl. He opens a portal in front of him and walks into it. Whoosh. Izuna reappears inside a dark humid cavern. There are multiple passages in the cavern leading to different places. My speculation was correct. It must be him. Izuna turns towards one of the passages and walks inside. Hiss. Multiple gigantic snakes slither through the cavern. They respectfully open a path for Izuna to walk through. After 15 minutes, Izuna appears in front of a giant cavern with a visible temple inside it. White Snake Sage. You already know why I am here. Izuna bellows at the cave. Hiss. A gigantic blue snake with green eyes slithers out of another cave. Izuna-sama. The White Snake Sage is in her meditation. She won't be able to attend to you. Really? Izuna raises an eyebrow. Let him in. A hoarse voice enters their ears. Aoda meekly nods his head and retreats into his cave. Crunch, crunch. Izuna steps inside the cave as he crushes gravel and dried leaves under his feet. He walks in front of the temple. Hand him over to me and I will leave peacefully. Izuna has a cold expression on his face. And before you deny it, I already know he is here. Hiss. The White Snake Sage hisses and an old woman walks out of the temple. I am sorry to disappoint you, but I won't hand him over. The old woman stands in front of Izuna. Their eyes confront each other as the woman's reflection appears in Izuna's Mangekyo. Chapter 304, 296. Holy Mission. You can't protect him forever. Izuna stares into her slitted eyes. I won't. The old woman has a resolute expression on her face. For 1,000 years, my Ryuchi cave never had a human sage who represents us in the shinobi world. But now there is a spark of hope. I won't touch him for the sake of good faith you showed to me. But. Izuna gazes in her eyes as his left eye changes in Rinne Sharingan. There is always a price to pay for everything. The White Snake Sage eyes narrow as she stares at Izuna's Rinne Sharingan. This is the Eye of Sage of Six Paths. No, these tomos, it's even more powerful than him. A trace of fear reflects in her eyes, but soon calmness returns to her face. Fine. I will comply with your wishes. She nods her head. Good. Izuna's eyes return to normal as he demands. I want Ryuchi Cave to train 3 members of the Uchiha clan in Senjutsu for me. Also, I will. He states his conditions to her. Swoosh. Izuna takes out a scroll with Sasuke, Itachi, and Shirsue's picture. The old woman grabs the scrolls. Her slitted eyes scan the pictures. All right. I agree with your condition. Izuna turns around and steps out of the cavern. Whoosh. He teleports away from the Ryuchi Cave. The white snake sage stares at the empty space for a while. His powers are growing rapidly. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. But his awakening has accelerated the entanglement of fate and destiny as they rapidly intertwine and blur the thin outline of the distant future. I can hear the woes of countless souls echoing in my ears. Whoosh! Izuna reappears in front of his house. He opens the gate with a smile. I am home. Welcome back. Mei walks out of the kitchen with a spatula in her hand. Sniff. Izuna takes a deep whiff. It smells delicious. He salivates from the fragrance of the dinner. Go and wash yourself. I will put the dinner on the table. All right. Izuna walks towards the bathroom as Mei places the food on the table. 15 minutes later. Aha. That was a nice bath. I feel so refreshed. Izuna walks out of the washroom. He walks towards the dining room with excitement. Sob. Sob. Nei-san. Oni-chan bullied me. Sob, sob. Aayaka shed some tears in front of Mei. What? Did he bully you? Tell me more. Mei places down the plate and sits beside Aayaka. Sob. It's like this. Aayaka recounts the entire series of the incident to Mei. What? Mei's brows scrunch up. He assigned your group to fight against an A-rank criminal right after your graduation. Some memories of bloody mist freshen up in her mind as her brows scrunch up. Humph. How dare he bully my cute Aayaka like that? Mei pats Ayaka's head. There won't be any dinner for him tonight. Mei picks up the plate and passes it to Aayaka. Aayaka. You must be hungry. Nei-san prepared a sumptuous meal for you. No. My dinner. Izuna has a heartache as he stares at Aayaka gobbling his dinner. He walks towards Mei. My dinner. There is no dinner for you tonight. Mei harumphs at him. And don't you dare eat anything from outside or else forget about sleeping on the same bed with me. Izuna's expression freezes as something shatters in his heart. He walks towards a corner and draws circles with his finger. My wife doesn't love me. My wife doesn't love me. My wife doesn't love me. Mei rolls her eyes. Your drama won't work on me today. Burp. Aayaka burps loudly. Oops. She places a hand around her mouth. The food was very delicious. Ah. Izuna kneels down on the floor on all fours. My wife, my Amato doesn't care for me anymore. Come Aayaka. Let's sleep together. Mei ignores him and brings Aayaka to the bedroom. Sigh. Izuna sighs. Ah. I miss those old days when my Aayaka-chan was so innocent. It's the result of your bad company which corrupted her. Kurama opens his eyes and sniggers. Next day in the morning. Inside the Hokage office. Good morning Tsunade. Izuna walks into the Hokage office with bags under his eyes. You didn't sleep last night. Tsunade curiously stares at him. Sort of. Izuna nods his head. Hee hee. Aayaka chuckles as she enters the Hokage office with Hanabi and Yakumo. After the previous day, the group has grown closer to each other. Oh, Aayaka-chan. Tsunade places down the paperwork and turns to Izuna. You here for a mission? Yes. Izuna nods his head. Give me the holy mission of Konoha. He asks her. Holy mission. Tsunade raises an eyebrow. Are you sure you want that mission? Yes, I am. Izuna nods his head. I think these girls can handle it. Bang. I am back, Granny. Naruto slams the door open and enters the Hokage office. Naruto. Keep your voice down in the Hokage office. Tsunade yells at him. Naruto calms down after Tsunade's outburst. Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi enter the office. Lady 5th. The escort mission in the Land of Snow is complete. Here is the report. Kakashi passes a scroll to Shizune. He turns to Izuna and throws a scroll at him. You might be interested in it. This is. Izuna tilts his head in confusion. This is a chakra armor from the Land of Snow. It blocks most of ninjutsu and genjutsu below B rank and it even strengthens users' chakra and techniques to another level. Kakashi explains to him. That's pretty good. Izuna nods his head. He inserts some chakra into the scroll. A black armor with multiple chakra nodes and inscription appears in his hand. There is an opening near the chest area for the power source. It follows the principle of fuinjutsu and inscription. But there is also some craftsmanship and engineering involved in it. It's more like a Whiplash's version of Iron Man's suit in Naruto. A chakra ore can power this suit. But the energy conversion efficiency is quite poor. Also, it has some durability issues. This alloy has many impurities mixed within it. Although, I have little engineering knowledge, but I can improve its design. Imagine a bunch of iron shinobis battling against the Otsutsuki clan members. One of the most iconic Marvel scenes appears in his mind. Nah. That's not cost-efficient at all. The cost of production of even one such armor is phenomenal. He shakes his head to dispel his fantasies. Still, I can fulfill my wish of an Iron Man suit in this world. Izuna stores the scroll and turns to Naruto and the group. Ayaka-chan. What are you doing here? Naruto curiously asks her. Hee hee. Ayaka flashes her ninja forehead protector. I am a ninja now. So, of course, I am here for a mission. She has a smug smile on her face. Wow. You graduated from the academy. Naruto stares at her in amazement. Of course. Ayaka crosses her arms around her chest. Incredible. Naruto and Sasuke praise her. So, what mission are you going to pick? Sasuke curiously asks her. Tsunade Nasan mentioned something about the holy mission. Ayaka tilts her head in confusion. I don't know what this holy mission is. Ho. Holy mission. Naruto and Sakura's expression turns pale. It still sends a shiver down my spine. After this mission, I doubted my abilities as a ninja. Naruto gulps his saliva. Is it that scary? Hanabi has a fearful expression. You will see for yourself. Sakura nods her head. Alright, here is your mission. Tsunade takes out a pamphlet from her drawer. She passes the pamphlet to Ayaka. Ayaka grabs the pamphlet. There is a picture of a cat with brown fur on it. The cat has a black line running down its forehead. 3 lines run across the black line. The cat has amber eyes and a red ribbon is tied to the right ear of the cat. It's a cat. Ayaka, Hanabi, and Yakumo has a blank expression. No. This thing isn't a cat. Naruto shivers from his post-traumatic stress disorder. Humph. What's so different about a cat? Even I can easily catch it with no effort. Yakumo scoffs at the picture. Then, it's decided. I will assign Team 3 the holy mission. Tsunade stamps the pamphlet and passes it to Izuna. Chapter 305, 297. The Legendary Whisker. Beep. Ayaka here. I am at point C. Over. Beep. Yakumo here. I am at point B. Over. Beep. Hanabi here. I am at point A. Over. Okay, Squad 3. HM. The target has moved. Follow it. Out. Beep. Izuna ends the radio conversation. Whoosh. A small agile shadow quickly dashes through the forest. Quick. Catch it. Ayaka, Hanabi, and Yakumo dashes towards it. Yakumo. It's running towards you. Ayaka informs Yakumo on the comms. Whoosh. Ha. Yakumo dives into the shadow to catch her. Swoosh. The shadow performs a somersault in midair. AH. Bam. Yakumo face plants on the ground. Dirt smudges on her face. Fwoosh. The cat jumps on top of her hairs. Meow. Meow. It scratches its claws on Yakumo's head and face and makes a mess of her hairs. Meow. The cat stands on its hind legs and swaggers away. Damn you. Just you wait. I will mess you up once I catch you. Yakumo grits her teeth in anger. Whoosh. The cat dashes away. Yakumo takes out a painting from her bag. She quickly strokes with her brush to cast a genjutsu. Beep. Yakumo. You aren't allowed to harm the target. She is the pet cat of Madame Shijimi. Besides, this cat is the bread and butter of countless genins in the village. Over. Izuna warns her. Fine. Yakumo grumbles and stores her painting. Beep. The comms chortle again. Yakumo-chan. You are so slow. We missed the trail of the cat again. Ayaka complains. Let's reunite for now. We will start our search again after lunch. Beep. Izuna ends the conversation and walks out of his hideout. Ayaka, Hanabi, and Yakumo walk out of their hiding spot. All of their faces are roughed up with dirt smudged over their faces and hairs. There are many scratch marks on their face and arms. Ah. My beautiful face. Ayaka takes out a mirror from her pocket. She inspects the scratch marks on her face. Sensei. How is this a C-rank mission? It's even harder than an A-rank mission. Hanabi complains. I am exhausted. Yakumo slumps on the ground. Izuna silently stares at their antics. Talk, talk. Mei walks out of the forest with a basket in her hands. All right, everyone. It's lunchtime. She waves the basket at them. Yeah. Mei-san. Aayaka hurriedly dashes towards Mei. Mei takes out a towel from the basket and wipes Ayaka's face. My cute little sweetie must be tired. She lays down the basket and turns towards Hanabi and Yakumo. Come join us. I have enough for you all. She takes out a bunch of sandwiches from the basket. I have a chicken sandwich, egg sandwich, fish sandwich, vegetable sandwiches, and some fruits and cream. She lays down the lunch on a cloth. Gulp. Hanabi and Yakumo gulp their saliva. Hanabi quickly dashes towards her. I am quite hungry. She picks up a sandwich and munches on it. I am not feeling hungry. Yakumo turns away. Growl. Her stomach grumbles in hunger. Yakumo's face turns red in embarrassment. Now. Yakumo-chan. It's not good to stay hungry before a mission. Come and eat your fill. Mei waves her hand. Gulp. Yakumo gulps her saliva as the enticing fragrance of sandwiches enters her nose. Then don't mind if I do. She quickly sprints towards them and sits beside Aayaka and Hanabi. Chomp, chomp. The girls quickly munch one sandwich after another. Whoosh. Izuna flickers out of the forest. Leave some for me too. He walks towards Mei and opens his mouth. Ah. Mei tilts her head in confusion. Feed me. He points towards his mouth. How shameless. Mei snorts but feeds him nonetheless. Aayaka cutely munches on her sandwich and stares at Izuna. Izuna Onii-chan is such a man-child. Even as an adult he needs to be fed by others. Izuna's expression freezes. He slowly turns towards Aayaka with a smile. Aayaka-chan, who told you that term? It was Shirsue's Nisan. He was the one who called you with such a name. Aayaka happily sells out Shirsue. Shirsue. Izuna's expression turns ugly. Puffed. Mei bursts out in laughter. Now that I think about it. It makes sense. She nods her head. Not you too. Izuna grumbles. He picks up a sandwich and stuffs it in his mouth. For some reason, this sandwich doesn't taste as good as before. Mei picks up a sandwich and takes a bite of it. She turns to Aayaka and curiously asks her. So, what's your current mission? Aayaka turns to Izuna for confirmation. Izuna nods his head. It's the holy mission, she remarks. Holy mission. Doubts appear in Mei's mind. What kind of mission is that? She asks in surprise. It is one of the sacred missions of Konoha and every genin has to perform it once or multiple times in their lifetime. You won't be a true shinobi unless you complete this mission. Izuna proudly declares. Really? Mei has a skeptical look on her face. She turns to Aayaka for answers. Aayaka takes out the poster and passes it to Mei. Mei glances at the poster and notices the cat. It's a cat. So, it's a cat hunt mission. No. This thing isn't a cat. It's the legendary whisker of Konoha. Aayaka shakes her head in trepidation. It's more agile than a ninja hound, cleverer than a fox, and it has more endurance than a horse. Aayaka recounts the chase of the past few hours. Ahem. Let me tell you the story of the immortal cat, the legendary whisker, and how this mission came to be known as the Holy Mission of Konoha. Izuna clears his throat and recounts his experience to the group. 15 minutes later. That hit the spot. Aayaka pats her stomach and cleans her teeth with a toothpick. I am full. Hanabi rests against her. Burp. Yakumo burps and lies down on the grass. Izuna silently stares at the trio. Are we on a picnic? We sure are not. Then why does it feel like one? Cough, cough. Izuna coughs slightly to get their attention. Your mission isn't over yet. That cat won't return on its own. Sensei. We are exhausted after the previous chase. We will continue the hunt once we regain our peak condition. Hanabi waves her hand. This girl. She is becoming a shadow of Aayaka. Even her actions are affected by her. Izuna has an ugly expression on her face. See, I told you. It's the effect of your bad company on these kids. Kurama opens its eyes and yawns. Izuna glares at him. Kurama flashes his teeth and sniggers. Izuna has a stern expression on his face as he turns to the girls. If you fail this mission, then the first ever mission of Team 3 will be recorded as a failure and it will forever be a stain in your shinobi career. What? The girls quickly stand up. Hanabi, Aayaka. Let's catch that cat before evening. Yakumo takes the lead. Okay. Later in the evening. Inside the Hokage office. Hanabi has a brown cat with a red ribbon on its right ear sleeping in her arms. You found her. Tsunade raises an eyebrow. These girls were lucky. They found it sleeping on top of a tree. Izuna shakes his head. Bang. The gate of the Hokage office is slammed open. A corpulent woman with dark brown hair walks inside the Hokage office. My Tora-chan. My darling. Meow. The cat's eyes open wide as it is startled by the voice. Tora-chan. Give me a hug and a kissy. The corpulent woman parts her lips opens and walks towards Hanabi. Meow. The cat's hairs stand up in fear. It freaks out at Madame Shijimi's appearance. The cat jumps down from Hanabi's embrace and dashes towards the door to flee from the woman. Excitement appears in Madame Shijimi's eyes as she stands near the door. Look how excited my Tora-chan is. Looks like she missed me too. Before the cat could resist, she scoops her up and embraces in her hug. Meow. The cat chokes from the deadly embrace of Madame Shijimi. It wildly flails its arms in a struggle. Oh. Tora-chan wants a kiss. Smooch. She kisses the cat and drenches her entire face in saliva. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Madame Shijimi takes out a stack of Ryo from her purse and passes it to Shizun. Shizun counts the money. Madame Shijimi. It's twice the amount of the mission. It's all right. You can keep the change. Ahaha. Madame Shijimi folds a fan in front of her face and chuckles. Besides, my husband makes a lot of money. Ahaha. Well. Tsunade has a conflicted expression on her face. If you say so. Madame Shijimi grabs the half-dead cat and walks out of the Hokage office. Puffed. Haha. Aayaka and the group burst out in laughter as they snigger at the pathetic condition of the cat. Serves it right for its mischievousness. Chapter 306, 298. Undercurrents and Shadows. A/N. So, this upcoming part of the arc is entirely based on hints given in the Naruto series about demons. I will use a bit of pieces of story from manga, anime, and even official Naruto games to write this arc and modify it according to my liking. When the part from the game will appear, I will point it out together with the name of the game. In the Land of Demons. Inside a deep valley surrounded by various mountains ranges. There is a gigantic rock temple carved into a mountain in the middle of a ridge. The temple has a gigantic rock gate with 2 fire torches burning on each side. A giant kanji 4 demon is carved in the temple's helm. Ooh, oh. Heavy winds blow in the ridge as the clothes of the guards flutter with the winds. Yawn. One of the guards yawns slightly and rubs his eyes. Stop slacking. Miko-sama has warned us to maintain strict surveillance. Another guard chides his partner. The guard rubs his eyes and straightens his posture. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 figures appear on top of a nearby hill. 4 of them are dressed in white shinobi garbs. There is a hexagonal symbol inscribed on their robe. The 5th person, who seems to be their leader, is dressed in gray attire, with a black trench coat and black shinobi sandals. The group Kami gazes at the temple. The moment has arrived. The moment we have been waiting for. He raises his hand and gazes at the night sky. Swirl. The stars have aligned perfectly. In the sky. The red moon, sun, and other planetary bodies align in a straight line. It is for this night that we develop the dark medical ninjutsu. He turns towards the 4 members of his squad. With it, we shall reawaken the Lord Kishin and unite all the lands. Whoosh. He flickers and reappears behind the 4 people. For that, we must first awaken the general of Lord Kishin's army. The man in black waves his hands towards the group. Fwoosh. Fwoosh. 4 dark snakes of chakra erupt from the ground and stab into the 4 shinobis in white. Strengthening prescription, chakra injection. Dark purple chakra courses through the snake. The man in black forcefully injects this chakra into 4 shinobis. Prescription filled. He spreads his arms and the black snakes return to his body. Whoosh, whoosh. The 4 white figures jump from the hill and dash towards the temple. Intruder. Be on your guard. The guards raise their weapons and dashes towards the 4 shinobis. Do it, Jitai, Setsuna. One of the shinobi, with a blue cloth around his face, slowly walks towards the guards. His hair flutters in the wind as he infuses a large amount of chakra. Fire style, fire run. A stream of fire erupts from the ground. The stream of fire surrounds the guards and forms a ring to trap them. Don't flinch at the meager flames like this. The guards raise their weapons and swing them around to extinguish the flames. I won't give you the opportunity to do so. Another shinobi in white with 3 triangular puffs of hair jumps in the air. He waves his hand and releases several small wind tornadoes. Wind release, divine wind. The wind tornadoes combine with the fire and form a gigantic fire tornado. The giant fire tornado incinerates the guards and slams into the giant rock door. Boom. An explosion occurs at the point of contact. The giant tornado blows the rock gate to smithereens. The group walks deeper into the temple, and another giant door appears in front of them. The four figures push open the door. Shum, shum, shum. Multiple torches light up in the temple. The time has finally come. The black figure walks deeper into the temple. Wait here. From here on lies the boundary of life and death. Only I, the one with the name Yomi, can enter. He takes a step into the shadows and disappears from the vision of four shinobis. Yomi continues to walk deeper into the temple as more and more torches light up in the temple. He descends multiple rock staircases and arrives in a giant hall. There are multiple rock statues bound to the ground in the hall. Numerous ropes with multiple paper seals hang across the cavern. At the center of the room lies a shrine-like building with 5 tall pillars. A massive seal with white light lies on top of the shrine. There is a small gap in the cavern from which moonlight illuminates the seal. Yomi walks in front of the seal and raises his head. The stars and the celestial bodies slowly align with each other. It's waiting. Waiting. He stretches his arm towards the seal. Veins pop out on his body and his muscles stiffen as a large amount of dark purple chakra rises from his body. Clap. Yomi clasps his hands together. Rite of Dissension commence. Min, Shin, Gon, Repyu, Shaozan, Mika, Dan, Raku, Sho. Yomi chants a long ritual rite. Fwoosh. He stretches his right hand towards the seal. Swoosh. He emits a thick wisp of dark purple chakra from his body. The wisp of chakra enters inside the seal. Crack, crack, crack. Multiple cracks appear on the seal and it slowly crumbles apart to reveal a dark other-dimensional passage. See. Dark winds blow from the passage and a thick, dark blue miasma leaks from the passage. Fwoosh. The dark miasma pushes Yomi back. Yomi kneels on the ground. It has been a while. Have I returned to this world? A deep, chilling voice erupts from within the passage. My liege. It has been a long time. You are. The dark chilling tone creeps out of the cavern. It's Yomi, my liege. I am a survivor of the shinobi clan, which used your powers to lead the 1,000 Ghost Army. Yomi grovels in front of him. Why have you summoned me? A voice full of irritation and resentment falls in his ears. I have been sealed in this place for almost 1,000 years as my lord is banished to another realm. My liege. The stars have aligned again. Soon, the door to the other realm will appear again. It's an opportunity for us to wake Lord Kishin from his slumber and establish the 1,000-year kingdom. Yomi replies in a humble tone. But where is my physical self? The voice groans in anger. With only my soul, I will fade away in no time and will disgrace the dignity of the Lord. Please use my body as your vessel until we recover your physical self. Yomi slowly stands up. He removes the black trench coat to reveal his chest. With my dark medical skills, I will transfer your soul into my body. He takes a scalpel out of the multiple tools hung in his trench coat. Swish. Yomi skillfully waves the scalpel in his hand. Swirl. The scalpel lights up with a dark purple chakra. Swish. He makes a clean cut across his sternum to reveal a dark mass of chakra. Now, please enter my body. Very well. A mass of dark blue flames rises in the passage. It leaps out of the passage and jumps into the gap in his sternum. Aha. Ah. Yomi screams in pain as the soul possesses his body. Rite of Dissension complete. His pupils turn round and deep blue light flickers through them. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Now my master shall be the sole ruler of this world. Yomi raises his head and stares at the alignment of stars. It will take another 2 months for stars to align perfectly. Till then, I should slowly amass my strength without alerting the priestess. Whoosh. He releases 4 dark purple snakes from his body. The snakes possess the bodies of the guards and they slowly stands up. Soon, calm returns to the temple as Yomi restores the gate of the temple with his newfound power. In Konoha. Inside the Yakiniku restaurant. Achoo. Izuna sneezes loudly. Here. Aayaka passes a handkerchief to him. He blows on it and wipes his nose. Strange. How can I catch a cold? No, it must be May. She must be thinking about me. He shakes his head and turns towards his team. Eat up. Eat your fill. Today your sensei is very happy with your performance. Izuna signals them to eat. Then I won't hold back, sensei. Yakumo grills a piece of red meat until it turns brown. She dips it into the sauce and puts it in her mouth. Nom, nom. What a delicious piece of meat. Stars appear in her eyes. Aayaka and Hanabi also grill their meat and slowly chew on it. Izuna fondly stares at his team as he reminisces the past 2 weeks. It has been 2 weeks since my Team 3 came into being. In these 2 weeks, these little girls completed 3 C-rank missions, 2 D-rank missions, and even a B-rank mission. Their most spectacular performance was in the previous mission, which was also their first B-rank mission. Initially, it was a C-rank mission where a bunch of bandits were plundering and murdering people in a small civilian village in the territory of Land of Fire. However, after investigation, the mission escalated to a B-rank when some rogue chunnins of small villages were found among the bandit gang. These bandits abducted the villagers and held them hostage. But the girls calmly sorted out the situation, earning Izuna's praise and this well-deserved treat. Izuna grills a large piece of steak. He layers it with sauce and takes a bite of it. Delicious. He closes his eyes and relaxes slightly. I can relax for a couple of months before departing to seek a solution for my problem. If it boils down to worse, then I can always consume that vitality fruit to buy myself some time. Izuna stretches his arm and relaxes. Peaceful times sure are good. Swoosh. A shadow creeps behind Izuna. Izuna turns towards the shadow. Huh. Chapter 307, 299. Attack on Konoha. A/N These past few days, I was traveling to meet my sister on the occasion of Raksha Bandhan, which is an auspicious Indian festival where a brother pledges to protect his sister from all sort of evils and the sister prays for the well-being of the brother to help him through all sorts of rough situations. Swoosh. A shadow creeps behind Izuna. Izuna turns towards the shadow. Huh. A small wolf jumps out from the shadow. Master. There is an emergency. The wolf has a grim expression on its face. So cute. The eyes of the 3 girls lit up. They immediately surround the wolf and stroke its fur. So soft. Aayaka wraps her arms around the pelt of the wolf. So beautiful. Hanabi wraps the tail of the wolf around her neck and cuddles it. Roan. I missed you a lot. You should come and play with me more often. Aayaka gently strokes Roan's neck. Tickle, tickle. She continues to tickle him. Growl, ah, ah. Whoa. Roan's ears twitch slightly and he growls in bliss. What an embarrassing sight to show to you, master. Roan apologizes to Izuna. Go on. Enjoy yourself. Izuna takes another bite of meat and ignores Roan's plight. Yakumo watches Aayaka and Hanabi play with Roan. She notices the soft and fluffy fur of Roan. I want to play too. She hesitates for a bit, but the charm of fluff is irresistible to her. Yakumo also grabs the soft pelt of Roan and rubs her face against it. So fluffy. She turns to Aayaka and asks her. Who is this wolf? He is Oni-Isan's summon. His actual size is enormous. Aayaka expands her arms. He is almost as tall as the Hokage monument. But Roan can shrink himself to this size. When I was small, I used to play with him a lot. Then, brother sent him away on a mission. Aayaka snorts at Izuna. Izuna ignores their banter and throws a piece of meat at Roan. Let's talk while you have some food. I will cook for you. He turns towards the server and orders. Please send 8 pounds of meat to our table. Soon. The server arrives with the meat. Swoosh. Izuna casts a silencing barrier around the group and turns to Roan. It has been 4 years since we met and 3 years since you left for your journey. So, how was your experience in these past few years? But first, tell me, what is this emergency you speak of? Izuna curiously asks Roan as he grills the piece of meat for him. Chomp, chomp. Roan bites on the meat and answers. Master. As per your orders, I departed for the land of Sky to search for the traces of the Zero Tails. After 3 years, I have finally found a lead when I abruptly sensed a large amount of dark chakra. However, the chakra was immediately suppressed, and I wasn't able to pinpoint the exact location of the Zero Tails. I tried to search for the trails of the chakra but lost the lead. So, I used our contract to reverse summon myself by your side. Roan reports the incident. I see. HM. He raises his head and gazes at the sky. Looks like the enemy is quite quick to act. Whoosh. Izuna flickers out of Yakiniku-Q restaurant. He arrives at the center of the village and makes some hand signs. Barrier Gate 5 seals technique, castle closing 8 gates. Izuna slams his palm on the ground. Whoosh. A gigantic seal forms at the center of the village. The seal quickly spreads through the entire village and covers it. A giant transparent barrier encloses the entire village. What? What's going on? The villager panics at the sudden appearance of the barrier. At the Hokage office. Whoosh. Tsunade and Shizun flicker to the top of the Hokage office. Both of them notice the giant barrier slowly enclosing the village. Tsunade-sama. Is this an enemy attack? Shizun has a grim expression. Tsunade focuses her attention on the barrier. No, it's not. She shakes her head after a while. I can sense Izuna's chakra in this barrier. Whoosh. Izuna flickers towards the Hokage office and approaches them. Tsunade. This is an emergency. An attack is coming Konoha's way. Izuna replies to her. An attack. Tsunade's expression turns grim. Is it another of those otherworldly invaders? She warily asks him. No. It's from the land of sky. Izuna shakes his head. Land of sky, land of sky. Tsunade ponders for a while as she tries to figure out the identity of the familiar name. Don't tell me it's the land of sky from the Second Great Shinobi War. Tsunade has an anxious expression. Yes, it is. Izuna nods his head. I see. She turns to Izuna and asks him. You can easily handle the enemies if you want, so why inform me? She curiously questions him. I won't help this time. Izuna shakes his head. I am a ninja, not a nanny of the village who will tend to every problem. But Tsunade. The villagers must learn to fend for themselves. I won't always be here protecting them. Izuna refuses to budge from his decision. Also, this barrier will only last for half an hour against enemies' relentless attacks. He informs them. Tsunade-sama. What's that? Shizun points towards multiple shinobis flying towards Konoha. TCH. They are already here. Tsunade clicks her tongue. Send out the level 3 security alert. She immediately summons the Umbu. Immediately evacuate the civilians and alert the clan leaders to prepare for a battle. Tsunade hastily instructs them. It's not enough. She takes out a scroll and infuses some chakra into it. A taiko drum appears in front of the group. Bang. Bang. Tsunade infuses chakra in her palm and slams the drum. That's an emergency signal. Nearby Chunnins and Jounins immediately recognize the sound of the drum. Whoosh, whoosh. They quickly spread through the entire village. Meanwhile, up in the air, on top of a skyship, an elderly man with long gray hair, thick gray eyebrows, and yellow eyes with bags around them stares at Konoha with an evil glint in his eyes. Konoha. You will pay for your sins. 30 years, it has been 30 years since I waited for this moment. Back then, you crushed our land of sky through cruel and sinister means. It's time to pay back that cruelty. We have amassed our strength for the past 30 years. Now, it's the time to settle our grudge. He tightly clenches his fist. We aren't like Sunagakure who trapped themselves in a quagmire. Our technology gives us an advantage in aerial combat. Men. Lay waste to every single structure of Konoha. He points his hands towards Konoha and instructs his battalion. Swoosh, swoosh. Multiple sky shinobis equipped with winged mechanical devices fly atop Konoha. Release. One by one all of them drop bombs on Konoha in an attempt to destroy everything. Boom. 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 Multiple explosion rings on top of Konoha as a faint barrier shields the structures. TCH. There is a barrier protecting the village. The elderly man clicks his tongue in dismay. Deploy the barrier demolition squad. With their flying destruction machine, they can easily get through this barrier. He issues another order. Swoosh. 6 giant flying machines operated by 4 people each fly on top of the barrier. 3 of the people are operating the wings of the machine while the 4th person is sitting in an extendable compartment. BZZT. The group of 4 focuses their chakra on a cylindrical structure. Lightning flickers through the cylinder as massive amounts of energy gather in front of the cylindrical barrel. Shum. The machine fires a wide destructive beam of chakra. Boom. The beam of chakra explodes on top of the barrier. The barrier successfully blocks the attack, but its glow dims down a little. Back in Konoha. Multiple Konoha shinobis are assembled on top of the roofs of the houses. Who are these enemies? How can they fly? One of the Akimichi clan members questions his partners. They are using chakra to pilot these things. A Hyuga member points out. That mist around them is creating an air pressure difference between the tops and bottoms of wings, causing them to stay in the air and fly. A member of the Uchiha police force inspects the sky shinobi with his Sharingan. Get ready for the counterattack. The barrier won't last long enough. An Aburain clan member warns them. Whoosh, whoosh. The members of Konoha 12 gather on top of the houses and stare at the group of flying shinobis. What's that, Databio? Naruto curiously stares at the flying shinobis. That headband. I have never seen such a symbol before. Sasuke inspects the shinobis. Also, these strange flying devices they are using, it feels familiar to the chakra armor we faced in Land of Snow. No matter who they are. Me and Akamaru will crush them. Right, Akamaru? Kiba pumps his fist. Woof. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but how do you plan to get up that high? Shikamaru asks him. I. Kiba turns silent at his remark. We will figure out a way. Woof. Looks like you have fed your intelligence to your dog. Even I can come up with better ideas. Naruto smugly smiles at Kiba. Chapter 308, 300. Team 3's first B-rank mission. You two snap out of your childish thoughts and let's focus on the enemy in front of us. Neji chides them. Humph. Kiba snorts and turns towards the flying sky shinobis. Boom. Boom. The flying destruction machines continue to wreak havoc on the barrier. Crack. Numerous cracks appear on top of the barrier. Prepare for the attack. Shikamaru warns them. BZZT. Sasuke gathers large amounts of lightning chakra in his palm. Chidori sharp spear. He uses the shape transformation to morph his Chidori into a long spear. Boom. The barrier protecting Konoha shatters into countless fragments. Attack. The barrier is down. The elderly man rallies his troops to attack Konoha. Swoosh, swoosh. Multiple sky shinobi and winged mechanical devices fly through the skies of Konoha. Boom. Boom. One by one they drop multiple bombs on the buildings. Sasuke clutches his spear and aims it towards the retreating flying destruction machine. Swish. The Chidori spear whizzes through the air and penetrates through the heart of the pilot. Boom. The machine explodes into pieces and falls towards the ground. Ah. The screams of the sky shinobis ring in their ears as they crash into the ground. Swish, swish. Sasuke makes some hand signs and slams his palm on the ground. Summoning jutsu. Poof. A giant brown hawk appears in front of the group. The hawk has dark marking around its eyes, and there are some red markings along the side of its beak. Hey, isn't it Garuda? Naruto immediately recognizes the giant hawk. When did it grow so huge? He curiously strokes the hawk's feather. You humans aren't the only ones who can grow tall. Garuda scoffs at him. Well, that's true. Naruto scratches his head. Hop on. We will let them have a taste of their own medicine. Sasuke gestures to Naruto. Scree. The hawk releases a shrill cry and leaps in the air. Boom. Boom. The sky shinobis continue to bombard the houses and other buildings. At the entrance of the Uchiha clan. Swoosh, swoosh. Akira, Yagami, and Fugaku stand on top of a pillar and stare at the flying shinobis. It's them again. The three of them grit their teeth as some memories of second shinobi war freshen in their mind. Fwoosh. Fwoosh. The sky shinobis drop their bombs towards the Uchiha clan compound. Not so fast. BZZT. Akira infuses some chakra in his palm and throws multiple lighting senbons at them. Kai, Kai. The senbons pierce through the bombs and defuse them. Amaterasu. Fugaku's right eye changes into Mangekyo Sharingan as he sets multiple sky shinobis on fire. Caw, caw. Multiple crows appear in front of the group as Shursue appears in front of them. Let me handle them. He jumps on top of a giant crow and flies in the air. Slash, slash. Shursue reaps one life after another as multiple sky shinobis fall under his blade. On the other side. The flying sky ninja shoots a barrage of kunai towards Naruto and Sasuke with their handheld kunai launcher. Clang, clang. Naruto deflects all the kunais and forms a hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. He creates two shadow clones. One of the shadow clones picks up the other clone and launches it towards the sky ninja like a projectile. Bang. The clone Naruto slams into a sky ninja and destroys his flying device. Ah. The sky ninja screams in fright as it falls on the ground and turns into mush. Shikamaru and the group speechlessly stare at him. When he told me he will use his head, I didn't expect he will use his head in this manner. He is bashing himself into the group of enemies. Naruto continues to throw his clones towards the sky ninjas. In front of the Hokage office. Chirp, Kai. Kakashi destroys another platoon of sky shinobis. Whoosh. Itachi leads his Umbu teams and takes down multiple flying units. We can't use any large-scale techniques here or it might harm the village. He warns his team. On top of the sky ship. TCH. The expression of the elderly man turns ugly. Looks like this amount of force isn't enough to lay waste to Konoha. I have to summon Anchorvantion and uses its powerful chakra cannon to obliterate it in one go. He turns towards the remaining sky shinobis and signals them. Retreat. Whoosh, whoosh. The remaining sky shinobis turn around and flee from Konoha. I had already harvested enough dark chakra. It's time for Plan B. The elderly man has a sinister smile on his face. Shall we chase after them? Kakashi turns to Tsunade for further orders. No need. For now, help the injured people and make a damage report. Whoosh. She returns to the Hokage office. In the Yakiniku-Q restaurant, Izuna is silently munching his steak as the rest of the customers together with the servers hide beneath the tables. Team 3 is also sitting beside them as they warily stare at the flying sky shinobis. Hanabi and Yakumo bite their lips as they stare at Izuna. Izuna places down his chopstick and turns to the girls. There is no need to worry about anything. You will be safe, as long as you're inside this building. He assures them. Ano, sensei. You are also a jounin, right? Then why didn't you join the fight? The girls curiously ask him. Well, I did. The barrier you saw earlier was created by me. Ah. The girls are stunned by his response as words remain stuck in their mouths. In the end, they don't inquire any further. Later at the Hokage office, Izuna and Team 3 are standing in front of Tsunade. Tsunade puts down her brush and raises her head. She has an annoyed expression on her face as she notices Izuna. Why are you here now? She angrily asks him. Well, I am here to settle the score with those sky scoundrels. Izuna helplessly replies to her. You better do what you mean. Tsunade snorts at him. Izuna takes out a scroll and passes it to Tsunade. I have bad news for you. What? The Zero Tails has resurfaced. That's bad. Tsunade's expression turns ugly. It's the people of the Land of Sky. Tsunade reads the intel in the scroll as she remarks. It was during the Second Shinobi War. When the war was about to reach its conclusion and almost all hidden villages had exhausted their resources, the hidden village of Land of Sky resurfaced with their grand ambition. They openly challenged the 5 great shinobi villages for control of the shinobi world. To prove their strength, they initiated an attack on Konoha. Tsunade signals to Shizune, who walks to a nearby shelf. Shizune rummages through the bundle of scrolls and after some search, she appears with a giant scroll in her hand. Tsunade lays down the scroll on the table and explains it to the group. The shinobis of the Land of Sky can mold their chakra in mist, which allows them to fly high in the sky. Thus, they are masters of aerial combat. This gives them an unprecedented advantage in the battle against the land troops. Their hidden village, Anchorvantion, is a flying fortress armed with various powerful chakra weapons and cannons. It's powered by the Zero Tails and can easily lay waste to any hidden village. Tsunade points towards an ancient flying city drawn on the scroll. Wow. So powerful. Ayaka's and Hanabi's eyes widen in surprise. Yes, they were extremely powerful. The aerial troop of the Land of Sky bombards the ground unit of other villages with explosives. During the war, they leveled many small villages in the vicinity of the Land of Fire. The sorrow, hatred, helplessness, anxiety, fear, desperation, and all such negative emotions served as fuel for the Zero Tails. It further bolstered the strength of the Anchorvantion. Then how did they lose the war? Yakumo curiously asks her. The rest of the group, including Izuna, perks up their ears. Since this incident occurred during the Second Shinobi War, I have no clue how the village repelled the attacks of the Land of Sky. Izuna curiously awaits her response. Well. Tsunade has a hesitant expression on her face as she answers. During the initial phase of the war against Land of Sky, Konoha was on the losing side. The aerial troops of Land of Sky will bombard the village without any warnings. However, the root head Danzo Shimura formulated a strategy. His root umbus infiltrated among the ranks of the Land of Sky and secretly assassinated them in the dark. Without the lead of higher-ups, the administration of the Anchorvantion crumbled and thus our village was able to secure a victory against them. Tsunade pulls out another scroll and passes it to Izuna. I see. Izuna reads its contents and nods his head. Who is Danzo Shimura? The trio of girls curiously asks them. Well. A conflicted expression appears on her face as she turns to Izuna. The existence of Danzo Shimura is a shame to Konoha. Although, he led the village to victory on multiple occasions, however, most of these conflicts were orchestrated by him. For example, Danzo joined hands with Hanzo, the salamander, and initiated the Second Shinobi War. This incident led to the formation of Akatsuki, the most powerful criminal organization in the shinobi world. Later, he staged various conflicts at the border with IWA, which ultimately led to the Third Shinobi War. Not only this, he even joined hands with Akatsuki to massacre the Uchiha clan, which is the backbone of Konoha. Sigh. Izuna takes a deep breath and answers. Danzo Shimura is a trader of the village. As for the rest of the information. He turns towards the trio and smiles. You three don't have enough clearance level to know the rest of the information. Izuna purses his lips and avoids their question. TCH. Aayaka clicks her tongue. Alright. Izuna snaps his fingers to dismiss the previous conversation. Tsunade. I will handle this revenge mission with Team 3. You better. Tsunade firmly nods her head. I will handle the entire nation on my own. Izuna confidently nods his head. It's just the remnants of the land of sky. I am more than enough to handle them. Besides, this will serve as a training trip to these little girls. Izuna ruffles their hairs. Humph. Tsunade snorts and takes out a brush and scroll. Investigation in the land of sky. It will be a B-rank mission for Team 3. She stamps it and passes a copy to Izuna. Izuna is speechless to hear this. Tsunade. Are you sure this is a B-rank mission? Shouldn't it be an S-rank mission? Tsunade continues to stamp other papers as she remarks. The village is quite low on funds after the previous incident. Besides, there was a certain someone who refused to make a move and let the entire village suffer heavy damage. Wait. That was for the safety of the village. Izuna protests. If I made a move, then the village might suffer more damage from the backlash of my jutsus. Tsunade places down her brush and raises her head. I will count it as your contribution to the village in the previous incident. She replies as a matter of fact. You got me. Izuna helplessly shakes his head. But if I complete the mission within a week, then you will treat me to an expensive meal in Yakiniku-Q. He turns around and leaves without waiting for her response. Team 3 immediately follows him. Tsunade takes out her purse from the drawer. Buzz. A fly buzzes out of the empty purse. Whoosh. Tsunade immediately shelves her purse. She turns to Shizun. Shizun. Can I borrow some money from you? Chapter 309, 300. A vacation mission. At the coastline of Land of Fire. Whoosh, whoosh. A giant wolf swiftly travels through the forest. 4 figures are sitting on top of the wolf. Wow. So fast. Hanabi's eyes sparkle in excitement. She curiously looks around at the trees zooming past at an extreme speed. Aayaka is lying down on the back of Roan with a scroll in her hands. M.O. This technique is so complex. Aayaka puffs her cheeks and turns to Izuna, who is sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. There are some dark cyan wisps of chakra around his body. TCH. He clicks his tongue as the cyan chakra around him disperses. I feel like I am close to attaining the 6th-path sage mode, but something is holding me back. He shakes his head in exasperation. Nah. Oni-ai-cha. Aayaka tugs on his sleeves. Izuna glares at her. She bites her tongue and changes her address. Sensei. I can't understand this jutsu. Can you give me a sort of hint or a demonstration? She hands over the scroll to him. Izuna glances at the technique. He is surprised by the technique in the scroll. Where did you get this scroll from? He curiously asks for the source. It's Kushina Ne-san. She is the one who gave this Fuinjutsu scroll to me. No wonder. He passes the scroll to her and ruffles her hair. This is an A-rank Fuinjutsu seal, 5-element seal. It's a very complicated seal that is used to suppress the chakra of the opponents. It is so powerful that it can even seal and cut off the chakra of a Jinchuruki from its tailed beast for a few minutes. Oh. Aayaka nods her understanding. However, this technique has its drawbacks. You need to be in close contact with the enemy to apply the seal, and any knowledgeable ninja can figure out your intention just by looking at the chakra at your fingertips. Swoosh. Izuna inserts some chakra in his fingertips and forms the 5-elemental seal. I know you are quite excited to learn new jutsus, but you have to learn everything step by step. Learning is a slow and steady process, just like building a castle, you must always start with the foundation. Izuna takes out some C-rank and D-rank Fuinjutsu scrolls from his pocket and passes them to Aayaka. You should start with these scrolls first. Alright. Aayaka grabs the scroll and returns to her previous spot. Izuna closes his eyes and tries to sense nature energy again. 3 minutes later. He feels another tug on his clothes. Ni-san. Sensei. I have already mastered them. What? Really? Izuna jumps in surprise. Ha. He takes a deep breath and calms himself down. Alright. Show me. He passes a chakra paper to her. Inscribe a basic paper bomb seal. He gives her a C-rank seal to inscribe. Whoosh. Aayaka gathers some chakra at the tip of her fingers. Izuna raises an eyebrow as he sees this. She can already mold her chakra to craft seals. But how is this possible? I never taught any fuinjutsu to her. He is shocked to see her progress. Aayaka gracefully waves her fingers and completes the paper bomb seal in under 30 seconds. I did it. She waves the seal in front of him. Alright. Izuna grabs the seal. He inserts some chakra in it and throws it in the air. Boom. The seal explodes in flames. What's going on? Hanabi and Yakumo turn towards them. See. I did it. Aayaka smugly waves her hand. This is not the end. Watch this. She grabs her right wrist and extends her palm. Z. She slowly focuses her chakra on her fingertips. Red, green, yellow, and brown chakra flames appear on her fingertips. The flames flicker violently, as if they are about to extinguish any second. Aayaka focuses her entire concentration on the flames and maintains them for a minute. Swoosh. After a minute, the flames extinguish themselves. Huff. Huff. Aayaka breathes heavily and wipes the sweat from her forehead. She turns towards Izuna, seeking his praise. Izuna is frozen on a spot with his mouth wide open. Sensei. Sensei. Aayaka violently shakes him as Izuna is lost in his thoughts. How did she do this? It took me 1.5 years to get rid of Fuinjutsu Inc. and reach master level. But there are various ranks in Fuinjutsu mastery: beginner, amateur, expert, master, grandmaster, and finally sage. Sensei. The frantic yell of the group shakes him out of his stupor. Cough, cough. Izuna coughs slightly and regains his composure. He turns to Aayaka and nods his head in praise. That's a B-rank seal, 4-symbol seal. That's impressive. So, can I learn the 5-element seal? Aayaka asks with expectation. Well. Izuna has a conflicted expression. Since when you started your Fuinjutsu training? He curiously asks her. 1, 2, 3. Aayaka slowly counts on her little fingers. It has been 6 months since Kushina-ne-san started teaching me. One day, when I was playing at her house, I saw her tutoring Naruto-ne-san and Karen-ne-san in Fuinjutsu. Out of curiosity, I sat with them, listened to the lecture. Later, somehow, I was able to inscribe a basic seal on my first attempt. Aayaka states as a matter of fact. Ne-san. You already know that my calligraphy skills are quite good. So, it didn't take me long to use the Fuinjutsu ink and draw my seals. Kushina-ne-san had a similar expression as yours when I inscribed my first seal. Later, she taught me more seals and gave all these scrolls. Aayaka forks out multiple Fuinjutsu scrolls from her storage. I practiced with her in my free time after the academy, and it took me 5 months to use my chakra as ink. Kushina-ne-san praised me and even told me that my talent in Fuinjutsu is even higher than you. Aayaka has a smug smile on her face. She places her hands on her waist and proudly raises her head. Izuna rolls his eyes at her antics. Still, she has quite a monstrous talent when it comes to Fuinjutsu. Her talent in ninjutsu and taijutsu is only excellent. They aren't as godly as mine with my boon of elemental affinity. At best, she can compare with Sasuke and Grandpa, which in itself is quite an achievement. But her talent in Fuinjutsu is quite something. She is already a master-level Fuinjutsu user at the age of 8 years. Heck, I just started my Fuinjutsu training at her age. Her comprehensive power is quite frightening. I have to admit her talent in Fuinjutsu is superior to mine. Swoosh. The group exits the forest as a gust of humid wind hits them. Coo, coo. Squeals of seagulls and cranes enter their ears as the vast expanse of sea greets them. Alright. Looks like we are already at our destination. Izuna jumps from the top of Roan. Whoosh, whoosh. The girls also follow him. It's time for the beach party. Swoosh. Izuna takes out a deck chair from his storage and places it down. He plants an umbrella on the soft sand and lies down on his chair. There is a pair of black sunglasses on his face. The girls speechlessly stare at him. What's the matter? He lowers his sunglasses and stares at the girl. I thought we were on a mission. Yakumo hesitates before she asks him. Indeed, it's a mission, but only for me. As for you, it's a training mission. Whoosh. Roan, who is standing beside him, shrinks into size. Izuna nods his head towards him. Train these girls a little. Don't be too harsh on them. Yes, master. Roan turns towards the girls and nods his head. Come at me with all you have got. Use any technique you want and come with the intention to kill me. Shum. The chibi roan unleashes his bloodthirsty aura as he glares at the girls with the gaze of a predator. Gulp. The girls gulp their saliva as their legs tremble in fear. At the sidelines. Looks like I am missing something. Izuna looks around. There it is. He spots a coconut tree in a distance. Rinne Sharingan. Izuna's left eye turns into Rinne Sharingan as he uses its power to teleport the coconut in his hand. In Kurama and the Sin silently stare at him. He has the most powerful dojutsu of all times, and what does her uses it for? They shake their head in aggravation. What a lazy fellow. In Kurama closes his eyes and grumbles to himself. Chapter 310, 301. The Origin of the Zero Tails. Huff. Huff. Aayaka and the group breathe heavily as they lay down on the sand. I am exhausted. Aayaka massages her sore legs. Here. Izuna tosses 3 coconuts with straws to the girls. Thank you, sensei. Hanabi and Yakumo silently sip on the coconut and gaze at the horizon. It's my first time viewing the sunset at a beach. I had never been this close to the sea before. Hanabi sips on her coconut. The girls silently record the scene of the setting sun in their memory. The sky changes from minute to minute. From orange-yellow to flamboyant pink, the clouds are painted with changing colors as the sun goes down. The golden disk is already touching the surface of the ocean. It seems in a hurry to disappear, slipping quickly behind the line of the horizon, spreading its last rays. So beautiful. They appreciate the view as Izuna relaxes on his deck chair. Maybe I can start a seaside business in Kiri. It's surrounded by sea from all sides and can act as a famous tourist spot for foreigners. The benefit from the business will contribute towards the organization, and I can save up some for my family too. That's a nice idea. Maybe I should talk to father about it. He is the head of the Terumi clan, and under his leadership, the business will only flourish, and it will also help them wipe the bad reputation of Kiri. He stretches his arm and appreciates the sunset as various seabirds like gulls, pelicans, tern, and sandpipers fly through the sky. Far away on a stranded island in the mist sea. TCH. The elderly commander of the Sky Fleet clicks his tongue. It looks like Konoha was prepared for our assault. Or else how could they counterattack us? Our casualties are far greater than Konoha. Bam. He slams his palm on the grill of the deck. He is in a foul mood as the Sky Fleet suffered a major loss. Whoosh. A masked ninja flickers in front of him and bows his head. Commander. There are some movements in the power source of the flying city. All right. I will look into it. He waves his hand and dismisses the shinobi. Looks like the cocoon of the Zero Tails hasn't matured yet. It needs more negative chakra to evolve to its next form. Swoosh. He takes out a dark purple orb from his pocket. The purple orb flickers with a sinister hue as it sends chills down the spines of the nearby sky ninjas. Luckily, I managed to harvest quite a fair amount of dark chakra from the shinobis of Konoha. We still need some more chakra and the Zero Tails will evolve to its next form. He pockets the orb and turns towards one of his admirals. Which is the nearest civilian or shinobi settlement? It should be a small country or village. He questions him. Sir. There are 4 countries nearby: Land of Water, Land of Lightning, Land of Whirlpool, and Benisu Island. The admiral lays down a map on a table and marks the places on the map. The elderly commander glances at the map and ponders for a while. The villages at the coast of Land of Water, Land of Lightning, and the Land of Whirlpool are under the protection of 3 of the 5 hidden villages. If we attack the land of another hidden village, then the rest of the hidden villages might ally and launch an attack against us. So, for now, let's launch an attack on Benisu Island. Send one of your elite battalions and lay waste to the Benisu Island. The commander orders them. He forks out a crystal-clear orb from his pocket and passes it to the admiral. Use it to harvest the negative chakra. Yes, sir. The admiral salutes him and moves out to prepare a battalion. It's time for the Land of Sky to rise and show its might to the rest of the shinobi world. At the coast of the Land of Fire. Izuna silently sits on his deck chair as Hanabi and Aayaka create sandcastles. Yakumo walks towards him and stands beside him. Izuna lowers his sunglasses and asks her. Aren't you going to play with them? No. I don't feel like it. She shakes her head. All these things feel new to me. I was locked inside a house since I was born. I never had this much freedom before, so I don't know how should I feel about it. She sighs in melancholy. Haha. Izuna chuckles and pats her head. Look at you, acting all grown up. In this era of peace, kids of your age should go and play with their friends. Although you are a shinobi, a killer in the eyes of the world, but that doesn't mean you need to repress your desires and innocence. Just slowly enjoy yourself and slowly open up to the rest of your team. After this mission, I will teach you a new secret genjutsu technique. Really? Yakumo's ears perk up at the mention of a new technique. Now go. Izuna nudges her as he shakes his head. Okay. Yakumo happily walks towards Aayaka and Hanabi to play with them. Brat. You are one to talk about innocence. Kurama rolls his eyes. At their age, you already had a moniker as the silent Shinigami of the Leaf. You killed countless shinobis during the Third Shinobi War. Well. That was a different era. I was born during the war, but these girls grew up in peace and I wanted to stay like this, but another war is imminent. Another war. Kurama's interest is piqued at his remark. You will understand in the future. He shakes his head. By the way, Kurama, I have a question for you. It's about the origin of the Zero Tails. Izuna diverts Kurama's attention. Zero Tails. Kurama's eye turns red as he growls in anger. That malevolent spirit. How dare it call itself a tailed beast? Kurama roars in fury. Oh. Izuna is surprised to see Kurama's aggressive nature flare up. Tell me more about this malevolent spirit. He curiously asks Kurama. The history of this Zero Tails dates back to the era of Sage of Six Paths. Kurama enters in his history teacher mode as he explains to Izuna. After the death of Sage of Six Paths, various evil forces which were lurking in shadows made their move. One such force was the evil cult of Kishin. You told me about that. Izuna nods his head. Indra and Azura had a fallout with each other. To settle their feud, they fought a fierce battle in the Valley of the End. The battle concluded with the death of the elder brother, Indra. However, the younger brother Azura was assassinated soon after the end of the battle. Izuna describes the record he read in Mount Myaboku. Well, at least that's what recorded in scrolls of the Mount Myaboku. But it begs the question, who killed him despite his Six Paths power? Yes. While Azura was on his way back, he was ambushed by a member of the Kishin cult. The attacker was a host of that malevolent spirit. The current Zero Tails is nowhere close to its previous power. Kurama explains to him. The Jinchuriki of the Zero Tails was able to kill the son of Sage of Six Path. That's news for me. Izuna curiously turns to Kurama for more answers. Before I explain the power and purpose of the Zero Tails, let me explain the origin of Zero Tails. Kurama nods his head. After the death of the Sage of Six Paths, the seals he placed on the gateway to the other dimension grew weak. Using this opportunity, the various clans which were a member of the cult of Kishin released the seal and opened the gateway to the Abyss. Abyss. Izuna tilts his head in dimension. Yes, Abyss. There are multiple independent dimensions out there. The Shinobi world is one of such small dimensions. Abyss is another such big dimension. Kurama marks a few circles on the map with his nails. In the Shinobi world, nature energy is the basis and foundation of all life, whereas, in Abyss, dark chakra flows through the entire dimension. Kurama draws a few holes around the large dimension marked as Abyss. Abyss is home to various malevolent spirits, demons, and evil entities. That Lord Kishin is the ruler of that dimension and he commands an army of demons and evil spirits. However, unlike our dimension, the Abyss doesn't have a self-sustaining environment. It's dependent on the dark chakra from the other dimensions. To gather this dark chakra, they invade other small worlds through the unstable passages present between the worlds. They sent a representative of there to corrupt the mind of the natives of that dimension, and then they establish an altar which acts as a medium to channel the dark chakra into their dimension. So, it kind of works like the faith of religions where the followers present offerings to their god. Izuna raises an eyebrow. Chapter 311, 302. Herald of Abyss. You can put it that way, but not exactly. Kurama shakes his head. The abyssal creatures feed on dark energy generated by the negative emotions of other beings through the various spatial tunnels. Dark chakra is produced when a human with chakra or nature energy is consumed by negative emotions. They invade other worlds and set up an altar to transfer the dark chakra of a world to their dimension. Usually, these creatures will stay low-key and act only in the dark, but for some odd reason, they are quite insistent on invading the shinobi world. Kurama recounts the events from his memories. Back then, the Sage of Six Paths discovered one such altar of sorrow, which was trying to open up a permanent rift in our world. The sage acted hastily and sealed the passage with a powerful seal. On his deathbed, he instructed his youngest son, who inherited his chakra, to guard the seal. Soon after his death, the seal was cracked open by a few humans who were enchanted by the whispers from the abyss. It corrupted their mind and converted them into demons by altering their physique. They look humane on the surface, but with the infusion of dark chakra they will morph into demonic beings. Kurama draws a few figures on the floor. Izuna curiously inspects the figures as he ponders. In the original Naruto, there was not much information on the origin of demonic beings. They were said to be intruders from other world, but now it makes sense for them to be from a specific dimension meant for them. I wonder which of them is stronger, Otsutsuki or the demons. Have the two groups fought against each other in the past? Then there is also that purple-cloaked guy with his grimoire and that unknown race of otherworldly beings who helped in the creation of the Uzumaki clan. Damn. So many mysteries. Izuna clutches his forehead. He turns towards Kurama and asks him. Then how is this all related to the Zero Tails? Hear me out, brat. Don't be so impatient. Kurama builds up the suspense. Izuna rolls his eyes. Just spit it out already. It's not Sherlock Holmes' Sunday suspense. He impatiently glares at Kurama. Ahem. Kurama clears his throat and answers. The Abyss sent a very powerful demon to invade the shinobi world. However, the younger son Azura sensed its presence before it could cause any major havoc. He fought a deadly battle with the spirit for 10 days and nights. We tailed beasts also lent our power to him, and finally, Azura was able to slay the demon for good. Kurama pauses and stares at Izuna, who nods his head. Or that's what we thought. Azura successfully destroyed his physical body, but the spirit of the demon escaped. It took shelter with the demon clan and nourished itself from the dark chakra of the world. However, the damage from the previous battle was too great for its spirit. It lost its sense of being and transformed into a mindless spirit. Sensing the condition of his representative, the Lord of Abyss Kishin transferred some of his dark powers to him and transformed him into a malevolent spirit. But the Abyss Lord was not pleased with the failure of the demon. So, he sealed him into a person and banished him to the shinobi world. Oh. Izuna nods his head in understanding. So, later Zero Tails found an opportunity and assassinated Azura. Yes. Kurama nods his head. Azura was exhausted and heartbroken after his battle with Indra. Both brothers fought for 15 days and nights, and finally, the battle ended with the defeat of Indra. Azura had tears in his eyes when he dealt the final blow to his elder brother Indra. We tailed beasts witnessed this battle with our eyes. Kurama sighs helplessly. The Sage of Six Paths envisioned a future where both brothers will cooperate with each other and lead this world to great heights. But the elder brother Indra went astray from the path of righteousness. Sigh. Kurama shakes his head as he blankly stares at the space. Izuna silently stares at Kurama. I don't know if I can understand your sentiment. Indra and Azura were like elder brothers to you tailed beasts, and both of them died in front of your very own eyes. Sniff. Kurama wipes his tears and continues. The host of the Zero Tails ambushed Azura in his weakened state, hoping to exact his revenge. But in the end, both of them perished in that battle. I see. Izuna pats Kurama's giant head to console him. I am all right. Kurama shakes his head. You are 1,000 years too young to console me. He adds. Fine. Izuna grunts and ignores him. Back then, the Zero Tails perished with its host, but the power of the Abyss Lord Kishin was too great. The Zero Tails reformed itself using the dark emotions generated through countless wars over the years. It grew so powerful that it was threatening to destroy the world. We tailed beasts had to join hands to kill it again. A shiver runs down Kurama's spine as it narrates the incident. 5 out of us 9 died in that battle. Shikaku was the first one to die in that battle. Kurama has mixed emotions as he recounts this. Since I had the most tails, and I survived the battle, I judged Shikaku as the weakest of us all with his one tail. It's the part of the reason he hates me till this day. Kurama chuckles. You are so mean to your younger brothers, you know. Izuna rolls his eyes as he adopts the posture of a caring elder brother. He curiously stares at Kurama as a question pops into his mind. Back when they were born, these tailed beasts were in their chibi form. Now they have grown into their adult forms. Do they also grow like humans or other animals? Unable to hold his curiosity, he questions Kurama. Of course, we grow like you humans, but our growth is slightly different. Kurama nods his head. Unlike your body of flesh and blood, we are sentient beings of chakra. You humans absorb nutrients from your food to grow, we tailed beasts passively absorb a little amount of nature energy to sustain ourselves. Over these years, by slowly accumulating nature energy and influencing it with my will, my chakra reserve has grown a lot from the day I was born. Unlike you humans, we chakra beasts won't die unless our consciousness is destroyed. The Sage of Six Paths used a very powerful technique to create us. It's because of that technique that our consciousness and will is preserved even if our physical bodies are destroyed. Kurama proudly praises the Sage of Six Paths. Izuna nods his head. Creation of all things is surely a very powerful yin-yang technique. Back then, I used its reverse application to destroy Danzo's soul for good. Destruction is easy, but creation is hard. Even with my Rinnegan, I am not proficient enough to create anything useful. I am limited by my body and chakra. He helplessly shakes his head. Honk. Honk. His conversation with Kurama is interrupted by the sound of a horn. Izuna's consciousness exits the space of Sin Seal and stares at the sea. A giant boat is sailing towards them. Sensei. The girls surround him as they curiously stare at the boat. Don't worry. Our ride is here. Izuna ruffles their hair and turns towards the boat. Hey. Izuna-kun. A woman in a sailor uniform with a bandana on her forehead is waving at him. Her two large mounds sway up and down as she waves her hand. Izuna-kun. It has been a while. I missed you. Izuna sweat drops at the enthusiasm of the woman. Z. He feels a sharp glare focused on his back. Izuna turns around and notices Aayaka glaring holes at his back. Nisan. Who is that woman? Aayaka points towards the sailor girl. Aayaka she is. Swoosh. The boat reaches the coast and docks near it. Whoosh. The sailor woman jumps from the boat and dashes towards him. Izuna-kyun. I missed you a lot. The woman tightly hugs him and squeezes his face in her chest. Ah. Aayaka and the girls blankly stare at Izuna and the woman. Nisan. Are you cheating on me, Nisan? Aayaka grinds her teeth as she glares at Izuna. Ha. Izuna pushes the woman away and turns to Aayaka. Aayaka, it isn't what you think it is. Kanami is just a friend of mine. Izuna tries to explain to Aayaka. Just a friend. You betrayed me, Izuna. Kanami glares at Izuna. Sigh. He helplessly turns to Kanami, who purses her lips with a smile. Don't make things worse for me. Chapter 312, 303. The Cursed Ghost Ship. A/N. With this I have resumed the story after an entire year. Lots of things happened during this time. I graduated from college, completed my research project, got COVID positive twice, had surgery to remove my gallbladder due to gallstones and much more. I hope all of you are doing well. I will start slowly with 5 to 6 chapters per week and will gradually increase the number to 8 to 10 eventually. With that being said, I am back. Don't make things worse for me. Izuna helplessly turns to Kanami. Explain. Aayaka crosses her hand in front of her chest and taps her foot on the ground. Kanami hugs Izuna and speaks. Izuna-kun and I hugged while naked to warm each other. Fwish. Izuna pushes her aside and chides her. Don't speak such misleading words. He turns to Aayaka and explains. This is a very old incident from my childhood. Before the Third Shinobi War, the village tasked me to trade some herbs on the Benisu Island. Izuna recalls some old memories from his childhood. Benisu Island. The girls curiously stare at him. I have never heard of it. Yakumo and Hanabi shake their head. Me too. Aayaka also tries to recall the name but fails. Benisu Island is an island nation in the Mist Sea. It's a small island situated between the land of water and the land of lightning. Izuna starts his geography lessons. Benisu Island is a paradise for traders, merchants, and business people. This island is rich in resources with various sea products and commodities. Izuna turns to Aayaka and remarks. Your favorite Katla carp is also fished out and supplied from the Benisu Island. It's such a treasure trove of resources that the land of water and the land of lightning attempted to annex this island. However, there are various whirlpools and rock beds around the island which prevent any invasion from the sea. Izuna draws an island on the beach and marks various circles and squares on the island, representing whirlpools and rock beds. Then how do the people of the Benisu Island leave for trade? Hanabi curiously asks him. Like this. Izuna draws a passage in front of the rocks. There is a small passage in front of the island. The people of the Benisu Island cleared out the rocks and created a passage for the sea trade. This passage is heavily guarded by the shinobis of the Benisu Island. Despite being a small island country, Benisu Island still raised a batch of shinobis through its wealth. These shinobis are called sailor shinobis by other nations. Izuna points towards Kanami. Kanami is one such sailor shinobi. She is often tasked with the escort missions of the shipment from Benisu Island. Back then, during the Third Shinobi War, she escorted a very important shipment to the Land of Fire. Konoha dispatched me and Shirsue's team to escort the shipment back to the Benisu Island. Izuna closes his eyes as the memories of Kazuko and Mami flash in his mind. Izuna is lost in grief as he recalls their names and faces. Sensei. The shout of the girls breaks him from his stupor. He shakes his head to dispel such thoughts and continues. During our return trip, we were hit by a very powerful storm and the entire ship was wrecked in that storm. Kanami and I grabbed the planks of the broken ships and drifted into the sea for 3 days. On the 4th day, we managed to drift to a small iceberg at the boundary of the Mist Sea and Polar Sea. All of our clothes were wet and there wasn't any mean to dry them and keep ourselves warm. So, we have to. Izuna turns to Kanami and coughs slightly. The girls roll their eyes as Izuna pushes Konami aside. Konami hides her embarrassment and retorts. Still, Izuna-kun. You are so mean. You took advantage of me and you didn't even invite me to your wedding. She complains. I did. Izuna helplessly turns to her. But you were on escort duty to the Moon Island. Also, I had no other means to communicate with you. All right. All right. Get aboard on the ship and set sail for the Benisu Island. Konami issues orders to the rest of the crew. The group boards the ship as it lifts the anchor. Aayaka and the rest of the girls curiously look around as it's their first time traveling on the sea. We will arrive at Benisu Island by tomorrow night. So, enjoy your sea journey. Konami remarks. Izuna takes out his deck chair and lazily lies down on the ship. Aayaka and the rest of the girls sit beside him and silently practices their jutsu. After an hour. M.O. I am so bored. Aayaka closes the Fuinjutsu scroll in frustration. She turns towards Izuna, who is sleeping on his chair. He is sleeping like a log. Let me check the ship. Aayaka pockets her scroll and frolics around on the ship. Bzzzt. Suddenly. Black clouds appear in the sky and block the sunlight. Bzzzt. Lightning crackles through the clouds as it discharges one bolt after another. Large waves rise in the sea as the ship sways wildly. Everyone. Grab hold of the sail. We will steer against the storm. Konami instructs the rest of the sailors as the rest of the crew handles the situation. She turns towards the girls and orders them. You three. Go and take shelter in the cabin until the situation calms down. Swoosh. Izuna waves his hand and forms a wind barrier around himself as he silently remarks. What's a sea journey without a storm? If it comes to worst, I will butt in. With that he closes his eyes. After another hour. The waves calm down slightly as the sail becomes steady. Phew. Konami heaves a sigh of relief and rests against the mast. Aayaka and the rest of the girls also walk out of the cabin. Is the sea journey always like this? Yakumo turns towards Konami. The sea journey is full of the perilous journey like this. Especially the journey through the Mist Sea. There is always a chance of capsizing. Also, there is a strange rumor that strange chakra flows through the seabed of the Mist Sea. Sometimes, it will exert a very powerful gravitational pull and drown a ship, and other times it creates a very powerful repulsive force which will create gigantic waves. Konami answers her. Izuna opens his eyes as he gazes at the sea. This Mist Sea is the place where the Sage of Six Path and the Ten Tails fought against each other. The sage used a massive chunk of this land to form the moon, leaving a bottomless pit behind. Later, this place became the Mist Sea. Aayaka and the girls attentively listen to Konami's tales. Oh. Seeing the girls hooked up to her story, an evil smile appears on Konami's face as she remarks. The Mist Sea is full of mysteries. The tale of the cursed ghost ship and the giant corpse crab are a few of such stories. Konami smiles at the girls. Bzzzt. Boom. A bolt of lightning flashes in the sky, lighting up her evil smile. Gulp. Hanabi gulps her saliva and hugs Ayaka's arm. Aayaka. I don't like ghost stories. They are so scary. It will be all right. Aayaka pats her head, but her expression is also ugly. Yawn. Izuna yawns and walks inside the ship. It's nighttime already. I am feeling sleepy. He stretches his arm and walks into his cabin. Humph. Konami angrily harumphs at him, but he ignores her. Konami-san. Yakumo tugs on her sleeves. Can you tell me more about the cursed ship and the corpse crab? Yakumo has a curious expression. Of course. Konami nods her head, much to Ayaka's and Hanabi's dislike. The cursed ghost ship is a very mysterious ship which sails through Mist's waters. Only a very lucky few or unlucky few came across this ship. Konami has a mysterious expression as her tone turns heavy. This cursed ghost ship only appears during thick fogs. Is it like this one? Hanabi points towards their surroundings with a trembling finger. Yakumo and the rest of the crew who are indulged in Konami's story look around. Strange. Aayaka and Hanabi stare at the surrounding mist. How come there is such a thick fog all of a sudden? Hanabi asks in trepidation. I have no idea. Aayaka shakes her head as she hugs Hanabi. This fog is no big deal. Konami waves her hand. Usually, after such a heavy downpour is followed by thick mist. After all, the Mist Sea is known for its thick fogs. I see. Hanabi nods her head as Konami continues her story. The ghost ship is followed by a flock of crows. The crew of the ship is entirely composed of ugly ghosts. Ha ha. The entire crew bursts out in laughter. That's one pleasant story. The crew members shrugged their shoulders and returned to their work. We have to steer carefully through this fog or we might bump into an iceberg or a rock formation. Swish. Swish. Hanabi silently tugs on Ayaka's sleeves. Hey. Aayaka. LLLL, look over there. What's the matter? Aayaka turns towards the direction pointed by Hanabi. I can't see anything. She shakes her head. LLLL, look closely. Hanabi continues to point in the direction with trembling hands. Okay. Let me see. Aayaka narrows her eyes to take a closer look. This is. Her eyes widen in shock. Chapter 313, 304. The Giant Corpse Crab. This is. Ayaka's and Hanabi's expression freezes as they blankly stare at the sea. Haha. Yakumo laughs with the rest of the crew as Konami concludes her story. Don't take this story to heart. It's a folklore in the Mist Sea. Konami dismisses the crew. She turns towards the girls. All right, girls. It's nighttime already. Time for sleep. Konami waves her hand in front of the terrified Hanabi and Aayaka. What's the matter, girls? Ka. Konami-san. Look over there. Aayaka points towards the thick fog with trembling hands. Konami stares at the thick mist surrounding their cargo ship. An outline of a giant ship appears in their vision. There is a giant black flag on the mast of the ship and a flock of crows follows the ship. It's the ghost ship from the folklore. Hanabi remarks in fear. What? Konami warily stares at the ghost ship. Everyone. Get ready to intercept the enemy. She tightens her bandana headband and draws a long saber from her waist. Whoosh. The ghost ship sails towards the Konami's cargo ship at an incredible speed. At this rate, it will ram into our ship. Konami's expression turns ugly. Ready the cannons. We can't allow it to close on us. The nearby sailor ninjas quickly rush towards the deck and prepare the cannons. They aim it towards the approaching ghost ship. Ready. The sailor ninjas load the cannon with specially made spherical projectiles. They insert the sphere into the cannon and infuse it with chakra. Boom. Boom. The cannon fires multiple spherical orbs at the incoming ship. Swish, swish. The orbs split opens and fire a barrage of kunai with explosive tags towards the ghost ship. Boom. A giant explosion occurs on top of the ghost ship. Large amounts of mist rise in the surroundings and block their view. Whoosh. The ghost ship rams into their cargo ship. Rumble. Rumble. The ship sways wildly as the collision destroys a major portion of the ship. TCH. Konami clicks her tongue. That will be cut from my paycheck. She angrily turns towards the ghost ship. Whoever you are. You better get ready to pay for my loss. Whoosh. Konami draws her saber and leaps from the ship. She dashes towards the ghost ship and jumps on its deck. Swoosh, swoosh. The rest of the sailor ninja follows after her and jumps on the deck of the ghost ship. Get ready for the attack. Konami clenches her sword as she gazes at the dark cabin of the ship. Whoosh, whoosh. Multiple figures in black clothes charge out of the cabin and launch an attack against the entire crew of sailor shinobis. Swish, swish. Konami makes some hand signs. Water style, torrent bullet. Konami spews out a giant vortex of water. The vortex expands rapidly and engulfs the entire fleet of enemies. Humph. That's what you get for messing with the sailor shinobis of Benisu Island in the sea. Both sides engage in a fierce battle against each other. On the cargo ship. Team 3 stares at the barrage of jutsu released one after another. Shall we help them? Hanabi asks cautiously. We should. If the ship gets destroyed, then we will lose our way and end up being stranded in the middle of this vast sea. Aayaka nods her head. Let's go. Aayaka and Hanabi leap into the sea and dash over the water towards the enemy ship. I will support you both from here. Yakumo takes out a painting scroll from her storage. She swiftly draws clouds and the enemy ship with her brush. Eat this. Aayaka jumps on the deck of the ship. She quickly makes some hand signs. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. She fires a volley of small fireballs at the enemy group. Boom. Boom. Multiple explosion rings on the deck as Aayaka quickly deals with a group of enemies. Inside a cabin in the cargo ship. Yawn. Izuna yawns lazily as he stares out of the window. He notices the trio of girls engaged in a battle against a group of masked enemies. Sigh. Izuna helplessly shakes his head. Shuring. He activates his Mangekyo Sharingan. Crack, crack. His surrounding shatters into fragments as he frees himself from the genjutsu. Izuna opens his eyes and notices a gigantic crustacean attacking the ship. So, this is the giant corpse crab from the stories. Izuna scrutinizes the appearance of the crab. The giant corpse crab has razor-sharp pincers which are hooked on the hull of the ship as he slowly tears it apart. Multiple sailor ninjas, including Team 3, are standing on top of its back as they fervently attack the enemies. The rock-hard shell of the corpse crab easily blocks all the jutsus of the group. The barnacles on the crab's back open up and attempt to swallow the crew. Bang. Hanabi uses her gentle fist to repel the attack from a barnacle. Ha! Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 32 palms. She rapidly attacks the barnacle. Poof. The barnacle explodes into flesh and blood. Swoosh, swoosh. Multiple barnacles surround Hanabi to overwhelm her. I will help you. Aayaka groups up Hanabi as both of them resist the attack of the enemy crew. Whoosh. The giant corpse crab opens its mouth and releases a multitude of tentacles from it. Fwish. Fwish. It grabs multiple sailor shinobis and grabs them inside his mouth. A vine user. Kanani frowns as she stares at the dark cabin. Your tricks won't work against me. Swish, swish. She skillfully weaves her saber and chops the vine into pieces. Ha ha. Izuna ruefully stares at the struggles of the giant corpse crab and the crew of Benisu Island. This crab sure is crafty. He stares at the thick mist surrounding their ship and remark. This crab releases a thick chakra mist in the sea to act as a trap. Later, he hides beneath the sea and patiently waits for its prey. Whenever any living being enters the thick mist, it will alert the crab. The crab will quickly arrive at the surface and then it will use the mist as a medium to cast a powerful genjutsu on its victim. Inside the genjutsu, his body morphs into a gigantic ghost ship. He rams his body into the ship to prevent its target from fleeing from its clutches. The barnacles on its hard shell act as the pirates of the ghost ship as they slowly overwhelm the crew with their sheer number. What a nasty strategy. Izuna shakes his head as he is surprised by the craftiness of the crab. This crab lacks spiritual intelligence and yet he is still able to formulate such a sinister plan. I wonder how many ships have it targeted to become folklore in the Mist Sea. Maybe a lucky few survived his clutches and spread the rumors of the cursed ghost ship to the rest of the world. Izuna hides his presence and slowly walks towards the giant crab. I won't interfere with their battle, since it can serve as training for the girls. But I also won't allow this crab to harm any crew member. After all, I still have to visit Benisu Island. Swoosh, swoosh. Izuna saves the sailor shinobis from the grasp of the giant corpse crab. On the cursed ghost ship. Huff, huff. Aayaka, Hanabi, and the rest of the crew breathe heavily as they stare at the dark cabin of the ship. How many more? Huff, huff. How many of these pirates are still hiding inside this ship? One of the crew members breathes heavily. I have lost count of how many enemies I killed, but they keep coming endlessly. Konami frowns as she stares at the corpses of the pirates. She nudges the body of a pirate with her saber. The empty head of a corpse tumbles down and rolls on the ground. The hood of the head slides down to reveal a skeleton. Eek. Aayaka and Hanabi scream in fear and hugs each other. This is a ghost ship. This ship is definitely a ghost ship. Hanabi frantically nods her head. That's a made-up tale among sailors. Konami waves her hands to dismiss her. Then, how can you explain the endless amounts of enemies appearing one after another? Hanabi argues with her. Well. Konami is stuck speechless as she confronts another wave of enemies. Is it really a ghost ship? Doubts appear in her mind. Chapter 314, 305. The Demon Within. Swish, swish. Konami slashes another pair of vines and frees one of her teammates. Things aren't looking good. At this rate, we will run out of chakra and stamina before we could defeat the enemy. She has a grim expression on her face. Aayaka and Hanabi are fighting against the endless waves of enemies as signs of exhaustion appear on their bodies. I am almost out of chakra. Hanabi breathes heavily. I am down to half. Ayaka's back rests against Hanabi's as she actively scans the enemies with her Sharingan. It's strange. Very strange. There is no distinction between the movements of the enemies. All of them follow a similar attack pattern. It's almost like they are puppets or something. Confusion appears in her eyes as she engages in the battle. On the deck of the cargo ship. A frown appears on Yukumo's face as she stares at the battle. She places down her brush and attentively stares at the enemy ship. Somehow, I feel like something is off here. Oh. Izuna notices Yukumo's restlessness. Looks like she is the first one to figure out the genjutsu. He turns towards the thick mist surrounding the group. This mist is the source of this genjutsu. There is a strange chakra flowing through this mist, which disrupts the chakra of the victim. Normally, a genjutsu disrupts the flow of chakra in the target's cerebral nervous system. Or to be precise, it affects the prosencephalon structure of the brain. This particular part of the brain is responsible for the sensory organs of the body. The sensory organs will function normally and send proper feedback to the brain. But the genjutsu will alter the information perceived by the brain, thus altering the perception of the brain. However, the genjutsu cast by this crab is different. Izuna activates his Mangekyo Sharingan and stares at the thick fog. Various tiny purple particles are present in the fog. These particles invade the body through the olfactory system and disrupt the chakra of the sensory organ rather than the brain. As a result, the sensory organs will send false feedback to the brain. Since it affects the sensory organs directly, such a genjutsu is quite hard to dispel, since the conventional method of disrupting the brain's chakra won't work in this case. On the contrary, it might lead to a further imbalance between mind and body. Izuna shakes his head as he remembers a certain past incident. It's similar to those glazed snow lilies from the Valley of Lies. Boom. Boom. The battle continues to rage on as the crew resists the frantic attacks of the giant corpse crabs and his barnacle army. Grr. Scree. The corpse crab screeches in anger. Despite its continuous attacks, it has failed to capture even a single prey. Grr. It releases a dark purple chakra from its body which covers the entire crew. The movements of the entire crew turn sluggish as the toxins in the chakra turn them lethargic. What's going on? Why do I feel so dizzy all of a sudden? The crew members grab their forehead as the toxins of the crab slowly poison them. Dark purple chakra rises from their body and enters in a bead on the crab's head. HM. Izuna frowns as he notices the dark chakra leaking from the crew members with his Sharingan. So, this is how dark chakra is extracted from a person. This bead seems to be sort of container. The corpse crab wildly flails its tentacles around and attacks the crew. Watch out, Aayaka. Hanabi warns Aayaka as one of the tentacles swiftly attacks her. Ah. Aayaka shields her eyes with her hands to block the attack. Swoosh. That's enough. Izuna appears in front of Aayaka and slices the tentacle. Oni-chan. Aayaka stares at Izuna's back with relief. It's about time to end this farce. BZZT. Black lightning flickers through Izuna's hand. Black lightning, lightning spear. Izuna creates a giant lightning spear in his palm. Bam. The black lightning spear skewers through the crab's body, instantly killing it in the process. The lightning continues to flicker through water and clears the dense fog around them. The dense fog comprises Yin chakra and the small genjutsu particles. Izuna's black lightning is composed of yang chakra and lightning, which makes it a powerful counter to the genjutsu. Whoosh. The genjutsu dispels slowly as the thick film of fog vanishes. The sailor crew members slowly gain their bearing. They gawk at the giant screen of thick fog slowly fading before their eyes. Perhaps you should look beneath your feet. Izuna warns them as he picks up Aayaka and Hanabi and flickers towards the cargo ship. The group returns to their senses and notices the corpse of a giant corpse crab under their feet. What? Dark purple fumes rise from the giant crab's body. The bead on its forehead slowly absorbs the fumes. Whoosh, whoosh. The sailor crew hastily jumps on the water and avoids the body of the corpse crab. Sensei. So, the ghost ship we were fighting was this giant crab? Hanabi asks in fear. Yes. Izuna nods his head. This corpse crab was secretly following our ship in the search of prey. When we were in the middle of the sea, he slowly released the thick fog from its body. This fog slowly encapsulated you all and without even your awareness all of you were trapped in its genjutsu. Izuna chuckles and ruffles their hairs. Still, you did well for a fight of such scale. Yakumo even figured out the genjutsu. He turns towards Yakumo and praises her. Yakumo is blankly staring at the giant corpse crab as Izuna's voice startles her. Ah. Sensei. I. What's the matter? Why were you spacing out all of a sudden? Well. How do I say it? She points towards the bead on the crab's head. Sensei. I didn't know, but for some reason, I can feel a familiar chakra from this bead. But the chakra in this bead is scary. Oh. Izuna raises an eyebrow as he remembers the strange chakra used in Yakumo's mindscape. Does that chakra have some connections with this dark chakra? Swoosh. Izuna waves his hand and the beads float towards him. Wow. Aayaka and Hanabi stare at the bead in amazement. Don't touch it. The chakra inside the bead is very evil, it will corrupt your mind. Izuna warns them. Are you sure it feels familiar? He turns to Yakumo. Yes, sensei. Interesting. Alright. Let me purify the evil will inside this chakra. Izuna uses the purifying element of his light release to purify the sinister will inside the bead. Whoosh. Suddenly, Izuna is dragged into his mindscape. Why am I in my mindscape all of a sudden? Did someone attack my mindscape? A gigantic serpentine creature with a very long and dark purple body and multiple dragon-based heads appears in his mindscape. Shirring. The eyes of the creature glow with a red hue. Swish. It swipes its gigantic claws at Izuna's mindscape in an attempt to destroy his mind. Swoosh, swoosh. The elemental orbs around rapidly shoot in front of him and form a barrier. Clang. The claws land on the barrier, but the barrier absorbs the attack. Fwish. The counterforce from the barrier disperses the claw and turns it into smoke. Roar. The giant serpentine creature roars in fury. Its eyes blazed in anger. You dare overstep your mortal authority and challenge a god? Humph. Izuna scoffs and waves his hand as the light orb shoots towards the giant serpentine figure. Just a small fading consciousness and you proclaim yourself a god. Boom. The light orb slams into the giant serpentine creature. Crack, crack. The figure shatters into countless fragments and turns into a wisp of smoke. Swoosh. The darkness orb floats in front of Izuna and absorbs the wisp of smoke. Whoosh. Izuna exits his mindscape. Here. He passes the bead to Yakumo and curiously stares at her. The presence of that consciousness points towards the involvement of demons. But Yakumo can sense a feeling of familiarity with this object. Does she have some connections with the demons or does her bloodline originate from a demon? Izuna speculates various possibilities as Yakumo carefully grabs the orb. Swoosh. Dark purple chakra rises from the orb and slowly shrouds Yakumo. Swish, swish. Izuna makes some hand signs and covers Yakumo's body in an illusion to hide the process from others. I am afraid, others might fear her for her sinister power. I don't want people to isolate her again. Aw. Yakumo screams in pain as the dark purple chakra enters her body through her mouth. Izuna frowns at the process. She isn't absorbing the chakra as we do with nature energy and normal chakra. She is directly eating the chakra. The dark chakra travels through her entire body. Izuna spectates the entire process with his Mangekyo Sharingan. It slowly circulates through her chakra system and then enters her brain. The dark chakra slowly enters her mindscape. A demonic being with horns and sharp, long canines slowly walks out of the darkness within Yakumo's mind. Shush. The demonic being opens its mouth and consumes the entire dark purple chakra. It slowly turns around to return to the darkness. Hold on a minute. Chapter 315, 306. Inner Demon Ido. Hold on a minute. Izuna's voice echoes in Yakumo's mindscape. Huh. The demonic figure pauses and slowly turns around. It blankly stares at Izuna's figure with its beady eyes. Who are you? What are you doing in this girl's mindscape? Izuna draws his cyan blade and points it towards the demonic figure. Swoosh. The demonic figure waves its hand as a giant painting appears in front of her. Swish, swish. The figure rapidly makes some strokes with her brush. Whoosh. The surroundings change instantly. A giant purgatory of lava and flames appears around them as the demonic figure floats on a pedestal. Burble, burble. Bubbles of hot air rise from the lava and form a gigantic wave. Swoosh. The gigantic wave comes crashing down on Izuna and submerges him. That's some fancy trick you have got there. Izuna slowly walks out unscathed from the pool of flames. Whoosh. He waves his hand and throws a light senbon at the painting. Crackle, crackle. The senbon pierces the corner of the painting and lights it on fire. Ah. The demonic figure flinches at the fire and hastily throws the painting away. The painting turns into ashes and leaves a small wisp of dark purple chakra behind. Swoosh. Izuna stretches his hand and draws the wisp of dark purple chakra towards himself. A genjutsu using the dark chakra. Whoosh. Izuna flicks his finger and dispels the dark purple chakra. The eyes of the demonic figure narrow at this. The figure immediately summons another painting scroll and scribbles on it. Swish, swish. The demonic figure's brush strokes move swiftly and it creates another painting. Shum. Suddenly, the surroundings change again. Whoosh, whoosh. Icy wind blows, and snow slowly falls on the ground. A bone-chilling gust of wind envelopes Izuna and encases him in ice. Swish. The demonic figure makes a few more brush strokes and many sharp snow lances pierce through the snow-encased Izuna. The demonic figure calmly puts down its brush and prepares to roll the scroll. Crackle, crackle. The painting catches fire, and a small burning hole appears near Izuna's drawing. The demonic figure warily turns towards the ice-encased Izuna. Crack, crack. Numerous cracks appear on the ice casing. Bam. Izuna stretches out his fist and shatters the ice. Is this all you have got? He raises his head and stares into the eyes of the demonic figure. A trace of fear appears in the eyes of the demonic figure. It narrows its eyes and flicks its hand. Whoosh. A gigantic painting scroll appears in front of it. Swish, swish. The demonic figure makes some quick strokes directly with its nail instead of a brush. Rumble, rumble. The surrounding trembles slightly, the vast expense of darkness shrouds Izuna, isolating him from the rest of the world. BZZT. Dark purple flames rise in the domain of darkness and form a giant circular ring around Izuna. Bam. Bam. Multiple gigantic torii gates fall from the sky and form a formation around the circular flames. The flames morph into a gigantic demonic figure and brandish its claws and slam them at Izuna. Oh! Izuna raises an eyebrow. A reality illusion of Yomi no Kuni, the world of darkness or the gateway to the netherworld, to be precise. A polluted land where the gloomy and shadowy existence coagulated from the sins and filth of mortal resides. Boom. The giant palm of the demonic figure slaps down on Izuna, engulfing his entire body in the process. The fiery figure of the demon smirks as it stares at the ground beneath its palm. Too bad. This is not the real thing. Also, you are not an adjudicator of death. Rumble. A beam of golden light rises from the ground and pierces through the fiery purple figure, dispelling it in the process. Rumble, rumble. The entire illusory realm trembles. Crack, crack. Countless cracks spread through the domain, and it crumbles apart, revealing the mindscape of Yakumo. No. Don't come near me. Leave me alone. The demonic figure releases a shrill cry. It hugs its body and shivers in a corner. Various paintings around the figure are set ablaze with flames. They turn into a small wisp of dark purple chakra and float around the demonic figure. Izuna takes a step forward and slowly approaches the demonic figure. No. Leave me alone. No. The demonic figure's voice turns feminine as a familiar voice falls in Izuna's ears. Yakumo. Izuna's eyes widen in surprise as he blankly stares at the demonic figure for a while. He approaches the demonic figure and gets on his knees in front of the figure. Are you the inner self of Yakumo? Izuna has an incredulous expression on his face as he questions the demon. Every being, be it an animal or a human, has two aspects. The first aspect is his outer self, his body, which is present in the real world. The second aspect of a person is his inner self, his spiritual form which is present in the mindscape of a person. The inner self is a reflection of the true form of a person. A person can alter his outer appearance and looks, but one can't alter their inner self. The inner self is the inherent aspect of a being. It represents their form, personality, character, ambition, and spirituality. Then there is also a hidden aspect. The aspect of the soul. It's such a complex aspect that not many have been able to delve deeper into it. Izuna shakes his head as he recalls some of the information he found in the record alongside the sin of lust. The demonic figure shivers in fear as it hugs its body. Izuna looks at the pathetic condition of the figure and slowly extends his hand. He pats her head. Don't worry. Your sensei is here. The demonic figure slowly raises her head and stares at Izuna with beady eyes. Izuna has a warm smile on his face as he waves at the figure. Ido. My name is Ido. The demon wipes her tears and kneels in front of Izuna. I am sorry, sensei. I didn't mean to harm you. It apologizes to Izuna. Oh. Izuna is surprised to see her reaction. I could have forgiven you if you weren't so hell-bent on wiping me from his existence. He has a serious expression on his face. No. No. Sensei. It wasn't my intention. I just don't want you to see my inner self. So, I tried to expel you from my mindscape. Ido has a flustered expression. Ha. Izuna chuckles and shakes his head. He pats her head and remarks. You are 100 years too early to even think about facing me. Shurring. Izuna's eyes change into Mangekyo Sharingan. Whoosh. The surrounding scenery changes rapidly. Both of them appear in a giant vast patch of grassland. There is a small table with 2 chairs and a teapot in front of them. Izuna calmly sits on the table and gestures for Ido to sit. He pours a cup of tea and sips on it. The honey tea from the land of honey is still my favorite. He pours a cup for Ido to calm her down. I. Ido has a flustered look on her face as the sudden change in her mindscape transfixes her. Have a cup of tea to calm your nerves. Izuna offers her a cup. Why? Yes. Ido grabs the cup and sips from it. So good. She meekly closes her eyes and relaxes. All right. Seems like you have relaxed a little. Now tell me about your origin and all of the shenanigans that you did. Izuna crosses his arms and stares at her. I. Ito bites her lips and hesitates. Don't worry about anything. Just speak up. I will take care of the rest. Izuna assures her. Sensei. I am the inner self of Yakumo. But she hates me. She despises me for my appearance, much to the point that I have become the darkness of her heart. Sensei. I don't know why, but I was born this way. Yakumo first came to know about me when she was 4 years old. Back then, she lost control of her powers and set her own house on fire. She immolated our house on fire. Our parents dived into the fire to save us, but the flames consumed them. A teardrop slides down from Ito's face. Sniff. She wipes her tears and continues. Heartbroken by the loss of our parents, Yakumo fell in deep grief. When she woke up, she was already in her mindscape. There she met me, Ito. I told her that I was her true inner self. But Yakumo was terrified of my appearance. She judged me as being responsible for the death of her parents. Thus, she despised my existence and locked away her heart. This rejection and hatred from my outer self created an imbalance in our bodies. This is the part of the reason Yakumo's body is so weak despite her being a shinobi. Ito recounts her story to Izuna. She turns to Izuna and performs a dajiza. Sensei. Please help us, or I am afraid Yakumo won't live long with the imbalance between her physical and spiritual self. Ito pleads to Izuna. Chapter 316, 307. Attack on Benesu Island Part 1. Izuna stares at Ito's demonic figure and ponders over the matter. Looks like I have to delve deeper into the origin of the Kurama clan. Of course, I will help you. You are my student, after all. For now, you should try to assimilate the large amounts of dark chakra you absorbed from the bead. Izuna waves his hand and exits Yakumo's mindscape. Is there something wrong, sensei? Hanabi and Yakumo ask him as he's staring at the space. I was wondering about your recent performance in the battle. A ninja should always expect the unexpected. He shakes his head and turns to Kanami. Kanami walks towards him with a smile. No. Aayaka stands in front of Izuna and crosses her arms to keep her away. Era. Kanami purses her lips and chuckles. Don't worry, Aayaka-chan. I am indeed interested in your brother, but I can't stand beside him. She shakes her head and turns to Izuna. I sincerely thank you on behalf of the entire fleet. If not for you, then our entire fleet might have perished in the sea. Kanami has a sincere expression on her face. There is no need to be so modest with me. Izuna shakes his head. These people saved my life once, I am just repaying the debt. Thank you so much. Kanami bows to express her gratitude. The mist in the sea gradually clears up and rays of sunlight descend from the clouds. Miss Kanami. We are about to reach the shore. One of the sailors informs them. That's a relief. Kanami heaves a sigh of relief. Aayaka-chan. Hanabi-chan. Yakumo-chan. I will take you on a scenic tour around Benesu Island. There are various tourist spots around here. She waves at them. Oh. I am so excited about the trip. Hanabi has stars in her eyes. The group gets off at the harbor. The members of the cargo fleet wave goodbye to them. You lot enjoy your tour with Kanami, meanwhile I will pick up some supplies. Izuna waves goodbye to them and departs. All right girls, follow me. Kanami and the group walk in the opposite direction. Whoosh. Izuna flickers through the streets. He takes out a scroll from his pocket. There is a map on the scroll. It must be around here. He stops at the container near the docks. Pride. You can come out. Izuna turns towards a corner. Swoosh. A cloaked figure leaps out from the shadows and bows in front of Izuna. Report. Izuna nods his head. Leader, after 7 years the Three Tails has finally resurrected itself. That took a while. Izuna nods his head. It is severely weakened after its previous death. It's still recuperating its chakra at the bottom of a lake in Land of Water. Pride passes another map to Izuna. That's good. Izuna pockets the scroll and asks him. What about the Six Tails and its Jinchuruki? I last spotted him at the Nagi Island. After he deserted the Kiri village, the Hunter-Neens of the Mist have relentlessly chased him down. I see. Akatsuki hasn't made a move in all these years. I haven't even heard any news about Nagato since our previous scuffle. Either they are just lying low or they are planning something big. Anyway, for now, Zero Tails takes the priority. Izuna turns to Pride as an idea comes to his mind. Pride. I would like you to infiltrate the Land of Sky's Flying Fortress, Anchor Mansion, and monitor their activities. They are planning an uprising against the 5 shinobi nations, but I believe someone else is pulling the strings from the dark. Your task is to source out the puppeteer in the shadows. He assigns another task to Pride. Understood. Pride bows again and gets ready to depart. Wait. Izuna stops him. He takes out a small sealing talisman from his pocket and passes it to Pride. Keep this talisman with you. It will ward off the sinister chakra of Zero Tails. Pride pockets the talisman and flickers away. Sigh. Lately, I feel like a lot of things are happening in the shadows. Everything seems to be a part of some big conspiracy. Izuna rubs his forehead. I still have 2 months before my body fails and my chakra system ruptures. Even thinking about such a thing scares me. Even after searching non-stop for almost 4 years, I haven't been able to find a solution. Looks like I have to rely on the chakra fruit to revive myself. As for now. Izuna raises his head and notices a fleet of ships sailing towards Benesu Island in a distance. He notices the emblem of the Sky Troop etched on the hull of the ship. Another battalion of Land of Sky. They are most probably here to attack the Benesu Island to harvest some fuel for the Zero Tails. Izuna concludes. The speed at which they are traveling, they will be here in another hour or so. He predicts the arrival of the Sky Troop. In this time, I can strike a deal with the Merchant Association of the Benesu Island in exchange for the protection of this place. Various ideas pop up in Izuna's mind. Running an organization is such a pain. I have to always think about the finances. I am turning more and more like a certain money-loving shinobi Frankenstein. In a small tavern in the Land of Fire. Achoo. Kakuzu sneezes loudly. Sniff. He wipes his nose and chugs down a cup of sake. You caught a cold, haven't you? Another shinobi with medium-length gray hair and distinctive purple eyes chuckles at Kakuzu. There is a giant triple-bladed scythe tied around his back. Shut up or I will kill you. Kakuzu growls in anger. Haha. You can give it a try. Haiden laughs hysterically. Shut up. Kakuzu slowly sips his sake. He gazes out of the window. A giant Shaolin monastery appears in front of his eyes. There are a multitude of staircases in front of the monastery, as it is located on top of a small hill. The walls of the monastery are surrounded by impenetrable sealed iron walls. A gigantic metallic gate lies in the center of the walls. Multiple statues and images of Karasu and Yamabushi Tengu are sculpted on either side of the entrance. So, that's the fire temple of the Land of Fire. Kakuzu licks his lips as he appreciates the beauty of the temple. It sure is a giant temple. Haiden nods his head. After I lay waste to this temple, I will make it a worship place for Lord Jashin. What a waste. Kakuzu snorts. Look how fancy this temple is. I am sure there are lots of treasures and hidden wealth buried deep within this temple. That's worth a lot of Ryo. It will be a shame to demolish this temple and make it a worship place for some phony god. I can even sell the bricks of this temple for lots of Ryo. Kakuzu's eyes shine with Ryo. Humph. Swoosh. Haiden waves his giant triple-bladed scythe and attacks him. Clang. Kakuzu blocks the blade with his hand. Earth release, Earth Spear. He circulates Earth Chakra through his hand and turns it into a darker shade of black to raise his defense. Take it back. Haiden growls in anger. Take back what you said about Jashin-sama. Haiden frantically attacks him. Humph. Make me if you have the skills. A blind worshipper of a phony god. Kakuzu snorts at Haiden's effort. Damn it. I will kill you. Haiden goes berserk and attacks Kakuzu. Bring it on. I am not afraid of you and your phony god. Boom. Both of them start a fight as they flicker towards the middle of the forest. At Benesu Island. In front of the Merchant Association. Izuna stares at the gigantic headquarters of the association and clicks his tongue. This place sure has a huge influx of money. Can't wait to strike a deal and squeeze some money out of them. He has a sinister smile on his face. I am not some saint or messiah who will blindly protect anyone because I am entitled to do so. I will provide my services as an S-rank shinobi and get paid for the mission commissioned to me. Izuna convinces himself and takes a step inside the building. Chapter 317, 308. Attack on Benesu Island Part 2. A/N spent past few weeks on prepping for an exam for job and further studies. The exam is on 18 Sep, exam name, CSIRNet, a huge pain BTW. I have exhausted my brain cells by revising through 3 years worth of syllabus in 3 weeks. No chapter on 15 and 18. After which the updates will be stable, I promise. Izuna enters the building of the Merchant Association. Irashemace. A blonde woman with shoulder-length hair welcomes him. There is a beauty mark on her chin as she greets him with a warm smile. MMM. Izuna nods and greets her. Sir, are you here to purchase something? The woman asks him with a friendly smile. Sort of. Izuna nods his head and walks upstairs. There are multiple items placed on display on the first floor. Izuna's curiosity is piqued as he stares at the various items shelved into glass cases. Respected sir. These are the recent batch of items dug out from the ancient ruins discovered on a nearby island. The attendant introduces the items to Izuna. Ancient ruin. Izuna tilts his head in confusion. Yes. Recently, one of the exploration team of sailor shinobis discovered a hidden archipelago that resurfaced nearby. 4 small islands surround a tall mountain in the middle. There is an ancient temple in the middle of the mountain. The attendant points towards various murals, wine jars, swords, and other antiques kept on display. These priceless artifacts were scavenged from that place. The exploration team placed them here. Later, they will be auctioned to the collectors. The attendant has a polite expression as he introduces them to Izuna. That makes sense. Izuna nods his head. He throws a momentary glance at the so-called priceless artifacts and prepares to leave. There is nothing noteworthy among them. He turns around to walk to the second floor to meet someone familiar. Izuna notices a momentary glint from the corners of his eyes. This is. His attention is attracted by a dull blade with 5 hollow rubies embedded in it. I sense some intense chakra fluctuation in it for a second. Izuna walks up to the shelf. I would like to take a closer look at this blade. He turns towards the attendant. Ah, dear customer. They are carefully preserved in the case. I am afraid touching them might damage them and thus hamper their value. I am sorry but I can't fulfill your request. The attendant apologizes to him. It's all right. He is a guest of mine. A middle-aged man in a traditional green kimono walks down the stairs. Vice chairperson. The attendant hurriedly bows to the newcomer. He has long black hair tied in a topknot at the back of his head. He sports a petite handlebar mustache and a Garibaldi beard. There are thick hairs on each side of his arms. It's been a while, Izum-san. Izuna greets the middle-aged man. Haha. It sure has been. Izum nods his head. Back then, you were still a kid when you escorted my supplies. Time sure flies away quickly. Izum laughs heartily. He turns towards the attendant. What are you waiting for? Show him the artifact. He waves impatiently. Yes, yes sir. The attendant hurriedly removes the blade from the case and carefully hands it over to Izuna. Izuna grabs the blade in his hand. It's quite heavy for a one-handed blade and its hilt is quite small for 2 hands. Izuna flips the knife in his hand. He carefully examines the gems embedded on the blade. These look like pure chakra ores. But they have dried up their reserves. What's the name of this blade? Izuna asks the attendant. Izum notices the interest in Izuna's eyes as the latter analyzes the blade. Sir, let me check the details. The attendant turns around to bring the log register. There is no need. Izum waves his hands. This blade was found by a squad of sailor shinobis working for me. It's called the Dragon Blade. I was the one who put this on auction. Izum turns towards Izuna. Are you interested in this blade? Sort of. Izuna nods his head. The material of this blade is quite rare. I was thinking of reforging it into a new katana for my personal use. I see. Izum is surprised to hear Izuna's response since this blade is an old antique. Izum-san. A blade is a weapon meant for battles. It will be a waste to put such a fine weapon on display. Izuna shakes his head. Well, I can't argue with you on that. Izum chuckles. Since you are interested in this blade, I will directly sell it to you for half the price. Izum presents an offer. Really? Izuna raises an eyebrow. Of course. It was thanks to your help back then that my supplies were safe, and I was able to grow this big. If not for that, I would probably be drowned in debt by now. Is that so? Then I will appreciate your goodwill. Please state the price. Izuna gently caresses the blade. I was originally about to auction it at a starting price of 1 million Ryo, but since I promised to sell it to you for half the price, then what about 500,000 Ryo? Izum has a smile on his face. Damn. That's too expensive for such a rusty blade. These businessmen sure are fickle-minded people. Izuna curses them in his mind. Fine. I will buy it. He hesitatingly draws a stack of Ryo from his storage and passes it to Izum. Haha. As direct as ever. Izum bursts out in laughter. He passes the money to the attendant and gestures at Izuna. I am sure you are here for another batch of sake and tea. I will send someone to fetch them for you. Meanwhile, you can wait in my office and have a chat with them. I am thinking of expanding my business to Konoha. Before Izuna could reply, he was dragged upstairs by Izum. Izuna has a helpless expression as he stares at Esme's back. Damn. I was here to grab some free cash from them, but instead, they scammed me for 500,000 Rio. Still, it's a steal even with the amount of some. Izuna flips the dragon blade in his hand. This blade is made from meteorite iron, which is a very good crafting material and is extremely rare. Brat. Can I take a look at that blade? It feels familiar. Kurama's voice rings in Izuna's ears. Well, sure. Izuna passes the blade to Kurama as he arrives in Izuma's office. Izuma gestures to Izuna to sit on a sofa. He waves at an attendant to serve some tea. So, I would like to talk about the potential business expansion in Konoha. Izuma starts his long, boring monologue. Izuna sips the tea and enters the sin space to take a look at the dragon blade. Kurama is carefully inspecting the blade as it holds the weapon in its claws. Do you recognize it? Kurama nods his head. It's the dragon blade from Mount Koryu. Kurama points towards the five-partite prism symbol engraved on the hilt of the blade. This is the symbol of Mount Koryu. Mount Koryu? Mount Koryu, or the Ancient Flow Mountain, is an ancient temple located at the junction of the chakra ley lines of the shinobi world. This faction existed way before even the birth of the Sage of Six Paths. Back then, humans couldn't channel chakra through their bodies. Instead, they used such special weapons, which absorb chakra from nature, to combat against various powerful beasts roaming throughout the world. However, not much is known about their origin and downfall. Kurama shakes his head and passes the blade to Izuna. You can still restore this blade and use it without smelting and reforging it. The forging method of this blade has been lost centuries ago. It has a blood seal engraved on it. Just drop some blood at the hilt and you can summon it during the battle. Kurama introduces the method to wield the blade. I see. Boom. A loud explosion occurs in the middle of the city. Multiple sky shinobis fly through the skies of the Benisu Island as they wreak havoc everywhere. That's my cue to leave. Izuna exits his mindscape. Izuma has a terrified expression on his face as he stares at the flying sky shinobis. What's going on? Who are these people? Why are they attacking us? Where are the guards? Izuma shouts at his attendant. Whoosh, whoosh. Multiple sailor shinobis flicker through the rooftops as they engage in a battle against the sky shinobis. They are the sky shinobis. Izuna replies to Izuma. They attacked Konoha a few days ago and lost the battle. This time their target seems to be Benisu Island. Sky shinobis. What grudge do they have against us? Izuma panics as the sky shinobis closes on. It looks like they are targeting the Merchant Association. Izuna scans the pattern of their flight. Our association. Izuma's expression turns ugly. Seems like it. Chapter 318, 309. Infiltrating Land of Sky Part 1. Boom, boom. The sailor shinobis and the sky shinobis engage in fierce combat. Izuna calmly stares at the battle without making any move. My shadow clones will ensure the safety of the civilians, but I won't interfere with the battle. This attack from Sky will serve two purposes. Lately, the ego of the merchants of the Benisu Island has inflated a lot. They are manipulating the market of the world of the shinobi by creating artificial demand and supply leading to inflation. This will serve as a lesson for them and will tone down their ambitions. Secondly, it is an opportunity for me to earn some big cash to fund my organization. Izuna takes another sip of the tea and slowly places it on the table. Izuma-san. I am sorry but I have to evacuate from this place and I hope you do the same. Izuna grabs his supplies and prepares to jump through the window. Wait. Izuma has a flustered expression. Izuna-san. You are a powerful shinobi, right? Please lend the Merchant Association a hand. He pleads to Izuna. Izuna stops in his tracks. He has a smile on his face as Izuma takes the bait. Well. Izuna turns around with a serious expression. Izuma-san. I am sorry to disappoint you, but I am currently in the middle of another important S-rank mission issued by the village. Also, looking at the scale of this attack, it can easily be an above S-rank mission. Such missions are quite risky and one can lose their life if they aren't prepared. Izuna helplessly shakes his head. I. Izuma stutters as he is unable to refute Izuna's words. I may not be able to lend a hand, but I know a few powerful Konoha shinobis who are present on this island that might help you in your current situation. Really? Izuna's words spark some hope in Izuma's eyes. Yes. But they don't have any incentive to lend help. So, I am afraid it's not easy to convince them. You get what I mean. Izuma-san. Izuna drops some hints at Izuma. Please summon them. I will convince them with handsome rewards. Izuma drops on his knees and pleads to Izuna. Please stand up, Izuma-san. Don't embarrass me like that. Izuna hurriedly stops Izum. I will immediately summon them, but bear in mind all of them are S-rank shinobis and their price might be a bit too high. It's alright. Merchant Association lacks anything but funds. Izum nods his head. Alright. Izuna jumps out of the window and flickers away. I hope the personals of the association won't suffer any harm. Izum stares at Izuna's back with worry. Whoosh. Izuna flickers in a nearby alley. Swish. He makes a hand seal. Poof. Poof. 7 shadow clones appear in front of him. You know what to do. Izuna signals to them. Just leave it to us. Swish, swish. The clones transform into masked shinobis and flicker towards the Merchant Association. I will be making some quick buck if these clones follow the script. Izuna has a sly smile on his face. My acting and scriptwriting skills have improved a lot. Now, I have to polish my directing skills. But for now, let me search for Aayaka and the rest. Izuna closes his eyes and senses their chakra. Found them. They are on another island. Whoosh. He flickers towards the group. In a small restaurant. Aayaka and the girls are hiding under a table. They warily stare at the group of sky ninja flying through the skies. Why does it feel like a repeat of the previous incident? Aayaka remarks. Because it is. Yakumo nods. Ayaka-chan. Yakumo-chan. Do you know them? Konami asks them. They are the sky shinobis from the land of sky. A few days ago, they launched an attack on our village but were easily repelled by Konoha shinobis. Hanabi replies to her. So now they are targeting our nation. Konami grips her saber. Your girls, stay here. I have to join the fight to protect my village. Whoosh. Konami flickers out of the restaurant. Ayaka. Do you think Sensei will be alright? Hanabi inquires with worry. Of course. Sensei is strong. I heard he is even stronger than the Hokage. Yakumo nods her head. Tap, tap. A pair of hands poke their head. Eek. The girls freak out the sudden attack. What are you girls gossiping about? Izuna appears in front of them. Phew. They heave a sigh of relief. It's you, Sensei. I thought it was an enemy for a second. Hanabi takes a deep breath to calm herself. All right, girls. It's time to depart for the land of sky. Izuna walks out of the restaurant. The girls closely follow beside him. They look around but fail to notice a boat or ship. Sensei. The land of sky is on another island. How will we reach there? We already have a boat. Izuna points towards the sky. The girls raise their heads and notice the flying ship of the sky. But that's the enemy ship. It sure is. Whoosh. Izuna jumps on top of a building and grabs a flying sky ninja. Shinobi battle skill number 4 deception. Swoosh. Bang. Izuna pulls down the flying sky shinobi and knocks him out. Poof. He transforms into the sky shinobi and ties the winged flying mechanical device around his waist and takes flight. You 3 have 5 minutes to follow after me. This is a test of your infiltration skills. If you can infiltrate the sky ship without being discovered and successfully reach the land of sky, then you will pass my test. Whoosh. Izuna flies away in distance and disappears from their vision. Another test. Aayaka grit her teeth in anger. Let's go. Yakumo takes out a painting scroll from her storage and makes some brush strokes. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Aayaka activates her Sharingan and traps an enemy in her Genjutsu. 8 trigrams, vacuum palm. Hanabi knocks out another sky shinobi from the sky. Poof, poof, poof. They transform into the sky shinobis and fly towards the sky ship with the help of the mechanical wing devices. On top of the sky ship. Damn it. Where did these shinobis come from? The captain of the fleet grinds his teeth in anger as he stares at multiple masked shinobis wreaking havoc on his sky fleet. Retreat. He signals his subordinates to retreat. If I suffer a loss here, then I won't be able to face Commander's wrath. Besides, we have already fulfilled our purpose. He pulls out a crystal orb. The orb is glowing with dark purple chakra. This is enough dark chakra to power the flying fortress for another month. He stows away the crystal orb and signals to his second-in-command. Order your men to do a thorough inspection of every shinobi. I don't want another case of the second shinobi war incident. Yes, Captain. The subordinate nods his head and leads his men to inspect every sky shinobi. On a corner of the ship. Gulp. 3 sky shinobis gulp their saliva. Do you think they will catch us? One of them asks the other. I hope not. The sky shinobis inspect every shinobi one by one. The guard arrives in front of them. You three. Present your chakra tag. Chakra tag. The trio cluelessly stares at the guard. We are new recruits. So, we don't know what chakra tags are. What? The guard's expression turns ugly. You three. Before he could any more words. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Aayaka quickly activates her Sharingan and places him under a Genjutsu. What's the matter? The rest of the guards turn towards the first guard. You three are fine. Next. The first guard returns to his senses and continues the inspection. Phew. That was a close call. The trio heaves a sigh of relief. At the other corner of the ship. Another shinobi stares at the trio and smiles slightly. Looks like they have successfully completed the first step. He nods his head in satisfaction. Naruto world is all about a shinobi, a ninja who is a master of deceit and covert operations. Although in the latter half of the series, the skills of a ninja became irrelevant, but these skills are still an integral part of a shinobi's growth. Who knows, they might come in handy in sticky situations. Izuna nods his head and stares at the captain, who is gazing at his subordinates. From his expression, it looks like he is surely up to something. Well, that's none of my concern, at least for now. Whoosh. Izuna hides his presence and fades into shadows. Chapter 319, 310. Infiltrating Land of Sky Part 2. What now? The trio of the girls cautiously walks around the sky ship. We are already on the ship. Let's just wait until we arrive at the Land of Sky. Hanabi proposes. No, that won't do. We can't let them get away scot-free. Aayaka shakes her head. Then do you have a plan? Yakumo curiously asks her. Of course. Aayaka nods. She rummages through her storage scroll. Here. Aayaka forks out a stack of paper bombs. Paper bombs. Hanabi and Yakumo stare at her in confusion. What do you plan to do with them, Aayaka? Hanabi questions her. What else? Blow up this ship, you dummy. Aayaka places the paper bomb on one of the walls of the sky ship. These paper bombs are custom made by Kushina-ne-san. Swish, swish. Aayaka makes some hand signs. Swirl. The paper bomb disappears in the wall. These paper bombs will disappear from sight once you plant them. Swish. Aayaka pulls out the paper bomb, and it turns visible. See. She replants the paper bomb and disappears. Wow. Hanabi and Yakumo's mouth turns into O. The vanishing paper bombs surprise them. Here. Aayaka passes a stack of paper bombs to Hanabi and Yakumo each. Let's meet at the same spot after an hour. I will take the right. Aayaka walks towards the right side of the ship. Then I will take the left. Hanabi walks towards the left. Guess I will cover the remaining area. Yakumo turns around and starts planting the paper bombs. An hour later. The girls meet up at the same spot. Have you planted all the bombs? Aayaka asks them. All done. The girls nod. Good. We will prepare an explosive surprise for these sky shinobis. They will get a taste of their own medicine for attacking our village. Aayaka folds her hands around her chest out of her usual habit. What are you three bantering about? Go and help the rest of the men to repair the flying devices. A sky jounin happens to pass by. Yes, sir. The body of the trio stiffens, and they hastily move out. Swoosh. The sky jounin undoes his transformation and turns into Izuna. Sigh. These girls. How reckless they are. He shakes his head. Don't they know even the walls have ears? What if someone eavesdropped on them? Still, they are quite daring for planning to blow up this entire ship. It would be a good idea if this was a normal ship, but it isn't. Izuna turns towards the energy room of the skyship. He narrows his eyes. There is a giant spherical orb at the location of the power source. It's pulsating with dark chakra as it powers up the entire ship. If this thing blows up, then I am afraid it will contaminate everything in at least a radius of 15 miles. No wonder they don't deploy these ships in the battle. The power core of this ship is so unstable. Even a tiny bit of scratch on this thing will make everything go boom. I saw a similar thing in the Flying Fortress Anchorvantion of the Sky Fleet. Roan leaps out from the shadows. This thing contains so many negative emotions that even staying around it will cause anyone to go insane. He remarks. It's the part of the reason that there are so many evil warding sealing talisman around this thing. At least the Sky Shinobis know the danger they are playing with. But how come they are so technologically advanced than the rest of the shinobi world? I never expected to witness a flying vassal in the shinobi world. There are many smaller nations whose technology is far better compared to Konoha, like the Land of Sky, the Land of Snow, the Benisu Island, and many other smaller nations. Perhaps the feudal system of large nations has limited their achievements, and it only empowers them as a military force while ignoring all other aspects of growth. Well, I will leave that headache to the future Hokage. For now, I have to deal with this power core. Whoosh. Izuna walks towards the power source of the skyship. His body phases through the walls and he arrives in front of the core. Ba-dump. 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 The energy core is furiously pulsating with dark energy as it pumps out the dark chakra towards every corner of the ship. Swoosh, swoosh. Izuna swiftly removes the protective seals around the core. Swish, swish. He makes some quick hand signs and forms a sealing fuinjutsu around the core to hold it in place. This dark chakra could be useful for Ito, but I will have to slowly purify to make it usable. He raises his head and stares at the giant orb. It will probably take me a few days to cleanse this much amount of foul chakra. Thankfully, on our way here I crafted a new seal based on my light chakra. Swish, swish. He quickly throws 5 sealing chakras around the dark core. The seals glow with a bright hue and slowly cleanse the core. I will erect an illusion to prevent others from interfering. Izuna makes his preparations and departs from the core room. Outside on the deck. The captain of the ship takes out a pentagonal compass from his pocket. The needle in the compass goes haywire and flickers wildly. The captain's expression turns ugly. He immediately turns to his second-in-command. Quick. Take a look at the power source. There are some energy fluctuations in the room. If that thing gets unstable, all of us will be blown to smithereens. Yes, Captain. The second-in-command dashes inside the power source room. He walks closer to the reactor room and looks around. Everything seems normal, but Captain said there are some fluctuations with the power source. He walks closer to the power source to inspect it carefully. In a corner of the room, they sense the energy fluctuations in the core. How? Various questions pop up in Izuna's mind. Anyhow, I can't allow him to get closer to the core and disrupt the process. Whoosh. He sneaks beside the second-in-command. Swish. Izuna silently assassinates the sky shinobi without even spilling a drop of blood. He places a hand on the shinobi's forehead and recovers his memories. I see. So, they have a device to monitor the condition of the core. He nods his understanding. Swirl. He opens a Kamui rift and disposes of the body of the sky shinobi. There is a heap of bodies of sky shinobis in the Kamui dimension. Swish, swish. Izuna makes some hand signs and creates a shadow clone. The shadow clone transforms into the sky shinobis and walks out of the room. Everything seems fine, Captain. There is no need for concern. He assures the captain. The captain nods his head. I still have a feeling that something is fishy. I will take some rest. Inform me when we arrive at our destination. He waves his hand and walks into his room. Yes, Captain. The rest of the guards nods their head. Sate sate sate. The shadow clone turns towards the rest of the guards and smiles. The guards return his smile and stare at a distant corner of the ship. At another corner of the ship, the trio of girls is lurking in the shadows to avoid detection. We have been flying for almost 16 hours. We are probably close to our destination. Hanabi counts the number of hours spent on the ship. Yes. As soon as we reach land, we will drop down from the ship using these winged devices, and then we will blow up the entire ship. Aayaka plans. The trio is holding a winged mechanical device each. Tap, tap. The sound of footsteps falls in their ears as a group of guards walks towards them. Did they find us? Hanabi panics. Calm down, Hanabi. Let's wait and watch their reaction. The group stops in front of the trio. Hey, you three. I have been keeping an eye on you for a while. What are you lot doing in such a remote corner? The eyes of the guards turn to the flying device in their hands. And what's the deal with the flying device? Why is it still with you? Go and deposit it in the armory. The guard yells at them. We. Hanabi is flustered to hear such harsh words. They found us out. She sighs helplessly. We are repairing our flying devices. During the earlier battle, it suffered some damage from the attacks of the sailor shinobis. Aayaka points towards a broken part. Also, do you have a problem with us? She stares at the guard with cold eyes. Humph, whatever. The guard snorts and leaves with his friends. Phew. That was a close call. Hanabi sighs in relief. Yakumo also nods her head. At the other corner of the ship. Whoosh. The group of guards turns into Izuna's clones. Haha. I had a delightful laugh there. Seeing them like that, I was almost about to crack up. The clone burst out in laughter. Me too. Another clone also cackles up. You two are quite mean, you know, another clone argues with them. Hey. We are the same person, so I don't know what are you talking about. The first clone throws a sideways glance at the third clone and ignores him. On the deck of the ship, the real Izuna silently stares at his clones. Why do I feel like I will get split personality disorder if I continue to heat their arguments? He ignores them and enters the sin space where Kurama is beckoning him. Chapter 320, 311. Light Genryu. Whoosh. Izuna enters the sin space. What's the matter, Kurama? Why are you almost on the verge of jumping the gun? Brat. Never mind that, just look at the blade. Kurama points towards the dragon blade present beside him. Swoosh. The dragon blade is floating in the space beside him. Shum. It emits a dark red chakra while rotating midair. The 5 chakra gems in it are pulsating with energy. Shum. Shum. The gems float out of the blade and form an elemental pentagram seal. They release the chakra of their respective element. The chakra infuses within the 5-partite prism symbol and forms a complex array of lines. Whoosh. The 5-partite seal glows brightly and releases a blinding light. HM. Izuna and Kurama shield their eyes to block the light. Whoosh. Izuna activates his Rinna Sharingan in case of any unexpected situation. Roar. A translucent figure of a gigantic white dragon appears in front of Izuna and Kurama. The dragon has 5 eyes, with 2 eyes on each side and 1 giant eye in the middle of its forehead. It has 5 sharp forked horns in the shape of a crown. Bam. The dragon slams its palm on the ground and roars furiously. It flaps its massive wings and slowly opens its eyes. Izuna and Kurama warily stare at the giant white dragon. Oi Kurama. I promise you I won't beat you up. Just tell me how you summoned this giant dragon in here. Izuna turns to Kurama with an unfriendly gaze. Oi. Oi. It's not my fault. I was just inspecting the dragon blade. Out of curiosity, I infused some chakra in it. Who knows, it will drain almost 1/4 of my chakra and start to glow. Kurama complains. I am not the culprit, I'm the victim here. Kurama has a helpless expression. I will deal with you later, but first let's see whether this dragon is hostile. HM. The white dragon slowly opens its giant eyes. Its massive eyes inspect its surrounding. Gulp. Kurama gulps his saliva as he feels overwhelming pressure from the white dragon. The dragon notices Kurama and Izuna. A kitsune and a human. Shurring. The middle eye on the forehead of the dragon glows slightly. Its gaze pierces through the illusion and notices Izuna's eyes. Otsutsuki clan. The white dragon roars in fury. Shum. Its horns glow brightly and it forms a giant concentrated energy ball on its forehead. Die. Whoosh. With no prior warning, the dragon releases a powerful energy attack towards Izuna and Kurama. Damn it. It's a hostile being. Kurama grits his teeth. Shum. He opens his mouth and gathers a large amount of dense red and dark blue chakra particles. He coalesces them in a tailed beast bomb. Don't be so hasty. Izuna waves his hand and uses his Rinna Sharingan to dispel Kurama's tailed beast bomb. Just wait and watch. He gestures to Kurama to sit beside him. Kurama warily stares at the incoming energy bomb. Swoosh, swoosh. A giant Fuinjutsu formula appears in front of them. Shum. The energy bomb slams into the Fuinjutsu seal. Rumble. Rumble. The space around them trembles violently because of an enormous amount of energy. Swirl. The Fuinjutsu seal slowly devours the energy bomb. Whoosh. The energy bomb disappears completely, and the seal retracts back into space. Do you think this glutton sin will let go of such vast amounts of energy? Izuna chuckles. You made me worry for nothing, brat. Kurama heaves a sigh of relief. Otsutsuki clan. Today you will witness your reckoning. The eyes of the white dragon turn red. It spread its wings. Swoosh, swoosh. The dragon channels elemental chakra through its wings and passes it to its claw. Elemental annihilation strike. It swipes its claws towards Izuna. You think you are the only one who can wield all 5 elements. Izuna crosses his hands around his chest and raises a finger. Shum. Large amounts of chakra rise from his body and turn into a gigantic Susanoo. Swish. The giant Susanoo pulls out its blade. Swoosh, swoosh. The elemental chakra of all 5 nature condenses around the blade. Slash. The Susanoo swings the blade and intercepts the claw of the dragon. Boom. A giant explosion occurs in space. Boom. The force of the explosion pushes both Susanoo and the dragon back. Both of their attacks cancel each other. Not yet. The dragon roars in fury. I won't calm down unless I exact vengeance on the Otsutsuki clan for destroying my world. Roar. Bam. Bam. The dragon slams its claws on the ground. Rumble. Rumble. It riles up its entire chakra. Shirring. 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 Its 5 horns glow with different elemental chakras. Earth Genryu, Fire Genryu, Wind Genryu, Water Genryu, and Lightning Genryu, lend me your strength. Roar. The dull dragon blade slowly floats up in front of the giant dragon. Swoosh, stab. The blade stabs in the center of the 5 horns of the dragon and turns into a 6th horn. The 5 elemental chakra gems glow brightly and fuse with the other 5 horns. Roar. The entire body of the dragon glows brightly. Its size increases drastically and numerous spikes made out of scales grow on its entire body and forms armor around it. The dragon opens its mouth and condenses an enormous amount of chakra into it. Light Genryu, roar of decimation. That's light chakra. Izuna's expression turns grave. This lizard can use light chakra. Izuna is shocked to see the dragon use the light chakra. I thought no one beside me can use the light chakra. It's the first time I am seeing someone else use it beside him. Whoosh. The dragon fires a condensed beam of volatile light chakra towards Izuna. Rumble. A giant ceiling Fuinjutsu seal appears in front of Izuna. Boom. The light beam slams into the ceiling formation. Crack, crack. Numerous cracks appear in the ceiling formation as it is unable to sustain the intensity of the attack. Your ceiling formation is of dark nature. It can't block my light nature attack. Today, I will grant you eternal damnation. The dragon roars at Izuna. Izuna's expression turns serious as he confronts the attack. You aren't the only being who can control the light release chakra. Swoosh. Izuna infuses his Susanoo with light chakra. His Susanoo turns silver and golden shoulder pads and gauntlets appear around it. Amanuzum is the goddess of dawn. Izuna summons a gigantic shield of light in front of his Susanoo. Boom. The volatile chakra beam of the dragon collides with Izuna's shield. Ha! The Susanoo grips the shield but the brunt of the attack slowly pushes it back. The collision of both sides creates a blinding display of light. Arg. Kurama closes his eyes as he feels a stinging pain in them. A minute passes away as the explosion finally settles down. Kurama slowly opens his eyes. He narrows his eyes to get a closer look at the battle. Izuna's back appears in his vision. The previous attack has dispersed a significant portion of his light Susanoo but there is not even a hint of scratch on Izuna's body. Kurama looks around but fails to notice the giant white dragon. Where is that dragon? He curiously turns to Izuna. It's there. Izuna points towards a chibi white dragon lingering around the dragon blade. It's that giant dragon. Kurama curiously stares at the white dragon. Swish, swish. It pokes the dragon with its sharp claws. Roar. The white dragon roars at Kurama. Kitsune. You better watch out for your fangs. Don't undermine the might of a dragon. Even if I am weakened, I can still take you down with me. Whatever. Kurama mocks the dragon. How did he turn small? Kurama curiously asks Izuna. How you say? When you are the reason, this dragon grew up to its previous size, to begin with. Izuna rolls his eyes. This dragon blade, or to say this dragon, has a special ability. It can forcefully cut or assimilate the chakra of other beings. Needless to say, when you infuse the blade with your chakra, this dragon soul used the opportunity to steal a major portion of your chakra. Izuna explains the details to Kurama. Kurama nods his head. Human. Who are you? Why do you have those eyes and how can you use both light and dark chakra? No being should be able to use such contrasting aspects of energy. The chibi dragon fires a flurry of questions at Izuna. I can sense that you are not a member of the Otsutsuki clan, but you still have the blood of Otsutsuki flowing through your veins. Did this world also suffer demise at the hands of those wretched Otsutsuki clan members? The white dragon grits its teeth in anger. I could not fulfill my promise to the traveler. The white dragon sighs helplessly. Hold on a minute. Izuna interrupts the white dragon's monologue. Can you explain to me what's this all about? As for your questions, I will answer them after you answer mine. Fine. The white dragon nods his head.